Chapter 251. Your Excellency's actions are rather overbearing. I admit you're powerful, but we're no pushovers either. Do you really think you can single-handedly take on all of us Black Sand gang members? If you want my godhead, come get it. I'd like to see if you have what it takes. You're so arrogant, aren't you afraid of hurting your back? Everyone looked at Su Xingyu furiously, especially those who hadn't been beaten yet. They spoke out, expressing their determination not to give up their godhead, and even dragged in members of other teams. Hearing their companions' words, Shan Hongxin and the others sitting across from them all looked down, but they didn't immediately disrupt the situation, preferring to wait and see before making any plans. If they could defeat him, then they'd go in and show off, and help out. After all, they still had to be in the Black Sand gang, so there was no need to sour their feelings. What if the situation was bad, and they couldn't win? Then there was nothing they could do. What else could they do? Just surrender. After all, his godhead had already been seen. Judging from previous events, this mysterious and powerful being would most likely not embarrass him and his companions. If that's the case, then there's no room for negotiation, Su Xingyu said, unconcerned with their words. Talk to me, you idiot. Take my blow first. A hot-tempered middle-aged man, seeing his own group outnumbered, lost his patience. He instantly stood up, an axe in hand, and slammed his feet into the ground. He charged directly at Su Xingyu, swinging his axe down. The space Su Xingyu was in seemed to be compressed, instantly solidifying. Arrogant brat, die! Roared the middle-aged man, revealing his true orc form. Divine power surged, and laws emerged. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, raised his right hand, and, before everyone else could react, he unexpectedly grabbed the semi-artifact battle axe. A powerful blow, powerful enough to shatter space, was blocked, and with his bare hands. How is this possible? The Minotaur spirit was stunned, completely in disbelief that the other party had so easily blocked his attack. His eyes glowed red, his face grim. He mobilized all his divine power, channeling various laws into his hands, attempting to force the battle axe down. Ah! Open it! But no matter how furious he was, the axe would not fall. A palm shimmering with a dark golden glow firmly grasped the axe. Su Xingyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he exerted force with his right hand. The semi-artifact battle axe in his hand hummed, and the spirit within began to wail. Sensing danger, the bull-headed deity tried to withdraw its axe and retreat, but it was unable to do so. Bang! With a resounding bang, the blade of its semi-artifact axe shattered, sending fragments flying. Seeing this, the bull-headed deity was about to abandon its axe and retreat. Su Xingyu swept his left hand, and a black light descended upon the bull-headed deity. Be careful! Wang Tian and the others warned, leaping towards Su Xingyu. The black light pierced the bull-headed deity's body, causing it to stop dead in its tracks. Feeling the life force rapidly dissipating from its body, the bull-headed deity's eyes were filled with shock and fear. How could this be possible? I'll teach you a lesson. Be careful what you say next time. Su Xingyu looked down at him, his eyes cold and indifferent. Then, his right hand pierced his chest and snatched out a khaki-colored divine power. It seemed like an eternity, but in reality, from the moment the bull-headed spirit rose to its feet, furiously attacking, to the moment its divine power was plundered, less than 2 breaths elapsed. Before anyone present could even react, this companion, possessing combat power approaching that of a high-level demigod, was instantly defeated. At the same time, the other members arrived before Su Xingyu. Various demigod artifacts, wielding the power of laws, blasted towards him. For a moment, even the very air shattered. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon? I'll show you that even as demigods, the gap between you and me is insurmountable. Facing the chaotic onslaught, Su Xingyu's expression remained unchanged. He tossed the severely injured bull-headed spirit aside. Then, with a simple wave of his hand, the power of darkness erupted, and a pillar of light shot up into the sky, sweeping over the crowd like a shockwave. Swish, bang, bang, bang. The terrifying impact negated all attacks before striking everyone. The unparalleled force was so overwhelming that even a demigod couldn't withstand it, sending them flying backwards. If anyone witnessed this, their jaw would likely drop. A demigod, possessing immense combat power within the plane, worthy of being considered a top-tier being, was now swept away like a mere soldier on the battlefield. How could he be so powerful? Wang Tian stopped his retreat and landed on the ground, staring at the dark figure opposite him in complete disbelief. He was a player like himself. This strength was simply too terrifying. One must understand that his strength was already approaching that of a powerful demigod, only one step away from a breakthrough. Yet, in the previous attack, he was like an ant, powerless and sent flying. This place is too small to fully utilize our power. Let's go somewhere bigger, Su Xingyu chuckled as he looked at the terrified crowd. Then, with a simple stomp of his foot, the entire palace instantly collapsed into a pitch-black, lightless space. This space was devoid of light, devoid of any sound, a profound silence. Come on, don't hesitate. Give it your all. Let me see what you're capable of. Oh, and don't worry, I won't kill you. Su Xingyu slowly walked towards the crowd, his figure gradually growing, emitting a terrifying aura and a strong sense of oppression. The people on the opposite side exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness. Now, they had to fight. Then, I beg your excellency's guidance. Dragon of Thunder punishment. A thunder deity roared angrily. In an instant, the surroundings were engulfed in thunder. A ferocious thunder dragon, flashing crimson lightning, charged madly towards the dark figure. Good lethality, but unfortunately, you don't know how to manage your power. Your faith is too shallow. Su Xingyu explained in admiration, feeling the power contained within the thunder. Then, with a slap, the attacking thunder dragon instantly dissipated with a bang. Shattered stars. Stars appeared around him, then instantly exploded. Space collapsed, forming a massive black hole, continuously pulling inward. This one's not bad either, but the lead-up is a bit too long. Su Xingyu emerged from the black hole, his entire body aglow with a dark golden glow. Even after sustaining such a powerful blow, he remained unscathed. At this moment, a pitch-black figure suddenly appeared behind Su Xingyu, without any warning. This wasn't teleportation, but a hidden method derived from the law of shadows. As long as he didn't attack, even gods 2 levels stronger than him wouldn't be able to detect his presence. Swish. The blade of pain in his hand swiftly stabbed towards Su Xingyu's neck. As a god of assassination, he was an adept at direct combat, but he possessed unparalleled prowess in assassination, unmatched by other gods of his rank. He wasn't the strongest in the Black Sand Gang, but among the current Black Sand Gang members, he had killed the most demigods. His favorite thing to do was hide in the shadows, waiting for the enemy to reveal a flaw, then kill them with a single strike. The feeling of dispatching powerful creatures with a single blow captivated him, making him unable to extricate himself. Enshrouded in a curse powerful enough to kill a demigod, even if I can't kill you, I'll definitely injure you severely. As the shadow god was about to stab Su Xingyu, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he had already seen the damage done to his opponent. But soon, his smile froze. Bang! The short blade pierced Su Xingyu, but was blocked by a layer of darkness. No matter how hard the shadow god tried, the short blade could not penetrate even an inch. The dark figure before him turned and looked at the shadow god, a smile on his face. It's a powerful attack. Even a powerful demigod would be injured if caught carelessly. But your emotions are too intense. Without waiting for the shadow god to reply, Su Xingyu casually slapped the shadow god. The shadow god tried to use the replacement technique to escape, but failed. The power principle within him was suppressed by a mysterious force. The replacement technique, which normally allows it to be used at will, was now completely incapable of being used. The shadow god could only watch helplessly, as the palm of his hand drew closer until it landed on him, sending him flying. Only then did the shadow god truly realize his own insignificance. Under this palm, all the skills he prided himself on were rendered useless. The power of darkness corroded his body, causing him to suffer severe damage. Don't underestimate us. Sand Tomb. Shadow of Death. Kill. Fight. One by one, the members put aside their chaotic thoughts and chose to attack. They no longer concealed their strength, and all of them unleashed their utmost combat power. For a moment, the entire dark space was in turmoil, explosions continued, and various powerful blows, mixed with the blessing of the law, swept around, causing ripples in the space. Now that the matter was a foregone conclusion, there was no point in thinking further. Everyone regarded this opportunity as a test of their own strength and gave it their all. Faced with the siege, Su Xingyu seemed at ease, always controlling his power output within a certain limit to avoid overexerting and directly killing them. The battle lasted for nearly 5 days. When the last member fell, this experience. And so it ended. Over the course of 5 days, Su Xingyu had beaten one Black Sand Gang member after another to the ground, then pulled out his divine power, and tossed them aside to watch the fight. Afterward, everyone suffered numerous injuries, not fatal, but nonetheless serious. Su Xingyu's various powers, while not particularly lethal in terms of their impact, carried with them significant negative consequences. If handled improperly, they could lead to endless consequences. How is it? Su Xingyu chuckled, looking at the crowd before him. Your Majesty, Eternal Knight's strength is far greater than anyone I've ever met. Wang Tian readily gave in, praising him. Over the past few days, with a simple screening, everyone had quickly guessed Su Xingyu's identity. After all, such powerful players are rare, and those who belong to the dark powers are even rarer. It's one thing to not be able to recall them right now, but after all these days, if he still hasn't figured it out, it's a bit insulting. Of course, the main reason was that Su Xingyu hadn't bothered to hide his identity this time. During the first invasion, he hadn't reacted, so he intentionally concealed his identity during subsequent incursions to prevent them from escaping prematurely. He. Su Xingyu smiled, said nothing more, and then began to comprehend the laws within his godhead. 1 year later. The Black Sand Gang Station. Well, how have you considered it? Su Xingyu chuckled softly, sitting on the main seat, looking at the Black Sand Gang members below. This. Wang Tian and the others exchanged glances, their faces still hesitant, unable to make up their minds for a moment. Su Xingyu wasn't in a hurry, sipping his drink slowly and leisurely, giving everyone time to consider. After a while, several influential high-ranking demigods within the Black Sand Gang reached an agreement. We are willing to serve His Majesty, Eternal Knight. Several people knelt on one knee in submission. Su Xingyu waved his hand, and everyone, feeling a pull, immediately stood upright. Su Xingyu said, No need for such formalities. Actually, I'm taking you under my wing, but that's all. I don't bother to care about you normally. Just carry on as you were before. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up. After all, no one likes having more than one boss, but they still replied respectfully yes. Let's use this place as our base. I'll send someone over later to help you sort out those problems. Su Xingyu put down his wine glass, tapped the table with his fingers, and said softly, as for the resource supply, based on the main world standard, once a month, what do you think? Su Xingyu planned to recruit the entire Black Sand Gang and make them serve him. Simply put, Su Xingyu would help them deal with the powerful enemies in the Void Plane and send legions to annihilate those powerful local forces. In return, they could freely exploit the resources within the plane, and then share the resources with Su Xingyu according to a certain ratio. One provides the labor, the other provides the manpower. It's all up to you. Everyone agreed. After all, this was a good thing. Okay. Su Xingyu nodded, then discussed it in detail with everyone, quickly finalizing the matter. Su Xingyu didn't really care about this matter. It was just a sudden whim, a casual move. Even if everyone refused, he wouldn't really care. Naturally, he didn't set too many rules for them. In his view, their relationship was more of a partnership than a superior subordinate one. He possessed sufficient power to wipe out the forces within the Void Plane. While the Black Sand Gang lacked immense power, they possessed the manpower to exploit resources. By collaborating, the two sides could maximize their profits. Chapter 252. After finalizing the matter, Su Xingyu didn't linger long, quickly departing the Black Sand Gang's base on the plane. As for helping the others capture the plane, there was no rush. Once everyone had chosen their target, they could send an avatar of divine power. Leaving the plane and returning to the void, Su Xingyu tore through space, swiftly traveling through the subspace, and soon arrived at a small meteorite not far away. The surface of the meteorite was riddled with pits and craters, and the ground had been almost completely turned over, clearly having been explored. And who had explored it? Since the Black Sand Gang's base was nearby, it could only be them. The fact that they didn't even spare such a small meteorite showed that the Black Sand Gang members were indeed somewhat resource poor. There was nothing they could do about it. It was their initial accumulation that was insufficient. One step behind, and they fell behind step by step. The strong remained strong, unchanging from time immemorial. With little accumulated experience ahead, catching up, and not being left too far behind requires even greater effort. Su Xingyu landed on the meteorite, gazing into the dark void beyond. A wave of emotion washed over him. He, already nearing true godhood, would barely be considered a figure even in the ancient times when gods coexisted. And in this age of declining gods, he would be an unrivaled powerhouse. Yet, even so, gazing upon the vast, boundless void, Su Xingyu felt a genuine sense of his own insignificance. In this boundless void, stars shone brightly, and plains were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. No one knew how many secrets lay hidden within. Su Xingyu stood on the meteorite, doing nothing but staring blankly at the dark void. 2 days passed quickly. Swish! A spatial portal appeared above the meteorite, and a yellow figure swiftly emerged from it. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Ming, a member of the Black Sand Gang. After scanning the area, Chen Ming quickly spotted Su Xingyu standing on the meteorite, and quickly flew over to him. I apologize for keeping your majesty waiting. After you left, they held another meeting to discuss. Upon seeing Su Xingyu, Chen Ming's face flickered with apology. He explained his lateness, and, incidentally, wanted to report on the Black Sand Gang's recent meeting. No need to explain so much. I'm not interested in your affairs. Su Xingyu waved his hand, unconcerned. 2 days, nothing at all. As his strength grew, he gradually lost track of time. Whereas a month used to seem like a long time, now years, and even decades seemed like nothing. This was perhaps the characteristic of the immortal race. Their long lifespan allowed them to squander their time at will. Thank you, your majesty, for your forgiveness. Chen Ming nodded. Seeing Su Xingyu remain silent, he stood quietly to the side. Let's get down to business. As for the Black Sand Gang, as I said before, I'm too lazy to manage them. We'll need someone to help watch over them. After a moment, under Chen Ming's excited gaze, Su Xingyu slowly said, although your abilities aren't impressive, you're certainly quite clever. I'll let you watch over them. You can tell them directly about this, or keep it a secret. It's up to you. Thank you, your majesty. Upon hearing this, even the usually calm Chen Ming couldn't help but beam with joy. He had gone to such great lengths to find the big boss ahead of time, precisely for this reason. Now they've finally connected. From now on, Chen Ming, he, will have someone to lean on. Please rest assured, I will definitely keep an eye on them, and prevent them from doing anything that would harm your interests. Chen Ming patted his chest vigorously, and assured Su Xingyu. That's not necessary. Su Xingyu shook his head, but quickly said, forget it, just do as you please. Chen Ming's face showed a hint of hesitation. After a pause, he spoke carefully, your majesty, I have something I don't understand. Yes. Su Xingyu glanced at him. Chen Ming asked in confusion, why are you so lenient with the Black Sand Gang and even allocating resources to them? With your strength, you could easily have simply forced them to submit, offered all your resources, or even enslaved them. It wouldn't be impossible. This was something Chen Ming couldn't understand. When he had previously informed Su Xingyu of the coordinates of the other members, he had assumed that Su Xingyu would simply eliminate them. Instead, apart from a slight inspection of their godhood, they suffered no harm, and even received compensation. To Chen Ming, this was completely incomprehensible. It was a complete waste. And as for Su Xingyu's subsequent actions to subdue the Black Sand Gang and recruit them, they were even more baffling. With the immense strength Su Xingyu had demonstrated, he could easily have forced everyone to submit, even to offer their loyalty, but he didn't. Instead, he offered a relatively sound plan. Let's put it this way. As long as Su Xingyu doesn't reveal the information about the laws he has comprehended from his divine nature, then after going through this wave, the members of the Black Sand Gang will have made a lot of money. Although they've been beaten, they'd not only gained a resource-producing area, but also secured a significant financial advantage. Su Xingyu didn't directly answer Chen Ming's question, but softly asked, why do humans sometimes feed ants on the ground, and sometimes douse them with hot water? This? Chen Ming was speechless, his brows furrowed. Su Xingyu continued, actually, many things don't need a reason. Perhaps you might think many of my actions are confusing, even foolish. I wouldn't dare. Chen Ming, nearly breaking out in a cold sweat, quickly shook his head, regretting bringing up this topic in the first place. Hee. Don't be so nervous. Su Xingyu smiled and continued, to be frank, in my opinion, you're not much different from ants. And those planes are just crumbs, fed whenever you want, without any reason. His tone was indifferent as he spoke, as if describing a trivial and mundane event. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's face froze. He had considered many reasons, such as winning over people, rallying gang members, and establishing a community of shared interests. The only thing he hadn't considered was that this was merely a feeding. At that moment, a phrase surfaced in his mind. Kindness is a privilege reserved for the strong. Alright, I was just saying it casually. Don't take it too seriously. Maybe after a while, I'll forget what I said today. Su Xingyu patted Chen Ming's shoulder with a slight smile. I'll add you to the group later. Then, you can directly travel to the Xueli Plain to trade. You can also use the Faith Legions I've sent to strengthen your own faction. Su Xingyu had no immediate plans to form his own player faction, but that didn't stop him from recruiting a younger brother to help run errands. Thank you, your majesty, for your gift. Chen Ming cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, a hint of excitement on his face. As he said, even a little bit of what the boss revealed was enough to satisfy him. And the person before him was absolutely the best of the best, and he gave even better. It's no exaggeration to say that if he had been able to cling to this person's support earlier, he would have definitely become a powerful demigod by now. After arranging the situation here, Su Xingyu once again entered the void and began to wander. From the others, he obtained the coordinates of the planes of a group of players, so he could resume his previous work of analyzing the divine nature and comprehending the laws. Not only the players, but also some local creatures, even the planes themselves, he did not spare them. Whenever he encountered them, he would always take advantage of them. Analyzing the divine nature, comprehending the laws. Tearing the planes apart, comprehending destruction. Although most beings wouldn't cooperate with his actions, Su Xingyu's understanding of various laws was steadily increasing thanks to his unparalleled strength. After all, he was truly a skilled fighter. Even powerful demigods, within their own divine domains and blessed by the faith of billions, could only manage to resist Su Xingyu. As for winning, perhaps he hasn't woken up yet. As Su Xingyu continued to attack players, his reputation gradually spread among the surrounding players. Everyone knew that a top-tier expert was attacking players nearby. After defeating a player, he wouldn't take anything, but would lend them his divine nature for inspection. Then, a mysterious source revealed that this player was Yingya, the top boss in the Eastern District. For a moment, all the surrounding players panicked, fearing they would be the next to be targeted. After all, they knew their own strengths and weaknesses. Even powerful demigods couldn't stop them in their home divine domain, let alone small-time Karamis like them. Surrendering might be a better option, at least sparing them a beating. At first, the matter seemed unremarkable, until some unknown player posted a comment on the World Channel, complaining a bit. Then, players from all regions erupted in outrage. It turned out that this situation wasn't limited to the Eternal Night Plane. The same thing was happening in the voids across the intermediate realms. One by one, top-tier experts, for unknown reasons, suddenly launched an invasion against other players. The more compassionate ones simply gaze upon the divine nature and comprehend the laws. If they succeed in unifying the planes, they'll then gaze upon the world consciousness and offer some compensation afterwards. The more ruthless ones, after beating someone up and seeing the things they've found, simply leave. Yes, these top players are incredibly strange. For unknown reasons, they suddenly invade other players' divine domains, defeat them, and then, without harming anyone, simply gaze upon the divine nature and the world. Evidently located in different places with no connection to one another, their actions are strangely consistent, leaving everyone baffled. In reality, while these invaders may be unconnected, having made it this far, they're not fools, and their minds are largely similar. Their goal is crystal clear. They simply want to open up the world, attain primordial deities, comprehend the various laws, and glimpse the divine nature. There's absolutely no need to take other players' lives. Making enemies is secondary. The primary concern is fear of public outrage. Individually, they're not afraid of anyone, but if a large number of players unite, even those as powerful as Su Xingyu and his ilk might face defeat. Don't forget, the power of the gods comes from faith. Killing a player god is indeed difficult, but what if the troops were split into two groups, one attacking the god itself, and the other attacking the faith forces? Faced with a massive attack from so many players, no player's faith force could withstand it. Even Su Xingyu, the most powerful demigod, couldn't do it. The top experts, recognizing this, naturally refrained from going all out. While attacking the godhead might offend, at least they didn't push them to the brink of despair, preventing them from risking their lives. In fact, this was indeed the case. After learning that these experts were targeting the godhead, the players who were attacked, or who were at risk of being attacked, were furious, but ultimately they didn't abandon everything and fight them. They even consoled themselves by saying, others' godhoods have been seen, so it's no big deal. Of course, while some were weak and gave up resistance, others were stubborn and fought to the end. Some players, who had reached the powerful demigod realm, backed by families and organizations, naturally wouldn't accept having their godhoods so easily viewed. So they took the initiative, rallying nearby players to jointly resist the invasion of the powerful. But their effectiveness was extremely limited. After all, those who could embark on the path of the primordial gods, and at this time, needless to say, were truly remarkable. They were essentially top-tier players, capable of directly transcending to true godhood if they so desired. While powerful demigods were certainly not weak, they were still far behind them. Su Xingyu and the others didn't transcend because they didn't want to, and they didn't because they couldn't. So, even though they had gathered a significant number of people, they ultimately failed to resist the invasion. There were many reasons for the inability to stop the invasion, such as the invaders being too powerful, their allies not putting in enough effort, and the invaded being afraid to fight to the death. Since the players on the primordial path hadn't gone too far, and since they were core figures within the major player factions, they all had mutual needs. Therefore, after a brief uproar, the incident quickly died down. To put it bluntly, the scale was too small. At this time, the number of players who had reached the strongest demigod level in the entire intermediate realm was pitifully small, and those who had already embarked on the primordial path were even fewer. With such a small base, even if each player attacked 100 players, they wouldn't affect many, let alone 100. Thus, in a strange atmosphere, a controlled battle slowly unfolded. Neither side had any intention of escalating the conflict. Chapter 253. Schwelly Plain Station. The City of Stars, a massive city worthy of being called a city of miracles, stands tall upon this vast continent. The city walls soar into the clouds, seemingly piercing the very clouds, like an insurmountable barrier, blocking all dreams of invaders. The city's lights shimmer like a multitude of stars, reflecting the stars in the night sky, making one feel as if they were transported to a dreamlike world. Gazing upon the miraculous city of stars before them, the first-time visitors, whether they were believers or divine players, were deeply astonished. They could hardly imagine what kind of power could have built such a city. This city, built by the collective efforts of a group of players, far surpassed any other city in their own plane in both scale and prosperity. This is the city built by the gods, the City of Stars. It's far grander than any major city in our empire. I can't even imagine how many resources it took to build such a city. The walls are forged entirely of meteorite iron, seemingly mixed with other rare materials. And the ground itself seems to be made of high-grade crystals that aid cultivation. This is truly magnificent. The spiritual energy inside and outside the city is so vast. Could it be that the spiritual energy of the entire plane has been gathered here? These patrol guards are so powerful. In our country, they'd be Imperial Guards, but here, they're just guards. We're still developing the magic airship, but here they already have a complete product, and it looks even more powerful than we advertised. That's a high-level suppression inscription. The young clansmen who followed the caravan, feeling the prosperity of Star City, chattered about it, unable to believe that such a prosperous city existed in the world. Since arriving in this plane, their hearts have never calmed down. It's like suddenly stepping out of primitive society into a modern, high-rise city, with new things everywhere they look. Caravans constantly stream in and out, endless as far as the eye can see, like a long dragon. Day and night, they bring vast quantities of local specialties to Star City, either trading with other factions to acquire scarce resources, or exchanging them for the local currency for direct consumption. This has led to a massive daily transaction volume in Star City, and the tax revenue collected has reached astronomical figures. After so many years of development, even though Blood Dawn initially set extremely high standards, the number of players coming here to trade has increased several fold, now approaching 1,000. 1,000 people may not seem like a small number, but it depends on who they are. You have to understand that the players who can come here, apart from anything else, have already reached the level of demigods in terms of their own strength. 1,000 demigods, wow. Just the thought of it is a bit terrifying. Not to mention, each one represents a massive power with a population of at least hundreds of millions, and even more is possible. After all, some players have joined other player organizations, and each time they come to trade, they may bring goods from multiple players. Crimson Dawn doesn't care about this. After all, only players who have been recognized can enter this plane. As for believers and goods, they can arrange it as they please. As for them joining other organizations, that's even less of a problem. Star City is merely a trading platform and marketplace, and it won't be involved in such trivial matters. In fact, some members of the Blood Dawn now hold multiple roles. For example, the Sea God, the Pharmacist, and the Black Marketeer all have their own small circles. Even the Elders are like this, let alone the others. It does seem a bit chaotic. The Blood Dawn is a relatively loose organization. This has to do with the original intention of the Blood Dawn. When the Glory and the Blood God formed the Blood Dawn, it was simply for the purpose of trading, exchanging special resources, and using other members to compensate for their own shortcomings. As for how it developed to this point, it can only be said that plans simply can't keep up with change. The environment is changing so rapidly that everyone's plans have to adapt accordingly. In the center of the inner city, a magic tower rises 3 feet above the ground, towering into the clouds. This tower can also be considered the City Lord's mansion. Star City doesn't have a designated lord. Strictly speaking, it belongs to all Blood Dawn players. During the initial attack on the Blood Dawn plane, all Blood Dawn members contributed to varying degrees. The subsequent construction project also involved everyone contributing manpower. Therefore, everyone has a stake in Star City, it's just a matter of how much. As Blood Dawn grew, things became more complicated. It was no longer as easy as before, with only a few people on guard to prevent trouble. Especially as players grew stronger and reached the demigod realm, they began to interact with players from the nearby voids. Unavoidably, disputes arose. This is when the Bloody Dawn comes into play. Not to mention directly helping to beat the crap out of them. At least they could go over and coordinate and lend a hand. After all, most of the current members of the Bloody Dawn organization came from the gangs of the other elders. They were all family members, after all, so they had to be protected. But the leaders of the Bloody Dawn were rather lazy and disliked taking charge. So, they decided to simply select some people from outside the Council of Elders, grant them authority, and let them manage things on their behalf. In the meeting room, 5 members of the Bloody Dawn sat at the round table, handling various matters. Star City's profits increased by almost 15% this year, significantly more than in previous years. That's normal. New people come in almost every year, and the original players are getting stronger. Naturally, trading volume will increase, and so will tax revenue. More is better. The more tax revenue, the more we get. 32 players have applied to enter the Bloodly Plane and want to trade in Star City. What do you think we should do? One of the young men asked, holding up a document and looking at the middle-aged man next to him. Faced with his companion's question, the middle-aged man rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "What else can we do? If they meet the requirements, we'll let them in. If they don't, there's nothing I can do. I can't just open the door for them, right? I'm just an employee. I don't have that much power." Hee hee. The young man, Lin Huan, who had asked, chuckled, scratched his head, and said, "That's true. But there are 4 powerful demigods there. They're quite powerful. If they join, they'll probably bring in quite a bit of profit." Even though much time has passed and many players have ascended to powerful demigods, a powerful demigod is still considered a formidable force. Even within Blood Dawn, many members remain among the higher ranks of demigods. Shaolin, broaden your perspective. It's just a powerful demigod, we have them. Another member laughed upon hearing this. Alright, Lin Huan nodded, then put the document down and moved on to the next one. Wait. Let me see the application information, the middle-aged man Lu Mo asked. Lin Huan was a little confused, but he handed the document over and asked, "What's the matter, Brother Lu? What else can I do?" "Of course, I'm just checking to see if there are any suitable members." Lu Mo replied with a smile. "But didn't you just say?" Hearing this, Lin Huan's face darkened. Lu Mo chuckled, "We really can't break the rules and let them in through the back door. Otherwise, if the boss blames us, no one will be held responsible. So what are you doing now?" Lin Huan's eyes were filled with even more confusion. "You're stupid, kid. Who says we have to let them in through the back door? Look, how many people are here?" Another, more mature man, seeing Lin Huan's stunned expression, couldn't help but point out. Opening a back door to players who don't meet the standards is too risky. Even if they were powerful enough to reach the level of a powerful demigod, they wouldn't dare do it. But if the 3 of them jointly nominated that player, then they would meet the requirements and naturally wouldn't be breaking the rules. Lin Huan, entering the meeting room for the first time, was stunned. He hadn't expected such a scheme. He said cautiously, "Is this even possible? What if those people have problems, and the elders blame them?" In Lin Huan's opinion, this was a complete loophole in the rules. If the people allowed and had problems, they would definitely be held responsible. Of course, it's completely in line with the rules. Lu Mo glanced at him, patted the documents in his hand, and said unhappily, "Besides, I'm screening. I can't just nominate anyone. Otherwise, the Bloodly Plane would be overcrowded." As he spoke, he quickly flipped through the list, carefully examining each player's information. He quickly shortlisted 3 people. "You can try to contact these 3. If you think they're suitable, you can nominate them together. We'll split the rewards equally. Old Sue, you're more experienced in this matter, so I'll leave it to you." "Okay." The more mature man looked up, took the document, and nodded silently. Brother Lu, He Dongming has sent another request for help, saying they're about to fight. Another young man handed the document over. Lu Mo quickly glanced at it, feeling helpless. He couldn't help but curse, "This guy, why are you so busy? Several of the bosses are in seclusion right now. Where can I find a pseudo-god level being for him? So let him just give up." The young man said softly. "That's bad. We've already retreated once before. If we retreat again this time, how can we, the Bloody Dawn, put our reputation on the line? Old Sue frowned, disagreeing with the young man's opinion. But the other side is no pushover. That small organization isn't strong. A few powerful demigods could easily wipe it out. But the power behind them is a formidable threat, seemingly one of the top powers in the southern district. The young man said helplessly, the elders are either in seclusion right now, or we simply can't handle the top powerhouses on the other side. If we send too many people, it might just make things even more chaotic. Sigh. Everyone glanced at each other, and sighed softly. Let him retreat first, and we'll provide him with some resources from here. We'll take back the fight when the bosses are free. Without a leader to lead the charge, they truly lacked the confidence to confront the other side. After all, a single careless move could spark a war between two-player factions. No joke. At that moment, a cold voice reached the crowd. We asked you to manage it, and this is how you manage it? You retreat when things get tough. What's the point of having you? Countless lights and shadows suddenly appeared, then solidified into a single figure. Your Majesty, Eternal Knight. Boss Eternal Knight. Everyone immediately stood up, faces a mix of surprise and joy, and greeted him respectfully. Please sit down. Su Xingyu casually pulled over a stool and sat down. He then took the document and glanced at it casually. Don't worry about that powerful individual across the way. I'll have someone keep an eye on him. Everything else can be handled as usual. Don't worry about it getting out of hand. If they dare, the worst that can happen is a fight. A hint of excitement crossed his face as he spoke. Yes, everyone replied. If there's anything else you can't decide, bring it over. I have some time, so we can handle it all at once. A remote, dark void. There are few planes with living creatures here. Most are dead, silent meteorites. The spiritual energy is so thin that even void beasts despise the environment. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire void began to tremble, followed by the sound of shattering glass. A tiny crack suddenly appeared in the dark void, and an aura of ancient barbarism emanated. Swish, swish. Several streaks of light shot out from the crack, rapidly flying into the distant dark void. One streak, after traveling an unknown distance, was suddenly intercepted by a giant hand made of energy. Bang! Even after traveling such a great distance, the streak still retained a powerful energy, nearly piercing the giant hand. What is that? A player appeared, staring at the light ball that had just been intercepted, and his eyes nearly popped out. Holy shit, a semi-artifact. The light ball dissipated, revealing its true form, a semi-artifact long sword. Oh my god! What the hell? How did a semi-artifact suddenly fly over here? Rubbing his eyes, the player almost suspected he was hallucinating. Was he just lucky? A semi-artifact, he'd gotten it so easily. It was insane. His spiritual sense scanned the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Fuck it, who cares? Since it's ownerless, I got it, so it's mine. His spiritual sense probed the long sword in his hand. The man grinned and glanced in the direction of the light. After a moment's hesitation, he opened the spatial portal and returned to his original plane. Chapter 254. There were more than one player who intercepted the stream of light and obtained the items within. It could even be said that there were an enormous number. The strategies these players employed after obtaining their items varied. Some players, aware of their lack of strength and cautious by nature, feared their items might be stolen, so they chose to withdraw while they were ahead, preparing to dispose of the items before searching for their source. Some, though less powerful, were adventurous and, with a ruthless determination, chose to take a gamble, ready to explore further to see if they could gain more. They knew they were far behind the others in strength, and that catching up with those powerful players through normal development was unrealistic. So, if they wanted to overtake others, there was only one way: to rely on opportunity. And this was clearly a rare opportunity. The opportunity had already appeared, and whether they could seize it depended entirely on their own abilities. Another remote, dark void. Here, too, there were not many planes, and as for player planes, there were none at all. A place even the void beasts despise, so it's impossible for any player to choose this place. Aside from mining, when players would come here, it's rare to see any active life here. But recently, something has changed. There's a surge of life here. A player followed the direction of the light, tracing its path through the dark void, and found its source. When this player arrived, a dozen or so players were already waiting. They were all players mining nearby. They had either intercepted the stream of light directly, or learned about it through their followers, and so they rushed over. They kept a distance from each other, wary of one another, fearing a surprise attack. Alvin, you're here too, a man said, noticing the new arrival was an acquaintance. The man named Alvin turned to look, then landed beside the man, about a few hundred meters away, a relatively safe distance. Is this the source of those things? A spatial rift? Looking at the spatial rift oozing with ancient aura, Alvin questioned his companions. The spatial rift was relatively stable at this point. Although it was expanding, it wasn't unleashing any energy. Don't ask me. I don't know. I only arrived a few days earlier than you, Duke replied, shaking his head. Seeing this, Alvin turned and asked, have you explored the inside of the rift? Use your spiritual sense, or send an avatar in. We've tried everything you can think of, and nothing works. That spatial rift is extremely repellent. Nothing can get through. Duke chuckled and shook his head. Then he smiled again. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Hearing this, Alvin frowned slightly, then extended his spiritual sense, cautiously extending it toward the spatial rift. He was cautious, not completely trusting his companion's words. He was also prepared to split his spiritual sense and abandon that part of his consciousness if anything seemed amiss. As Alvin's spiritual sense probed 1,000 meters beyond the rift, he felt a strong resistance, his mental consciousness unable to advance even a fraction. Even with the strength of a demigod, Alvin was now unable to advance. After trying for a while, he reluctantly gave up. The other players, observing this, also wore inexplicable smiles, clearly having suffered a loss just now. Alvin thought for a moment, then looked at Duke beside him. After a moment's hesitation, he softly asked, by the way, Duke, did you intercept any of the light balls inside? Just ask what you want to ask. Don't beat around the bush. I intercepted one, and inside was a holy level armor. Duke rolled his eyes at him, then said with a hint of envy, but I heard someone got a semi-artifact from it. I wonder if it's true. Semi-artifact, true or not? A glint flashed in Alvin's eyes, and a look of surprise crossed his face. For ordinary players like them, semi-artifacts were still rare treasures. Aside from the growth artifacts bestowed by the system, they possessed very few, if any at all. I only heard it from others. How could I know if it was true? Duke rolled his eyes, waved his hand, and fell silent. The players stood in the distance, silently observing the spatial rift. They could all sense that the changes in this spatial rift had not yet ended. If the streams of light were emanating from here, they would definitely continue to erupt. Thus, they waited here for several months, during which time other beings gradually arrived, including divine players and indigenous creatures, all of them demigod-level beings. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the spatial rift finally reached its apex. A brilliant light shone within the crack, and the surrounding void began to tremble. It's coming, it's coming. After all this waiting, there's finally movement. The void vibrated, and the surrounding space became unstable. Cracks appeared from time to time, but the crowd didn't retreat. Instead, they moved forward a considerable distance, their divine power surging within them, ready for battle. Boom! With a resounding explosion, nearly 100 dazzling streams of light shot out from the spatial rift at incredible speed. Even though everyone had been prepared, they were startled and rushed to intercept the streams, displaying their powers. This is mine. Don't try to steal it from me. An orc player roared, channeling all his energy to intercept a stream of light brimming with surging energy. Covered by the light, they couldn't detect the object within, but from the energy contained within, they could determine the level of the item within. The more energy contained, the higher the item's level. And the streak of light the orc player intercepted, if nothing unexpected happened, should be a demigod-level item. Who do you think you are? Just because you say it's yours, it's yours. Another dwarf player sneered, also fixated on the streak of light. Although nearly 100 streaks of light had just flown out simultaneously, the energy of the one before them was less than a palm's worth. Soon, the previously tranquil void erupted into chaos. Everyone engaged in a fierce fight, vying for the streak of light. Some, less powerful than others, were unable to intercept the incoming light, and could only chase after it, waiting for its energy to dissipate. Holy crap, a holy level staff. What the hell is this? A memory crystal? Fuck, epic level weapon blueprints. What use do I have for that? What the hell is this? Just a legendary armor, incomplete at that. Speechless. Burning rays of light were intercepted, revealing the objects within. The value of the items varied widely, from priceless demigod-level items to worthless artifacts. Even so, everyone enthusiastically intercepted them. After all, these things were free. Getting them was a win. The spatial rift continued to erupt, erupting 5 times in a row, each time with more rays of light than the last. In just 3 days, nearly 1,000 rays of light flew out. Some streams of light were intercepted, while others flew into the dark void, either expending their energy and stopping, or crashing into meteorites and planes. Not just here, but throughout the intermediate realm, ancient ruins emerged, continuously spewing out streams of light, bringing artifacts from the ancient age of the gods into this era. The movements throughout the intermediate realm could no longer be concealed. More and more players arrived from afar to join the struggle. It was foreseeable that a terrifying storm was about to sweep across the void. The Bloodly Plain. Atop the snowy mountains stood a vast manor, surrounded by towering snow-capped mountains. These mountains, like towering guards, constantly safeguarded the compound. For all beings on this plain, whether followers of the clan or divine players, this snowy mountain was a mysterious place, even a forbidden zone. No one could enter without permission. In the backyard, the grass was covered with a variety of rare plants, all spiritual herbs that were priceless outside, but now they were all just ornamental items, casually placed like ordinary flowers. In the center of the courtyard, there was an exquisite pavilion with a stone table. 2 men sat at the stone table, sipping their cups of tea. They were none other than the elders of the Bloody Dawn, Yungya, and the teacher. The teacher took a sip of his tea and, looking at the young man before him, couldn't help but sigh. Time flies. It seems like almost 50 years have passed since we last met. I think so. Su Xingyu shook his teacup, looking a little bored. The downside of the immortal seed is that you don't know the length of time. The teacher's eyes were a little confused. The longer he lived, the weaker his sense of time became. Don't really become a god. Su Xingyu glanced at him and chuckled. Hee hee. The teacher also smiled, then said, that's not the case. Even if I'm not as good as you, I'm not useless. I still have some self-control. The gods have always been high in the sky, enjoying the faith of billions of believers. Coupled with the long years of tempering, their personalities gradually become indifferent, and their divine side begins to prevail. With this gradual change, one day they will become true gods. Su Xingyu smiled and said, it's okay. If you ever lose your humanity, come to me, and I'll help you change back. That's not necessary. The teacher's face darkened, and he quickly refused. He had no doubt about Su Xingyu's strength, but who knew how he would change him back? He changed the subject. I heard you clash with a powerful figure from the South District not long ago. How was it? Players haven't clashed for a long time now, and with no rankings, no one has a clear idea of the other player's strengths. They can only make estimates based on the original rankings. It was just a few moves, not a fight. Su Xingyu shook his head, then thought for a moment before saying, in terms of strength, it's probably about the same as a martial artist, maybe a little weaker. We didn't engage in a full-scale fight, so I can't be sure. You didn't leave anything behind. That's a bit out of character for you, the teacher asked curiously. In his impression, the young man before him had always been a tough guy. If he didn't fight, it was fine. But if he did, it would definitely yield results. You're making me sound like some big villain, bound to hurt someone if I strike. Su Xingyu glanced at him, speechless, then explained, the other party's backer isn't simple either. Just teach them a lesson. If we really kill them, there's no telling if we'll succeed, and even if we do, it'll be more harm than good. As they were chatting, a series of beeps sounded. Someone had sent him a message via the system message channel. Su Xingyu frowned slightly and checked. It was from his new recruit, Chen Ming. What's going on? The teacher asked curiously, putting down his teacup. Something interesting has happened in the void. The ruins of the ancient gods have revived. Su Xingyu hadn't hidden it from the teacher. It was impossible to keep such a thing a secret. Even an amateur like Chen Ming could get the news, and with the power of Bloody Dawn, he'd surely know too. And indeed, it was. Not long after, news of the ancient ruins' resurrection appeared in the group chat, and it contained even more details than Chen Ming had known. Ancient ruins are constantly spewing forth artifacts from the ancient gods, even true artifacts and divine powers. Truly. A smile crossed the teacher's face as he read the messages in the group chat. Interesting. It seems this void is about to be in turmoil again. I'm lucky to have encountered something like this just after emerging from retreat. Based on just a few messages, the teacher predicted that a major war was inevitable. With so many people and so little resources, and with varying strengths, conflict was inevitable. A fight was inevitable. And unlike the previous minor skirmishes, this time everyone had developed, and the battle would be even more brutal. Perhaps, many players would fall this time. It's truly quite interesting. A cold glint flashed in Su Xingyu's eyes, but his smile remained. For him, the coming war was a feast for treasures. Others had to worry about danger, but he didn't. This was the confidence of a supreme being. I was thinking we'd have a good chat after not seeing each other for so long, but now it seems that's out of the question. After a few more words, the teacher grew restless and stood up, exiting the pavilion. His figure vanished in a flash of light. I'll go back and get ready. We'll contact you later. It's already so late. What's the harm in being a little later? Su Xingyu shook his head and slowly drank the tea in his cup. Then he stood up and, with a wave of his hand, the tea set on the stone table instantly disintegrated into powder, dispersing with the wind. Then he opened the portal and stepped through, leaving the bloodly plain and returning to the eternal night plane. The courtyard was once again peaceful. Chapter 255. Dark Divine Mountain. The mountain's peak towers, reaching into the clouds, exuding an ancient and barbaric aura, like an ancient divine pillar supporting the heavens, nestled amidst this vast land. At the foot of the mountain lies an ancient forest. Influenced by the energy overflowing from the mountain, the various plants within this forest thrive, creating an exceptionally lush vegetation. The trees are so tall and dense, their branches and leaves blocking out the sun, making it difficult for even sunlight to penetrate. The mountain is perpetually shrouded in mist, permeated by a thick aura of darkness, like an endless abyss, silent and terrifying, devouring all light and life around it. Within it dwell many powerful beasts, as well as the fallen who have failed to bear the divine blessing. It is so dangerous that even the people of eternal night, protected by the Lord of Darkness, dare not tread lightly. Atop a high mountain stood a magnificent temple, facing north, toward the city. Like the eyes of a deity, it constantly watched over its people. The Temple of Eternal Night, located within the innermost chamber. The Pope, clad in black vestments, was absorbed in theology. As the dark god's representative on earth, he possessed supreme authority, almost second only to one man and above millions. Everything in the world was at his disposal. Be it wealth, beauty, power, or status, if he desired it, someone would offer it to him. The dark gods imposed few restrictions on their followers, nor did they demand saintly integrity. Therefore, theoretically, even the Pope could marry and have children. They could even view the Pope's duties as a job. As long as they fulfilled their duties, no one would interfere with their private lives. However, all previous popes were relatively incorruptible. Whether influenced by the deity's personalities or simply inherently so, after becoming popes, they all became rather aloof. They focused their attention solely on the study of theology, constantly refining the texts concerning the dark gods, so that their followers could more directly perceive their greatness. The current Pope of Eternal Night, Virgil, was similarly steadfast. Unless there was a matter requiring his attention, he would spend the majority of his days studying theology. Virgil. A cold voice echoed directly into Virgil's mind. Virgil was startled for a moment, then immediately stood up and looked towards the statue of the deity not far away. He saw the majestic statue's eyes glowing with a black light, as if fully alive. Virgil greets my lord. Quickly straightening his robes, Virgil couldn't conceal his excitement as he knelt respectfully. Your humble servant, Virgil, greets you. May the glory of the supreme and holy great God shine forever upon this starry sky. Even though Virgil had reached the power of a high demigod, he now prostrated himself like a mortal, prostrating himself before the deity. Su Xingyu was silent for a moment. After Virgil finished speaking, a dark glint flashed across the statue's eyes, transmitting the message to his mind. Act within your capabilities. Don't force anything. Prioritize your own life. After relaying the information about the resurrection of the ancient ruins to Virgil, Su Xingyu immediately withdrew his gaze, and the statue regained its composure. Farewell, my lord. Virgil shouted loudly, remaining kneeling for a moment before slowly rising to his feet. His mental power was immense, and the oracle's message was limited, so Virgil quickly grasped the situation. Ancient ruins from the age of the gods have revived. I wonder if we can profit from this. Virgil's expression changed slightly. This matter was too huge, and even as the Pope of the Temple, he couldn't make a direct decision. Virgil quickly summoned powerful demigods from across the plains through the temple's special channels. Within a few hours, dozens of figures, either in person or as spiritual projections, appeared within the temple, all of them peak-level demigods. Your Highness, may I know why you have summoned us here? Glancing at the circle of powerful demigods, everyone felt a sense of nervousness and bewilderment. What the hell is going on? Aside from a few special individuals, they've summoned all the demigods in the entire empire. Even when the Eternal Night Plane ascended and began its massive territorial expansion, it didn't summon so many demigods. Our Lord has sent down an oracle. Virgil didn't offer any polite words, getting straight to the point. Everyone stood up straight after hearing the opening words. Ancient ruins from the age of the gods have begun to revive, and countless treasures and relics have been released. Virgil shared the oracle's contents with everyone, asking them to decide what to do next. First and foremost, participation was a must. The revival of ancient ruins presented countless opportunities, and no one wanted to miss this opportunity, especially those of them in the demigod realm. After reaching the demigod realm, the Empire's assistance to them was now extremely limited. If they wanted to advance further, they had to rely on themselves. Divine ruins. Fuck. What are you waiting for? These are divine ruins. Let's get going. If we're late, they might be robbed. It's been ages since we had a good fight, hee. Hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement, eager to fly to the ancient ruins immediately. Silence. Yi-Zhan, standing at the front, frowned slightly and tapped the floor. Everyone immediately fell silent, like an elementary school student meeting their teacher. In the Eternal Night Empire, Yi-Zhan held a commanding presence, not only because of his immense strength, but also because of his status. The commander of the Eternal Night Paladins, the Empire's most powerful legion, the Eternal Night Empire's foremost warrior, a man blessed by the gods, and one of the original tribesmen. Ever since before the gods bestowed their glory, Yi-Zhan had been a foremost warrior within his tribe. He later followed the gods, leading the Eternal Night Legion on campaigns across the land, defeating powerful forces one after another and bringing the Empire to its present glory. He himself was deeply favored by the gods, who bestowed upon him numerous divine blessings, transforming him from a mortal born in an ordinary world to his current stature. It's hard to say for others, but at least for the tribesmen of the Eternal Night Empire, most of them grew up watching Yi-Zhan's legendary stories. Even now that he's ascended to demigod status, putting them on the same level, they still hold this elder brother in high esteem. May I say a few words? Asked a middle-aged man standing near the front, wearing a crown and regal attire. Yi-Zhan turned and saw Archon Ulysses. He politely said, "Go ahead." Ulysses paused, then spoke, "Everyone, whether for His Majesty the God, the Eternal Night Empire, or even for ourselves, we cannot miss this feast. The path to strength is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. If we want to maintain our advantage, we must constantly move forward and seize every opportunity to grow stronger. But we can't just ignore everything and go away." According to His Majesty's oracle, the revival of the divine ruins will involve the entire void realm. Needless to say, how many powerful beings will arrive? The revival of the divine ruins this time is a rare feast, but also a crisis. Everyone could die, even demigods. Those who can participate in battles involving the void are at least 9th level Saint Realm beings. On such a battlefield, even a demigod at the pinnacle of the plane could only barely maintain a foothold. If a full-scale war broke out, they could be annihilated. We will fight for our Lord until death. It's just death, why should we fear it? At worst, we can return to the divine realm and serve our Lord. At this, everyone present suddenly wore a fanatical expression, shouting loudly like the fanatics. "If your excellency, the Archon, is concerned, why not stay and manage the affairs of the Empire? We will go over." A foreign demigod glanced at Ulysses and said, "Darka, how dare you?" Yi-Zhan's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "It's all right, Commander Yi-Zhan, there's no need for that." Ulysses saw this, and quickly stopped Yi-Zhan. Then, looking at the demigod, he smiled and said, "Although I'd love to go, I'll stay in the Eternal Night Empire for this feast, as you said." Everyone was a little surprised, clearly not expecting Ulysses to say this. Ulysses continued, "You are all my lord's bravest warriors. I know you're not afraid of death, and I'm not either. If I were, I wouldn't have made it this far. With the exception of a very few gifted individuals, those who achieve demigodhood have all experienced life and death. For such beings, death is not enough to frighten them." In his youth, Ulysses had led legions across the battlefield, and Yi-Zhan had personally fought the enemy, countless times leaving his armor stained with blood. Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Ulysses explained, "Everyone, I hope you remember that your lives belong not only to you, but also to our Lord and the Eternal Night Empire. Therefore, even if you are not afraid of death, you cannot die at will. Your death will affect our Lord and cause unrest throughout the Empire. The Eternal Night Empire is now vast and powerful, boasting a number of powerful warriors unimaginable to other players. However, even so, demigods remain rare and extremely valuable strategic units. Having ruled the Empire for many years, Ulysses is well versed in the entire Eternal Night Empire. The Empire's vast territory requires not only the suppression of the legions, but also the indispensable presence of demigod warriors. If these powerful warriors suffer significant casualties, the Eternal Night Empire will be thrown into turmoil. something he cannot accept. Presumably, this wasn't something His Majesty the gods wished to see. Before His Majesty returned to the divine realm, he instructed us to act within our capabilities, not to force ourselves, and to prioritize our lives. Pope Virgil spoke up upon hearing this. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Since that's the case, then let's follow the Archon's instructions. We can participate, but we can't just rush in and grab everything without caring about anything else. Yi John was the first to speak out. Soon, the other human demigods followed suit, agreeing with Ulysses' point of view. Seeing everyone else agree, the more confused demigods of various races naturally nodded in agreement. Time is running out, so I won't be polite with you. Ulysses didn't hesitate. First, there's the issue of remaining behind. Although we have top-tier legions watching over us, we also need top-tier experts. Therefore, someone must remain in the Eternal Night Plane. I've thought about it, and at least 5 demigods are needed to guard the Eternal Night Plane to prevent other Essence gods from taking advantage of the situation. Also, while ordinary legions can't help in the void, they can mobilize war fortresses and cooperate with the magic demigods. It's best not to attack the same ruins at the same time to avoid sieges from other Essence gods. Split into several smaller teams. Don't worry about the Eternal Night Empire. I'll arrange everything. Ulysses' thinking was clear, and he quickly came up with a relatively safe plan. Everyone agreed after hearing it. Finally, remember, your life is the most important. Your lives belong to His Majesty Eternal Night and the Empire. Don't give them up lightly. In the dark divine realm. Not bad, he didn't get carried away. Listening to Ulysses' arrangements, Su Xingyu was very satisfied. This Archon's abilities and character were both excellent. Ulysses was right. To gods, believers were extremely important. Their lives didn't belong solely to them. The foundation of a god lies in faith, and faith comes from believers. And demigod believers, especially those who have been cultivated and become absolutely loyal, are the god's right-hand men. In the future, these believers will have the potential to become subordinate gods, standing on both sides of the pantheon. Let's put it this way. If all god players were asked to choose between a demigod believer and a true artifact, most would choose the demigod believer. Since everything has been arranged, then consider my preparations a trump card. Su Xingyu naturally couldn't just ignore these important believers. He had to make the necessary preparations. Not only would he help them defeat their opponents, but at least they would have no problem saving their lives. If nothing unexpected happens, Su Xingyu left a dormant avatar to guard the plane. He left the divine realm, escaped the Eternal Night Plane, and arrived in the void. Hopefully, I'll meet some interesting people. Gazing into the depths of the void, Su Xingyu's eyes flickered, a strange smile forming on his face. He then tore through space and entered the subspace, traveling at breakneck speed. After the divine ruins were revived, the surrounding void no longer allowed teleportation portals to be opened through the system. Those seeking to pass through had to rely on their own strength. Either travel directly through the void, or tore through space and enter the dangerous subspace. Chapter 256. Su Xingyu traversed the subspace, armored and sword in hand. His speed was incredible, like a giant black dragon, charging forward. Even the dangerous spatial turbulence couldn't stop him. His goal was clear, to head towards the distant location where the ancient aura emanated. Although the time was short, after the resurgence of numerous divine relics, the patterns of their resurgence were quickly sorted out. Other players might not be able to obtain this information, but Bloody Dawn, considered a top-tier force, certainly could. From far to near, from shallow to deep. If the Void Realm is viewed as a series of black hole vortexes, then the area with the highest concentration of spiritual energy in the center of the vortex can be considered the core area, while the outer vortex is the outlying area with lower spiritual energy concentration. This time, the resurgence of the divine relics follows the principle of resurgence from the outside in. The less spiritual energy there is, the faster it will recover. Of course, the faster the resurgence, the lower the level. The divine relics located in the borderlands are mostly of the lower true god level. The relics that have emerged from them are rarely seen, even at the demigod level, let alone true god level. The Eternal Night Plane lies at the very center of the vortex. Regardless of whether any divine relics have revived here, even if they do, it would likely take a long time. Su Xingyu had no intention of waiting around. Currently, within the thousands of void units surrounding the Eternal Night Plane, according to gathered intelligence, 8 divine relics have revived. These include 1 of the upper true god, 2 of the middle true god, and 5 of the lower true god. These divine relics were scattered and haphazardly arranged. Su Xingyu's current target was simple: the farthest, Highest level, upper true god relic. Fight! Get out of my way. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Evil gods, you deserve to die. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the void. Stars exploded, brilliantly like fireworks, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Hundreds of powerful beings gathered here, crammed within a 10,000-mile radius, vying for the items emanating from the ruins. The battle was fierce. Each of them had reached at least the 9th level Saint realm. Only such beings could move freely in the void. Damn it! I set my eyes on this thing first. Get out of my way. Merx, a player from the southern region, who had reached the powerful demigod realm, was furious. The divine light shone throughout his body, and a powerful aura emanated from him, making the surrounding void heavy. Merx reached out to the void, grasping at the ball of light that had been trapped there, its energy level having already reached that of a true god. Humph, who said this thing is yours? Ask it, and see if it agrees. Alant, another powerful demigod player, responded unyieldingly. He was also shrouded in divine light, emanating a powerful surge of power, his strength no less than Merx's. He swung his sword down, its dark blade silently slicing through the giant divine hand, severing its palm and wrist. Alant then extended his hand, drawing the ball of light towards him. The lure of a true god-level item was fatal to the two. Even though their strength had reached the level of powerful demigods, making them prominent figures to outsiders, only they themselves understood the bitterness within. Due to their shallow foundations, they still possessed no true divine artifacts. It's no exaggeration to say that once they obtain a true divine artifact, their overall strength will be elevated to a new level. At that point, with the blessing of the world consciousness, they will even dare to challenge true gods. Of course, the relic hasn't been fully revealed yet. We can only confirm that it's a true god-level item, but whether it's truly a true divine artifact remains uncertain. But even so, it's still a priceless treasure. Humph, it seems you're determined to go against me today. Merx waved his staff, divine power surging within him, instantly blocking Alant's pull. Flames illuminated the void, a ring of flames covering 100 miles. At that moment, Merx transformed into a flaming giant, like a sun, spewing flames outward, illuminating the entire void. Scorching flames rose, and enormous crimson pythons, thousands of meters long, emerged from Merx's body. They swirled and danced in the void, emitting a deafening roar. Seeing this, Alant's expression changed slightly. If you want this thing, then show me your strength. Merx's eyes flashed like fireballs, gleaming brightly. With a roar, he controlled the crimson python and charged towards Alant. Fight! Alant gripped his sword tightly, its blade gleaming with a cold black light. With one strike, the sword energy, empowered by the laws of nature, met the oncoming crimson python. The two sides quickly engaged in an intense battle. The sword light and flames intertwined, forming powerful waves of energy that expanded outward. Stars collapsed like mountains, and the void exploded. Micrometeors exploded, and the terrifying aftermath shook the entire space. Even the other demigods fighting nearby were frightened by the scene. Two monsters. The weaker demigods, in tacit agreement, retreated, away from the area of confrontation between the two more powerful demigods, to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Admittedly, they were all demigods, and the aftermath alone would have no chance of harming them. But if the two warring parties thought they were intent on joining the fray and were attacked in unison, that would be disastrous. The battlefield was divided into multiple zones, where beings ranging from 9th level saints to powerful demigods joined the fray. The stronger the strength, the further forward they were positioned, making it easier to intercept the relic streams. 9th level beings could only station themselves at the outermost perimeter, fighting for the relic streams that the demigods hadn't managed to intercept. The items within these streams weren't particularly good. At best, they were saint level, and most were just miscellaneous items. Even so, for these 9th level saints, it was a rare feast. Just like the ancient city of the old gods that Su Xingyu and his companions had explored, the items within the ancient city weren't inherently valuable, but the technology they employed was invaluable. After all, this technology hailed from the age of the gods, long lost in the passage of time. There were nearly 100 demigods present, with the number of powerful ones reaching double digits. It was, admittedly, a bit intimidating. No player, not even the weaker ones, was willing to pass up this rare opportunity. Merx and Alant engaged in a fierce battle, their tempers growing as time went on. The two powerful laws permeated the void, and the relic, enveloped in a radiant light, lay above the battle zone, engulfed by both forces, making it impossible for anyone to seize it. Both sides deliberately avoided this area, intending to wait for the winner to claim the spoils. However, during the interlude between the two men's clash, a mysterious black shadow, evading their detection, silently arrived near the relic. It was a powerful demigod-level phantom rat. Born from the abyss, the phantom rat's direct combat power was not strong, ranking at the bottom of its class, but it possessed hidden abilities unmatched by ordinary creatures. You dare! You're courting death. The two men instantly erupted in rage, their eyes bloodshot. They turned their attacks and joined forces to attack the phantom rat. The shadows and flames mingled, a weight so heavy that even those thousands of miles away felt a sense of oppression, as if two worlds were pressing down upon them. I'll take this relic of the true god. The phantom rat revealed its true form, unflinchingly swallowing the relic. Then, tearing open a dimensional rift, it transformed into a stream of black light, ignoring the turbulent flow within, dashing directly into it and escaping. Just then, the two men's attacks had just arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The phantom rat's form vanished. Their attacks pounded the void, instantly exploding a vast, dark hole several kilometers across. Without hesitation, the two men rushed into the warp, intent on pursuing the phantom rat. However, it was far from easy. Already adept at concealment, the phantom rat found its home in the chaotic and disordered warp, thriving like a fish in water. In a blink of an eye, they vanished completely. As expected, a short while later, they emerged from the warp, their bodies stained with blood from scratches caused by the turbulent flow. Damn, despicable rat! Merx roared, furious. Alon's reaction wasn't quite as dramatic, but his expression was still uncharacteristically grim, his eyes cold. Don't let me encounter you again, or I'll burn your body to charcoal, inch by inch. Merx uttered these harsh words, then discontinued his struggle with Alon. The object they were fighting over was gone, and naturally, there was no point in continuing the fight. He turned and left, rushing to the other side of the battlefield to scramble for other items. Soon, the scene became even more chaotic. Even further away, the phantom rat, having escaped into the warp, had already fled. He had no intention of participating in the subsequent struggle. For him, obtaining a true god-level item was already quite satisfying. Despite his powerful demigod strength, the phantom rat knew his own strength was inferior to that of other demigods. In a head-on confrontation, it would be nearly impossible for him to seize a true god-level item. Once I've digested this artifact, even if I can't dominate the demigod realm, I won't be crushed by other demigods. The object encased in the ball of light was indeed an artifact, one perfectly suited to the demon rat. Thinking of the improvement he'd achieve after refining it, the demon rat felt a surge of emotion. Just as he was contemplating a bright future, a wave suddenly surged ahead. The demon rat froze, as if he had never encountered such a situation before. Before the demon rat could avoid it, the wave swept over his body, sending chills through him. It carried no energy, but instead conveyed a terrifying will. Degradation, death. Degradation to the depths of the abyss, surrendering to the feet of the great dark gods. Faced with this powerful will, the phantom rat felt no desire to resist, and immediately attempted to leave the warp. However, it was too late. A will locked onto it. A powerful demigod-level beast can actually travel through the warp. Interesting. A cold voice entered its mind, and a dark figure appeared in front of the phantom rat. Like an abyss, like a prison. Facing it was like facing the entire world. A true god, the phantom rat was horrified, and a sense of fear rose in its heart. Even when facing a true god, it had never felt this way. Before the phantom rat could react, the figure waved its hand, and the phantom rat was trapped on the spot. It could only watch helplessly, as its body was swallowed by darkness. A true god's relic. I'm lucky to come across such a good thing, while traveling. I guess I'm quite lucky. Su Xingyu looked at the shadow orbit his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Although he possessed many true artifacts, who would have such a thing? After a brief adjustment, Su Xingyu transformed once again into a dark torrent, charging forward with immense force. He crushed both spatial turbulence and spatial fissures. Soon, Su Xingyu arrived not far from the true god's ruins. Seeing an unclosed opening ahead, he rushed through it without a second thought. When he descended, he immediately became the focus of everyone present. His terrifying aura, rivaling that of a true god, made him impossible for any being to ignore. The scene gradually calmed down, and the intensity of the fighting waned, becoming somewhat restrained. Then, a calm voice echoed through the void. I want this place. I'll give you 1 minute. Get out. The calm voice carried undeniable dominance, like that of a divine king towering above all the gods. Seeing the sudden appearance of the dark figure, a gloom instantly descended upon everyone, especially the powerful demigods, whose expressions were utterly grim. A powerful being with combat power comparable to that of a true god, a powerful demigod muttered to himself, sensing the incoming aura. The strongest individuals present were only powerful demigods. No matter how precious an item appeared, everyone would vie for it. But now, with the sudden appearance of a being as powerful as a true god, the most precious items would no longer be theirs. Furthermore, this person seemed to want to monopolize the place. Several powerful demigods exchanged glances, seemingly conversing. "Didn't you hear me?" Su Xingyu glanced around and sneered. "Anyone still here in 1 minute will be killed. You're only a demigod, without the divine fire ignited. Do you really think you can challenge all of us alone?" Already fuming with anger, Merkuz attacked furiously. In an instant, a field of flames unfolded. With a wave of his hand, Merkuz launched countless crimson spears toward the dark god. "Let's attack together." "I don't believe it. We're all demigods. How can it possibly kill us all?" "Kill it. Show it our strength." The dark god's dominance already irritated everyone, and now that someone was leading the charge, their rage ignited. They all attacked, charging towards the dark god. Chapter 257. You're insolent. Su Xingyu's face instantly turned cold, his eyes indifferent, as he looked at the crowd charging towards him with disdain. "If you don't want to live, then go die." With that, he casually slashed forward with his long sword, and dark sword energy surged out like a wave, covering them. A crack several thousand meters wide opened in the void. The countless crimson spears that attacked, upon contact with the dark sword energy, vanished in an instant like shattered ice particles encountering gushing molten lava, without causing a single ripple. Even with just a casual strike, the vast disparity between the two forces was too great for Merkz to resist, even with all his might. The sword energy, undiminished in force, slashed straight towards Merkz. Looking at the incoming dark sword energy, Merkz felt a strong threat. He was about to dodge, but he discovered that the surrounding space had been sealed off. "How is this possible?" Merkz roared, his body ablaze with crimson flames, the laws surrounding him. He raised his shield and charged forward like a warrior. "A sword energy trying to kill me. Impossible. Block it." As the sword energy approached, Merkz felt he wasn't facing a single blade of energy, but an entire world of darkness. Two powerful forces clashed, black and red contrasting. The surrounding void exploded, and the terrifying aftermath spread in both directions, sending powerful warriors flying backwards and shattering stars, reaching an unknown destination. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the fiery red semi-artifact shield shattered. Crimson flames and dark sword energy intertwined, erupting in a dazzling burst of light. Ah! The sword energy slashed through him, sending Merkz flying. The dark power eroded his body, causing him to wail in agony. The double blow to his mind and body was like a mortal suffering from an illness, a profound discomfort. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, and just as he was about to move forward to finish off the enemy, the others attacked. "Kill! Die!" Seeing Su Xingyu injure Merkuz with a single blow, anyone who said they weren't afraid would be lying. They saw that, while the opponent was still a demigod, his strength was completely different from theirs. If they had encountered such a being alone, they would have surrendered without a word and turned away. But now the arrow was on the string, and it had to be fired. They couldn't let go of this fat piece of meat that was already within their grasp. Since the enemy wouldn't let them live, they had to fight. Dozens of beings, at least high-level demigods, attacked Su Xingyu simultaneously, the scene unprecedented in scale. With Su Xingyu as the center, the void for hundreds of kilometers was shattered. Due to a lack of coordination, dozens of high-energy strikes, each imbued with the power of the law, countered each other with depletion. But even so, the resulting effect was still terrifying. Interesting. Faced with the siege, Su Xingyu dared not be careless. His body suddenly grew, transforming into a dark giant several thousand meters tall. The star-swallowing armor on his body glowed with a dark golden glow. At that moment, Su Xingyu seemed to have transformed into a black hole, twisting everything around him, visible and invisible, before being pulled in and devoured. Even beings tens of thousands of miles away felt a sense of tug. Their vision was engulfed, unable to observe the battlefield. They could only vaguely sense a vast vortex swirling over there. Flames, yellow sand, rivers, shadows, curses, slashes. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, powerful blows plunged into the black hole, striking the dark giant. "So what if you're a transcendent? You'll have to bow before us." A player who had reached the powerful demigod realm sneered. Transcendent is the name given to the top powerhouses in the North District. As for how to define the top powerhouses, simple, The players who made it to the final 2 waves of the second qualifying round were considered top powerhouses. According to this standard, only 2 people in Blood Dawn had achieved it: Eternal Night and Glory. No matter how powerful you are, as long as you're still a demigod, you can't withstand our combined might. A player sneered, observing the void engulfed by the energy shockwaves. Greedy fellow, you're determined to force us into a desperate situation. Now, you'll not only return empty-handed, but also suffer a loss of skin, a demigod sneered with a cold, mocking gaze. Almost everyone present didn't believe this mysterious powerhouse could withstand this attack. The combined attack of dozens of at least high-ranking demigods didn't require any elaborate effects. If they hit, even a true god would be injured. As they continued their attacks, the black hole ahead shifted. It began to expand violently, beating like a heart with a bang, bang, bang sound. A cold voice rang out from within. Nice attack power. Here it comes back to you. Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone could react, the black hole expanded and spun, blasting out energy bolts, bombarding their master. Not good. How is this possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could they be unscathed after such a blow? Looking at the dark spirit standing at the center of the black hole, unscathed and its aura still surging, everyone couldn't believe their eyes and senses. It was simply unbelievable. The combined attack of dozens of demigods had inflicted no damage. Before they could even think, the returned attacks were already approaching. Everyone attacked, deflecting or counterattacking, but the attacks were harmless. At the same time, Su Xingyu also rushed forward, his figure flashing, weaving through the dark void, making him completely invisible to the others. Be careful. Alant warned, shouting to the crowd. Everyone gather around. Don't let him pick us off one by one. Heh! A powerful demon soul dragon spider, having reached the demigod realm, sneered. Just as he was about to say something, a dark figure suddenly appeared not far behind him. Be careful. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they warned the demon soul dragon spider. What? The demon soul dragon spider's divine sense swept the surroundings, but found nothing unusual. However, seeing the crowd's reactions, it knew something was definitely behind it. Without hesitation, the demon soul dragon spider immediately ignited its essence, bursting out at the fastest speed in its life, and rushed forward without looking back. But it was still too late. Very decisive, but too slow. A cold voice echoed, and a black spear, emitting the aura of death, pierced the demon soul dragon spider's head from top to bottom, instantly piercing it. The power of death surged into it. Roar! The demon soul dragon spider sensed the threat of death, and roared in agony like a mortal beast. In an instant, the demon soul dragon spider's life force was largely extinguished, its consciousness invaded by the will of death, shattered. He raised his head and gazed at the dark giant above, his eyes filled with fear. He felt he was facing not a demigod, but a true deity ruling the dark world. Even though he had reached the demigod realm, unmatched by all living creatures, in the presence of this great master, he felt as if he were a child again, standing on the ground, gazing up at the sky, feeling as tiny as an ant compared to the soaring dragon. Great your majesty, I wish. Under the pressure of death, the demon soul dragon spider immediately abandoned its demigod dignity, and begged for mercy, but Su Xingyu ignored him. The law of death coiled around it like vines, spreading throughout its body. The aura of death exploded within the demon soul dragon spider, instantly, and severely wounding it, leaving it unable to move. But even so, the demon soul dragon spider did not die immediately. Demigods are inherently tenacious, and the demon soul dragon spider, as a unique monster, is even more so. Even a true god would find it difficult to completely kill it in such a short period of time. At the same time, the others rushed over and attacked Su Xingyu, hoping to save the demon soul dragon spider. Su Xingyu sneered, his eyes flashing, and the darkness beneath his feet began to writhe, transforming into a maw thousands of meters across, swallowing the demon soul dragon spider into the darkness. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The energy torrent mixed with the power of multiple laws hit again. Su Xingyu remained calm, swung the dark sword in his left hand, and the sharp sword energy slashed towards the torrent. Swish! The terrifying torrent of laws was directly split apart. It clearly possessed greater energy, but it was useless. The cohesion between the two sides was completely different. If the combined might of everyone's strength was a piece of tofu, then the dark god sword energy was a knife. The tofu was thicker, but no matter how large it was, it couldn't withstand the blade. Fuck you. Fuck you. The crowd was horrified, unable to believe that the person before them was a demigod. Sword in his left hand, gun in his right, Su Xingyu attacked again, charging into the crowd, like a tiger among sheep, unbridled and unstoppable. He swung his sword carelessly, countless dark sword energies crisscrossing. Under the powerful laws, even a demigod would be injured by a touch. They once again felt the crushing blow of their strength. Ah! A high-level demigod player's body was split in two, his consciousness instantly extinguished. Die! The dark spirit suddenly appeared from behind a player, silently, and pierced the player's body with a single spear. The law of death enveloped them, suppressing their vitality. Then, with a casual flick of his hand, the godhood fell into his grasp. You? The player, whose strength approached that of a powerful demigod, turned to look at Su Xingyu stunned, having never expected to die so easily. A wave of regret suddenly rose in his heart. Why had he been so greedy? With his strength as a high-level demigod, he wasn't worthy of remaining in this upper true god-level ruins. He had already obtained 2 semi-artifacts. He should have been content long ago. But now, greed had cost him his life. Ignoring his remorse, Su Xingyu flung his body into the dark space, and continued to attack the other demigods. After a short while, several more demigods fell, including a powerful one. It must be said that the teacher's previous assessment was spot on. If Su Xingyu didn't take action, it would be fine, but if he did, there would be casualties. The crowd formed into groups of 3 or 5, uniting to resist the formidable enemy. Lava Hell. Merx transformed into a flaming giant, his scepter tightly grasped in both hands, and then smashed it towards the dark figure in front. A sea of blazing fire instantly formed, engulfing all its companions. Scorching Sun Roar. The blazing flames rose, forming a massive fireball. Like the sun, it released a ring of flames. Then, under Merx's control, the fireball began to shrink and devour, refining everything within. The others, seeing this, felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively stepped back, away from Merx. Before anyone else could seize the opportunity to help, a black spot suddenly shone within the vast crimson fireball. The spot rapidly expanded, and with a resounding bang, the death lance shattered the barrier and pierced the fireball. A black figure burst out of the sphere and charged directly at Mercuz. The divine arts launched by the crowd, before they even touched him, were absorbed and neutralized by his armor. "You'll never get away with killing me." Mercuz knew that at his speed, escaping would only lead to death. Decisive, he immediately burned his divinity, gaining even greater combat power. His aura began to rise, bursting towards the true god. Su Xingyu's expression remained unchanged, his eyes revealing pure murderous intent. The longsword slashed, cleaving through the flaming aura and defensive spells. The death spear thrust forth, unavoidable, piercing Mercuz's chest. Death Devour. The divine power of death flowed along the spear, flowing through the wound and into Mercuz's body. The boundless aura of death rapidly devoured his life essence and consciousness. The extremely contaminating divine power was like a thorn in his flesh, difficult to dispel. Ah! Merx roared, and countless flaming spikes burst forth from his body, striking at the dark giant before him. However, before the spikes could even touch Mercuz's body, they were devoured. Su Xingyu's eyes remained icy, severely damaging Mercuz's physical essence and consciousness, leaving him nearly powerless to resist. "No one can insult me, not even a true god." Explode. As he was about to be thrown into the dark space, a flash of madness flashed in Mercuz's eyes, and he suddenly detonated his divine essence. The flaming giant rapidly expanded, like a volcano about to erupt. Su Xingyu's expression changed slightly, and he was about to break free, but a flaming cage suddenly erupted around him. "Haha, you want to escape? Stay and die with me," Merx cried frantically, using every possible means to seal off the area around them. At the same time, the others on the other side were equally furious. Instead of retreating, they advanced, joining forces to seal off the space around them. For a moment, even someone as strong as Su Xingyu couldn't escape. "Humph, you really think you can hurt me like this?" Seeing he couldn't escape, Su Xingyu acted decisively, casting several layers of defensive magic on himself. A dark millstone appeared before him, a divine crown resting on his head, his star-swallowing armor blazing brightly, and a shield held in his hand. These things were all genuine artifacts. "You?" Even with his life already in its final moments, Merx's jaw dropped. He could never imagine how one person could possess so many artifacts. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The blazing flame swept across like a wave, turning an area of tens of thousands of miles into a sea of fire. Chapter 258. Dazzling white light filled everyone's eyes, nearly blinding them, and the chaotic surge of energy rendered their spiritual senses ineffective. Even if it was only a temporary boost, at the last moment, Merkuz's strength undoubtedly approached the realm of a pseudogod. The authority of the laws he wielded was the authority of violent fire. When he recklessly triggered the explosion of divine essence, the resulting force was enough to injure even a true god. Even those at a distance were affected, toppled and shattered, looking utterly miserable. After a long while, the explosion slowly subsided, but the center of the blast remained unseen. Those who had wisely fled when Su Xingyu attacked, hiding hundreds of thousands of miles away, showed expressions of horror and trepidation. They had not expected the two sides to play such a large-scale game. Demigods fell like ants, even the powerful ones they considered great. That sudden arrival was truly terrifying. Did that being perish? Someone asked, still trembling as they watched the void transform into a sea of fire. Probably, possibly, probably. No. The nearby players were uncertain. Even though the explosion had been incredibly powerful, the strength displayed by the dark spirit far exceeded their imaginations. Could such a figure truly perish in a self-destruction? We were so far away, yet we were affected. I can't imagine what the scene at the center of the explosion was like. Even a powerful demigod would have perished instantly. Another fire-type player, observing the sea of fire before them and feeling its lingering power, had a complex expression, a mixture of envy and fear. Envy of Merkuz's strength, a powerful demigod wielding the power of fire, whose lethality was among the highest among his peers. Fear arose because even such a formidable being had now fallen completely. In this cruel world, there is no strongest being, only stronger beings. Even powerful demigods, unmatched by all living beings, were but ants in the eyes of some beings. How could the gap be so vast? We were all demigods, and they were powerful demigods, who had reached the pinnacle of demigodhood, yet they perished like this? This is ridiculous. Someone couldn't believe it, a little mad. The battle scene had just had a profound impact on them. A powerful demigod with the credentials to ignite the divine flame and uphold the divine kingdom. How could such a being fall so easily? If even powerful demigods can do this, then how will we, players, who aren't even high-level demigods, survive in the future? The besiegers of the Dark God, thousands of miles away, within the explosion's inner circle, united to withstand the blast's impact. Their faces etched with lingering fear. They clearly hadn't expected Merkuz to be so resolute, let alone the terrifying self-destruction of a powerful demigod. That monster should be dead, right? He's only a demigod, after all. There's no way he could withstand such an attack. A high-level demigod asked. That attack just now wouldn't have been easy for even a true god, let alone a demigod. Another player sneered. Even so, his gaze remained fixed on the center of the explosion, his divine sense at full power. Even if he's not dead, his condition isn't much better. A local creature, with the strength of a powerful demigod, sneered. There's no point in guessing here. Let's attack together, and disperse the flames. Alon frowned slightly, his expression a bit complicated. Merkuz, who had just been battling him, had fallen just like that. Life is truly unpredictable. Without hesitation, everyone immediately took action, dispelling the blazing flames at the center of the battlefield. As expected. I knew it. How could a demigod survive such an explosion? So what if he's a transcendent? He still fell at our hands. Even those who had reached the transcendental realm of demigods couldn't control their emotions after seeing the situation at the center of the battlefield, their faces filled with ecstasy. The center of the battlefield was empty, save for a black hole hundreds of kilometers in diameter. The spatial turbulence within had been completely flattened. No one sensed any sign of life within. The situation was clear as day. That arrogant powerhouse has fallen. Ha ha ha, we killed a transcendent, and we boasted so much, but it seems it's nothing. A player laughed wildly. What transcendent? Faced with a massive wave of enemies, they would still fall on the spot. The transcendents are powerful across the board. Their followers are several levels stronger than ours. If it were an all-out war, we'd probably still have a fight. But this is the void, so no matter how powerful their followers are, they won't be able to make a difference. One player analyzed calmly, not blinded by this victory. He secretly vowed to never provoke a transcendent again. These guys are simply monsters. Even at their weakest, they can easily kill powerful demigods. I can't imagine how terrifying they would be if their followers were around. Victory. A powerful demigod player was just saying this, when several hurried voices rang out from across from him. Be careful. Run. At the same time, several energy strikes were directed at him. Before the powerful demigod could react or make a move, a spear pierced his chest. Death energy poured in, blocking his very essence. In an instant, he lost all resistance. Turning his head, he met a pair of indifferent eyes. The dark god looked somewhat bewildered, his breath fluctuating. He sneered, "You don't think the self-destruction of a powerful demigod is enough to kill me? You're looking down on me. Your Majesty, Fear filled the powerful demigod's eyes. He felt the threat of death for the first time in a long time. Looking at the dark god, he abandoned his divine dignity and begged for mercy, hoping for a chance to live. No need. Su Xingyu ignored his pleas for mercy. With a slight jerk of his right hand, he instantly tore through his body. Then, with a casual stroke, he extracted his godhead. The darkness beneath his feet wriggled, swallowing up the demigod's body Su Xingyu had discarded. He swung his left sword carelessly, sending a wave of dark sword energy surging out, completely drowning the incoming energy attacks. Then, he blasted towards the group, and Su Xingyu leaped, rapidly flying towards them. His figure appeared and disappeared, his position disorganized and impossible to track. How is it possible? He's completely unharmed. Everyone's expressions were utterly grim. They could see clearly that after suffering the bombardment from Merkuza's core, the dark god, though somewhat disheveled and his breath fluctuating, was completely unharmed. It even seemed to be even more ferocious. It was as if they had been provoked into a rage and raged. Fight him! We'll die together, what's there to be afraid of? Several players roared, shrouded in divine aura, as they charged towards Su Xingyu, ready for a desperate fight. Ah! Roar! Kill! The native creatures were stunned for a moment, then roared and charged forward. Ha ha ha, interesting. Looking at the native creatures charging towards him, Su Xingyu's expression was a little strange, and he laughed out loud. Swallow. The millstone behind him rose and shot forward. As it flew, it grew larger and larger, then slammed down, swallowing a dark dragon python tens of thousands of meters long. Su Xingyu transformed into light, and charged directly at an orc demigod. His 1,000-meter-long dark sword slashed down, splitting the void with unparalleled power. Stop it! The orc demigod's expression changed slightly. A phantom divine figure appeared behind him. He exerted force with both arms, gripping his massive hammer tightly, and charged towards the divine sword. Bang! With a resounding bang, two immense energies collided, a monstrous black hole appearing at the center of the collision, and the surrounding void shattered into countless fragments. In a mere instant, the orc demigod could no longer resist. Under his horrified gaze, the massive hammer cracked, shattered inch by inch, and finally exploded. The orc demigod was slashed and sent flying, his armor sliced open, leaving a thin bloody streak on his body. Dark divine power surged into him, like a shark encountering a swarm of flesh. Su Xingyu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He thrust forward with his right hand, gun in hand, and pierced the orc demigod's body with a single shot. The power of the laws transformed into chains, instantly encircling him. The other demigod's face paled as he saw this, realizing something was amiss. Where were the others' attacks? Looking back, the local demigod nearly fainted with rage. He saw that the people who had just been shouting about a fight to the death had now flown thousands of miles away. Alien god, you false gods without the dignity of a god, I curse you. Upon seeing this, the local demigod immediately erupted in curses, denouncing the players' dishonesty. So much nonsense. Su Xingyu sneered, reaching out and grabbing the creature, pulling it toward him. Looking at the dark god before him, a flicker of fear flashed in the local demigod's eyes, but he remained resolute and refrained from begging for mercy. Su Xingyu met his gaze, his eyes radiating a dark light that pierced the local demigod's spiritual consciousness, instantly shattering it. Then he enveloped his entire body in the power of death, beginning to drain his life force. Another one. As if dropping cargo, Su Xingyu casually tossed the sealed demigod's body into the dark space. Su Xingyu glanced at the fleeing crowd in the distance, and didn't pursue them. He simply said, "Go! If you want revenge, feel free to come back anytime. Whether it's your companions or the ones behind you, I'll be waiting here." At this, everyone flew even faster. Those watching from further away also knew the battle was over. This mysterious powerhouse had taken ownership of the ruins of a superior true god. To be honest, they were all a little disappointed. It wasn't that they had any feelings for the fallen masters, but rather a simple reason. This being's victory meant that no one else could seize the treasures here. I didn't expect it to end so easily, so effortlessly. Let's go! There's no need to stay here. Let's try our luck in other ruins. What a formidable powerhouse. With such strength, even a true god wouldn't be able to capture him. One demigod after another stopped and left, heading for other divine ruins. If they couldn't get it here, they would rob elsewhere. Poor quality is better than nothing. Some beings, barely ninth rank, hesitated for a moment, retreated tens of thousands of miles, and finally stopped. They didn't leave immediately, intending to stay on the periphery to see if they could pick up any items that the person had disdained. It wasn't that they didn't want to leave. It was that they didn't know where to go after leaving. Besides this upper-level true god ruin, the nearest other divine ruin was over 1,000 void units away. With their strength, catching up was too difficult. Rather than this, it's better to take a gamble here. Su Xingyu attempted to approach the spatial rift, but naturally failed. Though he advanced further than the others, he ultimately stopped 100 meters away. Arriving tens of thousands of meters in front of the spatial rift, Su Xingyu began to deploy a magic circle, preparing to use external forces to intercept the relic stream. After all, despite his immense power, if too many relics were gushing out, capturing them all would be difficult. Outside, 3 players, each at the advanced demigod level, hesitated for a long time before gritting their teeth and flying towards the inner perimeter. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, they entered the 100-kilometer radius of the rift. For a demigod, this distance could be covered in a few teleports. For Su Xingyu, it was even a single step. This meant that, if he so desired, none of these 3 players could escape. Su Xingyu turned to look at the 3, silent, but with a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Greetings, His Majesty the Eternal Knight." "Boss Eternal Knight." The 3 bowed respectfully. "From Bloody Dawn? Whose members are you?" Su Xingyu asked softly, a smile flickering across his face. "Your Majesty the Eternal Knight, I am a subordinate of Master Martial Master," the majestic orc demigod replied. The other 2 introduced themselves, as subordinates of Guangwei and Poseidon, respectively. "Not bad." Su Xingyu glanced at the 3 and chuckled. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the compliments. Please forgive us for what happened earlier. We..." Just as the 3 were about to apologize, Su Xingyu waved his hand, interrupting them. "All right, in that situation, your intervention would be pointless and would only distract me. Since we're all from the same organization, I won't let you go empty-handed. From such a distance, whether you can get anything depends on your luck." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The 3 were surprised to hear this, but then a look of joy crossed their faces. They had originally intended to apologize to avoid leaving a bad impression, but unexpectedly, they had gained something unexpected. Chapter 259. Several magic circles were placed around the spatial rift, then combined to form a single, super-large magic circle. With the power of this combined magic circle, Su Xingyu could draw upon the surrounding energy, significantly increasing his strength. It must be said that possessing a divine relic alone was indeed quite convenient. In the previous situation of a multi-person struggle, no single individual or group would be allowed to deploy a magic circle. Even if they did, others might accidentally destroy it. This large magic circle is indeed powerful, even effective against someone of Su Xingyu's level, but it is inherently fragile, and can be easily destroyed by simply disrupting its nodes. This means that the enemy he faced this time was a divine relic, devoid of autonomous consciousness. Otherwise, Su Xingyu wouldn't have bothered to deploy a magic circle. This also shows that his previous words were no joke. He truly desired to possess the entire relic. After completing the magic circle, he pondered for a moment before using the true divine artifact, the Dark Curtain, to obscure the void surrounding the divine ruins, preventing those outside from seeing clearly what was happening. Although he was confident in his own strength and not worried about others coming to cause trouble, it was better to minimize any trouble. Among the group outside, there must be members from other major organizations, and those organizations must also have top-tier experts behind them. If some precious treasure were to leak from this divine ruins later, attracting the attention of those top-tier experts, it would be disastrous. Blocking the view now would prevent others from seeing what was happening inside, saving them from wasting energy later. Out of sight, out of mind. Furthermore, Su Xingyu had an even bolder plan in mind. A single relic of the caliber of a higher-level true god would far from satisfy his appetite. Now that the crowds outside were already intimidated by him, perhaps he could leave an avatar here to guard the area. With a few genuine artifacts, even if a pseudo-god-level powerhouse arrived, he would be confident of suppressing them. His true form could then travel elsewhere to plunder the treasures of other divine relics. It must be said that this plan was both extremely bold and extremely greedy. If both sides encountered powerful enemies simultaneously, Su Xingyu might be in danger. But if this were accomplished, the rewards would be beyond imagination. After preparing everything, Su Xingyu would annihilate the life essence of the incapacitated divine players within the dark space one by one, shattering their spiritual consciousness and bringing them to their utter demise. This way, even if they still possessed a vast faith and could revive, it would be of no use. Not to mention the immense difficulty of reviving from faith with the power of a demigod. Even if they could be resurrected, the time it would take would be hundreds, even thousands of years. Such a lengthy period would only widen the gap between them and Su Xingyu. Had Su Xingyu not fallen by then, he would have reached who knows what rank. Even if they were resurrected, they would be mere ants to Su Xingyu. So, to Su Xingyu at this moment, these beings could be considered completely lost. Of course, this is only one possibility. Another, and more likely, possibility is that upon learning of their demise, their companions entered their dimension and took over everything within it. Then, let them peacefully fall into sleep, never to wake again. 13 demigods, 4 of them powerful, should be enough to intimidate some of the lesser ones. In the previous battle, Su Xingyu had slaughtered nearly half of the besiegers, his brutality unprecedented. Of course, the battle didn't look particularly intense. That's understandable, given the enormous disparity between the two sides. So great, it was that if they faced Su Xingyu alone, they would have had little chance of resistance. Even if they united, it would be a mere coalition of the weak, meaningless. Possessing a full set of true divine artifacts, and possessing immense strength, Su Xingyu's combat power was arguably beyond measure. Such beings shouldn't even exist. According to common sense, they should have ascended to the throne of true God long ago. The other player's description of them was quite accurate: transcendence. Not only transcending demigods, but transcending time. It would be highly unrealistic for a normal demigod, even a powerful one, to attempt to confront them. Of course, if they all possessed Merkuz's determination to self-destruct if defeated, then his words would be ignored. Nearly 2,000 void units from the Eternal Night Plane, a mid-level true god-level divine relic, was inhabited by hundreds of warriors at least at the Saint Realm, engaged in a fierce battle, vying for the treasures gushing forth from the ruins. In the inner area, despite the smaller numbers, the fighting was particularly intense. The items intercepted were at least Saint level, with many also of demigod quality. Among them were powerful solitary wolves, as well as small groups of 3 or 5. Among these teams, there was a very peculiar one. This team consisted of only 5, the strongest of whom was only a high-level demigod, and there was only one of them. On a battlefield now dominated by several powerful demigods, this wasn't considered a formidable force at all. And yet, this modest group managed to seize nearly 1/20th of the items. "Get out of my way!" Guillermo roared angrily, driving the war fortress forward. Inside the war fortress, tens of thousands of magicians simultaneously exerted their power, fully energizing this supersized weapon. Endless energy was absorbed by Guillermo, and a divine phantom appeared behind him. He raised the semi-artifact scepter high in his hand, and the divine phantom moved with it. Guillermo's eyes gleamed. Forbidden spell, Hell's Wail. The terrifying energy transformed into a shockwave, blasting forward, a roar that reached deep into the soul. The 3 demigods who had joined forces to intercept the treasure in front of them saw this, their expressions changing slightly, sensing a significant threat. "Damn it! Whose followers are these? They're going too far." The only high-level demigod among the 3 players looked at the oncoming war fortress, with a scowl on his face. If it were just Guillermo alone, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but with the war fortress, he was in trouble. At this moment, Guillermo's energy level was even greater than that of a powerful demigod. With such strength, even with the help of 2 companions, he would most likely be defeated. What a ridiculous rate of development. How can they even produce something as buggy as a war fortress? Another player couldn't help but curse upon seeing this. Although the power of his followers has grown rapidly with the strengthening of connections between players, they are at best still playing within the plane, far from venturing into the void. And now, a player's followers have actually arrived, commanding a war fortress to join the battle. This is simply outrageous. Seeing the situation was dire, the 3 of them dared not resist, and immediately abandoned the item they were about to obtain and flew elsewhere. Seeing this, Guillermo smiled and reached forward. The divine figure behind him instantly solidified, then reached out and grabbed Lu Guang. A semi-artifact, the quality seems quite good. Glancing at the jewel-encrusted staff in his hand, Guillermo showed a satisfied expression and tossed it into the war fortress, handing it over to a designated person for safekeeping. After securing the item, Guillermo did not advance, but returned to his original location and reunited with the other 2 war fortresses. There were only 5 members of the Eternal Night Empire who had come here. Guillermo was the most powerful, commanding a war fortress alone, while the other 4, with only the strength of ordinary demigods, operated them together. The 3 war fortresses, separated by hundreds of kilometers, were covered in thick armor, inscribed with advanced defensive and offensive inscriptions. They hovered in the void like triangular plates, occupying a considerable area. This area was even larger than that occupied by a powerful demigod. This also demonstrated the strength of this team. With the help of the 3 war fortresses, the 5 dark demigods displayed immense combat prowess, intercepting all the incoming streams of light from the ruins. After witnessing their strength, some demigods, who had intended to compete, were forced to retreat. Even those who had reached the rank of powerful demigods, after weighing the pros and cons, tacitly acknowledged the team's strength. The War Fortress is the culmination of the Eternal Night Empire's various domains. Once fully activated, it can unleash a power that would dazzle even the gods. However, forging a War Fortress is extremely difficult, involving numerous complex techniques and rare materials. Even a power as vast as the Eternal Night Empire currently possesses only a few dozen. This number may seem substantial, but it's insufficient for the Empire's vast territory. Furthermore, even possessing a war fortress doesn't mean it can be used immediately. To unleash its full combat power, a war fortress requires the assistance of tens of thousands of transcendents of at least the 6th rank. The current use of the war fortress by EMO and the others is actually somewhat flawed. War fortress, war. The name suggests that this item is intended for war. It's not a supplementary tool to amplify strength, but a strategic tool that can determine the outcome of a war. Using a war fortress to increase strength is actually an extremely extravagant method, but if it can increase the chances of a demigod's followers surviving, then so be it. Compared to the lives of powerful demigods, a war fortress is not necessarily worth sacrificing. In another distant region of the void, the resources here are relatively abundant, with many planes of life. Now, in this rich region, a divine relic has been revived, and its level is exceptionally high, reaching the level of a supreme true god. Such a high-ranking divine relic naturally attracted many voyeurs. Nearly 200 demigods gathered there. Among them, dozens reached the level of powerful demigods, and even several were pseudogods. Damn it! Hawk, who had established his plane here and reached the supreme demigod realm, grew increasingly grim as he watched the increasing number of demigods arrive. Hawk, don't be so angry. We're all friends. We came to see what's wrong with you. Milt, an acquaintance of Hawk's and equally formidable, chuckled at this, a hint of gloating. Hawk glared at him, his eyes gleaming coldly. Milt ignored the overwhelming gaze, unfazed. Everyone's strength was roughly equal. Who are you trying to scare with that look? Humph. Hawk snorted coldly, then divine power surged, a powerful aura overwhelming all around. In an instant, he became the center of attention. Everyone turned to look, bewildered, wondering what had gone wrong with him to challenge so many powerful figures. I don't care how you fight for this divine relic. It's up to you to decide. But if anyone dares to touch my world, don't blame me for fighting him. Hawk's voice echoed, a warning to everyone present. His original plane was not far from the ruins, only a few hundred void units away. How could one describe this distance? Not too close, not too far either. Theoretically, as long as no one deliberately caused trouble, his plane would never be affected. But he was afraid that some enemies would take advantage of the situation and bring unrest into his plane. In that case, even if he could defeat them, the entire force of believers would probably suffer heavy losses. Several top-tier beings frowned slightly at Hawk's warning, but didn't say much. They came here to vie for the treasures of the divine ruins, not to forge a mortal enemy. This guy is quite cautious, one player laughed. If he hadn't been careful, not even a bone would have been left. A companion nearby immediately laughed. It's best not to draw his attention. He's very powerful, and his plane is nearby. If he gets mad, we won't be able to withstand it. Sensing Hawk's powerful aura, some players showed fear. Since the divine ruins hadn't fully revived and no treasures were pouring out, the scene remained relatively calm for the time being. Everyone quietly awaited the changes in the ruins. The entire void region can be divided into 3 tiers: pseudogods, powerful demigods, and other demigods. The weaker the demigods, the further away they were. The pseudogods were the least powerful, with only 7 individuals, 4 players and 3 native creatures. Brother, you look new. I'm not sure what to call you, Li Dong from the East District asked with a chuckle, looking at a handsome, gentle, and silver-eyed young player not far away. Logically, a player so powerful who could come here should have at least heard of him, even if he didn't know him. However, he had no impression of the young man before him. The other players pricked up their ears, curious. The gentle young man smiled softly and replied softly. My name is Zohua. Chapter 260. Fortune. Li Dong muttered softly to himself, searching his mind for any related memories. He then realized he had no recollection of the name. He had never heard of it before. The other players frowned in thought, and like Li Dong, they had no recollection. They hadn't heard of the name either. Several players, who had reached pseudo-god strength, exchanged glances and exchanged a few words. "Hawk, Milt, have you heard of this name?" Li Dong asked the other two via voice transmission. "No, never," Hawk replied, shaking his head. "Maybe it's a powerful being from another area. Otherwise, with such strength, even other areas wouldn't have been completely uninformed." Milt thought for a moment, then became puzzled. The Void Realm was indeed boundless, containing many planes of life and numerous players. But among them, the number of players who had reached pseudo-god level was relatively small. Other players were fine, but players of their level knew each other well. After all, as you progress and venture into the void, you'll inevitably connect with other players, and information will leak out, eventually escalating through the ranks and reaching the eyes of players at the same level. This is an inevitable trend as players' strength increases, and they gradually venture into the void. However, the strange thing is that Li Dong and the other two have never heard of the powerful individual before them. This is completely unreasonable. Faced with the confused looks of the crowd, Su Xingyu offered no explanation, simply standing there, waiting for the divine ruins to revive. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The surrounding energy fluctuations grew stronger, the void began to tremble, and everyone's spirits rose. They all gazed at the divine ruins with piercing eyes, divine power surging within them, ready for battle. Boom! Finally, with a resounding explosion, the entire void suddenly shook. A terrifying energy shockwave struck like a tsunami, and then countless streams of light surged from the spatial rift. 9 streams of light surged forward, carrying the strongest energy fluctuations. The energy contained in these streams was similar, and one thing was certain, they all reached the quality of true gods. Including the player who arrived later, there were now 8 pseudo-god level beings. They stood at the forefront, closest to the spatial rift. This position allowed them to intercept the streams of light from the ruins immediately, but also exposed them to the first wave of the strongest energy. While selecting the nearest true god quality stream of light, the 8 of them appeared to be handling the situation with ease. This undiluted energy wave, powerful enough to embarrass even a powerful demigod, had little effect on them. "I'll take this one." Su Xingyu quickly selected his target. Silver divine power shone, transforming into a giant divine hand, grasping at the true god quality stream of light. Unfortunately, an 8-armed sword demon at the pseudo-god level also took notice. Humph! The 8-armed sword demon snorted coldly, wielding its long swords with both arms. A kilometer-long black and red blade slashed towards the giant divine hand. Bang! With a loud bang, the giant divine hand collided with the blade, erupting in a blinding burst of light. The blade was shattered, leaving a narrow wound on the giant divine hand. Black and red energy invaded it, counteracting it. The 8-armed blade demon's attacks continued unabated. He swung his long blades frantically, and in an instant, the surrounding void was engulfed in a haze of black blades. Then, with a furious roar, he transformed into a stream of light and charged forward, intending to engage in close combat and exploit his strengths. This is going to be a good show. The others, seeing this, quickly retreated, leaving the two with ample room to maneuver. This monster doesn't look formidable. It's a true combat-oriented demigod. Meanwhile, this friend named Fortune has a decent energy level, but his combat effectiveness is questionable. Haha, never mind. Let's fight until both sides are defeated, and then leave together. Although they had never fought before, the other pseudo-god level beings were optimistic about the 8-armed blade demon. Just because their energy levels were similar didn't mean their combat effectiveness was comparable. Some deities weren't particularly adept at fighting. As for the two before them, their auras alone revealed who was more skilled in combat. Do I look like such a pushover? Su Xingyu chuckled softly, his face clear of any panic, as he watched the 8-armed blade demon charging at him at breakneck speed. An octagonal silver halo appeared behind him, slowly spinning and radiating a mysterious energy. Divine power surged within him, illuminating the void with a silver glow. Disperse! Su Xingyu shouted softly, waving his staff. It glowed and shot forward, scattering the myriad blades like a torrent, then striking the swiftly moving black and red figure. A glint of cruelty flashed in the 8-armed blade demon's crimson eyes. With a roar, he crossed his arms, gathering strength and slashing. A powerful blow slashed through the silver torrent, slicing it in two. As the torrent was about to evade the 8-armed sword demon, Su Xingyu smiled softly and tapped the air with his staff. A strange wave spread, surrounding serpent. The silver torrent, now split in two, surged madly, and then a terrifying beastly roar echoed. Hiss! The peak of the torrent transformed into a python head, turning to attack the 8-armed sword demon. As it escaped, the torrent behind it transformed into a silver-white python body. 2 silver pythons, tens of thousands of meters long, opened their bloody maws, revealing their fine, sharp fangs. They looked like truly living creatures, looking incredibly ferocious. Die! Seeing this, the 8-armed sword demon dared no longer hold back. He swung his long sword wildly, and black and red divine power surged out, transforming into countless blades that slashed at the silver python. At the same time, a demonic shadow appeared behind him. Burning domain. The demonic figure's eyes glowed green, and as it clasped its hands together, demonic fire powerful enough to refine stars gushed out, transforming the surrounding void into a sea of green flame. Thousands of sword beams struck the giant python, clanging like nails on iron. The scales on the silver python shone brightly, resisting the sword beam's attacks. Interesting, but not yet strong enough. The halo behind him radiated countless silver rays, creating a fiery vacuum around his body. Immediately, Su Xingyu released his staff, reached forward, and then grasped downward. Immediately, 2 silver pythons roared and rose in a circle. The 2 silver-white pythons locked head and tail, forming a closed circle, like a silver halo, enveloping the 8-armed sword demon. What is this? The 8-armed sword demon had clearly never seen such a dazzling skill before, and his eyes revealed confusion and uneasiness. The 8-armed blade demon leaped forward, swiftly attempting to escape the silver halo. However, the silver halo also shifted, enveloping him. At the same time, a mysterious force descended, like a gentle breeze and drizzling rain, and began to penetrate the 8-armed blade demon's body. 8 slashes of the underworld god. The 8-armed blade demon sensed danger, and ignited his divine essence, unleashing his ultimate combat power. The demonic shadow behind him solidified for a moment, and then, one black blade energy after another, slashed out, each one more powerful than the last. The last blade energy truly entered the realm of the true god. 8 blade energies slashed towards the silver halo. Where the blade energy passed, the void cracked, a powerful force. Open! After 8 slashes, even the 8-armed blade demon's aura weakened, and he sank into a brief period of weakness. A powerful slash. With your strength, there are probably only 2 or 3 others here who can surpass you. As the blade energies struck, the spirit of creation expressed surprise and praise. Then, a moment later, his expression turned cold. But this level of strength isn't enough to challenge me. The octagonal halo behind him rose, streaking across the sky like a meteor, traversing space and crashing into the halo. At the same time, the silver halo solidified instantly, like an indestructible barrier. Blasts of blade energy struck the silver halo, resounding with a resounding roar as 2 terrifying energies clashed. Cracks appeared on the halo, but they quickly repaired. Repair, destruction, this cycle repeated, yet it never completely collapsed. The octagonal halo fell into the halo, like a supernova explosion. In an instant, it erupted in an intense brilliance, blinding the surrounding powerful warriors, unable to see or scan. Roar! The 8-armed sword demon at the center of the aura began to crack, revealing the bright red flesh within. The flesh squirmed, a new consciousness emerging. His entire body became uncontrollable. Black and red divine power clashed with silver divine power. The 2 strange states of destruction and rebirth overlapped upon the 8-armed sword demon, causing him to scream in agony. The faces of the onlookers changed at the screams emanating from within the aura. They had obviously not expected this seemingly gentle and inexperienced warrior to be so skilled. He had trapped the 8-armed sword demon in a matter of moments, and now it looked as if he was ready to annihilate him. How could he be so powerful? Hawk maximized his spiritual sense, trying to ascertain the situation within the aura. He simply couldn't understand why this player, whom he had never met before, was so powerful. What should we do? Milt's eyes flickered, his thoughts unclear. Just watch, what else can I do? So, are you going to surround and kill him? Li Dong was also a little shocked, but after hearing Milt's words, he couldn't help but laugh. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't say anything like that. Milt quickly denied it. He didn't want to have another powerful enemy for no reason. Su Xingyu looked indifferently at the constantly distorted 8-armed blade demon within the halo. The octagonal halo continued to shine, radiating endless silver light. Now, as a spirit of creation, his combat power is indeed inferior to that of the dark gods, but that doesn't mean that just anyone can provoke him. If you don't have any other trump cards, you will perish here today. The spirit of creation can be considered another, completely independent incarnation. Essentially, it's similar to the dark god, but there's actually no significant connection between the two, at least not yet. Thus, the spirit of creation's personality isn't as overbearing as the dark god, it appears more aloof. However, this doesn't mean it's a truly benevolent person. If anyone truly falls into its clutches, they'll be killed. At this moment, the situation outside shifted again. The other two pseudo-god-level native creatures exchanged a glance and immediately launched a full-force attack, attacking the silver halo. As two high-energy blows struck, Su Xingyu frowned slightly and said unhappily troublesome. With a casual gesture, an octagonal halo soared into the sky, shattering space and landing behind him, continuing to rotate, emitting a silver glow. Without the suppression of the artifact, the eight-armed sword demon's condition eased slightly. Enduring the excruciating pain, he immediately ignited his divine source, his divine power surging wildly, suppressing the other consciousnesses within his flesh and blood. After regaining control of his body, he swung his sword with all his might at the silver halo without hesitation. The three high-energy attacks converged, and without a second thought, the silver halo shattered, its aftermath spreading in all directions. The eight-armed blade demon burst out and joined the two outside. The three men confronted the spirit of creation, the atmosphere slightly tense. What? Wanna attack together? Ignoring the eight-armed blade demon's intensely hostile gaze, Su Xingyu remained calm and unconcerned as he gazed at the three pseudo-god-level beings, as if they weren't beings of his own caliber, but merely minions. Without replying, the three men turned and left, returning to their previous positions. Seeing this, some demigods who were ready to make a move silently withdrew their gazes. The originally tense atmosphere eased, and everyone once again fell into normal competition. Wouldn't it have been better to be more sensible earlier? You're wasting everyone's time by insisting on fighting. Watching the three retreating figures, Su Xingyu smiled and didn't pursue them, letting them go. With his current divine body, killing a pseudo-god level being would be extremely difficult. 1 against 1, he could completely suppress a regular pseudo-god. 1 against 2, they would be even. 1 against 3, he would be counter-suppressed. Without the other players stepping in to help, he really had no way to deal with these three. Don't look at how easily he had trapped the eight-armed blade demon just now, and he began to wear down his vitality. But luck also played a big role. The eight-armed blade demon underestimated him, thinking he wasn't good at fighting. Otherwise, if he had unleashed his full strength from the start, Su Xingyu might not have been able to contain him. With a slight shake of his head, Su Xingyu cast aside the thought. He reached out and grabbed the relic stream of light lingering in the void. Dispelling its radiance, the item within revealed its true form. A long sword of true divine artifact rank. Besides this relic stream of light, he also obtained 42 relic streams. Some of these had been intercepted by the eight-armed blade demon, but after his defeat, they naturally became Su Xingyu's trophies. These relic streams were all items of at least saint rank, including weapons and equipment, item scrolls, and even fragments of divine nature, all of immense value. Chapter 261. This divine relic of the supreme true god level has attracted many powerful individuals, and the number of demigods here is now approaching 300. This isn't surprising. After all, the higher the level of a divine relic, the more valuable items it contains. Their thinking is simple. With their own strength, they certainly can't snatch the best items, but even if they manage to snatch a second-tier item, it's still far superior to the items flowing out of lower-level divine relic sites. At least, the abundance here is sufficient, so the competition isn't as fierce. It's like the relic of a lower-level true god. The highest quality items spewing out are only true god level, and there's likely only one. Demigod level items aren't plentiful either, at most a handful or two. In a divine relic like this, even a single demigod level item would be enough to send those vying for it into a frenzy. But the relic of the supreme true god is different. While there aren't many demigod level items here, they're not so rare that they're immediately reserved by several powerful individuals. Here, as long as you're lucky enough, even the most ordinary demigod has a chance to obtain demigod level items. As for true god level items, that doesn't matter. It's impossible to obtain anyway. No matter how lucky you are, you still need to have the strength to match it. Of course, the pros and cons aren't that simple. It all depends on your individual circumstances. For example, if you're powerful enough to directly occupy the ruins of a higher level true god, you'll definitely reap more treasures than you would at the ruins of a supreme true god. But doing so would also mean giving up the fight for the ultimate treasure. After all, the probability of finding supreme treasures in the ruins of a supreme true god is undoubtedly much higher than that of a higher ranked true god. So, it all depends on one's own needs. Although the ruins of this supreme true god attracted many powerful individuals, they remained relatively orderly, with no major chaos breaking out. Everyone was well aware that they would take what corresponded to their strength. Those who had reached the level of a pseudo-god were located in the core area, intercepting treasures clearly of true god quality. Powerful demigods in the inner area could only rely on luck to intercept demigod quality treasures. With a bit of luck, they might even find true god quality treasures. As for the rest of the demigods, they could only intercept the remaining streams of light. The few in the core area didn't intercept too many streams of light, each taking a few dozen. The inner area also left some valuables for the other demigods. Everyone was in tacit agreement, not being overly greedy, leaving a way out for the others. After all, their strength wasn't enough to overwhelm the others. Even the most powerful creation currently possesses the power of 2 pseudo-gods. Undeniably, this strength is already immense, approaching the level of a transcendent player. In a one-on-one fight, no single demigod present would be a match for him. But now, there are 8 pseudo-gods, dozens of powerful demigods, and over 200 other demigods. With this configuration, even if a true transcendent were to arrive, let alone a near transcendent, it would be useless. Previously, the Dark Spirit was able to subdue dozens of demigods because he was truly powerful, and no individual strong enough to resist him. Here, any false god is no simple existence. They might not be able to defeat the transcendents, but it would certainly not be easy for the transcendents to kill them. If someone takes the lead, blocks the attack, and the siege becomes exhausting, even a true god will fall on the spot. This is why the powerful individuals did not take things too far. False gods, powerful demigods, and other demigods, 3 circles of demigods check and balance each other, barely maintaining order on the battlefield. The fighting continued, and there were casualties. It seemed intense, but it remained within control. As divine ruins revived one after another in the void, the entire intermediate realm was plunged into chaos. Fighting for the treasures that flowed from the ruins, powerful individuals from all sides engaged in fierce battles, and the blood of the gods splattered the void. As if a backlash against the previous long period of peace, this time, the fighting was extremely fierce. There was no choice but to fight. While the number of divine relics may seem numerous, it's ultimately limited, yet the number of powerful individuals vying for them is ridiculously high. If you don't grab them, someone else will. If others grab them, and you don't, then they'll have an advantage. Everyone understands this. If they miss this opportunity, the gap between them and everyone else will widen, until they become completely powerless. As a result, a strange phenomenon has emerged within the current player community: involution. Everyone is seizing opportunities to become stronger, forcing others to join the growing ranks. Because once you fall behind, you become mere food for others' growth. Want to simply develop the power of faith without doing anything? Impossible. Just look at the changes in the void environment between before and now, and you'll understand. When they first ascended to the intermediate realm, players were disconnected and rarely interacted with each other. But now, they have begun to fight for the surrounding plains and meteorites. It is foreseeable that as players' strength increases, after dividing up the surrounding unowned resources, those who aspire to advance will inevitably turn their attention to their fellows. At that time, they will either submit and become subordinate gods whose fate is not their own, or resist and engage in battle. If they do not want to be the underlings of other players, nor do they want to perish, they can only become stronger, becoming powerful beings who watch over others, rather than being pawned by others. Since embarking on this path to becoming a god, there is no turning back. At least, until a player reaches the pinnacle and establishes corresponding rules, this is the only way for them to move forward. Although the entire intermediate realm appears somewhat chaotic now, the methods of their struggle can be summarized. There are 3 methods of scrambling. The first is to use absolute force to subjugate all contenders and occupy a divine relic alone, which is what Su Xingyu did previously. This method is highly rewarding, allowing one to secure nearly all the valuable items in a divine relic. With luck, one might even obtain a true artifact or godhead. However, achieving this level is extremely difficult. First and foremost, one must possess a minimum of pseudo-god level strength. Even the lowest ranking lower true god ruins aren't something a powerful demigod can claim alone. After all, a powerful demigod can only defeat 3 or 5 higher ranking demigods at best. To expect to overpower all contenders with that kind of strength is a pipe dream. If anyone dares to bring it up, they might even be beaten to death. The second option is to join forces with nearby companions, jointly occupying a divine relic, and then dividing it among themselves. This depends on their initial promotion position. Some powerful, but not top tier, players initially join forces, and the distance between their planes isn't particularly far. For example, in Blood Dawn, some of the elders join forces. With their strength, as long as they're lucky enough, they can actually jointly occupy a divine relic, and the quality won't be too low. The rewards of dividing a divine relic among a few individuals are far greater than if they were fighting for it together. As for the final option, participating in the melee individually is by far the most common method. Each of the three methods is suitable for different groups. As for which is better, it's undoubtedly the first, directly taking all the spoils. However, players with this level of strength are extremely rare throughout the entire intermediate realm. Back to the point. During this scramble for the relics, many demigods perished instantly, their centuries of accumulation destroyed in an instant. Many demigods also made their mark, stepping on the corpses of their enemies to ascend higher and higher, demonstrating their majesty and strength to the world. If nothing unexpected happens, the situation in the entire Void Realm will become even clearer after this turmoil. As time passed, the revived divine relics grew stronger and closer to the center. Some of the earliest revived divine relics no longer gushed forth streams of light and began to gradually fade. Although there were still arrivals and departures, the overall number of divine relics decreased, though their quality also improved. This intensified the already fierce competition. The Saint Realm experts no longer qualified to compete, and could only scavenge the outermost territories, scavenging the lesser-sided finds. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the Eternal Night Plane, beyond the Void, 8 demigod-level powerhouses, manning war fortresses, patrolled the surroundings, preventing any outsiders from invading. This wasn't groundless anxiety, it was a necessary evil. Over the past 10 years, many demigods, chasing the streams of light from the relics, had reached the outer reaches of the Eternal Night Plane, attempting several attempts to enter. At its peak, the number of demigods chasing them even reached double digits. That time, they were after a fragment of a true god's divine personality. Ultimately, it was Su Xingyu's avatar, left within the plane, that scared them off. Although the Eternal Night Plane is vast, and appears difficult to tread upon, money can be tempting. If the benefits are substantial enough, those pursuers might not dare to invade. The Eternal Night Empire, fearing internal chaos, had no choice but to strengthen its patrols. When will this turmoil end? A demigod sat atop the war fortress, scanning the surrounding void, his face a little weary. It should be soon. After all, it's already revived near us. Once we revive a divine relic here, it should be over. Another powerful demigod, gazing at the distant dark void, said casually with a hint of longing in his eyes. I hope so. Patrolling like this every day is indeed tiring. Who isn't? As the two were conversing, a powerful, wild aura suddenly emanated from the distant void. They had sensed this aura several times before. It was the aura of the resurrected divine ruins. No way. We were just talking. It can't be such a coincidence. The two glanced at each other, their eyes filled with shock. This aura was far more powerful than any aura from any ruins they had ever sensed. This was a divine relic that surpassed the level of a true god. Before they could send someone to report the situation to the Empire, a dark figure suddenly appeared in the void. Several powerful demigods instantly recognized its presence and, riding their war fortresses, approached it, bowing respectfully. Greetings, the great dark god. Greetings, your majesty, the most powerful and holy. Su Xingyu nodded slightly and waved his hand. No need for formalities. Then he turned to look in the direction of the aura. There was no obstruction ahead, a clear view. Although the specifics couldn't be seen, a powerful aura emanating from its source could be sensed. Approximately 300 void units from the Eternal Night Plane, a divine relic, surpassing the level of a true god, was slowly reawakening. The final battle is approaching. Have Ulysses and the others prepare for the onslaught. After a long moment, Su Xingyu withdrew his gaze and addressed the crowd. Your will is the direction we advance. They bowed their heads in respectful shouts. Su Xingyu nodded again, then tore through space, entering the subspace and rapidly soaring towards the divine relic. Not only him, but powerful figures were also approaching from other directions. This divine relic, at the level of a major god, exudes an aura far and wide, sensing everything within tens of thousands of void units. And anyone who senses its presence is boundless. This is a relic that transcends the level of a true god, and the treasures within are truly beyond imagination. 3,000 void units away from the Eternal Night Plane lies a relic of the upper true god level. 2 players at the pseudo-god realm jointly control this divine relic. What is this? A major god level relic. No doubt. A true god would never possess such a domineering aura. Only a major god, who has achieved the status of the Lord of the Pantheon, possesses such a presence. It seems the final wave of attack is approaching. Let's go! After sensing the aura from afar, the two were stunned for a moment, then their faces lit up with joy. Without hesitation, they immediately abandoned the divine relic in their hands, plunged into the spatial rift, and flew through the subspace towards the source of the aura. Not only near the eternal night plane, but also around other planes of peak power, divine relics were now resurrecting. The lowest of these relics had even reached the level of a higher true god. All players realized that the final revelry of this feast was approaching. Those who wished to profit from this opportunity must seize it. Those who considered themselves formidable immediately abandoned their divine relics and rushed to the nearest major god ruins, ready to claim a share. Those less confident in their own abilities headed for the true god ruins, hoping to snatch up some valuable items while the powerful were gone. Instantly, the entire void realm was in motion, and the powerful began to gather. The fragile order that had finally emerged was now thrown into chaos once again. A larger, more violent storm was approaching. Chapter 262. The Ruins of the Lord God. A black hole thousands of meters in diameter continuously emanated a terrifying repulsive force, forbidding anything within 100 kilometers to approach. One after another, powerful demigods arrived from afar, gazing covetously at this divine ruin that surpassed the level of a true god, their eyes filled with greed. In just a few months, over 100 demigods had gathered here, many of them powerful. It's easy to imagine the immense allure of this ruins of the Lord God. Even though they knew that, with their own powerful demigod strength, coming here to compete wasn't the best option, now that so many top-tier experts have flocked to the ruins of the Lord God, leaving gaps in the strength of the various true god ruins, the best option for powerful demigods should be to head for the ruins of the upper true gods and the supreme true gods. Without the constraints of those top-tier experts, they would surely reap great rewards. If nothing else, at least a true divine artifact would be a sure thing. Coming to the ruins of the main god was not a wise choice. A main god-level ruin would inevitably attract a large number of false gods, even transcendent beings. A powerful demigod would have no advantage against them, and hoping to snatch valuable items from them was a pipe dream. But even with this understanding, many powerful demigods still rushed here. For no other reason than to give it a try. There's no such thing as a foolproof plan. If you give up if your chances of success are low, then why not just give it a go and distribute items based on your stated abilities? If you don't try, who knows what the outcome will be? What a rare occasion. So many powerful individuals have arrived. If it weren't for the resurgence of the divine ruins, no one would have imagined that in just a few hundred years, so many players would ascend to the throne. In the inner area, a player in the form of a rhino orc looked at the terrifying figures 100 miles ahead, feeling a sense of shock. The final wave of impact has arrived. After this, the entire landscape of the void will be transformed. We must acquire sufficient capital to withstand the onslaught of the times. The powerful demigods, it seems, aren't that powerful after all. So many players are almost at that stage, while we're still groping our way forward as demigods. Although no one had mapped out the area, everyone present spontaneously divided into two groups, the native creatures and the Azure players. They then took positions at varying distances outside the divine ruins, each based on their strength. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. The divine ruins had expanded to tens of thousands of meters. Within hundreds of kilometers, nothing existed. Even those powerful enough to confront true gods stopped lingering there. More and more powerful figures arrived, some emanating a terrifying aura that shook even the most powerful demigods, like pseudogods of the true gods. There were even transcendent beings more powerful than pseudogods. A middle-aged man, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive trident, had a rugged face and an incredibly imposing build. Southern region, fourth in the qualifying round, Grace Herald. A mermaid woman with delicate features and a stunningly beautiful face, clad in a magical robe, wielding a staff of true divine artifacts. A massive gemstone gleamed with a dark luster, seemingly imbued with endless magical power. Southern region, sixth in the qualifying round, Timothy Penny. The two transcendents who had arrived were both from the southern region. The master of this place hasn't arrived yet. He's genuinely not worried at all about us visiting his plane. Penny glanced at the dark void in the distance. There lay an enormous plane, and it was obvious at a glance that it belonged to players. The Lord's ruins would only resurrect near the planes of the Transcendents. This was a conclusion that some had speculated long ago. The planes of the Transcendents might not necessarily be the Lord's ruins, but the planes of the Transcendents might definitely be near the Lord's ruins. What puzzled the two was that it had been almost 6 months since the Lord's ruins revived, yet the other party hadn't arrived yet. This was a bit strange. Who knows? Perhaps he has other opportunities, and doesn't care about this divine ruin anymore. Harold smiled upon hearing this, then said, "It's a good thing he didn't come. The eastern region is ranked second. If we met alone, we'd probably end up in trouble. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength." In the original qualifying round, the eastern region undoubtedly had the most powerful individuals, as evidenced by the number of transcendents. The eastern region had nearly twice as many transcendents as the southern region. To be ranked second in such a situation, one can imagine how powerful he was. Heh. Although Penny thought so, she sneered, "Let's wait until we meet in person. If we team up, let alone the second-placed opponent, even the first-placed opponent wouldn't stand a chance." As two transcendents, 2 against 1, Penny didn't think the opponent could withstand it. Just then, a powerful demigod in the inner area suddenly flew forward, his strange behavior quickly attracting the attention of everyone present. What's this guy up to? Is he crazy? He's dressed in black, and he looks like a bad guy. There's going to be some fun. The ruins haven't even revived yet, and already it's about to start. Seeing the black-robed figure advancing, most of the people present were puzzled, while others, with a hint of gloating in their eyes, prepared for a spectacle. Sure enough, as the black-robed figure approached the area where the pseudo-gods existed, a 100-eyed demonic toad, with strength reaching the level of a pseudo-god, roared. A terrifying wave of sound instantly rippled outward, blasting towards the sea of consciousness. The demigods who were closer all frowned slightly. Fuck. That bastard. It actually launched an area attack. Psychic attack? How disgusting. The affected demigods, while resisting the sonic attack, couldn't help but curse. Though they were displeased with the 100-eyed demonic toad's attack, they merely cursed and showed no intention of engaging in combat. Strength is everything. Making an enemy of a pseudo-god level powerhouse over unnecessary provocation is unwise. Swallow. Faced with the terrifying sound waves bearing down on him, the black-robed figure sneered and waved his hand forward, creating a black wall that blocked the incoming sound waves. Then, he continued to fly forward, completely ignoring the 100-eyed demonic toad's warnings. Seeing the black-robed figure's lack of tact, the 100-eyed demonic toad grew irritated. With a roar, its eyes opened, and rays powerful enough to consume all living things swept out, enveloping the black-robed figure like a fishing net. At the same time, the 100-eyed demonic toad soared forward, its body gradually expanding. In an instant, it reached a massive height of 10,000 meters, like a mythical beast devouring the starry sky. Alien god, dare to offend the great 100-eyed demon lord. Pay with your life. Divine art, devour heaven and earth. The mythical beast opened its maw and bit towards the black-robed figure. A powerful suction emanated from its mouth, as if it wanted to devour the offending enemy and completely refine him. Using this divine technique, the 100-eyed demonic toad had slain many demigods, including some powerful ones at the demigod level. Bang, bang, bang. The black-robed figure raised his hand and waved it, and a dark aura spread, directly neutralizing the incoming rays. The maw, powerful enough to swallow stars, was about to close, and the surrounding space was sealed off, but it seemed unfazed. Even a hint of a smile appeared on its face. Here it comes. Even though victory was within reach, the 100-eyed demonic toad felt a sense of unease, as if it were being watched by something. This emotion only caused it to hesitate for a moment, before it quickly reaffirmed its conviction. With my power, even a true god could not kill me. As a being close to true godhood, the 100-eyed demonic toad possessed its own pride. Although the creature before him seemed somewhat strange, it didn't matter. He feared no schemes or intrigues, nor any powerful enemies. Boom! The next moment, a vast expanse of space above the 100-eyed demonic toad collapsed, revealing a vast, dark hole tens of thousands of meters in diameter. Immediately afterwards, a spear imbued with the aura of death shot out from within, piercing the demonic toad like an arrow. Before the toad could react, it pierced through it. The aura of death surged in like a torrent. The surrounding dark forces transformed into chains of law, entangling themselves around him. Roar! Divine power surged within the 100-eyed demonic toad, and the spear instantly flew backwards, sending large pieces of flesh and blood flying out, and green divine blood scattering into the void. The 100-eyed demonic toad roared to the heavens, its eyes opening one after another, as countless beams of light shot out, shattering the chains of law upon its body. Then, they coalesced into a single beam and blasted towards the vast dark hole above. A dark glow flickered, and the beams of light vanished silently, as if they had never appeared. What's this? Oh my god! What's going on again? Can't we just wait for the divine ruins to revive? Even the demigods, with their fortitude, were startled at this moment and quickly retreated, fearing they would be affected. Even the two transcendents frowned slightly as they gazed at the vast dark hole above. If I remember correctly, that eternal night is the dark god, right? Harold's consciousness spread, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from him, and his eyes sharpened. Who else but he could come here at this time, with such strength? But what's he planning to do? Is he just attacking us recklessly? Is he trying to intimidate us? Penny stared at the dark cavern, puzzled, unable to understand what he was up to. Provoking an enemy with the strength of a pseudogod right after arriving is not a wise move. Even though they are more powerful than ordinary pseudogods, they are far from overwhelming them. Endless dark energy poured down from the cavern, like the Milky Way falling from the sky, instantly contaminating the surrounding void. Ha ha! Accompanied by a terrifying laugh that pierced the soul, a dark giant slowly descended from the cavern. He was clad in black armor, holding the dark sword in his left hand and the death lance in his right. He wore a divine crown on his head, and a millstone hovered behind him. These weapons and equipment were all genuine divine artifacts, a truly impressive display. He emanated an aura of utter terror. Like an abyss, like a prison, like a true god. Just by looking at him, everyone felt a wave of unease, like newborn lambs encountering a ferocious wolf, wanting to stay away. Without a direct exchange of words, simply watching him could give them this feeling. It was quite unusual. With a casual gesture, the dark giant's black-robed figure below transformed into a stream of light, flew upward, and then merged into his body, intensifying his aura. The hundred-eyed demonic toad, sensing the powerful, abyssal, and prison-like aura above, couldn't help but harbor a hint of fear. How could he be so powerful? How could such a being still remain a demigod? Ever since achieving demigodhood, the hundred-eyed demonic toad hadn't felt the threat of death in a long time. Without wasting words with the hundred-eyed demonic toad, or paying any attention to the onlookers, the dark god launched a series of divine spells. Death Devour. Shadow of Terror. Lightless Land. Boom boom boom. Divine arts poured down like a torrential rain, each strike imbued with devastating force. Facing this torrential onslaught, the hundred-eyed demonic toad could only passively endure, powerless to resist. Its body trembled violently under the divine attacks, each impact causing it to feel excruciating pain. A continuous stream of dark divine power invaded its body. In a short moment, the hundred-eyed demonic toad was battered and bruised. Its body, once powerful enough to rival a true god, now resembled a tattered balloon. Seeing this scene, the local creatures watching the battle from afar grew restless. If this continued, the hundred-eyed demonic toad would soon be succumbing to a state of death. Two pseudogod-level creatures, the nether dragon python and the god-eating ant, simultaneously launched themselves, transforming into twin streams of light as they charged towards the dark god, attempting to free the hundred-eyed demonic toad. Humph, you're overestimating yourself. Su Xingyu stomped his foot slightly, and a vast expanse of darkness pressed down, forcing the hundred-eyed demonic toad to bow its head. Then, Su Xingyu reached forward, transforming into a giant divine hand that enveloped the swiftly approaching god-eating ant, trapping it within the darkness. He swung his sword with his left hand, sending thousands of sword beams slashing towards the nether dragon python. The nether dragon python roared, its scales aglow with a blood-red glow. It charged forward like a dragon. Sword energy struck its body, sparks flying and dinging, but it failed to break through its defenses. A swarm of nether fire snakes. The nether dragon python's eyes gleamed, and flames enveloped its body. The next moment, countless nether fire snakes emerged from the flames, tracing the flaming field beneath it, and flying towards the dark god. Crack, crack, crack. The god-eating ant broke free from the constraints of the dark space, its wings flapping wildly, a golden light flashing as it charged towards the dark god with incredible speed. Su Xingyu sneered and casually slapped the swiftly flying god-eating ant, leaving no escape and sending it flying. The divine sword swung, slashing forward. Swish. Like a long knife slicing tofu, the void suddenly shattered, and the nether dragon python below split open, nearly cleaving in two. The crowd watched with jaws dropping. 1 against 3, yet he managed to hold down 3 false gods. Is this the power of a transcendent? Terrifying, as they gathered around, a voice, tinged with a hint of laughter, suddenly echoed, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Do you really want to share this divine relic with these natives?" Chapter 263. Upon hearing this, everyone present's expressions changed, and they fell into deep thought. Soon, their gazes grew sharper, and as they gazed at the native creatures across from them, they began to stir. Currently, the ratio of players to native creatures around this divine ruin was nearly 1-to-1. If they could drive these native creatures out, it would undoubtedly be a great boon for them. Once the divine ruins were fully revived, with half the competitors gone, the competition would be much less intense, and their chances of obtaining treasures would naturally increase. At least much greater than they are now. In fact, it wasn't that no one had considered doing this before. But the native creatures were numerous and powerful. A fight to the death would likely result in significant casualties. Furthermore, without a sufficiently influential figure to lead the charge, the idea remained a mere thought, never implemented. But now, a top leader had taken the initiative, outmaneuvering suppressing the 3 top-tier pseudo-god-level warriors. It was the perfect opportunity to strike hard. However, despite their inclination, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they turned their attention to the pseudo-god-level leader in front of them, and the other 2 transcendents. Action. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the 2 transcendents exchanged a glance and quickly reached a decision. Harold struck first, divine power surging, revealing his true form. He transformed into a 10,000-meter-tall blue giant, charging towards one of the pseudo-god-level native creatures. The tip of the trident shone with brilliant light, and a boundless tide surged, covering the void. Vast divine power surged, and blue sea dragons leaped from his body. They spiraled upward, gaping their bloody maws as they lunged towards the native creature. Damn alien god. Attack! Meet the attack! The native creature's expression drastically changed, and he quickly defended himself, shouting, urging the other native demigods to join him. Such a weak creature is truly unworthy of competing with us. Penny's expression was arrogant, boundless divine power surging from her staff as she charged towards another pseudo-god-level native creature. In a moment, she subdued it. The other players, seeing this, followed suit, launching an offensive against the other native creatures. With 3 powerful leaders leading the charge, there was nothing to fear. A chaotic battle would be enough to end the situation. Although the opposing native creatures were nearly as numerous as their own, and even had one more powerful pseudogod, they had a fatal flaw. They don't have what players define as transcendence. As mentioned before, transcendents are the outer existences among demigods. At the demigod level, possessing the power to rival a true god is a pseudogod. At the demigod level, possessing the power to suppress a true god is a transcendent. The former, with sufficient talent, can appear in any era, while the latter truly depends on luck. If pseudogods are monsters among demigods, then transcendents are monsters among monsters. Such beings should never exist. In this era, the resources players possess are mismatched with their own strength. They have acquired too many resources with their limited strength. Take the followers, who are most important to the gods, for example. The number of followers these transcendents possess far exceeds what is expected of them at their level. With such a vast following, they could complete the path to true godhood, not to mention demigodhood. This situation could only occur at the beginning of the void's development, when resource reserves outstrip demand. At other times, it's simply impossible. Either you advance, increasing your own strength to match the gods, or they are snatched away, returning resources to their proper size. Under these circumstances, it's impossible for the native creatures to produce transcendence. This is precisely the reason players dare to act. With 3 transcendents on their side, and none on the opposing side, and the number of demigods at other levels being similar, they have no idea how they can lose. The situation on the scene was indeed, as everyone expected. From the outset, the native creatures were completely suppressed. Su Xingyu suppressed 3 false gods, while Harold and Penny each suppressed 2 more. This freed the powerful false gods among the players, allowing them to attack the powerful demigods. Using the strong against the weak, the consequences are predictable. Even though the players were cautious and held back, not directly engaging the local creatures, local demigods still fell from time to time. After all, a demigod's body is also a priceless treasure. At other times, players wouldn't have such a prime opportunity to single-handedly challenge a weaker demigod. With families to support, the divine players would seize every opportunity to acquire resources. Ah! Roar! As one local demigod after another fell, the situation became increasingly clear. Gradually, some demigods on the local side gave up the fight, abandoned the main god's ruins, and began to flee. The artifact was important, dignity was important, but life was even more important. If there was a chance of victory, even a small one, they wouldn't mind fighting, even if it meant they would perish. But the current situation on the battlefield made it clear to anyone with a bit of common sense that it was impossible to win. Their powerful pseudogods were being outnumbered by the opposing supreme power. And the opposing pseudogods, in turn, were suppressing their powerful demigods. Layer upon layer of suppression. The result was that their side had no power to fight back. Stay here and continue fighting, and there was only one outcome: total annihilation. Even if they didn't flee now, by the time the opposing top powerhouses were free, they wouldn't be able to escape even if they wanted to. Thinking of this, some of the more astute local demigods quickly made a decision. The players also noticed their intentions and, in tacit agreement, allowed these frantic local demigods to escape without intercepting them. They then joined the siege of other local demigods. For a moment, the local demigod's situation grew increasingly difficult. Cowardly creatures. You're so utterly ashamed to ascend to demigodhood. As the number of besieging players grew, the pressure on the besieged local demigods increased dramatically. Watching their fleeing companions, they couldn't help but curse. Stop yelling. It's your fault for not running fast enough. The besieging players nearby smiled at the trapped local demigods. But it's too late to run now. You'll just have to leave your life here. To die under the siege of so many powerful peers is not a loss. Another player chuckled, using the power of the law to strengthen the surrounding cages, cutting off the local demigod's escape. Stop the nonsense. The divine ruins are about to revive. Kill it now. The third player, somewhat impatient, charged forward, eager to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible. Such scenes were common on the battlefield. With their own demigods fleeing, the local creatures, already unable to defeat the player group, now had no chance of counterattack, let alone escape. In the core area, the pseudogods were in a less favorable situation. Although their vitality was extremely strong, they could not withstand the enemy's continuous law attacks, and each of them was now covered in wounds. To say they were seriously injured might be a bit too serious, but the injuries were certainly serious. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Gazing at the fleeing native demigod, the nether dragon python erupted in fury. He looked rather miserable now. Not only had most of his scales, comparable to true divine artifacts, fallen off, but even his massive body was marred by several incurable cuts, spilling scalding blood into the air. This was the first time since achieving demigodhood that he had been so badly beaten. Before, relying on his body, rivaling that of a true god, and his all-consuming netherworld fire, he had dared to challenge even a true god. But today, he had met a strange fate. The alien god across from him, wielding the laws of darkness, was a monster. The nether dragon python could not understand how he had managed to suppress a demigod. Even more, he could not understand why a demigod's combat power was so terrifying. 3 pseudogods had been subdued. Retreat. If we don't leave now, by the time the other essence gods are free, we won't be able to escape even if we try. The god-eating ant resisted the relentless attacks, its body trembling, clearly suffering heavy injuries. Sensing its demigods dwindling, the god-eating ant began to consider retreat. As the saying goes, no matter how good a thing is, it needs a life to be used. The situation was now clear. If we persisted, we might die. With this thought, the 2 powerful beings who had reached the pseudogod realm didn't hesitate for long, their minds quickly reaching a decision. With 2 furious roars, the nether dragon python and the god-eating ant erupted in unison, attacking the dark spirit together, actually scattering the incoming dark sword energy. Then, without even a backward glance, they fled. Relying on the god-eating ant's bloodline talent, they actually tore a spatial rift through the disturbed void. As for the 100-eyed demonic toad, leave it to fate. You bastards! The 100-eyed demonic toad, firmly pinned beneath the dark spirit's feet, roared angrily at its 2 companions, who had abandoned it, and fled without hesitation. You want to escape? No way. Su Xingyu casually dispelled the incoming flames and golden mist. He gazed at the 2 ferocious beasts about to escape into the subspace, a sneer on his face. He opened his hands and slapped them aside. The next moment, his hand struck the surface of water, a strange wave rippling through the void. The surrounding void trembled slightly, and the nether dragon python and the god-eating ant paused for a moment. The spatial rift immediately closed, and darkness enveloped them once more. While suppressing the 100-eyed demonic toad, Su Xingyu launched a fierce attack on the 2. The boundless darkness now transformed into a deep abyss, trapping them, and making it impossible for them to move. Su Xingyu's advantage grew. No matter how the 2 false gods resisted, they couldn't escape. Su Xingyu would rather take a few blows than give them a chance to escape. His determination to kill was unwavering. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, it was his idea to siege and annihilate the local creatures. It was hard to say what else, but these local demigods would definitely hold a grudge against him afterwards. If it happened elsewhere, it wouldn't be a big deal, but his own plane was nearby. If too many local demigods escaped, especially those who had reached the level of false gods, there would undoubtedly be trouble. Of course, he had carefully considered the pros and cons before stepping forward. They were just enemies, so come on. Who knew who would be the prey and who the hunter? The deed had already been done, so Su Xingyu wouldn't regret it, but it was better to avoid any trouble. Leaving these three powerful false gods here would mean that even if the other local demigods wanted revenge, they would have to think carefully. Dark divine arts were unleashed, unleashing terrifying power. The dark divine sword slashed at the nether dragon python, inflicting continuous wounds. The wounds multiplied, scales fell, and flesh and blood clung to the surface. Not only its body, but even its consciousness was eroded. Unleashing full force, Su Xingyu displayed immense combat prowess, a strength unimaginable for a demigod. Under Su Xingyu's assault, the 100-eyed demonic toad was severely damaged and suppressed within the darkness. The life force and consciousness of the other two pseudogods were also steadily eroded. Just as they were about to collapse, a figure shimmering with lightning suddenly rushed out from their side. It was a pseudogod-level thunder titan, wielding a thunder hammer, and fiercely smashed down upon the dark god. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, raising his right spear and sweeping it casually, colliding with the thunder hammer. Boom! The two true divine artifacts collided, generating a massive energy shockwave. After a moment's stalemate, the thunder titan was swept away. Even though the titans were renowned for their physical prowess, they couldn't gain an advantage against the all-around overwhelming dark god. Taking advantage of the dark god's distraction, the nether dragon python and the god-devouring ant, already suffocating under pressure, ignited their essence, unleashing their full power and forcing their escape. Humph! Su Xingyu snorted coldly, his body gradually becoming ethereal, then began to twist, transforming into a massive black hole. Swallow! An immense suction force emanated, sending the flying nether dragon python and god-devouring ant reeling backwards. Their struggles were futile. Roar! At that moment, the god-devouring ant's entire body vibrated, emitting a golden glow, and it struck directly at the nether dragon python beside it. The sudden attack caught the nether dragon python completely off guard, its energy instantly unbalanced, sending it hurtling backwards. Its eyes were filled with rage as it glared at the god-eating ant, eager to tear it to pieces. Using this opportunity, the god-eating ant escaped the black hole's pull and instantly fled, crashing into the subspace and vanishing completely. After swallowing the nether dragon python, the black hole transformed once again into a divine form. It tilted its head in the direction of the thunder titan, only to see Harold's face apologetically. Sorry, I let him escape. That thunder titan was one of Harold's previous opponents. Su Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, gave him a deep look, then chuckled softly, "It's okay." Chapter 264. With their own pseudogods in retreat, the native creatures were quickly and completely routed by the newly joined players. Many demigods were either killed or fled. With ease, with not a single casualty and only a few injured, the players secured victory in this demigod war. This was perfectly normal. After all, the players held the advantage in both strength and intelligence, and with top-tier players at their disposal, if they still couldn't crush them, they might as well give up the fight and relinquish the ruins. Of the 9 native pseudogods, 5 were left behind. Su Xingyu alone claimed 2 of these spots, while the other 2 transcendents, Harold and Penny, each claimed 1. The final capture came from a slower pseudogod, who was surrounded and beaten to death by 2 supreme demigods and a pseudogod-level individual player. It must be said that these native creatures possess truly tenacious vitality and formidable physiques. Even surrounded by numerous opponents of their own rank, they were able to break free. Of course, this was also due to a number of players not unleashing their full strength and desperately trying to intercept them. But even so, it was still an exaggeration. As for the powerful and high-level demigods, the combined number of casualties approached 50, an extremely exaggerated figure. Nearly 1/3 of the native demigods, who had arrived this time, perished. The majority of these gains came from the second wave of attacks, the second fierce offensive launched by the players against the remaining native demigods after releasing the first group of fleeing native demigods. Outnumbered, the native demigods had no escape and could only wait for their doom. Even with formidable physiques, facing the relentless attacks of the laws, they were inevitably doomed. After distributing the spoils, everyone returned to their assigned positions. The surrounding void had already been shimmering with the myriad laws, becoming a vibrant aura. A strong scent of blood permeated the air. Looking ahead at the 3 figures, now restored to their normal forms, and no longer appearing so imposing, the players couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. Especially when they saw the dark, abyssal, and infernal figure in the center, a hint of fear flickered in their eyes. It was hard to imagine that a demigod could be this powerful. I had thought that a pseudogod was the pinnacle of the demigod realm, but I hadn't expected these transcendents to be so outrageous. If it weren't for the sudden intrusion of another pseudogod, this Eternal Night Master, outnumbered by 3, might have been able to slay all 3. As for the other 2, although their performance was slightly inferior, even in a 1-on-2 situation, they each managed to defeat a false god. This was an incredible strength, enough to astonish everyone. I'm truly sorry. I didn't keep a good eye on that Titan, and let it go in a moment of carelessness, causing you to lose one more victory. Harold said again, looking at the dark figure not far away, an apologetic look on his face. It's okay. Su Xingyu glanced at him, his mind unclear, but a hint of a smile on his face. Penny, who was nearby, overhearing the conversation, looked puzzled. During the previous battle, he was concentrating on suppressing his 2 opponents, and had no energy to pay attention to the others, so naturally, he was unaware of what was happening. But with Harold's strength, he shouldn't have let his opponent escape. How about this? I'll give you this as compensation. As he spoke, a transparent ball of light the size of a basketball appeared in Harold's hand. Within it was the shrunken corpse of a ferocious beast, his trophy from earlier. No need. Su Xingyu shook his head again and chuckled. He seemed unconcerned, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Seeing this, Harold simply smiled awkwardly, and didn't mention the matter again. Penny could sense the strange atmosphere between them, but she didn't say much, pretending nothing had happened. Whatever had just happened, it had nothing to do with him, an outsider. Since that was the case, there was no need to get too involved. After all, neither side was a formidable opponent. Even if he wasn't afraid, there was no need to cause trouble. And so, the situation calmed down again. After packing up their belongings, everyone quietly awaited the complete revival of the divine ruins. 1,000,000 miles away, in the dark void, the local demigods, who had escaped the battlefield, gathered again, led by the few remaining powerful pseudogods, and waited here. They gazed at the alien gods guarding the divine ruins in the distance, their faces filled with anger and resentment. If looks could kill, then these players would have been torn to pieces by them. These alien gods are so tyrannical. Not only have they occupied the divine ruins alone, they also want to keep us all there. How despicable. A native creature at the pseudogod level said bitterly. He resembled a centipede, 10,000 meters long, his scales glistening black, giving him a ferocious and terrifying appearance. This world is ruled by strength. They're stronger than us, and they can do whatever they want. Another orc demigod in the pseudogod realm also looked extremely depressed, but he felt helpless, and could only accept reality. The laws of this world are so cruel. Strength is everything. The other party's strength is stronger than theirs, so they can drive them out, prevent them from competing, and monopolize the opportunity. Weakness is the original sin. Those 3 transcendents are a bit too strong. Otherwise, with our strength, we would have no problem competing with these alien gods. Thinking of the beating he had just received, a shadow cast over the god-eating ant's heart. He almost got killed. The other 3 pseudogods, upon hearing him speak, all turned to look, their eyes filled with a hint of disdain and fear. Some of them had seen the god-eating ant attack the nether dragon python just now, for their own survival, while others hadn't. But they all knew about it later. The local demigods, with their dignity as powerful beings, felt a certain amount of disgrace at this behavior. Of course, while it was shameful, no one quarreled with the god-eating ants over it. After all, the nether dragon python was dead, while the god-eating ants were still alive. To antagonize another powerful being over a deceased one was not a wise move. At worst, they could just stay away from the god-eating ants. The god-eating ant naturally noticed the crowd's attitude, but he didn't care. After becoming a powerful demigod, he did pay some attention to his image, but that was because the matter wasn't fundamental. He was almost dead just now, so what was the point of maintaining an image? That last dark god who arrived was truly despicable. If he hadn't taken the initiative, the other alien gods might not have dared to engage us. Speaking of the transcendent, the Thunder Titan thought of the dark god he had encountered last. If he hadn't intervened, he and his companions would never have been expelled. With their strength, they could definitely secure a share of the spoils in the upcoming battle. What's the point of talking now? Make a decision quickly, leave or stay. I don't have time to waste time with you guys talking nonsense here, the orc demigod said with a sullen expression and a hint of impatience. The orc demigod's thoughts reflected the thoughts of most of the demigods present. Since they had been expelled, they had to make a quick decision. Stay here and fight, snatching something while the divine ruins were fully revived, or leave quickly and head for another divine ruin. If they rushed over now, they would probably miss the first wave of the flowing light competition, and they might even be rejected by the others. But it was definitely better than staying here. Those guys are so powerful. Even if we stay, we probably won't be able to defeat them, and might even be killed. Thinking of the strength of the three supreme beings, everyone felt a little apprehensive. They didn't want to stay and try to snatch food from their mouths. A demigod soon suggested, why not try another divine ruin? With our strength, perhaps we can join forces with that ruin and drive out those alien gods. Everyone nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. You're right. While those guys are outrageous, there's really no need to provoke them now. Let's go to the divine ruin first and seek revenge when we have the chance. There's no time to lose. Let's go! I know a location where there's a ruin of the highest true god level. After a while, the local demigods became restless, wanting to get as far away from this place as possible. There was no way. The shadow of nearly dying just now was too great. They had been besieged before, but this was the first time they had been so perilously close. The feeling of not being able to control one's own life was not pleasant. The god-eating ant moved its mouth, as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After a moment of deliberation, the remaining 100 or so local demigods decided to temporarily put aside their hatred and split into 3 groups, flying towards the distant divine ruins. It wasn't that they didn't want to go together. After the previous incident, they knew they were stronger together. But the problem was that everyone disagreed. Furthermore, some of the more resourceful individuals had already anticipated that once they gained a foothold in a divine ruin, they would no longer be companions, but rather competitors. So rushing all the way to a single divine ruin wasn't a good idea. At the main ruins, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after noticing the departure of the local demigods entrenched in the distance. Even though the defeated local demigods no longer posed a threat to them, they remained a nuisance. These creatures were like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. Their presence kept players from exerting their full strength. Now, they probably figured it out. They're not going to fight here to the bitter end, but will go to other divine ruins to fight for it. Su Xingyu, who was in the core area, frowned slightly upon seeing the local demigods depart, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Harold, standing nearby, smiled. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. Boom! The spatial rift began to expand again, and the surrounding void began to vibrate violently. Joy filled everyone's faces. After nearly a year of evolution, this divine relic, surpassing the level of a true god, had finally fully revived. Then, with a sudden, resounding roar, a torrent surged from the vast black hole of the relic, its repulsive force surpassing any divine relic they had encountered before. The 3 at the front, feeling the incoming torrent, their expressions changed slightly. Without a second thought, they quickly retreated. While they were powerful and could resist head-on, there was no need to waste their energy like this. Seeing even the big guys retreat, the players in the outer areas naturally followed suit, flying backwards. Boom! Simultaneously, countless streams of light surged from the black hole of the relic, shooting out in all directions. Ha ha ha, it's finally here. So many treasures. We've made the right choice to come here. Their divine powers surged, and they each displayed their magical powers, aiming to intercept the streams of light. The first to strike were naturally Su Xingyu, and the other 2 at the front. This time, a vast number of streams of light erupted. While none surpassed true god quality, there were still dozens of them, and their number was constantly increasing. This was far richer than those true god relics. However, intercepting them was no easy task. The energy contained in the true god streams was terrifying to begin with, and at such close range, it was no less powerful than a true god strike. Even Su Xingyu and the other 2 dared not be careless and prepared with all their might. Stop! After selecting his target, Su Xingyu unleashed his full power, enveloping him in a dark glow. Chains formed from the laws of darkness shot out from under his feet, biting towards the streams of light like pythons. The chains of laws intertwined, like a fishing net, blocking the stream of light. Bang, 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 a clash even more intense than the previous clash rang out. The 1,000-foot-tall dark giant, his eyes ablaze with light, ancient patterns emerging from his body, resembling a giant deity from ancient mythology, exerting a powerful pressure. Without using a divine weapon, given his strength, if he had rashly used one, it would likely have caused both to collide, causing damage to both. Ha! Hands imbued with dark divine power reached out, and before everyone's astonishment, the dark giant actually grabbed the 2 streams of true god quality light. 2 loud bangs echoed, and the dark giant's front body instantly flung back, nearly sending him flying. Holy crap! Is this a human? Even at this crucial moment of intercepting the stream of light, where no distraction was possible, everyone's eyes still jumped, and they silently moved away from Su Xingyu's area. Not to mention them, even the other two transcendents not far away had their eyelids twitching, clearly frightened. This Eternal Knight's divine body was a little too strong. This energy charge, equivalent to a true god strike, was intercepted with such force. Though shocked, everyone didn't hesitate to intercept the streams of light. After selecting their targets, they began to attack. I want this. Get out of the way. One stream of light after another was intercepted, and then, without a second glance, they flung it back into space, reaching out to intercept more. Chapter 265. The first wave of flowing light erupted, but no intense fighting broke out between the crowd. At most, a few harsh words were exchanged, or a few touches were exchanged before they left. There was no other way. There were simply too many flowing lights. Just intercepting them was exhausting enough, so how could anyone spare the energy to fight for them? The first wave of flowing light didn't end in a single burst, but rather occurred in several waves. Of course, the time between each burst wasn't long, only a few days. A few days, to everyone present, felt like a fleeting moment, a very short time. However, despite the short time, it also gave everyone a chance to relax. Otherwise, if all the light bursts out at once, with their strength, they would be lucky to intercept only 30% or 40% of it. After driving away the local demigods, the number of players present was still too small, and the energy in the flowing light was too immense. Interception was no easy task at such close range. Forget about anything else. Just now, the first wave of light erupting from this main god's ruins, though it only lasted for a little over half a month, erupted tens of thousands of streams. Even though none surpassed the quality of a true god, and even a few were of true god quality, this was enough to send everyone scrambling. Even with the full force of Su Xingyu and the other two, they couldn't intercept many of the ruined streams. The same was true for the pseudo-god group further out. A few streams of true god quality even reached the outermost perimeter, requiring joint interception. The more powerful players ahead, though somewhat unwilling to accept this, didn't do anything unnecessary. Although no one explicitly stated it, this was a tacit, unspoken rule. Even if the player ahead missed a stream of light, they couldn't turn back to catch up, or they would be attacked by the crowd. Simply put, Transcendents could only intercept streams of light in the core area, pseudogods could only intercept streams in the inner area, and the remaining demigods could intercept streams in the outer areas. If you were strong enough, within your own area, no matter how many streams you intercepted, the people behind you wouldn't care. But once they entered my area, I couldn't do anything. When the divine ruins were first revived, there was no such rule. Everyone fought freely. If you were strong enough, you could knock them down one by one afterward and snatch the streams that others had intercepted. Later, the weaker, but more numerous, players became unhappy. So, after all my hard work, I still had to be robbed, right? This angered the crowd, and then a large-scale conflict broke out, and ultimately this tacit, unspoken rule emerged. There's really no other way around this. After all, the resurgence of the divine ruins will last a long time. Unless you snatch one treasure and run, leaving the rest of the ruins behind, others will eventually snatch them all up, depending on your strength. Regarding this unspoken rule, no matter what they think in their hearts, at least on the surface, everyone abides by it, maintaining this hard-earned order so that everyone can obtain some treasure and not return empty-handed. You can snatch treasure afterward, but that afterward must be after the whole thing is over. After the first wave of flowing light ended, everyone dispersed the light and examined their loot, their faces lit with smiles. It was clear that they had reaped a considerable reward. Although it was unknown how many waves of flowing light would erupt from this divine relic, the rare items contained in the first wave alone were enough to make everyone rejoice. In the recent distribution, the players present had more or less collected several demigod-grade items, and the remaining lower-grade items were countless. This time's harvest was far greater than the previous ones. But the greatest gains were naturally made by the three strongest individuals at the front. They were closest to the divine relic and suffered the strongest impact, but this also allowed them to be exposed to the flowing light earlier. In the first wave of flowing light, not to mention the other grades, let's just look at the best true god quality flowing light. Su Xingyu was the strongest, claiming 7 true god quality items. Harold came in just shy, missing 2, securing 5. Pays was even fewer, with only 4. As for those with pseudo-god strength, most only received 1, with a very few, even stronger, securing 2. In total, Su Xingyu and the other two alone seized nearly 1/3 of the true god streams. As for streams of other qualities, each of them intercepted nearly 100, over half of which were of demigod quality. Of course, most players didn't bother to pay attention. They only knew that the big guys ahead had intercepted a lot of streams, but they hadn't completely wiped out the spoils. Some true god streams still made their way into the outer areas, allowing them and the others to take advantage. Players in the core area, inner area, and outer area were all very satisfied with this distribution. At least for now. Around the Eternal Night Plain, nearly 10 powerful demigods, commanding war fortresses, waited at the edge of the Eternal Night Plain. Watching the powerful auras emanating from the distance, they felt a sense of emotion. Such a great battle is happening right on our doorstep, and we can only watch from home, unable to participate. What a shame! A tall, thin human demigod warrior said with some disappointment. After a few dishes and a few drinks, you're already so drunk, and you don't even consider the lineup over there. With your strength, you still want to join in. You're truly reckless. The magic demigod nearby laughed upon hearing this. The battlefield over there was filled with high-level demigods, and there were also many powerful ones, even peak warriors capable of defying true gods. Even with the support of the war fortresses, they were nothing more than larger ants. If they forced their way into the fray, they would only end up dead without a burial place. Alas, you're right. Ordinary demigods are ultimately too weak in this void. The demigod warrior nodded slightly, agreeing wholeheartedly with his opinion, though still somewhat unwilling. It's a pity we're in the void, unable to draw upon the power of the Legion. Otherwise, we have at least some resistance. After years of development, the Eternal Night Empire's top legions can now, under special circumstances, influence even some powerful demigods. It's no longer like the past, when the entire legion combined could barely hold a candle to a single demigod. However, in the Dark Void, the legions are completely useless. The laws here are too lax and chaotic, allowing powerful individuals to receive enormous amplifications. Not only can the legions not deploy their full might, but even if they did, they wouldn't be able to suppress the powerful demigods. Alright, why think so much? Just complete your current mission. His Majesty is not in this plane. If a powerful person intrudes, we'll be the ones holding it together. It's just a feeling. I thought reaching the demigod realm would make me a powerful being, even in the vast void. Who knew? Who knew that a demigod in the void is nothing more than a large ant, not even a powerful being? Thinking of this, the demigod warrior sighed deeply. Alas! The magic demigod's forehead was covered with black lines, and he suppressed the urge to strike. I told you long ago, if your brain isn't working well, don't read books, and don't think so much. When His Majesty returns, you should go to the temple, and ask the high priest to check on your mental state. The change from a top-tier powerhouse to a mere soldier is too great to accept for a while, but it's actually quite normal. War fortresses surrounded the Eternal Night Plain, continuously monitoring the situation with detection magic, keeping a vigilant eye on all sides. Far away, on a tiny meteorite, a pair of eyes opened, cautiously surveying the situation on the Eternal Night Plain. The opportunity hasn't arrived yet. Keep waiting. Nearly half a year later, the second wave of benefits from the Lord God's ruins arrived. The amount of light emanating this time was nearly 30% less than the first wave, but the quality was far superior. There were even many unique light streams, including Lord God level light streams that surpassed the level of true gods. The moment the Lord God level light streams appeared, the gazes of all the powerful beings changed, their eyes gleaming with greed. Lord God artifact. Is this the Lord God artifact? Once I ascend to true God status and possess another Lord God artifact, even those at the top of the rankings won't be able to defeat me. It's difficult to intercept. The energy contained in this stream of light is simply too strong. Such a terrifying power. We can't resist it head-on. Even among the countless streams of light, the main God-level streams were dazzling, like the bright moon among the stars, easily visible at a glance. Luckily, everyone had already retreated a distance, leaving ample space. Otherwise, intercepting these streams would have been difficult. Sir, do you want this? If not, I'll be rude. Harold glanced at the rapidly approaching massive stream of light, and turned to shout at the dark spirit in the center. Judging from his previous performance, Harold's strength was clearly inferior to Su Xingyu's. Now, with only a single main god-level stream of light emanating, if he didn't want to clash, he naturally let the strongest person choose first. Penny, on the other side, frowned slightly, but said nothing further, clearly approving of Harold's plan. Although Penny felt that her own strength was inferior to the other two, their overall strength should still be on the same level. If they really had to fight for it, they wouldn't necessarily be outmatched. But now isn't the time to seize it. Other streams of light will emerge soon, so there's no need to rush. With their strength, it won't be clear who will win in a short time. Fighting now would only give the others an advantage. And judging by the situation at the divine ruins ahead, there must be more main god-level streams of light behind. Even if this one is lost, it won't be a big deal. Su Xingyu carefully sensed it, comparing this main god-level stream of light with the true god-level stream of light he had encountered previously. He found it was only 3 times thicker. So he shook his head and said softly, "As you wish." He didn't consider this main god-level stream of light in his eyes for the time being. Besides, there's no need to rush. This second surge has just begun, and there will be plenty of opportunities later. Thank you, Lord Yongye. Harold was stunned at first, seemingly unprepared for Su Xingyu's response, but then he burst into laughter. His body transformed into a 1,000-foot-tall blue giant, wielding the divine trident. Vast divine power surged forth like a tsunami, quickly forming a series of defensive lines of divine power in front of the main god-level stream of light. Although Su Xingyu and the others didn't intercept the main god-level stream of light, they were not idle either, reaching out to intercept special streams of light. The treasures contained within these special streams varied in value. The more valuable ones were comparable to, or even superior to, the main divine artifacts. The less valuable ones were guaranteed to be of demigod rank. Some had unearthed rule artifacts, often relatively rare basic rule artifacts, from within. Others had unearthed special divine domain buildings and natural wonders. Of course, there were many more unique, but less useful items. Just like opening a treasure chest, whether or not you'll find something good depends entirely on your luck. However, the ruins before them are those of the Lord God. Even if they're inferior, they shouldn't be that bad. Seeing Su Xingyu and the other two make their decision instantly without a fight, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of those gathered inside. This was not what they had imagined. They had thought that the appearance of the Lord God level Liu Guang would cause a conflict among the three over ownership, leading to a direct fight. Then, they could attempt to seize items that were originally beyond their capabilities. But now, if they didn't fight, even if they wanted to fish in troubled waters, they couldn't. They could only intercept the Liu Guang in the same orderly manner as before. Whether they could intercept those top-tier items depended entirely on the three ahead, whether they were willing to give them a chance. He felt a little frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. Not to mention that several of them were Harold and Penny's subordinates. Even if they weren't, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat these three. As for joining forces with the other demigods, it was a good idea, but the reality was harsh. The other demigods weren't fools. Even if they overthrew the rule of the three, what would it matter? Ultimately, what they would gain wouldn't change. Could anyone have thought that with the transcendence gone, the top-tier streamers would be able to take on powerful demigods like them? Impossible. The other demigods knew they didn't have the ability to compete for the master god-level streamers, so they had long since given up hope. The three factions, each with their own agenda, maintained checks and balances, maintaining a fragile order. Thus, within this unstable order, the second wave of streamers, though somewhat turbulent, was carried out according to the rules. The second wave erupted with 4 divine-level streams of light, each of which was taken by the 3 transcendents. As for the 4th stream of light, whether due to insufficient power or some other reason, it flew beyond the core area and was intercepted by the players in the inner circle. This subsequently triggered a considerable battle. Su Xingyu and the other two remained silent, merely watching from the sidelines, as if they were outsiders. In the end, they allowed a supreme demigod to seize the divine-level stream of light, and made no attempt to seize it afterwards. Chapter 266. The second wave of light onslaught, though smaller in number, lasted longer, lasting over a month. The scramble for it was noticeably more intense than the previous one, resulting in numerous injuries to players, especially the pseudogods in the inner zone. In their quest for the final ray of divine-level light, they engaged in a furious battle, clearly fueled by anger. If it weren't for the pressure from the 3 supreme beings in the core zone, they would have engaged in a full-scale fight, escalating the situation even further. Now, the players in the 3 zones each harbored their own agenda, yet they were forced to band together with their current companions, temporarily uniting. There was no other way. This was the only way they could resist the players from the other 2 zones. This was true for the 3 in the core zone, the 8 pseudogods in the inner zone, and the over 100 other demigods in the outer zone. Only by uniting could they have the confidence to negotiate with the others. Otherwise, caught in chaos, they would have no real competitive edge. The 8 pseudogods in the inner area understood this principle, and therefore didn't dare to completely renege with their companions. If they were to engage in internal strife, the subsequent competition might not be theirs. At the very least, they would be completely cut off from the chance to obtain the Master God level flowing light. So, no matter how upset they felt, they could only watch helplessly as the most powerful demigod took the Master God level flowing light. Su Xingyu and the other two were somewhat disappointed, but they didn't take it too seriously. As for the many players in the outer area, they subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. As the weakest group individually, they were the least likely to want complete chaos. Once the scene descended into chaos, it was easy to imagine it would inevitably resemble the initial stages of the Divine Ruins revival. The powerful, disregarding the rules, would constantly attack the weak, seeking to snatch the treasures they held. This was undoubtedly a serious disadvantage for weaker players like them. Players at the pseudo-god level, even when facing transcendence, could at least protect themselves as long as they avoided a fatal fight. However, high-level demigods, powerful demigods, faced with either transcendence or pseudo-gods, could be completely annihilated with a single misstep. Thus, being able to share a share of the spoils under the current rules was the best outcome for them. At least for players without significant ambitions, that was the case. Though it seemed like alms and a bit awkward, it was the only way to go. Order remained at the scene, and there was no complete conflict, but everyone could sense a change in the atmosphere. It had become more tense. A major drama was likely about to unfold. Everyone had anticipated this, and was prepared. Some players, aware of their lack of strength, had already quietly moved further out. The two waves of light that had previously emerged from the Lord's ruins had already yielded them considerable rewards. Even if they left now, their journey would be worthwhile. If a fight truly broke out, they would have to reconsider whether to continue wading into this turbulent waters. After all, this was unlike the battles they had encountered before. No matter how fierce those battles were, they couldn't be killed instantly. And now, with three top-tier transcendents, whom they rarely even saw, now in this battlefield, it was no exaggeration to say that they would be crushed like ants. It wasn't a specific target, perhaps they were simply affected. And based on their understanding of these powerful individuals, this kind of impact would likely be quite frequent. After all, every player present now possessed hundreds of relic streams, akin to a small treasury. Taking down any one of them would yield a significant reward. Put yourself in their shoes. If you had that kind of power, wouldn't you have accidentally affected some? In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The third wave of the Lord God relic erupted. At the same time, watching the shrinking relic black hole, everyone understood that this would likely be the final eruption. And then, a great battle erupted. Where and why did this war begin? No one knew. In any case, it erupted in a blur. Perhaps it was due to dissatisfaction with the Transcendent joining the fight for the Lord God level streams. Or perhaps it was because the powerful demigods were unhappy that so many true God level streams were being trapped in the inner area. In short, fighting broke out. 3 of you just received a stream of divine level light each, and now you're fighting over it again. Don't you think you're being too greedy? Seeing the 3 in front of you once again reach out to intercept the divine level light streams, a powerful individual in the inner area suddenly became restless. That's right, I admit you 3 are powerful, but this is a bit too overbearing. You eat the meat, and we drink the soup, but you can't let us drink the soup all the time. Seeing this, another powerful pseudo-god hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward, a look of displeasure on his face. Your Majesties, why don't you drink more soup from now on to relieve your stomachs and prevent them from bursting? Said another pseudo-god. The meat naturally refers to the Lord God level flowing light, and the soup refers to the true God level flowing light. Before this, the true God level flowing light was a top-tier treasure, the object of all players vying for it. However, compared to the Lord God level flowing light, it was no match. There was a huge gap between the two sides, so seeing Su Xingyu and his 3 companions continue to intercept the Lord God level flowing light, the others naturally became a little restless. They had abandoned other less competitive True God ruins, and come to this Lord God ruins, not for the True God level items, but for treasures that transcended the True God level. Are you getting impatient so soon? I thought you'd wait until the very end before you turned hostile. Harold heard this, turning to look at the flying crowd with a hint of mockery on his face. Then he softly asked the 2 people beside him, how are you going to respond? Haha, how can we respond? We'll see on the battlefield. Are we just going to give in? Don't we have any respect? Penny sneered, her icy blue eyes gleaming coldly. Let strength speak for itself. Su Xingyu's eyes were indifferent, completely disregarding the people flying towards him. And so, after jointly intercepting numerous high-quality relic streams, A major battle officially began. Let's attack together. Do you really think the Transcendents are invincible? Show them our strength. So what if we can fight 1 against 3? If you can fight 3, can you fight 5 or 10? You will pay the price for your greed. Roaring, led by several powerful pseudogods, the other demigods rushed forward, besieging the 3 Transcendents. You overestimate your abilities. Harold sneered, his 1,000-foot-tall body aglow with divine light, and the trident shone with blue divine power. Gripping the trident tightly with both hands, Harold roared and slashed forward. The void in front of him was like a mirror, splitting it in 2. The 3 pseudogods and 5 powerful demigods flying towards him had their expressions slightly changed, and then they all unleashed their might. A variety of attacks came at him, deflecting Harold's strike and sending it flying upwards. The terrifying slashing blows tore a dark hole through the void above. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 sides soon collided, and a bloody clash of swords and blades began. As a top-tier expert, who frequently attacked planes, Harold had extensive experience in this kind of combat. In such a chaotic battlefield, if there were too many enemies, it was best not to deploy the law domain. Instead, concentrate the vast power within oneself and engage in a bloody battle like normal creatures. This was the best option. Meanwhile, Penny, despite possessing far greater elemental control prowess, had already shrunk her domain to within 10,000 meters of herself. Sheathing her scepter, she drew out a deep blue, true divine sword. Her armor shone with a brilliant light, and she engaged the besieged hordes in a fierce battle. Your Majesty, we're sorry. 3 pseudogod-level warriors charged forward. 2 of them exuded a noticeably stronger aura than their companions, and 1 of them had just snatched the treasure. Even so, they remained somewhat nervous as they gazed upon the dark god before them. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, this person should be the current player's most powerful fighter. Come on. Su Xingyu met their gazes with an indifferent expression, then sneered, It's been ages since I've fought anyone with my full strength, so I'll give you a try. With that, without waiting for a response, he instantly flew out, the dark divine sword in his hand slashing fiercely at one of them. Be careful. The man's expression changed slightly, and those around him quickly attacked, surging divine power blasting out, various divine arts directed at the dark divine sword, attempting to intercept it. However, the sword, shrouded in a black glow, directly split the incoming torrent of divine power. Then he struck directly at the most powerful demigod. Having been able to seize a stream of divine light in the fierce battle just now, his strength was undeniable, even slightly stronger than that of a normal pseudogod. About the same as Su Xingyu's divine incarnation at full power. Such a powerful being, possessing the potential to occupy a true god's ruins on his own, should not be underestimated. Divine art, infinite shield. A massive energy shield, thousands of meters long and wide, enveloped in a thick aura of law, emerged. Faced with the incoming divine sword, Zheng Min remained unfazed. He first cast a defensive divine spell, then raised the true divine artifact shield in his hand, ready to withstand the blow. Bang! Like a hot knife through butter, the dark divine sword radiated an intense black light, effortlessly slicing through the shield shrouded in the power of law, then struck the true divine artifact. With a resounding boom, the 2 true divine artifacts collided, like a stellar explosion, a swirling black hole instantly forming at the center of the collision. Before Zheng Min could react, he felt an irresistible force. Then, he and his shield flew out, transforming into a stream of light, crashing backwards at terrifying speed. That's all? Su Xingyu sneered. Before he could even begin to gloat, everyone reacted and immediately unleashed divine arts, attacking him. Divine art, thunder cage. Divine art, life decay. Divine art, arrow of decay. Everyone gave their all, not daring to slack off in the slightest. On a battlefield like this, holding back was a disrespect for one's own life. Each divine attack was enough to severely injure an ordinary demigod, or even kill them outright. But for a dark spirit, whose power surpassed the demigod level, this was merely a nuisance. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, and halted his pursuit. Without using any other divine artifacts, he simply wielded his dark divine sword, sweeping away the incoming divine arts. Dark divine power surged, surrounded by laws. The powerful divine attacks were like fallen leaves on the autumn ground, swept away by a broom. Several extremely subtle divine arts were completely devoured by the dark principles within him, rendering them completely ineffective. What kind of monster is this? Damn it! Get out of the way! Don't resist. Don't separate. Stand together. Don't give him the chance to defeat them one by one. Even though they knew the dark gods were powerful, capable of slaying even powerful pseudogods even when facing them alone. It was only when they faced the dark gods themselves that they truly felt the pressure of the local demigods. These transcendents were nothing short of monstrous. Strikes powerful enough to cripple ordinary demigods proved completely ineffective against them. Severing the dense web of divine arts, Su Xingyu's figure flashed, transforming into a stream of light and rushing in front of the crowd. The dark divine sword swiftly slashed down, without a single blade of energy, as if it were immortal's, slashing towards the enemy's neck. The player dodged quickly, but was still a step too slow, struck in the chest. Dark divine power seized upon him, rapidly encroaching. Ah! The powerful demigod's body shifted from solid to intangible, having thought he could avoid the damage. Unexpectedly, the dark divine power possessed a highly devouring and corrosive nature, and he was severely damaged. The others, expressionless, quickly advanced, their various divine artifacts also directed at the dark spirit. Compared to the early days of the Divine Ruins revival, when true divine artifacts were few and far between, most powerful demigods now possess one or two. Though they hadn't fully adapted to their wielding abilities due to their short time in control, they were still able to exert considerable power. Bang, bang, swish. Some of the artifact strikes were blocked, others landed on the dark spirit, only to be neutralized by its divine armor. Others pierced through its defenses, and landed directly on its body. Divine blood splattered everywhere. The faces of the besieged crowd suddenly lit up with ecstasy. It seems the Transcendents aren't invincible after all. With our strength, we can still inflict damage on them. Ha ha ha. The dark god swung his sword, forcing the crowd back. Feeling the pain that spread from his flesh to his spirit, he laughed wildly. Bang. Divine power continued to surge forth, his eyes glowing crimson, like a demon king from the abyss. Is this pain? I've forgotten the last time my true form was injured. It truly feels like I've been reborn. A faint voice appeared directly within the minds of the crowd, shrouded in a bewitching power that made them urge to kowtow in worship. Chapter 267. Devilish flame surged. The power of darkness spread outward recklessly, eroding everything around it with unparalleled dominance. The aura emanating from him was even more powerful than before. Sensing the transformation of the dark spirit, everyone's faces darkened, and some even couldn't help but curse. In this hot-blooded anime, how could a boss have a second form? Is he really trying to kill us? Outrageous. This strength is outrageous. Or should we retreat? I think our lives are more important. This guy is too strong. We can't afford to mess with him. I'm really impressed. How can this be just like a boss fight? No, it's even more outrageous. Even a boss has to wait until he's seriously injured before he transforms into his second form. How can he transform just after a break in the skin? Curses aside, the fight still had to be fought. None of the besiegers were weaklings. They were all considered powerful by normal players. After gathering his thoughts, the crowd pressed forward once more, without unleashing any fancy divine arts, simply using divine weapons to repel the enemy. This was the best tactic for encirclement and destruction. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength, it would be extremely difficult to inflict severe damage with just a few divine arts. Facing the renewed onslaught, Su Xingyu remained fearless, the crimson in his eyes gleaming brighter as he swung his dark divine sword, clashing with various divine weapons. Even outnumbered, he held his own, undefeated. Wherever his divine sword passed, no one could stop it. Of course, the powerful opponent was no pushover either, wielding a truly sharp divine weapon. Su Xingyu, uninjured for a long time, now began to show various scars on his divine body. For a moment, divine blood splattered the void. Bang, 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 clang. Though clearly a demigod at the pinnacle of all living things, he now resembled a mere mortal, wielding his weapons in the most primitive and bloody of clashes. Die! Another powerful pseudo-god charged forward, his divine power surging into his divine spear, transforming into a fiery red line. As the dark spirit fended off the enemy ahead, he suddenly thrust it into the back of his head. Humph! Su Xingyu snorted coldly, as if eyes had sprouted from the back of his head. First, he pushed back the enemy in front of him with a palm strike, then, without turning back, slashed back with his dark sword. A flash of black light sent the attacking pseudogod flying backwards. At this moment, two more powerful demigods surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. They unleashed their true divine weapons with all their might. Poof! A true divine weapon was intercepted by the dark spirit's armor. Another true divine weapon, a long sword, pierced through the armor's defenses and pierced the divine body, leaving a wound that gushed blood. The laws of the wound began to surge, preventing the divine body from repairing itself. Be careful. The demigod, who had inflicted the damage, had just shown a hint of joy and was about to retreat when he heard his companion's warning. Then, a terrifying suction force surged from the front, preventing him from escaping. He looked up slightly and saw a pair of scarlet eyes. An arm shrouded in dark divine power grabbed his neck. Good killing power, but a bit too reckless. A domineering voice emerged from his mind, terrifying. Su Xingyu exerted force on the arm that had grasped his neck, crushing it. Dark divine power poured into it, and he swung it out, transforming into a stream of light, smashing into the two flying people. The powerful demigod, whose divine power had been disrupted, was now like a mortal, powerless to resist. He could only fly away in terror. The two players flying towards him instinctively tried to dodge, but after a moment's hesitation, they reached out to stop him. Ahem. The stopped demigod spat out blood, his divine aura dimmed, clearly severely wounded. Dude, it's not that serious. It was just a touch. Why are you exaggerating so much? That's right, you're not kidding us. The two men frowned slightly at his tragic state, unable to help but speak. It had only been a moment. How could he have ended up like this? It felt like another second would have been enough. He was a powerful demigod after all. This was too much. I'm kidding you. The severely wounded demigod's face suddenly changed. He was in such a state, yet someone still doubted him. He couldn't help but curse. The two hesitated for a moment. If you got the guts, try it yourself and see if I'm playing you. After a brief pause, he sealed the wounds on his body to prevent them from spreading. Recalling what had just happened, fear flickered in the powerful demigod's eyes. I'm done. So what? What a fight. Looking at the dark god, who was engaged in a fierce battle with numerous demigods, bleeding and wounded from time to time, yet his aura remained undiminished and his sword power only grew more ferocious, a gloom settled over the powerful demigod. This player was truly one of them. He was definitely not the reincarnation of an ancient god. The gap was immense. Let's try. The two exchanged glances, each a little unconvinced. They immediately abandoned their injured companion and flew forward together, attacking the dark deity in the center. Ha ha ha. Let's fight. Su Xingyu laughed heartily, swinging his sword with increasing ferocity, gradually abandoning unnecessary defenses and allowing the enemy to kill him. The divine light enveloped his body, but even so, the scars on his body continued to grow. He couldn't currently withstand a true divine weapon with his body. Although he appeared battered and covered in various laws of authority, Su Xingyu was actually in relatively good condition. In terms of endurance alone, divine players are among the strongest of their tier. Fueled by the faith of billions of beings, their endurance is practically limitless. As long as the believers and followers who form their foundation survive, they will have a constant supply of divine energy, allowing them to continue fighting. The damage inflicted by everyone was far from reaching the limits of Su Xingyu's divine body. Furthermore, he possessed the power of devouring and death, which could weaken the opponent's power of law and prolong his own vitality. With this combination of reduction and increase, the effect of the enemy's attacks was extremely limited. While the damage wasn't so severe that Su Xingyu couldn't recover, expecting him to be worn down by such a short period of time was simply wishful thinking. It can only be said that fighting in the surrounding area has its ups and downs. This place wasn't particularly far from the Eternal Night Plane, at least from Su Xingyu's perspective. While he couldn't draw on the power of the world consciousness, he could transmit the power of faith. With a vast pool of blood behind him, it was unrealistic for the enemy to attempt to wear him down through a war of attrition. Of course, while the opposing divine players lacked a vast health pool, they each possessed vast reserves of divine essence, making them relatively safe from depletion. But there was a problem: the issue of output limits and endurance limits. When the opposing besiegers united, their combined strength was undoubtedly stronger than that of the dark gods, far stronger. However, they were not a single entity. To deal with them, Su Xingyu only needed to focus on one individual, and with 2 or 3 strikes, he could inflict severe damage. After being severely damaged, that person was effectively eliminated. To put it simply, Su Xingyu's output limit was far higher than their endurance limit. A hit would result in injury, and recovery would be extremely difficult. However, each of their output limits was lower than Su Xingyu's endurance limit, so a hit would only cause minor damage. It was fortunate that they possessed 1 or 2 true divine artifacts, otherwise they might not even be able to inflict minor damage. As the battle progressed, the besieging players discovered that, despite the addition of 3 powerful demigods, the number of besiegers had actually decreased. Even a powerful demigod with limited damage. Even with a true divine weapon, he wouldn't be able to inflict any effective damage. This guy wasn't using his full strength when suppressing those local demigods. Otherwise, with the combat power he's displaying now, none of those 3 monsters would be able to escape. What a monster! Should we retreat? If we keep fighting, someone will probably die. The 3 pseudogod-level warriors fought with all their might against the dark spirits, slashing blows. Sensing the undiminished aura, their faces darkened. All 3 of them bore numerous wounds, but none were particularly severe. After all, they were top-tier demigods. Even Su Xingyu would have found it difficult to inflict a heavy blow, so he simply gave up. Those relatively vulnerable and powerful demigods were Su Xingyu's primary targets. Ha ha ha! Fight! Besieged in the center, Su Xingyu laughed wildly, brandishing his divine sword like a madman, completely oblivious to his injuries as he attacked with his sword. Demigods kept attacking, only to be swiftly dispatched. As time went on, Su Xingyu, now alone, grew increasingly violent and reckless. Sometimes, he even abandoned his divine sword and fought barehanded, tearing his opponent's divine bodies in half, his divine blood scattering into the air. The larger group of besiegers felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. The initial joy of injuring the most powerful had vanished. They discovered that while they could indeed inflict damage with their true divine artifacts, the damage was extremely limited. Against the dark gods, it could only scratch the surface. So, doubts began to form in their hearts. Can we really defeat this monster? On 2 other battlefields, the 2 Transcendents, Harold and Penny, though somewhat inferior to Su Xingyu in strength, were performing similarly on the battlefield. Though they looked battered, their bodies covered in wounds and bruises, most of them were minor, barely scraping the surface, and had no real effect. In contrast, the besieging players, everyone struck by their divine artifacts, sustained serious injuries. Some unfortunate individuals, seized upon by their foes, were blasted with a series of blows, nearly annihilated on the spot. Gradually, the battlefield grew increasingly chaotic, evolving from a siege of the Transcendent into a full-blown melee, a chaotic battle in which no distinction was made between friend and foe. There were no rules, no order, they attacked whomever they pleased, without needing a reason. 1,000,000 miles away, in the plain of eternal night, amidst a cluster of tiny meteorites, sensing the energy fluctuations emanating from distant ruins, the demigods lurking there grew increasingly restless. The fighting has already begun over there. When do we start? Damn that alien god. I will slaughter all of his followers, and make him pay for offending me. Ha ha ha. It's not that I look down on you, but I'm afraid you can't do it. Many local demigods, hidden within this meteorite, alternately gazed at the distant divine ruins, and then at the vast plain nearby, their eyes gleaming with brutality and murder. If Su Xingyu were here, he would have recognized their identities, as one of them was the local demigod, the god-eating ant that had previously escaped his grasp. As for the other demigods, they were also local creatures who had escaped the great battle at the main god ruins. After abandoning the main god ruins, they headed towards the other divine ruins, joining the scramble. However, the already stable divine ruins formations were not particularly welcoming of their arrival. After all, if there were only a few, it would be fine, but with dozens of them, each of them quite powerful, the amount of flowing light that would have to be shared would be unacceptable to anyone. So, they were once again jointly expelled, and ultimately forced to disperse once more. At the god-eating ant's call, some of the local demigods first journeyed to a previously opened, nearing completion, divine ruins, and looted some treasures. After the divine ruins closed, amidst a flurry of arguments, the already hot-tempered crowd grew increasingly enraged, and so they secretly hid near the eternal night plane, preparing to teach the culprit a lesson. There are still so many demigods left. Their background is truly profound and difficult to handle. A deep voice echoed within the mysterious spiritual realm. Even if it's difficult to deal with, we must. If it weren't for that alien god, we wouldn't have missed this golden opportunity. Another furious voice echoed, filled with murderous intent. He's incredibly powerful. Even if we all come together, we probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. For revenge, we must seize this opportunity now. While he's fighting for the treasure and can't return, we'll charge into his plane, destroy the temple, and exterminate his followers, letting him feel our wrath. When will we start? Once the divine ruins are closed, and that alien god returns, we'll have no chance. A demigod asked anxiously. Don't rush. The fighting isn't intense enough yet. The god-eating ant gazed into the distance, as if catching sight of the battle. Its eyes gleamed fiercely. The fight has only just begun. That alien god could return at any moment. Even if we charge in, we won't be able to do anything in a short time. Wait until he's locked in a fierce battle, unable to escape. Then we'll invade. Then we'll make that alien god pay. Chapter 268. At the Lord God's ruins, the battle continued, and it was even more chaotic than before. Fighting erupted not only in the inner perimeter, but also in the core area, and the outer areas also began a chaotic scramble. Some fought in groups of 3 or 5, advancing and retreating together, while others fought independently. The scene was a chaotic mess, and the various powerful laws shook the void. As time passed, the battlefield situation evolved as everyone had anticipated. As long as they could survive the initial wave of siege, this chaotic battlefield would be more conducive to the powerful exerting their strengths. In this chaotic battlefield, they thrived like fish in water. Will you continue? Swinging his sword again, he forced back the besiegers. Su Xingyu looked at the crowd gathered around, afraid to act rashly, and a smile appeared on his face as he asked softly. The powerful god's body was covered with wounds, blood staining his armor red. His aura was violent and miserable. This must be the worst blow he had suffered since becoming a god. Before this, no one had ever been able to push him to this point. After all, it was clear that his previous path had been one of crushing victory, easily crushing most enemies he encountered. The bosses that ordinary players considered powerful seemed somewhat fragile to him, and he even lacked the courage to take them seriously. But today, facing the siege of so many players, he had given it his all. It's no exaggeration to say that he was now at the peak of his demigod form. Even the innate gods of ancient times, if reduced to demigod form, would not be able to defeat Su Xingyu at this moment. At best, they would be on par. But even so, he couldn't wipe out the besieging players. There was no way around it. These guys were simply too tough. After seeing Su Xingyu suppress 3 powerful local pseudogods, the players who dared to join the siege had a certain degree of confidence in their own strength. Even among their peers, they were exceptionally skilled fighters. The surrounding players, glancing at the increasingly chaotic battlefield, had a grim expression. If we had known this would happen, we shouldn't have driven those local demigods away. They've lost the bigger picture for the sake of the smaller one. Zheng Min sighed deeply, somewhat helplessly, as he gazed at the blood-soaked dark spirits before him. The strength of a powerful demigod is already considerable for a normal player, but at their level, it's still a bit lacking. To fight these monstrous transcendents head-on, the besiegers would need at least a pseudogod's worth of combat power. Only a pseudogod could pose a sufficient threat to them. Otherwise, even if they possessed a true divine weapon, the threat posed by a powerful demigod would still be far from sufficient. The opponent could even take the damage, and then strike back at them with a fatal blow. Zheng Min now understood that he and his companions had made a mistake. They should not have expelled the native demigods. Keeping them would reduce their flowing light, but it would help them fight against the transcendents, and increase their chances of seizing the main god's flowing light. With only 8 powerful pseudogods now, even with the help of many powerful demigods, they could only hold off the transcendents. They would be unable to severely injure them, and force them off the battlefield. In this case, he and his companions would have no chance of obtaining the Lord God's flowing light. I'm curious. Did you anticipate the situation today when you attacked those local demigods? Or was it accidental? Another powerful pseudogod, regaining consciousness, looked at Su Xingyu and asked. The besiegers were no fools. They immediately realized what was happening. Then, their expressions turned to Su Xingyu, their faces instantly turning horrified. This was too sinister. The divine ruins hadn't fully revived, their flowing light hadn't even appeared, yet they'd anticipated today's siege and taken the initiative to reduce the number of demigods in other areas. Su Xingyu paused upon seeing this. His eyes, flashing crimson, scanned the area, sending a chill down their spines. They instinctively took 2 steps back, their bodies tensing. Hee. No need to be so nervous. Su Xingyu chuckled softly, not hiding anything. He said directly, the divine ruins hadn't revived yet, and I couldn't see the future, so how could I possibly plot against you? He reached out, and snatched the suspended stream of light from the main god from the void. Everyone frowned slightly, but didn't try to stop him. Putting the light into his storage space, Su Xingyu smiled again. I simply wanted to reduce the number of demigods present. Otherwise, with so many people fighting over it, it would be too chaotic. As for why I did that, it's purely a personal habit. After all, I've been besieged so many times. Everyone's expressions darkened. Don't look at me like that. It makes it seem like I'm plotting against you. Su Xingyu glanced at the group and chuckled softly. Isn't that right? Someone asked angrily. Not really. Su Xingyu shook his head and said seriously, benefiting one side is a calculation. Benefiting both sides is a win-win situation. By expelling those local demigods, the number of contenders has been reduced by half, and the intensity of the competition has dropped significantly. Everyone present has benefited. And I was the first to strike. I drew the hatred of those demigods towards me. Honestly, you should thank me. What he said was true. With half the number of contenders eliminated, the gains for everyone present were indeed much greater. Whether it was the high-level demigods on the periphery, the false gods within, or even transcendent beings like Su Xingyu, all benefited. Alright, what's the point of talking now? Go fight for it. Zheng Min waved his hand, interrupting his companions, who were about to continue. Then, looking at Su Xingyu, he said in a deep voice, Your Majesty, with your strength, we can't suppress them. But we can hold them off for a while. So please don't push too hard, and leave some for us. Is this a threat? Su Xingyu stared intently, a smile on his face. The people surrounding them, who had been somewhat relaxed, tensed up again, their divine power surging, preparing for Su Xingyu's sudden attack. No. Zheng Min shook his head and said respectfully, This is a request. Then let your ability speak for itself. Su Xingyu nodded slightly and smiled. As this group disbanded, the other two teams besieging the Transcendent quickly disbanded and joined the melee, no longer targeting any particular group or individual. Su Xingyu and the other two did not pursue the victory. The previous battle was also very difficult for them. The locals are still more troublesome. Those native creatures are much simpler. Su Xingyu swallowed the blood and returned to normal. He shook his head and muttered to himself. Compared to the native creatures from all over, these cunning players were much more difficult to deal with. To be honest, Su Xingyu hadn't expected these players, with pseudo-god strength, to gather so many powerful demigods. Thankfully, the other side had no intention of fighting to the death. They simply used all their might to try to drive the three of them away. Otherwise, surrounded by so many demigods, they would have been seriously injured, if not killed. After all, fighting to the death and giving their all are two completely different concepts. The former means fighting to the death, while the latter is just trying their best. So, although the fight just now seemed fierce, both sides actually showed some restraint. It was just that their strength was so great that it looked fierce to outsiders. With the disbanding of the siege team, Su Xingyu and the other two were completely freed and joined the chaotic fray. However, they exercised restraint, refraining from engaging in a barrage of interceptions, lest they incur further public outrage. The other players, though somewhat unwilling, were forced to compromise, relinquishing those streams of light that were clearly of Lord God quality. Thus, the fight for the Lord God stream became a scramble among the three. Then, a conflict erupted among them. Lord Yongya, I've already let you choose first. Why don't you let me choose first this time? Harold blocked the dark spirit's pull and turned to look at him, a smile on his face. Su Xingyu glanced at the stagnant stream of light, his eyes flickering. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? How could that be? Harold said softly, a smile on his face. Get lost. Su Xingyu glanced at him and said coldly. Sir, you're being too disrespectful to me. We're all transcendents. You don't really think you can outmaneuver me, do you? Upon hearing this, Harold's face darkened, and he spoke coldly. You have no respect with me. As for whether I can suppress you, you'll have to try to find out. Without giving Harold any respect, Su Xingyu had already sensed that Harold seemed to harbor considerable hostility towards him. Su Xingyu didn't know where this hostility came from. After all, he had offended so many people. Recently, just in the fight for the relic flowing light, he killed countless people. Perhaps he'd even attacked Harold's friends or subordinates. But none of that mattered. He just needed to know that Harold was hostile to him. If there was hostility, then attack. Harold hadn't taken action previously, perhaps because he felt that fighting for the flowing light was more important. The battle for the light had reached its final stages. If he didn't act now, he would be forced to return. Su Xingyu wasn't surprised that the other party would come looking for trouble. Arrogant! If that's the case, then let me test your strength and see if you, the second best in the East District, are truly that strong. Seeing Su Xingyu's arrogance and his complete disregard for him, Harold couldn't help but show anger. As the top boss in the southern region, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even if the other party was the strongest in the East District, they couldn't look down on him like this. Su Xingyu ignored Harold's anger and simply said softly, Come. With that, the dark divine sword in his hand glowed with an extreme black light. He raised it slightly and pointed it at Harold, his provocation clear. Arrogant fellow, you will pay for your actions. Harold snorted coldly, his figure flashing, trident in hand, as he rushed towards Su Xingyu. The trident, gleaming with a blue glow, slashed forward fiercely. The massive trident shattered the void, locking onto the void where Su Xingyu lay, leaving him unable to escape and forcing him to resist. Interesting. Su Xingyu's eyes flashed, and the dark divine sword slashed upward, colliding with the trident. Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two true divine artifacts collided dozens of times, shaking the entire void. Su Xingyu and Herald transformed into two streams of light, one black and one blue, flashing rapidly through the void, constantly interweaving and colliding. In the hands of two supreme beings whose combat power rivaled that of true gods, the true divine artifacts unleashed terrifying power. Each collision was like a star exploding. The momentum was extremely terrifying. What's going on with these two guys? Why are they fighting? Penny felt a little puzzled as she watched the two men fighting for unknown reasons, but she didn't dwell on it. She quietly moved away a distance to avoid misunderstandings. Although Penny and Harold belonged to the same region and had some interactions, that didn't mean much. This small friendship wasn't enough to make him offend another supreme being. There's something wrong with their brains to not fight over a treasure like this. Muttering, Penny rushed towards the other unidentified streams, ready to take advantage of this opportunity to grab more. The players who were nearby, upon seeing the two supreme beings engage in battle, also hurriedly retreated, not even paying attention to the streams they were fighting over. The battle between two transcendents was no joke. Getting caught up in it would either kill or be severely injured. And unlike the previous siege, when both sides were cautious, getting caught up this time would be truly blind, and death would be in vain. In the void, 2,000-foot-tall giants, emitting a terrifying aura, engaged in a relentless battle, the intensity of which even surpassed the previous siege. After all, being in the same realm, they knew each other's strengths. Normal attacks would not injure their opponents. To injure them, they would need powerful punches. Thus, for a while, the battle between the two sides was extremely fierce, with the outcome difficult to determine. Meanwhile, around the Eternal Night Plane, the time has come. That alien god has been stopped. Roar! Attack! Even if we can't completely destroy him, we must overthrow his cult and slaughter tens of millions of his followers. Otherwise, I will never quench my hatred. The local demigods, who had discovered the situation at the ruins of the Lord God through special observation methods, immediately revealed themselves without hesitation, transforming into streams of light, and rushing towards the Eternal Night Plane at an extremely fast speed. They were undisguised, and with nothing around them to hide them, their appearance was immediately spotted by the demigods outside the Eternal Night Plane. Enemy attack. 13 demigods, prepare the Empire for the impact. They are coming for us. Be careful. The Eternal Night demigods patrolling outside issued a warning to the plane, and stood up to activate their war fortresses, ready for battle. Soon, the two sides engaged. 5 of you stay here to deal with them, and the rest of you rush in with me. The god-eating ant didn't waste time with the iron lumps in front of him. After leaving behind 2 powerful demigods and 3 high-level demigods, he took the remaining 7 demigods, bypassed the war fortress, and rushed directly into the Eternal Night Plane. Chapter 269. Damn it! Don't let them in. Stop them now. Damn it! Get out of here! Damn it! You bastards! If my lord wasn't in this plane, how could you? Seeing the native demigods taking advantage of the situation to enter the Eternal Night Plane, the patrolling Eternal Night demigods roared in anger and activated their war fortresses with all their might, intending to intercept them. Although some demigods had returned to the Eternal Night Plane at this time, they were no powerful enough to make the final move. If these at least high-level demigods were allowed to invade, the entire plane would inevitably suffer heavy losses. However, no matter how frantic they were, they couldn't break through the enemy before them and intercept them. They could only watch in impotent rage as the enemy slowly approached the Eternal Night Plane, then tore through a crack and slipped inside. The Eternal Night Plane was vaster than any other plane the native demigods, like the god-eating ants, had ever seen. Logically, such a plane possessed extremely solid barriers, making it difficult to breach within a short period of time. However, due to the short duration of their ascension, the uneven distribution of Eternal Night's followers, and the absence of the plane's ruler, the entire plane's barrier was flawed. Thus, the combined efforts of the god-eating ant and another false god, the demonic soul demon, caused a crack in the plane's barrier. Ha ha ha, you can't go anywhere. Stay here and watch your plane shatter. Foolish alien god, I've already told you, you'll pay for your actions. Faced with the pincer attack of numerous war fortresses, the 5 remaining demigods displayed immense combat prowess. After all, they were all at least high-level demigods, significantly stronger than the opposing Eternal Night demigods. Even with their greater numbers, and the support of the war fortresses, they were unable to do anything to them for the time being. After all, time was too short. In terms of power, namely, legions and technology, the Eternal Night Plane is no longer inferior to those planes that have existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, and may even be more powerful. After all, the ceiling of these indigenous forces is locked, while the Eternal Night Plane has been thriving, integrating forces from all sides and supported by vast resources. Its ceiling is currently in sight. However, when it comes to the pinnacle of transcendental combat power, the demigods, there's still a significant gap. The number of demigods has indeed caught up, but the quality is lacking. In the Eternal Night Plane, aside from Su Xingyu, there isn't a single powerful demigod. Even high-level demigods can be counted on your fingers, with the majority being ordinary demigods. Compared to player forces, this is undoubtedly incredible. After all players are currently still at the demigod stage, and most are only at the high or ordinary level. These players, let alone demigod followers, don't even have many sanctuary-level followers. Compared to them, the Eternal Night Plane was a complete rip-off. However, compared to the indigenous forces that had developed over thousands of years, it seemed rather insignificant. The time was too short, and the believers hadn't yet fully matured. Seeing that interception was hopeless, the Eternal Night demigod leader outside no longer hesitated and immediately issued the order to surround and kill them. Don't worry about the inside, just complete our mission. Crest, who had reached the high-level demigod realm, glowed with murderous intent in his eyes. Since you dare to invade the Eternal Night Plane and offend the Lord's majesty, pay with your lives. As soon as he finished speaking, the war fortresses immediately abandoned their attempts to break through the barrier, shifting their strategy and beginning to suppress the indigenous demigods. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Night Plane, the Empire's capital, Eternal Night City. Your Excellency, Archon, something terrible has happened. A large number of demigods are invading. The Eternal Night Empire, with its specialized communication channels, received intelligence immediately upon the God-eating ants' invasion. The intelligence messenger rushed into the Senate, shouting without regard for etiquette. Those lowly creatures who dared to offend our Lord's majesty deserve death. A fiery-tempered legion commander immediately stood up and asked Ulysses for instructions. Your Excellency, Archon, please allow me to lead the troops and suppress those demigods. Demigods were merely uncommon in the Eternal Night Empire today, at least for those who could participate in the Senate. As the number of Eternal Knight's demigods grew, they gradually lost their veil of mystery, and the Eternal Night Empire developed various strategies to defeat the strong with the weak. Although this general's transcendent rank was only 9th, with the boosts granted by his legionnaires and the suppression of both sides, he might not be defeated by the demigod in a real clash. How is this possible? There are so many war fortresses stationed outside the void, guarded by so many powerful demigods. How could they be breached so quickly? Where are Crest and the others? Why did they only send the message now? It's impossible they couldn't even intercept them before they were breached, right? The enemy is at our doorstep. Move quickly. What are you waiting for? The elders in the Senate erupted in a clamor, like the bustling crowd at a market. It had been so many years. They had forgotten the last time the enemy invaded the Eternal Night Plane. Ever since the Empire gained the ability to explore the void, they haven't been disturbed by void creatures. Bang. Silence. After reviewing the incoming intelligence, Ulysses slammed the table, and everyone present immediately fell silent. He then slowly spoke. A total of 13 demigods have invaded. 5 of them were intercepted outside the void by Crest and his men. The remaining 8 have broken through the plane barrier and are entering the Eternal Night Plane. They will descend upon the continent in an hour at most, but their location will likely be further out. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It was a relief that they hadn't been killed. If the 5 demigods guarding the outer planes were instantly eliminated, they would have to fight tooth and nail, and might even disturb the great divine majesty. In this emergency, we must act decisively. The enemy is too strong, so there's no need for further discussion. I'll just make the arrangements. Ulysses displayed due decisiveness and made the arrangements directly. Go to the divine cult and inform His Holiness the Pope of the specific situation. Yes, a tall, thin man below responded, then immediately disappeared. Elder Homya, notify all powerful demigods to immediately rush to Eternal Night City. Have all cities prepare for the demigod onslaught. Since the enemy didn't immediately surround and kill Crest and the others, it means their target isn't the demigods, but the divine cult and the Empire. After they arrive on the continent, if nothing unexpected happens, they will disperse and destroy cities across the Empire. Only in this way can we achieve the greatest destructive effect. Tell the city lords to do everything they can to hold the enemy back. Tell them to use any means necessary. And soon, as orders were relayed one after another, the entire Eternal Night Plain seemed to come alive. Magic circles within cities across the country also began to activate, like beasts awakening from slumber, revealing their fangs and claws to the outside world. While the Eternal Night Empire was implementing emergency measures across the region, the fringes of the Eternal Night Plain, a wild and untouched land, remained untouched by the Empire. Boom! Accompanied by bursts of thunder and terrifying lightning strikes, the god-eating ant led 7 native demigods through the void and descended completely upon the continent. Is this the plane controlled by the alien god? Such rich spiritual energy. A mere demigod, who hasn't yet ascended to the throne, can control such a vast plane. Sensing the surrounding spiritual energy, which was several times richer than that of its own plane, the god-eating ant sighed, not knowing whether it was envy or jealousy. Such a vast plane, such a rich spiritual environment, was actually controlled by a being who hadn't yet achieved true godhood. How unfair! The god-eating ant finally understood why, despite being at the same demigod level, they were outnumbered, and 2 of them had died. The resources enjoyed by the Essence God were incomparably abundant, nearly 100, even 1,000 times more than his own. Such abundant resources would be outrageous even for a true god, let alone a demigod. With such excessive resources, and a realm forcibly suppressed, it's only natural that he could achieve such combat power. Isn't this better? Destroying these beautiful things will make that Essence God feel pain. This plane is too vast. We must act quickly, otherwise we won't be able to inflict any serious damage on that Essence God. That's right, stop talking nonsense. Move quickly. We don't know how long the battle over there can be stopped. If that alien god returns, we might all be stuck here. Looking at the surroundings, the other local demigods were also shocked, but then came tyranny. They wanted to destroy everything and make that alien god pay with blood. Okay. The god-eating ant didn't refuse, and immediately said, then follow the previous plan. Spread out, and launch a devastating attack on the alien god's forces. And so, the local demigods, having already made plans, began to disperse and attack the cities of the Eternal Night Empire. The local demigods were indeed unclear about the situation on the Eternal Night Plane, but they could identify their targets based on the density of living energy and the flow of faith power. The god-eating ant and another false god, the demon soul demon, headed for the center of the continent, the place with the highest concentration of living energy. That was the capital of the Eternal Night Empire, the birthplace of the gods, Eternal Night City. The ruins of the main god. The chaotic battle continued. At the center of the battlefield lay a vast vacuum, the area reserved for the 2 supreme warriors to engage in battle. 2 streams of light continuously collided, resembling mortal warriors clashing with swords, staining the void with blood. Their speed was so incredible that even less powerful demigods couldn't even grasp their presence. Supported by a vast divine source, the 2 engaged in a ferocious battle, completely disregarding consumption. The onlookers, sensing the occasional high-energy fluctuations, shone with fear. These 2 monsters possess truly terrifying combat power. Are all Transcendence battles so brutal? Don't provoke them in the future. After I return this time, I'll immediately go into seclusion. I won't come out until I become a true god. The void is too dangerous. It seems that His Majesty Eternal Night is superior, and His Majesty Herald has begun to switch from offense to defense. Even among Transcendents, there are differences in strength. His Majesty Eternal Night was originally ranked 2nd, and in the Eastern region, where the most powerful are, it's normal for him to be stronger than His Majesty Herald. As Transcendents, the difference in strength between Su Xingyu and Herald was very small. After all, no matter how powerful a demigod is, there is always a peak, and now both of them have reached that peak. As a result, after such a long battle, Su Xingyu was unable to seriously injure Herald, merely suppressing him. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Su Xingyu frowned and retreated. Herald did not pursue him, but stood in the void with a faint smile on his face. By this time, both divine bodies bore many more scars, even more severe than when they had been besieged. The laws of both sides were so powerful that these wounds could not be healed in a short period of time. Judging from their auras, Herald's injuries were likely more severe. You're responsible? Through his followers, Su Xingyu had already learned that a local demigod was invading his Eternal Night Plane. I don't understand what you're talking about, sir, Herald replied, his eyes puzzled. Su Xingyu frowned slightly, but his face showed no sign of panic or anger. He remained calm as water. He simply looked at Herald and whispered, "Get out of the way." You struck so hard just now, and now it's my turn to fight back, and you're calling a truce. There's no such thing as a good thing. Besides, the ruins aren't even closed yet. It would be a shame for you to leave now, wouldn't you? Harold's eyes flickered, a smile on his face, his thoughts unclear. Su Xingyu grinned and said coldly, if that's the case, then try and see if you can stop me. It was indeed somewhat unexpected that the local demigods would come for revenge so quickly. He had assumed that no matter how hard he tried, they would have to wait until the divine ruins were closed. He hadn't expected them to arrive while the final round of competition was still underway. But Su Xingyu wasn't particularly worried. After all, it had been some time since he unified the Eternal Night Plane, and he had some arrangements in place. A dozen demigods, even 2 of them pseudogods, would be too much of a stretch to overthrow his followers. For him, returning would be the best option. With his true form presiding over the Eternal Night Plane, he dared no one to challenge them. If he couldn't return, he would make those who blocked his path pay the price. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in Su Xingyu's eyes. Instantly, divine power surged, and the dark realm began to expand outward. A dark millstone rose behind him, like an all-consuming black hole. The divine crown on his head shone with brilliant light. In his left hand, he held the death spear, in his right, the sword of darkness. The power of the law of authority radiated outward, surrounding him. The smile on Harold's face began to fade, and his expression grew solemn. Next, he had to fight tooth and nail, or he might actually be injured. Chapter 270. You like to find fault, you like to laugh, right? We'll see if you can still laugh later. Despite his rather indifferent personality, Su Xingyu couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. Normally, he was the one picking on others, but today, someone had deliberately picked on him. If he didn't teach him a lesson, would he really think he was easy to mess with? Yes, even though the 2 sides had completely torn their relationship apart, Su Xingyu hadn't considered killing Harold right then and there. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't. The more powerful a creature, the more tenacious its vitality, and the more difficult it was to eliminate. For creatures below the normal high-level transcendent level, simply chopping off their heads or damaging vital parts, like their hearts, would be enough to completely kill them. After reaching the high-level transcendent level, their life form undergoes a dramatic transformation, and the body is no longer the primary vulnerability. Destroying the body alone isn't enough. The mind and consciousness must be annihilated as well. As for demigods, the situation is even more outrageous. Having already possessed some divine characteristics, they possess certain indestructible qualities, making them extremely difficult to extinguish, even through the application of the law of authority. Su Xingyu and Harold are both only a thin barrier away from true godhood, a realm that could be breached at any moment. Theoretically, they are at the same level, and their combat effectiveness isn't significantly different. At least, this is the case in terms of individual combat power. The true difference between the 2 lies in the power of their respective followers. So, unless a full-scale war breaks out, with 2 planes bordering each other, relying on a single divine duel to annihilate an opponent is highly unrealistic. This is also one of the reasons why Harold, knowing Su Xingyu is stronger than him, dares to challenge him. The opponent was indeed stronger than him, but at best, he could only injure him. However, for a divine player, injuries were never a problem, at least not when inflicted by opponents of the same level. At most, they would just take time to heal. Su Xingyu naturally understood this problem, but he still had to strike, and ruthlessly. He wanted to make the opponent pay a price, or else his resentment would be unbearable. Instantly, the 2 sides engaged in a melee again, this time even more intense, resembling a life-or-death struggle. Why do I feel like they're getting angry? A player at the pseudogod realm frowned slightly, somewhat uncertainly. Let them fight, it's just a matter between them, none of our business. The powerful demigod nearby shrugged, his expression nonchalant. It wasn't him they were fighting, so even if they were killed, what would it matter? I think it's still somewhat relevant. The area of influence is getting wider and wider. We should stay away to avoid being affected, another powerful demigod player suggested tremblingly, a flicker of fear in his eyes. As he spoke, he retreated a distance. Battles between transcendents are truly rare. If it weren't for the resurgence of the divine ruins, these guys would probably have been holding their breath for a long time. Someone sighed, observing the terrifying scene in the distance. The streams of light pouring out of the ruins were becoming less and less numerous, and their quality was also decreasing. Most of them were ordinary items. Everyone realized that the benefits of this divine ruins were probably coming to an end. Ordinary streams of light weren't particularly important to these beings, at least high-level demigods. Intercepting them was best, but failing to do so was irrelevant. So, they intercepted them while watching the Titans clash. In the past, witnessing a duel between two top-tier masters was no easy feat. The stronger they were, the more prudent they were. They wouldn't resort to action easily. Even when conflicts arose, they were often resolved through a duel between their followers or the participation of their subordinates, while they themselves remained in the rear, a steadying force. After all, both sides understood that a fight would be meaningless. It would serve no purpose other than draining their followers' power and wasting resources. So, seeing a duel between titans, especially top-tier ones, was quite exciting. Perhaps they could gain insights that could inform their future development. As everyone's attention focused on the center of the battlefield, three figures silently departed the battlefield, rapidly flying towards the Eternal Night Plane. All three were exceptionally powerful, two reaching the level of powerful demigods, and one reaching the level of a high-level demigod. Eternal Night Plane. Charlestown, the main city on the western border. This was one of the Eternal Night Empire's stakes in the western lands, a bridgehead of sorts. In the past, this main city served as a transit point and supply station for the Eternal Night's people exploring the borderlands, boasting a staggering population of millions. As a result, despite its border location, this main city was exceptionally well-developed and prosperous, rivaling even some of the main cities in the interior. Today, this main city faced its greatest test yet. A powerful individual who had reached the high demigod realm attacked. Boom, boom, boom. Violent explosions echoed continuously, and a massive magic circle rose across the city. The surrounding spiritual energy converged there, like a mountain, weighing down everyone's hearts, leaving them feeling oppressive. Across the hundreds of meters of steel walls, inscriptions from ancient times illuminated, mitigating the invaders' attacks. Saint-level magical cannons lit up, then launched a barrage at the high demigod. Inside the city, a dark magician, who had reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm, aided by the power of the magic tower, had seemingly transcended the boundary between mortal and divine, reaching the power of an ordinary demigod. As a border city, Charlestown served as the Eternal Night Empire's barrier against foreign enemies. Needless to say, its defensive capabilities were far superior to those of the inland main cities. Although the enemy's arrival was sudden and time was tight, leaving them little time to react, the city lord still managed to fully activate the main city's defenses. Such a large-scale operation had never been seen since the city was built. Before today, no one in the Eternal Night had ever imagined that the Empire would one day be attacked. Since the Empire's founding, for hundreds of years, aside from a few incursions in the early years, there had been virtually no sign of enemy invasions. Thanks to the Empire's strict orders requiring regular testing, otherwise, they might not have been able to activate this defense system. The energy veins buried beneath the city were burning rapidly. The most difficult problem with this massive defense system wasn't the equipment, magic towers, or magic circles, but the energy supply. The energy consumed every second of this citywide defense system was astronomical. Only because of the Eternal Night Empire's arrogance, profound resources, and access to energy veins from the void could it have dared to build such a massive defense system. But even size has its advantages. The entire city seemed to come alive, like a savage beast from ancient times, bearing fangs and claws to the world and roaring terrifyingly at its enemies. The high-ranking demigod tasked with destroying this place was a terrifying three-headed troll with a ferocious face. Clad in demigod-level armor, he held a shield in his left hand and an axe in his right, looming 100 meters across. Roar! Even with his vast knowledge, the troll demigod still felt a sense of absurdity as he looked at the city before him. Is this a human city? How could it be so different from any city he'd seen before? This city's defenses are simply too outrageous. The troll demigod had conquered cities before. As a demigod with an evil orientation, he would frequently invade surrounding cities and devour their blood and food, earning him a formidable reputation within his own plane. A normal city has no defensive capabilities, at least for a powerful demigod. Their defensive capabilities are close to zero. Even those prosperous main cities are no match for a demigod. This is the main reason they dare to disperse their invasions. In the eyes of a powerful demigod, only demigods can resist them. Everything else is nonsense. Even the troll demigod had never seen such a formidable city. This main city could actually withstand the demigod's attack. Absurd. Open! Roaring furiously, the troll's body suddenly rose, towering thousands of meters into the air. A terrifying surge of blood and divine power erupted, forming a terrifying divine phantom behind him. His battle axe gleamed, and then he slashed down at the city ahead. The phantom behind him followed suit, raising his right arm and slashing down. The energy slash, shrouded in the power of law, shattered space, and descended upon the city's rising energy shield. Aim, magic cannon, fire. The city's garrison commander had been prepared. One magic cannon after another blasted towards the incoming blow, only to be sliced through. Even after their convergence, possessing an energy strike as powerful as that of a demigod, it was still too dispersed compared to the troll's slash. However, the magic cannon's attack was not completely ineffective. It at least offset some of the energy. At the same time, the sanctuary mages within the magic tower also began to exert their power. A dazzling light shone from the tower's summit, and a vast amount of elemental energy began to flow, forming thick magical shields in front of the slashing blows. Bang, bang, bang. Without a second thought, the 100-meter-long and wide magic shield shattered. Finally, the repeatedly weakened slashing blows landed on the energy shield outside the city. Bang. The two collided with a resounding sound that shattered the heavens, and vast energy spread outward like a wave. The reinforced ground beneath the city began to crumble and crack, forming deep fissures. Like an earthquake, the entire city shook. But, looking at the newly revitalized energy shield, the troll demigod was furious. Even after several weakened blows, his full-strength attack had failed to shatter the shield. The troll demigod had never seen such an outrageous force before. With so many resources, they didn't use them to cultivate powerful warriors, but instead used them to improve the city's defenses. In a rage, the troll demigod chopped wildly again, trying to shatter the energy shield, but it was useless. Breaking through the city's defenses with single-handed force was too difficult. Just as the troll demigod was debating whether to destroy another city, as if sensing his intention, powerful Saint Realm warriors flew out from the city. Fight! Kill! Alien god, you dare to offend my lord's majesty, you deserve death. Led by several powerful warriors, whose auras surpassed the Saint Realm, dozens of Saint Realm warriors attacked the troll demigod in groups of 3 or 5. After being a coward for so long, you're finally coming out. The troll demigod flashed a cruel grin and charged forward. A demigod who rose to power through external forces, you dare to fight me? You're courting death. Before the two sides met, a dark figure rose from the city. Wearing a crown, its face indistinct, it towered thousands of feet tall, like a giant, connecting heaven and earth. Darkness is coming. Driven by the faith of the city's inhabitants, the dark giant dispersed, transforming into a terrifying wave of darkness that swept in all directions. Instantly, hundreds of miles of land were plunged into endless darkness. Then, the darkness around the city began to shrink, and walls of darkness rose up around it, like a cage, enclosing everyone within. A vast amount of spiritual energy was drained away, transforming the area into a spiritual vacuum. No one could harness the energy of the world to display extraordinary power, relying solely on their own internal energy. Then, the perfect system of laws here began to disarray, and gradually, the law of darkness became the dominant law. How is this possible? My power is being suppressed. The troll demigod paused, his expression suddenly changing as he sensed the surrounding pressure. This was one of the trump cards the Eternal Night Empire had devised. The Saint Realm and the demigods might seem only one realm apart, but the combat power between them was absurdly vast. Furthermore, the troll before them was no ordinary demigod. Under normal circumstances, Saint Realm warriors would be powerless to withstand the attacks of higher-level demigods. Just like Su Xingyu faced the siege of powerful and higher-level demigods before, they would be defeated one by one. To surround and kill a powerful individual, you must first possess the power to injure them. Otherwise, everything would be meaningless. So, the Eternal Night Empire devised this plan. Leveraging the shared faith of the Empire's citizens, and the power of faith stored within the statue, he trapped his opponent and himself within a single battlefield, then isolated the battlefield from the rest of the world, draining its spiritual energy, depriving his opponent of the surrounding free energy. Finally, he replaced the previously perfect laws of the area with the laws of darkness. In this way, the energy levels of both sides were suppressed, and even Saint Realm warriors, who would normally be instantly slain by a demigod, barely managed to resist. The energy available to both sides at this point was several levels lower than before. To put it simply, in the outside world, a demigod's attack, defense, and stamina were 1,000, but after being suppressed, they were reduced to 100. Saint Realm warriors couldn't harm a demigod, but a 6th-level transcendent could surround and kill an epic realm warrior. While the suppression wasn't quite as dramatic, the idea was there. Chapter 271. Inside the Dark Cage. Led by the powerful and followed by the weak, the warriors of the Eternal Night Empire charged forward, one after another, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. Kill him! He's just an alien god, yet he dares to invade our Lord's territory alone. Let's all attack together, let him see our strength. Even demigods shouldn't insult us like this. After the spiritual energy was blocked, not only the troll demigods were affected, all beings were affected. However, relatively speaking, the impact on the Eternal Night Empire's forces was relatively minor. After all, they had been prepared for this. Damn you, a bunch of weaklings, how dare you challenge the Troll King? The troll demigod, sensing the suppressed energy within his body, had a grim expression, a slightly ferocious look on his face, his clouded eyes becoming exceedingly fierce. Do you really think you can defeat me with just a few tricks? I'll make you understand. A demigod is still a demigod, not something you weaklings can compare to. He casually swung his battle axe, striking the dark wall that blocked his surroundings a few times. Finding it completely ineffective, the troll demigod abandoned the idea of a strategic retreat. His eyes flashed crimson, and he shrank back to his normal form before charging towards the crowd. Soon, the two sides engaged. The troll demigod continued to demonstrate immense dominance, holding his own even against the combined might of the Eternal Night. However, the troll demigod was far from happy. For a high-ranking demigod to be held back by a group of less-than demigods was a profound humiliation. He longed to unleash even greater power, annihilating these ants in one fell swoop, but the surrounding suppression prevented him from unleashing any such force. A moment later, dozens more figures flew out from within the city, all powerful beings who had reached the Saint Realm. Their auras were weaker than those of the first group, but they had still reached the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Under normal circumstances, even if Charlestown were the main city and located on the border, needing to defend against external enemies, it wouldn't have so many Saint Realm warriors stationed there. And so it was. Most of these Saint Realm warriors had been urgently transported in via portals from cities further back. Of course, they certainly weren't being transported in right now. The surrounding space had already been completely sealed off, making it impossible to teleport. They were all urgently deployed on the eve of the battle, after a well-designed plan was formulated based on the strength of the target demigods. As for how to determine the invading demigods, with the aid of world consciousness, the Eternal Night Empire had complete knowledge of the invaders' whereabouts. Whenever they separated and attacked each city, the world consciousness was watching. Demigods like the god-eating ants were naturally aware of this, but they could do nothing. Facing an increasing number of powerful Sanctuary Realm warriors, the troll demigods quickly became mired in a bitter battle, their energy gradually dwindling. The balance of victory began to tilt towards the Eternal Night Empire. And it wasn't just here. The situation in other cities attacked by the invading demigods was similar. Whether the opponent was a high-ranking demigod or a powerful one, they were all suppressed by the Eternal Night Empire's tactics. When the powerful cease their transcendence and descend into the mortal realm, sharing the same life form as their besiegers, their fate is sealed. These invading demigods remain powerful, easily crushing any of their besiegers, but with the besiegers' mutual support, they stand no chance in a one-on-one fight. Meanwhile, in the center of the Eternal Night Plain, the Empire's capital, Eternal Night City, the two strongest invaders, the God-Eating Ant and the Soul Demon, both already reaching the pseudo-god realm, arrived and launched a fierce attack. As mentioned earlier, among all the major cities, the Eternal Night Empire's capital, Eternal Night City's defenses aren't particularly strong, not even ranking in the top 10. And now, the invaders they face are the two strongest, making it unrealistic to rely on the city's defenses to withstand the attack. It's not their fault. After all, no one could have imagined that a powerful individual would one day directly assault the Empire's capital. If the army were fighting normally, they wouldn't have been able to reach this point. However, facing the attack of the two pseudogods, the Eternal Night Empire remained unfazed. Instead, it gathered over half of the plane's demigods, 12 in total, 3 of whom had reached the advanced demigod realm, to prepare for a decisive battle. Over Eternal Night City, dark clouds gathered, covering an area of 100 miles. Terrifying spears of lightning rained down, piercing the two invaders. The pressure of world consciousness and the faith of the people caused the two pseudogods to fall, unable to maintain their detached demeanor. What's with this alien god? How could he have developed so absurdly? Even a true divine power wouldn't have such profound power. The god-eating ant's expression changed slightly as he gazed at the demigods across from him and the constant pressure from above and all around him. The situation here had already exceeded his expectations. Or rather, nothing had happened during his entire flight that he had anticipated. It was outrageous. The fact that a demigod, who had yet to ascend the throne, possessed such a vast army of demigod followers, even with the power of a true god, still baffled the god-eating ant. Without even one truly powerful demigod, what good would it do to have more? Are these weaklings supposed to stop us? What a joke. The nearby demon soul demon scoffed, unfazed even by the multitude of demigods. Though both sides were demigods, the gap between them was immense. Faced with the siege of so many demigods, the two native pseudogods displayed unparalleled strength, easily sending a demigod flying. As for their so-called defensive systems, they proved completely useless. Even with their numerous suppression measures, they were unable to completely subdue them. This is what true power looks like. Even with the advantage of time and location, we still can't stop them. The Imperial generals atop the city walls, watching the two invaders penning down their own demigods, all looked grim. Fighting on home turf, even in the Imperial capital, with numerous reinforcements, they were still no match for the invaders, and even stopping them was difficult. Damn it! If our lord weren't here, how dare they invade the Empire? A saint-level Eternal Knight warrior roared in frustration, but he could only be unwilling. Even with both sides suppressed, the current battlefield was beyond the reach of a saint-level warrior like him. What should we do? What should we do? If we keep fighting like this, we're going to lose. Someone despaired, as the battle grew increasingly difficult. Boom, boom, boom. The two false gods launched another fierce attack, sending several figures flying in streams of light. Some crashed into the earth, creating deep pits, while others slammed into the city walls with a resounding thud. The god-eating ant and the demonic soul demon didn't join forces, fighting independently. This is truly troublesome. Watching the Eternal Knight demigods charging forward, the god-eating ant couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. He pondered whether to annihilate them here or enter the city and unleash a slaughter. Now, doubly suppressed and deprived of his transcendental combat power, killing the demigods would be no easy task. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but it would waste time. From a purely loss-making perspective, the god-eating ant felt that killing the demigods would be more effective. After all, cultivating a demigod follower was no easy task. Even the divine forces of his own plane would only produce 2 or 3 demigod followers in 100 years. If they could slay all these demigods, it would surely inflict untold grief on the alien god. But after a brief reflection, the god-eating ant decided that entering the city and unleashing a slaughter would be the best option. Inflicting pain on the opponent is certainly good, but pleasing oneself is a far better option. What is most important to a god, followers? The god-eating ant knew that even with their immense strength, they could not destroy the alien god's forces. Especially after entering this plane and experiencing its vastness firsthand. Time was too short. Even if the enemy didn't resist and allowed them to strike, they would likely kill tens of millions of lives. This number would be enough to bring some empires to their knees. But for the behemoth before them, it was far from enough. It wouldn't even be a serious injury. It would likely recover in a few years. In terms of actual losses, killing the demigod was clearly more beneficial. However, invading the imperial capital, destroying the temple of the gods, and giving that alien god a humiliation would be even more satisfying. Thinking of this, the god-eating ant no longer hesitated. After communicating with the demon soul demon spirit and explaining their intentions, they launched a fierce attack, preparing to break through the Eternal Knight demigod's defenses and storm into Eternal Knight City. Eliminating the Eternal Knight demigod would be somewhat difficult, but simply breaking through the defenses wouldn't be that difficult, especially since the Eternal Knight demigod was in poor condition after the previous battle. The god-eating ants quickly dispatched the Eternal Knight demigods, who were blocking their way, transforming into a streak of golden light and charging towards the nearby city. Damn it! Asshole, don't run. Come and kill me if you dare! The Eternal Knight demigods, who had been surrounding them, chased after them, roaring angrily as they watched the god-eating ants march towards Eternal Knight City. They were filled with rage, yet helpless. They couldn't keep up. As the city drew closer, the crowds atop the walls came into view. The god-eating ants' eyes lit up with excitement, as if they had already witnessed their own slaughter. And just then, something unexpected happened. From the center of Eternal Knight City, a dark pillar of light shot up into the sky. The eyes of the massive deity statue that sat there lit up brilliantly, then suddenly moved, heading out of the city. Back here, the darkness above the sky suddenly descended, transforming into a giant dark hand. It then slapped the incoming golden light, sending the god-eating ant reeling back in its true form. The space along its path shattered. The sheer power of the force was unimaginable. What the hell is this? The god-eating ant stared at the statue before him, emanating terrifying divine power. He sensed a strong threat from it. This statue seemed even more powerful than himself. What the hell? The power of this alien god was simply too bizarre. Not only did he possess so many demigod followers, but he also had a being comparable to a true god. My lord has descended upon the earth. Ha ha ha, damned alien god, feel the Lord's divine power. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. My lord is eternal, and the night is eternal. The believers within the city of eternal night roared with fervent anger, praying to the gods in heaven. You all retreat. The voice was devoid of emotion, yet it conveyed an air of unquestionable power. The eternal night demigods retreated without hesitation. Surrounded by a rich force of faith, the eternal night king stepped forward, shield in his left hand, sword in his right, and single-handedly attacked the god-eating ants and the soul demons, unrivaled in his power. This was another trump card of the Empire. Or more accurately, a trump card left for the Empire by the dark gods. A deity shaped by the faith of billions, possessing combat power comparable to that of a true god. This may not be a very nice thing to say, but compared to Su Xingyu, this deity more closely embodies the image of the eternal night king held by millions of believers. The ruins of the main god. The divine ruins no longer emanated streams of light. The struggle was over. However, the crowd did not disperse, but instead gathered outside, awaiting the end of the battle. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the vast blue giant plummeted downwards. He now looked quite miserable, his body covered in wounds, his aura fluctuating. Meanwhile, the dark giant above, though also covered in wounds, still possessed a surging aura, as if he had just warmed up. It was clear that Su Xingyu had gained a considerable advantage in the previous battle. Harold, do you want to continue? Su Xingyu asked calmly, using his dark divine power to seal one of his blue arms, completely severing its connection to his main body. He then looked down at Harold, who stood with two powerful pseudogods. Harold looked up, his eyes filled with anger and resentment, but he ultimately remained silent. At this moment, he deeply understood that even among the Transcendents, there were strengths and weaknesses. If he continued fighting, he might actually perish. The monster opposite was too strong. The dark laws it commanded were incredibly sickening, feeling like a special attack specifically targeting divine players. I'll teach you a lesson this time, but next time won't be so easy. With so many players present, Harold wouldn't fight to the death. Su Xingyu understood that this was his limit. Trying to completely kill Harold was unrealistic, so he gave up the fight. With a harsh word, he tore through the void and flew towards the plane of eternal night. Chapter 272. Eternal Night Plane. In the dark void, the eternal night demigods, manning their war fortresses, were besieging the invading native demigods. The battle was fierce, with the native demigods completely at a disadvantage. Each one bore severe wounds and looked quite miserable. Since the battle had begun, casualties had occurred. One of the high-ranking demigods had already fallen in a previous battle. This had also filled the remaining 4 native demigods with a sense of crisis. They had assumed it was just a simple interception mission, and since they were in the void, they could always flee if defeated. They hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. Honestly, this had exceeded everyone's expectations. After all, theoretically, this shouldn't have happened. Battles between demigods often lasted a long time, and unless there was a significant disparity in strength, casualties were extremely rare. Even though this was the void, where the combat power of the powerful demigods had been greatly amplified, this shouldn't have happened. In reality, if only the eternal night demigods had laid siege, this would have been the outcome, and they might even have been suppressed. However, now, in addition to the eternal night demigods and the local demigods, a third force had emerged. This third force, originating from the direction of the main god's ruins, consisted of only 3 individuals, but 2 of them had reached the level of powerful demigods, and the third had also reached the advanced demigod realm, just 1 step away from a breakthrough. The difference in numbers was significant, but in terms of strength, they were the strongest of the 3 warring factions. When this third force appeared, Crest, the leader of the eternal night demigods, felt despair, believing that reinforcements were arriving. Unexpectedly, these 3 came to his aid, even under the name of His Majesty Eternal Night. So, maintaining a certain degree of vigilance, under the leadership of Crest, the eternal night demigods joined forces with 3 players to encircle and annihilate the invading native demigods. One of the players, having reached the powerful demigod realm, confronted the native demigod of the same level, completely restraining him. The other 2 players, and the eternal night demigods, then surrounded and annihilated the remaining 4 native demigods, instantly turning the tide of the battlefield. With the intervention of the 3 players, the disparity in strength between the 2 sides became drastic, and the native demigods immediately went from being at a disadvantage, even worse off than the eternal night demigods had been before. The surrounding void had already been sealed off, and the besieging demigods were working extremely hard. Even if these native demigods wanted to abandon their invading comrades and flee deeper into the void, they were powerless. With the help of the 3 players, the 5 native demigods suffered a severe blow. After all, the divine players who had rushed to help were already formidable. Even among their peers, they were considered formidable. Furthermore, they attacked with exceptional energy, intent solely on destroying their opponents. They even risked personal injury to eliminate their enemies as quickly as possible, as if they were putting on a show. Under such circumstances, it would be truly bizarre if the local demigods, already at a complete disadvantage, could still resist. One by one, the demigods began to suffer injuries. Under the siege, their situation became precarious. If nothing unexpected happened, their fate was sealed. Death here would be their only outcome. There was no other possibility. The local demigods also tried to send distress messages to their invading companions, but their messages fell on deaf ears, with no response. This only exacerbated their anxiety. When Su Xingyu arrived at the Eternal Night Plain, the battle in the void was nearing its end. Of the 5 local demigods, only 2 remained, including the powerful demigod. His condition was now extremely poor. His aura remained surging, but his weakness was evident to all. This powerful demigod had already begun to ignite his essence. The power he displayed at this moment was merely the last flicker of energy before the sparks burned out. Besieged by 2 powerful demigod players, he stood no chance. Neither a counterattack to save his life nor an escape was possible. He was like a beast trapped in a trap, while the 2 divine players were experienced hunters, slowly wearing down his prey's strength, waiting for the right moment to strike and kill him with a single blow. However, these strategies immediately lost their effectiveness with the return of the Dark God. Powerful strength can disregard many strategies. It's over. I shouldn't have listened to that guy. I'm completely finished now. The local demigod, who had been seeking a chance to escape, saw the Dark God tearing through space and descending upon the area, and his heart instantly sank to the bottom, giving way to despair. Although several years had passed since the battle against the local demigods, he still remembered the scene of the Dark God single-handedly suppressing 3 powerful pseudogods, and it was still vivid. Even the peak powerhouses of the pseudogod realm couldn't escape, so the fate of a mere demigod like me could only be imagined. Die! Su Xingyu didn't waste any more words. His figure flashed, and he charged forward. He reached the powerful ancient orc, a demigod, and thrust a spear. Before the ancient orc could even react, he was pierced through the chest. Dark divine power invaded his body, and the power of law wrapped around him, binding and sealing him. I felt the dark divine power pouring into his body. The orc demigod let out a painful wail, filled with deep regret. He shouldn't have listened to the slander, and come for revenge. Now he was dead. Ignoring his regret, Su Xingyu's eyes flashed, and 2 black rays of light shot into the orc demigod's mental space. In an instant, a terrifying consciousness overwhelmed the orc demigod's mental space, completely ripping his consciousness apart. But even so, the orc demigod did not die. Of course, his current state was indistinguishable from death. His body was bound, his essence sealed, his mind destroyed. In a mere moment, this trapped beast, having reached the powerful demigod realm, and forcing both players to carefully manage it, was instantly dispatched. The process was effortless, as easy as drinking water. So easy that the 2 players watching were terrified. They placed themselves in the orc demigod's shoes and, after a moment's reflection, realized that even if they were stronger, they had no plan to counter the dark spirit's attack. At best, they could only block a few more blows, but the end result would still be death. This damned disparity in power is truly despairing. After dispatching the orc demigod, Su Xingyu approached the high-ranking demigod and dispatched him with a single blow. After being besieged by the crowd for a while, the 2 local demigods were already in poor condition. Now facing a supreme being like the Dark Spirit, it was only natural that they were easily defeated. Your Majesty, Eternal Knight. Boss, Eternal Knight. Greetings, my lord. Looking at the Dark Spirit, emanating a terrifying aura and stained with divine blood, the surrounding crowd immediately stepped forward and respectfully greeted him. Thank you for your help this time. Su Xingyu turned to the 3 players, nodded slightly, and thanked them. Strictly speaking, these 3 players could be considered his companions. After all, they all came from the same organization, Bloody Dawn. Compared to other top player factions, Bloody Dawn's membership was relatively small, making it a relatively small organization. It wasn't that no one had joined. The main reason was that the core elders disliked managing matters and expanding the organization. Otherwise, With 2 Transcendents at the helm, who knows how many players they could attract. While the organization wasn't large, it was still spread across the void, and the previous ruins of the Lord God had already attracted several members. These members didn't know each other, as they hadn't met often, but they all knew Su Xingyu. They had contacted Su Xingyu during the previous battle, not to do anything, but mainly to say hello and avoid accidental harm. After learning that the Eternal Night Plane had been invaded by native demigods, Su Xingyu sent 3 people who were watching the battle from outside to help, to prevent any accidents. Although he had left some hidden cards within the plane, and the Empire was vast enough, a few demigods alone wouldn't be able to inflict sufficient damage, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The 3 of them naturally agreed, practically guaranteeing it with a pat on their chests. Not to mention they were all part of the same organization. Even if they weren't, being able to connect with a Transcendent was a huge win. To put it bluntly, the fact that the boss was willing to use him was a huge honor for him. It's not a problem, it's not a problem. As long as I can help His Majesty, Eternal Night. Yu Qinwen quickly shook his head, then smiled. The battle over there is almost over. With our strength, we won't be able to seize anything. It's only right for us to come and help you. Old Yu is right. Another powerful demigod, Fang Wenhao, nodded and said with a smile, besides, we can't help much this time. Boss, your followers are so strong, they can hold on even without us. This was actually true. After all, when the 3 of them arrived, the Eternal Night demigods here were only at a disadvantage, far from defeated. Frankly, Fang Wenhao was shocked by the number of demigod followers Su Xingyu had. These were demigod followers he had cultivated himself, not powerful demigods from the void plane who had been conquered by force. Demigod subordinates and demigod followers are 2 completely different concepts. The former can fight for you, the latter can give their lives for you. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the 3, Su Xingyu glanced at the Eternal Night Plane and chuckled. There are still a few guys in the plane that haven't been dealt with yet, so I won't chat with you any further. You go ahead, the 3 said hurriedly. Su Xingyu thought for a moment, then added, the teleportation function hasn't been restored yet, so you can't leave for a while. Would you like to go in and sit down for a while? The 3 glanced at each other and nodded. Excuse me. Crest. Su Xingyu looked at the middle-aged man standing nearby. My lord. Crest hurried forward, his expression somewhat nervous. Well done. Su Xingyu smiled, patted his shoulder, and praised him. Then he instructed, I'll take care of those invaders. You take the guests on a tour. As you command, my lord. Crest, who had reached the level of a high-level demigod and was considered one of the most powerful beings in the Eternal Night Plane, was like a child receiving praise from his parents, his expression extremely excited. With a slight nod, Su Xingyu turned and flew towards the Eternal Night Plane, opening a passage through the barrier. Then, using his authority as a plane lord, he located a major border city. He didn't head directly for the all-important Eternal Night City, but instead arrived at a less important border city. On the way back, he sensed that Eternal Night City wasn't in immediate danger. With the aid of the Avatar of Faith and World Consciousness, even if they couldn't annihilate the 2 pseudogods, nothing would go wrong. In contrast, the other attacked cities were already suffering casualties. This was inevitable. After sensing the danger, the local demigods began to fight tooth and nail. Even though they were suppressed by the Dark World, demigods were still demigods, no match for the powerful Saint Realm warriors. They couldn't kill instantly, but if they zeroed in on one person and attacked them repeatedly, they could still easily be eliminated. Of course, they themselves would also suffer trauma in the process. Their desperate efforts wouldn't improve the situation in any way. Instead, they would hasten their own demise. It could be considered a kind of madness before death. Although only the sanctuary believers perished, it was better to minimize unnecessary casualties. The dark cage formed by vast faith suddenly cracked open at the top. The besieged demigod, feeling the return of the familiar laws of the world, had just begun to show a hint of joy when a dark beam of light descended from the sky. Before the powerful demigod could react, the dark beam pierced his body, and everyone could see clearly that it was a spear. Boundless dark divine power poured in, and the power of the laws enveloped his body. But in a short while, the powerful demigod was completely incapacitated. My lord! Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the rift above, the powerful men of the Empire erupted in ecstasy, shouting loudly. Well done! The indifferent voice echoed directly into everyone's minds. The expressions of the Eternal Night believers were utterly fervent. Had it not been for the explicit stipulation, they would have already prostrated themselves. The dark divine source fell like a drizzle, nourishing the wounded bodies. Without lingering for long, Su Xingyu casually retracted his weapon and, without even revealing his face, swiftly departed, heading for his next destination. Soon, the same scene unfolded in cities across the empire. These, at worst, were high-level demigods. Facing Su Xingyu's attack, they were powerless and instantly defeated. With the fall of each native demigod, the chaos of the Eternal Night Empire subsided at an astonishing pace. Chapter 273. Outside the city of Eternal Night. Beneath the dark sky. Thousands of meters in the sky, the dark god pulled out the divine sword that had been stabbed into the golden giant ant, letting the cunning enemy fall. The golden giant ant's eyes had long lost their luster, and now it looked as if it were completely dead. Bang! As the god-eating ant's massive body plummeted to the ground, a resounding explosion echoed, and all the demigods who had invaded the Eternal Night plane perished. My lord is victorious, and the Eternal Night endures. My lord is victorious, and the Eternal Night endures. My lord is victorious, and the Eternal Night endures. May the glory of my lord endure forever, illuminating all realms. The Eternal Night believers within the city, upon witnessing the dark god slay the last enemy and achieve final victory, erupted in fervent shouts. The roar was so resounding, like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire city. Soon, all the citizens of Eternal Night City knew that their divine majesty had slain all the enemies, and the crisis was averted. The entire city erupted in activity, and the citizens of the empire gazed heavenward, praying devoutly for the dark god, who had just participated in the War of the Gods, and had immediately returned to slay a powerful enemy. Unlike the perfect deity that believers had seen in the past, the dark god now looked rather miserable, his armor damaged and his body stained with blood. This blood, both enemy and personal, filled the air with a savage, brutal, and terrifying aura. This miserable appearance was naturally intentional on Su Xingyu's part. He hadn't cleaned up his wounds on his way back, but had preserved them. He used his actions to show all his followers that the dark deity they believed in, while powerful, was not invincible. When confronted by a formidable foe, he would be wounded and even fall. What he would do was primarily to provide forewarning. Such situations were inevitable in the future. After all, he was not invincible, so Su Xingyu no longer pretended. He no longer needed, nor did he care to deceive his followers. They were quite powerful, but it's a shame they ran into me. Looking at the two massive corpses lying on the ground below, Su Xingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had dealt with these intruders. Otherwise, a thorn in his side would have remained. To be honest, the god-eating ants and the demonic soul demons were not weak, even among those of their level, and their escape abilities were exceptional. Unfortunately, their minds weren't very sharp, and they plunged headfirst into the pitfalls of the Eternal Night Plane. And then, they encountered Su Xingyu, a formidable figure even among the Transcendents. If even one condition were missing, they wouldn't have perished here. If they were in the dark void outside, without anyone to block their path, even Su Xingyu would have found it extremely difficult, if not impossible, to kill them. After all, it was true they couldn't defeat Su Xingyu, but if they couldn't they just run? The void was boundless, with multiple layers of space. They could easily break through it, and slip inside, unaware of their location. How could the enemy possibly catch up? With Su Xingyu's current strength, he could certainly block off part of the void, but the area wouldn't be particularly large. With the strength of a pseudo-god, escaping wouldn't be too difficult. In simpler terms, they could just withstand a couple of hits. They wouldn't die anyway. However, they chose the only path to death, entering the plane of eternal night, blocking their own escape route. Under the dual blockade of the Avatar of Faith and the World Consciousness, they couldn't even break free from the space and escape the plane, let alone escape from Eternal Night City. Later, facing the dark gods empowered by the World Consciousness, they had no choice but to fight to the death, and the outcome would be both of them dead. There was no other way. Even if their numbers doubled, they would still end up in the same situation. This was the plane of Eternal Night, the dark god's headquarters. As the lord of the plane, even without merging with the plane, he still had a significant advantage here, and it was quite significant. Not to mention, he had the support of hundreds of millions of believers. In short, in the plane of Eternal Night, even if a true god descended, Su Xingyu could drive him out, perhaps even achieving the god-killing feat. As for the two native creatures at the pseudo-god level, that was a piece of cake. He dealt with them effortlessly, barely even exerting any strength. Standing high in the air, he accepted the prayers of the Eternal Night's followers. Then, through his world consciousness, he displayed the scene to the people of the world, telling them, with real-life details, that the invaders had been defeated, and the great dark spirit had returned to this world. After completing the plane cleanup, Su Xingyu accepted the followers' prayers for a while, but did not linger and quickly departed. In the past, he would have at least issued a few oracles to cleanse the damage caused by the invaders, and soothe the hearts of his followers. But that's no longer necessary. The Eternal Night Empire has formed a perfectly functioning organization. They can handle most problems, leaving Su Xingyu with no need to worry. He simply needs to be alive, supporting them from behind. As a divine being, as long as he's alive, he provides the greatest support to his followers. And the current situation is exactly what Su Xingyu had envisioned. Unlike other divine players, Su Xingyu is actually a bit lazy and doesn't particularly enjoy getting involved. The current situation in the Eternal Night Empire is quite good for him. Small matters don't require his intervention, while major ones are decided with a single word. Let's get back to the point. After getting rid of the issue, Su Xingyu returned to the Dark Divine Realm, inviting the other 3 players in as well. In the magnificent palace, the 4 sat around a round table, laid out with a variety of delicious dishes, spiritual fruits, and fine wines. How do you feel after your walk around? Su Xingyu looked at the 3 and chuckled softly. Shocking. Unbelievable. Too powerful. In response to Su Xingyu's question, the 3 responded in unison. Although their answers varied, the meaning was largely the same. For most players, even if they engage in trade and cooperation with others, this plane is closed to the public, at least not to players. Believers, however, can enter. This involves the issue of risk. The players are too powerful, and allowing them into the plane carries certain risks. Therefore, for safety reasons, the players do not allow others to enter. Yu Qinwen and the other 2 are among the very few players who have entered the Eternal Night Plane. Although their time was brief, and they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, the trio were still astounded by the might of the Eternal Night Empire. Double-digit demigod followers, a well-established high-level legion, a deployment system covering the Empire's territory, and magical technology that ventured into the void. Just these casual revelations were enough to fill the trio with envy. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. Everyone dislikes compliments, especially such sincere ones. Su Xingyu was very pleased with the trio's responses, a smile spreading across his face. Not at all. The speed of your plane's development is truly astonishing. Seeing is believing. I've heard about it from others, but seeing it in person today still leaves me stunned. Yu Qingwen's face also crackled with a smile, and he continued, let alone our 3 planes, even the Sea God Elders are far behind you. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yu Qingwen would have found it hard to believe that a player could have reached this level of development at this stage. In comparison, I'm far inferior. To use a more vivid analogy, it's probably like the technological gap between World War II and modern times. The 2 sides are completely on different levels. If a real exchange of fire occurred, he would likely be easily destroyed. This generation gap is truly despairing. We're both players, with the same starting point, yet the gap is now so huge. Can I ask how you developed? Han Heng, a relatively peripheral member of the Crimson Dawn, and the only high-level demigod present, asked cautiously. Many people have asked me this question. Su Xingyu smiled upon hearing this, then said softly, but I really don't have any secrets to development. After all, I'm just one person. No matter how powerful I am, I can't directly drive the development of an entire faction. My current level of development is mainly due to my solid previous accumulation and good luck. Is that so? The 3 nodded upon hearing this, their understanding beginning to dawn on them. One step ahead, every step ahead. With this early advantage, as long as there aren't any major mistakes along the way, it's easy to snowball. Of course, opportunity is also indispensable. To say that the Eternal Night Empire has developed completely smoothly would be a shame. Under normal development, how could they have developed full-dimensional projection technology? And that war fortress? It's clearly a technology beyond our time. After a pause, Su Xingyu smiled and said, if you wish, we can grant you some access later. You can send followers here to learn. However, I can't guarantee that you'll be able to master it, as these things are quite complex. Even if one understands the underlying principles of many technologies, they can't be developed. It's not that there are any barriers, but rather that the necessary conditions are lacking. Take the most basic city defense system, for example. Without a vast supply of energy crystals to burn, what good would it do even if you built it? You still wouldn't be able to operate it. Except for some core technologies, Su Xingyu believed that most other technologies could be traded. After all, from his perspective, the Empire's technological evolution was incredibly rapid. Sometimes, he would wake up and see the technology go from one generation to the 5th. Thank you, Boss Yongye. The 3 exchanged a glance, their faces lit with ecstasy as they responded excitedly. This promise alone, in the eyes of the three, far outweighed all their previous efforts. You know, in Blood Dawn, there were countless players vying to reach the Yongya Plain. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't even be their turn. Even if it were, they would likely only have a few members. Now, with Su Xingyu's words, the three had already foreseen the future development of their forces. It didn't matter if they couldn't master the core technology, just learn the simpler ones. For the big boss, it was just scraps. For them, it was truly cutting-edge technology. The four chatted and drank, and time flew by. Then, as a strange wave spread throughout the void, the system's teleportation function was fully restored. The three didn't stay long and immediately left. Su Xingyu didn't try to stop them. After all, he still had things to do. So, after giving each person a space ring containing a gift, they escorted the three of them out of the Eternal Night Plane. We still have to pick them up, what a hassle. Through the believer's connection, Su Xingyu sensed their respective positions and was speechless. These guys were truly capable of running. Then, based on the coordinates, Su Xingyu used the system to open a space portal and retrieve the people currently traveling through the void. Su Xingyu wasn't the only one to do this. When all the divine relics were closed and the system restored its teleportation function, countless portals immediately appeared throughout the void realm. Some were returning to their own planes, while others were retrieving their believers. Eternal Night City. Senate. Your Majesty, the losses from this alien god invasion have been tallied. A relatively young elder stood up and said, "Go ahead." Ulysses rubbed his temple, his face a little tired. He'd been under immense pressure recently. First, the divine ruins had revived, then the alien god invaded. It was one daunting situation after another. As the supreme leader of the empire, he had to make a decision. The burden of the entire empire fell squarely on him. Even with his strong endurance, he genuinely felt a hint of fatigue. It wasn't physical fatigue. As a powerful demigod, he could continue working until his death. The mental exhaustion is the real issue. This invasion of the Essence Gods destroyed 5 cities, resulting in a death toll of approximately 720,000. 17 saint-level warriors have perished, along with spirit veins, war fortresses, and sky fortresses. As the data emerged, not only Ulysses, but the other elders present frowned, anger evident on their faces. This wasn't directed at any of the individuals present, but at the deceased Essence Gods. After a moment, Ulysses sighed and said with some resignation, "Although this may not be appropriate, the casualties were within my expectations. I could even say that such a small loss is quite good. If the invading demigods hadn't been so arrogant, self-righteous, and focused their attacks on the main city to save trouble, leaving the smaller cities to their own devices, the casualties would have been unimaginably high, multiplying the figures by 10 without exaggeration. The losses, at this point, can be considered quite minimal." Chapter 274. The cities of the Eternal Night Empire, if prepared, do possess the ability to defend against demigods, but that refers to ordinary demigods, not a group of powerful beings who are at best high-level demigods. To be honest, if the invading local demigods hadn't been so arrogant and had directly targeted the main city, the Eternal Night Empire would have been completely helpless against them. With the right timing but no favorable location, it would have been extremely difficult for them to even attempt to resist, let alone surround and attack. With the strength of powerful demigods, overthrowing those smaller cities would have been a piece of cake. A single blow would have been enough to guarantee a sure win. But this couldn't be blamed on their arrogance. After all, theoretically, the damage caused by destroying the main city would undoubtedly be far greater than that of those smaller cities. In the eyes of demigods like the god-eating ants, only the main city was worth destroying. Even if the smaller cities were destroyed, the most they would incur would be casualties. But for those who believed in the gods, a few casualties, especially in the smaller cities, were of little consequence, no matter how many. Time, they possess almost endless time. As long as the foundation of their power remains intact, even a few casualties will quickly recover. That would simply not achieve the desired revenge. In the eyes of the native demigods like the god-eating ants, the only way to achieve the desired revenge is to kill high-value targets and destroy magnificent buildings. From a purely value and importance perspective, there's actually nothing wrong with this. In other words, the understanding of the native demigods, like the god-eating ants, is indeed correct. To both the Empire and the Dark Gods, the people in the small cities were insignificant. It was just a small population. It wouldn't be long before it grew back. The Empire's rulers and elders were outraged because the dead were members of their own clans. If these people were from other races, they might not be so enraged. They were standing too high. The beings below were just numbers to them. Different perspectives lead to different conclusions. So, from the perspective of the local demigods, their strategy of dispersing, abandoning the small cities, and attacking the main city was perfectly sound. After all, time was limited, so it was best to prioritize destroying high-value targets. The only thing they misjudged was the resistance of the main cities. The demigods, led by the god-eating ants, had never imagined that a force would transform every main city into a war fortress, a fortress whose defenses, even powerful demigods, could not penetrate. According to past experience, with the strength of a demigod, without the obstruction of a peer, annihilating a city, even the capital of a major power, would be easy, but certainly not particularly challenging. Then they encountered the monstrous force of the Eternal Night Empire. Even so, if they were willing to unite and launch a full-scale attack, even the Eternal Night Empire's capital city would have to be razed one by one. The damage they would inflict would be beyond imagination. Of course, there was another possibility. The incarnation of faith and the world consciousness, allied with the demigods of the Empire, would annihilate them all in one fell swoop, leaving them with no real damage. Ultimately, it all comes down to the imbalance of power between the two sides. Even if Su Xingyu himself wasn't within the plane, and some of the Empire's demigods were still outside the void, the Empire's remaining might could still suppress the invading native demigods. Without equal power, no matter how many calculations one might make, they would be in vain. A patch of dark void, quite far from the Eternal Night Plane. Fang Wenhao passed through the system's teleportation portal, and returned directly to the plane. Feeling the prayers of hundreds of millions of believers, feeling the seemingly endless power of faith, Fang Wenhao's back straightened. He had once again transformed from a moderately powerful player into a supreme deity, a being whose single word could determine the fate of millions. This is the feeling of power. It's truly wonderful. Ha ha ha. After returning to his plane, Fang Wenhao's strength had increased significantly, now powerful enough to challenge the peak powers of the pseudogod realm. This was the blessing bestowed upon the Lord of the Plane by the world consciousness. Most players today have already completed the unification of their own planes, completely mastering world consciousness and becoming plane masters. Players like Fang Wenhao, who have strong backing, achieved unification even earlier. Even if their strength was limited earlier, they relied on the help of their leaders within their organizations to complete unification ahead of time. Relying on one's own strength to defeat powerful enemies one by one is indeed a better way to unify than borrowing troops, and it also yields the greatest rewards. But to only talk about the gains without mentioning the costs is undoubtedly a rogue act. If one lacks strength, achieving the feat of unifying the planes, losses are inevitable, setting aside other considerations. If it becomes a war of attrition, it's not impossible to lose several elite legions. Time is also a major issue. If it takes too long, and others have already begun venturing into the void plane, while you're still struggling to fight the war of unification, then even if you ultimately achieve unification, it will be meaningless. So, whether to seek outside help depends on your own judgment. Fang Wenhao is a very self-aware person. He clearly understands that relying solely on his own strength to unify the planes would be extremely difficult, time-consuming, and uneconomical. So, when Bloody Dawn introduced the option of borrowing troops, he didn't hesitate and directly spent a huge sum of money to borrow 3 elite legions from the Glorious Elders to help him fight the war of unification, while also using the opportunity to hone his own legions. This decision proved to be a perfect one. Not only did he complete the unification of the planes, but he also gained several ace legions of his own. Previously, his overall strength was only average among players, but now it has reached the upper average level. Among some players, he can even be considered a powerful figure. This harvest is truly remarkable. I wonder if any divine ruins will revive in the future. After returning to the divine realm, and casually issuing a few oracles to reassure the faithful, Fang Wenhao began to examine the gains from the divine ruins, a smile suddenly appearing on his face. 3 true artifacts, and 32 semi-artifacts. Touching his chin, Fang Wenhao muttered to himself, appearing particularly satisfied. For a player like him, with mediocre skills, obtaining a decent semi-artifact is a tall order. As for true artifacts, it's truly a matter of luck. As a result, not only did he obtain a large number of semi-artifacts, but he also obtained 3 extremely valuable true artifacts. Even if these true artifacts didn't all conform to his authority, he could still take them to Bloody Dawn, and trade them with other players for items he needed. Oh, and here's this. I wonder what gift Boss Eternal Night will give me. While that promise was enough, since it's a gift, it shouldn't be too bad. After a quick inventory of his gains from the divine ruins, Fang Wenhao took out a space ring. It was the gift Su Xingyu had just given him. With a look of anticipation, Fang Wenhao probed with his spiritual sense and quickly opened the ring's space. It contained only one thing: fruit. It was a turquoise-green fruit, shaped like an apple, and imbued with the aura of the origin. After removing the items, the fruit was divided into 3 piles. The first pile had the strongest energy, and the fewest fruit, only 3. The next 2 piles contained 30 and 300 fruit, respectively. Fang Wenhao was a little confused, and then a message attached to the ring directly entered his mind. Spirit-gathering fruit can be refined into a promotion potion to assist transcendents in their breakthroughs. Su Xingyu didn't give the 3 of them a semi-artifact, but instead a pile of spirit-gathering tree fruit. There were 3 levels, representing Saint, Legendary, and Epic. Once refined into potions, they could help transcendents achieve breakthroughs. Is this what the spirit-gathering fruit looks like? Fang Wenhao examined the fruit before him, perplexed. Why was it different from the spirit-gathering fruit he knew? What variant of the spirit-gathering tree had produced this fruit? It was surprisingly potent. But giving away so many fruits is truly a generous gesture. Looking at the fruits, Fang Wenhao nodded in satisfaction, a smile on his face. To be honest, he had expected Su Xingyu to give him a semi-artifact, but he hadn't expected it to be the soul-gathering fruit. As for which he preferred, it was, of course, the soul-gathering fruit. Not to mention that he already had a number of semi-artifacts. Even if he didn't have them, and had to choose between the 2, he would still choose the soul-gathering fruit. Semi-artifacts, after all, were merely external objects. They were indeed precious, but there were ways to obtain them. The soul-gathering fruit, however, was different. It was a treasure that could help believers break through to the transcendental realm, and it was difficult to obtain normally. Fang Wenhao had only cultivated a few sanctuary believers, so if he used these fruits well, he might be able to increase their number. There are also believers who need to go there for further training, but that can't be rushed. The incident at the Divine Ruins has just ended, and even if Boss Yongye is powerful enough, he still has a lot to deal with. Let's send them there later. Eternal Night Plain. Inside the Dark Divine Realm. After retrieving all the believers who had gone to participate in the battle for the ruins, Su Xingyu returned directly to the Divine Realm with their haul. In the spacious hall, items piled high, many of which exuded a powerful aura, representing high-level divine weapons imbued with spirituality. Although they lacked a distinct sense of their own, the divine weapons themselves possessed considerable power. 2 figures stood before the treasure mountain, the dark divine spirit and the spirit of creation. The spirit of creation had now shed its disguise, and judging by their appearance alone, the 2 bore a striking resemblance. Though similar in appearance, their auras are vastly different. The spirit of creation evokes a sense of transcendence, like a holy spirit walking among the mortal world, untainted by dust, while the dark spirit is like a tyrannical monarch ruling over all living things. Talking to myself always feels a little strange. The spirit of creation glanced at the figure beside him, and couldn't help but grumble. I felt the same way. Fortunately, it doesn't have to be like this forever, otherwise I'd become a psychopath sooner or later. The dark spirit's mouth twitched, then he nodded and grumbled. Although they have maintained contact since their split, even sharing memories from time to time, it has been a long time since they've gathered together. This time, the 2 of them gathered for no other reason than to divide their harvest. The harvest is quite substantial. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be the ones to take the most from this resurrection of the divine ruins. The spirit of creation sighed, as he surveyed the mountain of treasures, then chuckled softly. Strength lies in numbers, the dark spirit replied gravely, not denying the spirit of creation's point. Clearly, he also felt that no one could possibly gain more than he did. It wasn't that the others were less powerful than him. There were players who could rival him, though few. However, compared to Su Xingyu, they lacked a top-tier divine avatar below the transcendent, and a demigod follower who could enter the void and compete with other players for the treasure. Most other players relied on their own efforts to secure the treasure. Only a handful of top players dared to send their demigod followers. After all, this was a demigod follower, arguably far more precious than a true artifact. If they were to perish, it would be a huge loss. So most players were scrambling alone, while Su Xingyu was with a group. Speaking of demigod followers, surprisingly, none of the Eternal Night demigods, who had gone out to rob the divine ruins, returned intact. This was somewhat beyond Su Xingyu's expectations. When he sent them out, Su Xingyu had mentally prepared for 3 or 4 casualties, but surprisingly none survived. In fact, it was quite normal for the Eternal Night demigods to return intact. Under the dual instructions of the Divine Majesty and the Empire, The Eternal Night demigods, who went out had changed their usual arrogance and become extremely cautious, avoiding provoking strong enemies, and refraining from forcefully vying for high-quality flowing light. When they encountered an enemy they couldn't defeat, they simply gave up. If they were pursued, they would invoke the name of the Dark God. Under such circumstances, even death was difficult to achieve. After all, with the divine ruins revived this time, the player's primary mission was to rob the treasures, not to kill the demigods. The other side has surrendered, and they can't be easily defeated, so there's really no need to pursue them relentlessly. If someone were to keep count, they'd find that the highest casualties in this battle of the divine ruins weren't the weaker common demigods, or even the 9th rank saints, but rather those high-level and powerful demigods whose strength was mediocre. They didn't recognize their role and blindly joined the battle, ultimately becoming passers-by easily crushed by the powerful. Those weaker ones, who recognized their role from the outset, stayed quietly on the periphery, grabbing valuable items when they had a chance, and remaining outside to guard the fleeting glints that the powerful despised. As a result, there weren't any major casualties. The Eternal Night demigods were much the same. When they had a chance, they'd attack, but when they didn't, they'd retreat. When they were pursued by the powerful, they'd just use their tiger skin. Chapter 275. Su Xingyu quickly sorted out all of his gains. There were so many items acquired this time that Su Xingyu couldn't possibly count them all. That would be too time-consuming. So, he simply divided them into 3 categories. In order of rarity, from highest to lowest: extremely rare, rare, and common. The first tier, extremely rare, consisted of only 11 items, including 4 primary artifacts, 3 rule artifacts, and 4 miscellaneous items. The second tier, rare, was quite large, with over 100 items. The items were even more varied, including true artifacts, divine powers, and special items. The third tier, common, was even more numerous, conservatively estimated at over 20,000 items. With everything in it, it was impossible to accurately count them. Of the 3 tiers, the most valuable items in the first and second tiers were naturally kept by Su Xingyu himself. If they proved useful to the Empire, they would be distributed. The third tier items varied in value, but their use to Su Xingyu was extremely limited, so he planned to hand them over directly to the Eternal Night Empire, asking them to help compile a list and store them in the Empire's treasury. 3 major artifacts. Your haul is quite substantial. The spirit of creation gazed at the major artifacts before him, a touch of surprise in his heart. The dark spirit stared at him speechlessly, still feeling a bit uncomfortable. So, after hesitating for a moment, he suddenly reached out and grabbed the spirit of creation. Seeing this, the spirit of creation was slightly startled, then let the dark spirit grasp him. The spirit of creation's body grew ethereal, transforming into a torrent of silver energy that merged directly into the dark spirit's body. Silver and black radiances intertwined, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the 4 directions. After a brief pause, they finally converged into a brilliant beam of light and shadow. Swish! The light and shadow shifted from virtual to real, transforming once again into Su Xingyu's form, though this time, he was different from the 2. It was like a fusion, neutralizing the 2 personalities and auras. This is still more comfortable. Otherwise, something feels off. Shaking his head, Su Xingyu sighed, then picked up the extremely rare items. For main artifacts: Blazing Sun Ring, Scroll of Destiny, Abyssal Demon Pot, Thunder Armor. Rule artifacts: Basic Rule Artifact Spirit, Ancient Altar, Vial of Life. Other items: Stone condensed from the primordial source, the Godhead of the Abyssal Lord, blood-colored stone fragments of unknown purpose, the core of a dead star. There are quite a few things, but there aren't many I can use right now. Looking at the various items before him, Su Xingyu couldn't help but scratch his head. Needless to say, the value of these items was priceless. However, for Su Xingyu now, they seemed somewhat useless. Only one main artifact was compatible with the Dark Godhead, and with his demigod status, using a main artifact was still a stretch. Of the 3 rule artifacts, the Ancient Altar and Valley of Life could be kept for his own use, while the spirit could be traded to see if it could be exchanged for an item of equal value that would be useful to him. Currently, most players haven't collected all 4 basic rule artifacts, so this one is still quite valuable. If you wait a little longer, you might even be able to exchange it for 2 or 3 high-quality primary artifacts. Ancient Altar Introduction. Place a sacrifice inside. Depending on the energy of the sacrifice, summon different ancient creatures. Note: summoning is risky, use with caution. Vase of Life Introduction. Gathers the life essence of all things and condenses it into the water of life. The Vial of Life can be given to the Empire. I hope they don't go too crazy. Su Xingyu muttered to himself, picking up the vial of life and placing it to his left hand. Then he sighed, never mind. I'll issue an oracle and give some instructions to prevent any major problems. Ancient altar, the limits of this thing are unknown. Keep it with me for now while I explore it. Once I ascend to true God and can control the situation, I'll hand it over to them. In some ways, Su Xingyu showed a deep distrust of his followers. After a moment's reflection, he decided to keep this risky instrument of rules for now, and to use it later when he became stronger. He then made arrangements for several other items. If you clearly don't need it, take it to the Bloody Dawn to see if you can exchange it for an item of equivalent value. If you're not sure if you'll need it, keep it for later as a collection. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed in the Eternal Night Plane. During this time, with the battle for the Divine Ruins over, the entire intermediate realm fell silent. Players ceased their disputes and retreated to their respective planes, as if returning to their former selves, each refraining from interacting with the other and developing their own forces. However, some more sensitive players had already sensed something was amiss. This didn't seem like a peaceful night, but rather the calm before the storm. The longer the calm lasted, the more intense the storm would be. Inside a large plain, a continuous cluster of palaces, like palace guards, surrounded several magnificent temples. Outside the magnificent temple in the center stood a multitude of monster warriors. Clad in armor and wielding weapons, their fierce aura betrayed their undeniable vengeance, a testament to their countless sacrifices. They were the elite of the elite. The entire temple was enshrined in a magical formation, guarded by monster warriors everywhere, both above and below the ground. Without permission, no living being could approach the temple, lest they be met with a fierce assault from the monster warriors. Among these monster guards were even several peak-level demigods. The defensive strength of this place was truly absurd. And at that moment, in the deepest recesses of the temple, a black dragon, emitting a terrifying aura, crouched on the ground, its golden eyes fixed fixedly on the horizon. Ascend to true godhood today. Eternal ages, here I come. Tian Mo hesitated for a moment, then opened his enormous maw and swallowed the godhead before him. The boundless energy within the godhead instantly filled his entire body. A long-lost pain struck, and Tian Mo's pupils shrank slightly. Then he closed his eyes, curled up, and began to concentrate on absorbing the energy from the godhead. His body, his chi, his blood, his spirit, all slowly transformed. Slowly, his aura shifted. It was a far more brutal and domineering aura than that of a dragon, a breath powerful enough to make even the gods tremble. Once his transformation was complete, it was no exaggeration to say that this aura alone would be enough to make even the mighties of the Holy Realm bow down before him. Thankfully, Tian Mo was prepared. As the aura was about to spread, magic circles illuminated around the hall, forming an energy shield that completely sealed the aura within, preventing even a single drop from escaping. This also went unnoticed by the guards outside. In a divine domain, a young player, reaching the power of a powerful demigod, sat upon the divine throne. I've accumulated enough. There's no need for me to remain a demigod any longer. Conscious of having reached the pinnacle of strength, the player ignited the divine fire without hesitation. In an instant, his body became ethereal, as if it didn't belong to this time and space. Then, the divine shadow began to expand without limit. In the plain beneath the divine domain, grand ceremonies were taking place one after another, spanning the entire world. Endless power of faith, like streams flowing together, crossed the divine domain's blockade and surged towards the divine shadow, making its presence even more vast and majestic. The divine nature within him shone brilliantly, absorbing this seemingly endless power of faith, transforming it into a higher essence, and then perfecting himself. The power of law surrounded him, and the 5 powers were undergoing a transformation. At this moment, a fierce battle was also taking place within the mind of this divine player. The voices of the prayers of billions of believers flooded his spiritual sea of consciousness, sweeping over him like a tsunami, threatening to completely submerge him and drag him into the deep sea of faith. The foundation of the faith of the gods lies in the power of faith provided by their believers, and their crisis also stems from this. With mixed and incomplete faith, the power of faith provided by a small number of believers is insignificant, and it is even difficult to disrupt reality. However, when their numbers reach a certain level, even the immortal gods will be influenced by them. And this influence is not a one-time effect, but a continuous one. As long as your believers survive, their faith will continue to influence you until you become a god in their eyes. Faith carries risks. Becoming a god requires caution. This powerful player, while resisting the onslaught of faith, chuckled to himself. He seemed prepared and unfazed. Faithful gods also have their own methods for preventing the erosion of faith. They build a divine ladder, climbing continuously upwards, ensuring that the tide of faith never overwhelms them. In the divine realm, the vast power of faith, under the young man's deliberate manipulation, gradually converged into an illusory staircase. The staircase had 5 levels and appeared short, but each step seemed separated by a chasm, impossible to traverse. As the power of faith surged in, the first level gradually solidified, transforming from virtual to real. Then, a small phantom, identical in appearance to the young man, appeared on the first level. As the player's phantom appeared on the first level, the entire staircase began to shake violently, as if on the verge of collapse, and the phantom above the steps also began to crumble. This divine staircase serves as both a means for the faithful gods to withstand the tide of faith and a symbol of their strength. The 5 steps represent different levels. To gain a firm foothold on the first step signifies a successful ascension, freeing oneself from the limitations of lifespan and transforming from a demigod with a 10,000-year lifespan into an eternal and immortal true god. Seeing the divine staircase falter, the divine player remained unfazed. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of pure faith surged into the staircase, instantly stabilizing it. The small phantom on the first step also gradually solidified and began to gain a firm footing. Huh? Feeling his body stabilize once again, the divine player breathed a sigh of relief. The most dangerous stage of the ascension to true godhood had been passed. Next, it was time to reap the rewards. The divine radiance enveloped the entire divine realm. Strange phenomena arose in the planes below, and the world consciousness became active, celebrating the ascension of the plane master. The young man's divine body began to sublime, his authority transformed, and his godhood became perfect. A flame between reality and illusion ignited within his spiritual sea of consciousness, illuminating the entire space like the sun. An otherworldly divine aura emanated from him. Several of his divine artifacts surrounded him, like children circling around an adult, receiving the baptism of faith. In another void, the player's plane, suspended in the void, was now completely sealed, a thin layer of energy clinging to the surface of the plane's barrier. In the divine realm, a divine player, barely reaching the level of a powerful demigod, looked at the ball of light representing the world consciousness in his hand with a look of hesitation. Being a plane god has too many restrictions. It's far less comfortable than believing in a god. The divine player looked somewhat helpless and conflicted. Finally, after a moment of mental struggle, he sighed deeply, as if making a decision. But I have no choice. In my early efforts to ascend to demigod status, my foundation was already fragile. Now, with my followers struggling, ascending to true godhood is too difficult. Being a plain god is fine. Even if progress is slow, it's at least better than a demigod. At worst, I can find a powerful figure to rely on and become his subordinate. Having made up his mind, the divine player no longer hesitated and immediately absorbed the ball of light representing the world consciousness into his body. His divine body began to become ethereal, and the world consciousness also radiated a brilliant light. The two intertwined, eventually merging into one, indistinguishable from each other. The world consciousness, already under his control, offered no resistance and was simply replaced by the fusion. The fusion lasted for nearly 2 weeks, the process incredibly smooth, practically without any obstacles. With the power of a powerful demigod and the support of numerous followers, carrying the plane was simply a simple task. However, while the advancement was simple, the rewards were also minimal. Compared to players who ascended to the realm of true gods through other means, the gains from achieving plain godhood were extremely limited. Judging from his aura alone, he was no more than an average pseudo-god. Of course, even so, the player was satisfied. After all, he had previously been just an ordinary, powerful demigod, but now he had become a powerhouse worthy of a true god. Now, even if a true god descends, I can fight it off. If I make some arrangements ahead of time, I might be able to keep it here. After achieving plain god, he felt he could mobilize the energy of the entire plane with a single thought, effortlessly, as if waving his arm. My advancement complete, it's time for revenge. Feeling the boundless energy within him, the player wore a confident smile, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Chapter 276. Inside the savage plain. The entire plain was lush and verdant, with towering ancient trees hundreds of meters tall dotted everywhere. Savage beasts roamed the landscape, imbued with the primal atmosphere of ancient times. However, within this plain, brimming with primitiveness and barbarism, stood a magnificent palace complex at its center. Roar! With a roar that resounded through the heavens, a massive black dragon flew out from the palace gates, gliding across the sky and soaring above. It flapped its wings behind it, stirring up a storm. Its body gradually grew, reaching a terrifying height of 10,000 meters in an instant, like a city fortress suspended in the sky. Just standing there, it was enough to block out the sun. In the blazing sun, its black scales reflected a dazzling light, like flowing black jade, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. Roar! The black dragon gazed upwards into the void, its dark golden eyes gleaming with a mysterious light. Then, with a reckless roar, it released the raging energy within itself, its terrifying dragon power bearing down on all sides. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the surrounding space began to tremble, as if unable to withstand its power. The ferocious beasts flying in the distance froze in their tracks, then plummeted like winter snowflakes. Under this pressure, the monsters and beasts on the ground were forced to lower their proud heads and submit to the black dragon. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their bodies trembled slightly, as if facing the end of the world. The black dragon's roar was like rolling thunder, shaking the entire plain. Its dragon power was like a landslide, commanding all things to submit. After ascending to true godhood, Black Dragon truly possessed the power to dominate the world. This feeling of limitless power is truly exhilarating. After unleashing a burst of strength, Black Dragon slowly gathered his aura, his form gradually returning to its normal size, around 100 meters. While still massive, it was at least less intimidating. As he calmed down, a streak of light flew out from the palace in the center. Tian Mo caught it, revealing a brief message: "Come here quickly after your madness. You're the only one missing." I didn't expect I'd be the slowest. Tian Mo was slightly taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected his ascension to be the slowest among this group of ascended experts. Then, he smiled faintly. "It's probably because I have the strongest strength, the deepest foundation, and more room for improvement, that my advancement is slower." Shaking his head, he flew towards the magnificent palace in the center. The monster guards outside the gate saw him approaching and hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Greetings, His Majesty the Black Dragon King." "Very well, guard the palace well." Tian Mo transformed into a young man, nodded slightly, and flew deeper into the palace, passing through a long corridor until he arrived at a spacious hall. At this point, a number of people were already standing inside the hall. Most of them appeared in human form, each exuding a terrifying aura. All of them were at least demigod-level beings. A powerful individual present would have noticed that they were not only demigods, but none of them were lower in rank than a high-level demigod. In other words, this palace alone was home to hundreds of powerful individuals at least at the high-level demigod level. Terrifying indeed. Seeing Tian Mo enter, the people standing on both sides of the hall immediately shouted loudly, "Congratulations to His Majesty the Black Dragon King on his ascension to the realm of true God. Congratulations to His Majesty the Black Dragon King on his ascension to the realm of true God. Congratulations to His Majesty the Black Dragon King on his ascension to the realm of true God." Tian Mo couldn't help but laugh out loud, bowing to both sides in response. True God is just the starting point. I'm above, waiting for you all. After greeting everyone, Tian Mo continued forward. Deep in the hall, atop a long staircase, stood 5 massive thrones. 4 of them were already occupied, leaving only the central throne vacant. Reaching the bottom of the steps, Tian Mo's figure flashed, appearing directly on the central throne, and he sat down. "Everyone, I've kept you waiting." Tian Mo turned his head and greeted his companions on both sides. "What are you talking about? Why are we being so polite to each other?" The burly man on the left chuckled upon hearing this, humming in response. "Your transformation has taken quite a while, so you must have gained quite a bit." The eerie young man on the right asked with a hint of curiosity. The remaining 2 nodded, taking it as a response to Tian Mo's question. "It's not that big or small. We're all at the true God level, so there's not much difference." Tian Mo shook his head and smiled, not directly answering the young man's question. Although he felt he was significantly stronger than ordinary true gods, there was no need to say it directly at this moment. The 4 of them also smiled upon hearing this. Seeing Tian Mo's reluctance to speak, they didn't ask further questions, clearly having anticipated this. After all, before his ascension, Tian Mo's strength had already surpassed theirs. Now that he had completed his ascension, it was natural that he would have gone further than them and become even more powerful. Indeed, the 5 individuals currently seated on the throne are all top-tier warriors who have reached the true God realm. It's no exaggeration to say that they represent the peak combat power of many individual players. Unlike those who believe in gods, who can attempt to ignite the divine fire by simply reaching the level of a powerful demigod, the ancient god path that Tionimo and the others have taken can only be advanced step by step, without even risking their lives. This is why, despite the numerous powerful individuals in the 100 Beasts Alliance, only Tionimo and the other 5 have ascended to true god status. Until they reach the pinnacle of the demigod realm, there's no chance of advancement. What's the purpose of this meeting? You've gathered so many members. Tionimo asked curiously after a few casual words. Given our current situation, what else can we do? Of course, we're going to fight. The burly man transformed by the Thunder Titan replied excitedly. Fight? With whom? Tionimo immediately frowned, deeply frustrated. He'd barely finished his retreat, and yet the organization was already going to fight again. The battle for the Divine Ruins had just concluded. Players were recuperating, digesting their knowledge, and advancing. The intermediate realm was peaceful. If they showed up now to fight, were they sure they wouldn't be defeated by a coordinated attack? Don't underestimate the 100 Beasts Alliance. With hundreds of players at or above the high demigod level, and now even 5 true gods at its helm, it was practically invincible. But Tionimo knew full well that while the 100 Beasts Alliance was indeed powerful compared to normal organizations, it was far from enough compared to those top-tier divine player organizations. The gap in foundation between the two sides was vast. If war breaks out, the Beast Alliance will likely collapse. Even himself and the others might end up on the table. Just as Tionimo was about to ask for clarification and offer some advice, the eerie young man, transformed from the 9-headed demonic python, sitting to his right, glanced at the Thunder Titan and said unhappily, "You can't even speak clearly. I don't understand what you're capable of." Fearing Tionimo might misunderstand, the young man explained, "We're not actively seeking a fight. We've been invited by other players to take charge of the plane, and there are quite a few of them. We're currently discussing who to send. We're not fools. How could we possibly be the first to intervene at a time like this? That would be courting disaster." "That's good." Hearing this, Tionimo breathed a sigh of relief. But when the chaos really gets going, it's not impossible to take advantage of it and make a quick buck. After all, by then, they probably won't have the time to bother with us, the 9-headed demonic python said with a gleaming smile. Tionimo glanced at him, thought for a moment, and remained silent. These guys, after ascending to true god status, have become somewhat inflated. Even if I were stronger, I couldn't suppress them and prevent them from taking action. Avoiding a fight was impossible. Not to mention whether the 4 nearby would agree. If I dared to bring it up, the demigods below would be in chaos. After all, Tionimo himself had ascended to true god status and could rest easy, while the other members were still at the demigod level and hadn't yet ascended. They needed resources, massive amounts of them. If they avoided a fight and relied on their own production, who knew how many years it would take to amass the resources needed for their own advancement? The path to immortality lies before them, and they cannot give up. In the void, within a player plane, the unified planes eventually formed a multiracial superpower empire dominated by orcs, boasting hundreds of millions of followers and millions of standing armies. It was truly terrifying. "Lin Qin, it's time to settle our scores." In the divine realm, Paul Hammer, having completed his ascension, wore a slightly sinister smile. Seeing that the believers within the plane were already prepared for war, Paul Hammer no longer hesitated. He pulled out a token, selected the invading player, and squeezed it firmly. Boundary breaking token level, none. Effect, select a player name and crush the token to initiate all-out war against that player. The two planes will temporarily merge and be dragged into the battlefield. This war will continue unless one player perishes, or both sides reach an agreement. System prompt. Do you want to use the boundary breaking token against Lin Qin? Note, using the boundary breaking token will trigger an all-out war, yes. Paul Hammer gave a cruel smile, and the token in his hand immediately shattered into pieces, then dissipated into tiny points of light. The next moment, the plane Paul Hammer was in was enveloped by a thin membrane, gradually becoming illusory before vanishing into the void. At the same time, in another void, the same scene occurred in a locked plane. After a moment, it vanished from its original location. In the divine realm, the young man seated on the divine throne immediately noticed something was amiss. Then, the system prompt arrived. System prompt. Paul Hammer has used the boundary-breaking token to declare all-out war against you. Damn you! Rage crossed Lin Qin's face, and he slammed his palm down on the throne's armrest, a resounding clatter. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. If looks could kill, then Paul Hammer would have been slain by him. It's just a small grudge. Why are you still holding on to it? Damn it! After a moment, Ringo calmed his anger, his expression regaining composure, and he couldn't help but mutter. His feud with Paul Hammer dates back hundreds of years. A dispute arose over the control of a certain void plane, and over time, the conflict escalated. The two had clashed several times during the recent battle for the ruins. In terms of overall strength, Ringo was superior, so in most of his clashes with Paul Hammer, Ringo had always won, leaving Paul Hammer feeling a pang of anger. Thus, the current war erupted. Paul Hammer, who had ascended to true godhood, had bought himself a time advantage, intending to eliminate Ringo before he could ascend to true godhood. "You're going to attack me if you want, but you're using the boundary-breaking token. It looks like you're trying to kill me." Ringo looked forward, and through the divine realm, he saw an unfamiliar dark void. In that void, there was no material being, only endless darkness and profound silence. He hadn't ascended to true godhood yet. It wasn't that he couldn't, but he wanted to wait a little longer, accumulate enough, so he could gain more advancements when he ascended. And then, unexpectedly, someone took advantage of the opportunity and invaded. Sigh. Ringo sighed deeply, his expression resigned. "Never mind. Let's see if we can defeat them." "We'll see." Even if the enemy was a true god, a realm higher than his own, Ringo had no intention of surrendering. Shaking his head, clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Ringo immediately relayed the news of the enemy invasion through the oracle to the Pope, the imperial leader, and the leaders of the cult in the border cities, urging them to prepare for war. Meanwhile, outside the borders of the Dwarf Empire, brave orc warriors, the time has come to demonstrate your faith to our Lord. Within 3 days, capture the enemy's main city. The long-prepared orc army advanced towards the Dwarf Empire in a mighty force. Each of them, clad in heavy armor and armed with a variety of heavy weapons, looked like towering iron men from afar. "Fight! Fight! Fight! Victory belongs to the great god. We will offer this victory to our Lord." In the vanguard were the orc cavalry. They rode their majestic beastly horses, galloping across the land like a black torrent, sweeping everything away. Their war cries, like thunder, shook the very earth. Above the sky, tamed flying beasts scattered, scouting the path ahead. The entire sky was filled with their presence, their sheer numbers unimaginable. Behind the flying beasts came the even more elite winged legion, advancing in a measured formation, maintaining their legionary formation even in the air. To prevent any unforeseen events, the winged legion stayed close to the orc army on the ground. After all, the Sky Legion had an irreparable disadvantage compared to the Ground Legion. Its defenses were too weak, making it easy for them to be wiped out en masse. Chapter 277. It was called Hamina, the main city of the Border Dwarves. The city walls were hundreds of meters high, forged entirely from various sturdy metal materials, a veritable steel megacity. From afar, it resembled a pitch-black mountain perched atop the earth, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Atop the towering walls, gleaming magical cannons were mounted between the battlements, their muzzles pointed in the direction of the orc army's attack, charging and ready to fire at a moment's notice. These magical cannons, meticulously crafted by the Dwarf Empire's top craftsmen, were incredibly powerful, capable of destroying an entire orc squad with a single blast. They were arguably the primary defensive weapon of the dwarven city. A normal army would be overcome by the mere sight of such a steel city, let alone attacking it. However, the orc army showed no fear. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm, eager to take action. Since the unification of the plains, the Orc Empire has had no enemies worthy of fighting within its own plane. In other words, they've been invincible for too long and need a worthy opponent. Brave orc warriors, our Lord is watching you. The orc commander's encouraging voice, transmitted through magic to every orc warrior present, reached the ears of every orc warrior present. Roar! For the divine majesty. For the Orc Empire. Fight! 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 The orc warriors responded enthusiastically, weapons and shields clashing with a deafening roar. The dwarf commander atop the city wall frowned at this, feeling a bit daunted. The aura alone revealed that the orc army before them was a top-tier elite force. They're tough to deal with. Attack! Take this city. With the command of the orc commander, the entire orc army began to move. Giant beasts, clad in thick super armor and tens of meters tall, led the charge, slowly advancing like rolling steel fortresses. As they advanced in formation, they resembled a rolling steel wall. The ground trembled with every step. Thankfully, the nearby ground had been reinforced, otherwise it wouldn't just tremble, it might have cracked. This was a unique unit of the Orc Empire, drawn from units of various races, war beasts specifically designed for sieges. They possessed a powerful bloodline comparable to that of super races. With successful development, they could ascend directly from the transcendent rank to a higher level. and compared to other normal creatures, they possessed an absolute physical advantage. Simply put, they possessed thick skin and flesh, making them incredibly durable. Fire, fire! Aim at those giants, and hit them hard. Above the Iron City, seeing the orc army enter firing range, the dwarf commander didn't hesitate, immediately ordering the fire. Boom, boom, boom! The cannons roared like thunder, shaking the entire battlefield. One after another, the magical cannons lit up, and then countless beams of energy burst out, streaking across the sky like a meteor shower, piercing the enemy. Bang! The shells slammed into the steel behemoth, the terrifying impact nearly bringing it to its knees. A large dent was punched into its super armor. While it didn't penetrate directly, it was close. Roar! Ah! Under the continuous bombardment of the magical cannons, the ground began to crack, and the advancing steel behemoths couldn't help but roar in pain. A single cannonball certainly couldn't injure them, merely causing them pain. But countless shells hitting them could literally kill them. As for worrying about a shortage of magic cannons, don't forget what the dwarves are best at. As long as they have the materials, they can easily forge a simple magic cannon. Technology isn't a problem either. Even shortly after the realms were promoted, the technology related to magic cannons had been thoroughly mastered, and even multiple versions had been developed. There were the Thunder Destruction Cannon, the All-Cursing Cannon, the Mind Annihilation Cannon, and so on. There were even more powerful ones. For example, the highly complex Hybrid Cannon, which used 2 energy crystals, briefly fused through the magic cannon, and then rapidly fired, creating a greater-than-average effect upon explosion. In short, the number of magic cannons in this steel city was beyond imagination. The orc commander didn't sit idly by. He instructed the orc priests to enchant the behemoth with various buffs, while the magic legions in the rear began to gather momentum for an attack. At the same time, he moved the siege engines forward, taking advantage of the dwarves' bombardment of the iron behemoth to launch a counterattack. For a moment, the two sides engaged in a barrage of blows. And then, without a trace of surprise, they were blasted to pieces. Competing with the dwarves in a weapon showdown, the orcs were clearly overestimating their own capabilities. The dwarves not only had the advantage in equipment, but also occupied an extremely advantageous position, allowing them to strike from high and low. The two sides engaged in a barrage. No, it couldn't even be called a barrage, as the orcs were completely passive, with only a few shells reaching the city walls, and then being easily defused. Damn it! The orc commander cursed furiously, as he watched this devastating scene unfold. Only then did he realize that the enemy before him was completely different from the indigenous forces he had encountered before. The dwarven empire across the way also had gods behind them. The strength of their warriors, their technological and alchemical creations, were even greater than those of his own orc empire. Using these discarded products purchased from other factions against them would undoubtedly be self-defeating. Speed up the advance. The orc commander abandoned all the gimmicks and simply ordered his legions to advance, preparing to force the dwarven legion into close combat, the orcs' foremost battlefield. Defense bless. A yellow light shone down, merging into the war beasts' bodies. A layer of elemental armor immediately emerged from their surfaces. Extremely rapid recovery. A blood-red light descended, and the wounds on the war beasts healed at a visible rate. The orc heavy infantry followed behind the war beasts, using them for cover as they advanced step by step. Above the sky, the winged spellcasting legion began to mobilize the surrounding elemental forces. Fire! With the legion leader's command, terrifying thunder appeared out of thin air, transforming into a cloud of long spears that shot forward. Bang, bang, bang. The energy cannons collided with the thunder spears. In an instant, countless explosions echoed, and the entire sky was covered in thunder and fire. Ding, ding, ding. One after another, the thunder spears struck the energy shield, creating waves that made the dwarf warriors below blink. The exploding energy cannons pounded into the winged legion, sending a series of explosions. The nearby winged warriors were instantly reduced to bloody fragments, scattered all over the ground. Those further away were also caught in the energy wave and plummeted downwards. With just one blow, hundreds of winged warriors perished. After all, their race's limits were set, and they weren't some elite race that could have it all. So, while gaining the ability to fly quickly, they also had to sacrifice some things, such as physical defense. As the dwarf gunners continued their bombardment, the orc warriors at the forefront, following the war beast's lead, arrived at the foot of the city. However, looking up at the steel walls that towered like a mountain above, they were unsure what to do, feeling completely lost. Ouch! The war beast at the front roared, its massive eyes gleaming crimson. A raging blood charge surged from its body, its entire being raging in fury, its already limited rationality beginning to vanish. Ultimate fury. With heavy steps, the war beasts in the front row immediately charged forward, as if to use their bodies to breach the steel city. The earth trembled. The dwarven warriors above, seeing their brutality and confidence, couldn't help but feel a little worried, wondering if they'd truly broken through. Attack! Attack! Pin them down here. Don't let them get close to the city walls. Switch to armor-piercing spears. I don't believe they can stop us with just a few layers of iron armor. While concentrating their firepower on the war beasts, they activated the city's defenses, preparing to withstand this fierce onslaught. During the charge, under intense fire, one war beast after another fell, only to be quickly replaced by new ones. Over hundreds of years, left to their own devices, these seemingly endless resources had allowed most player factions to amass a terrifying accumulation of resources. Although they haven't yet completed their transformation, their numbers rival anyone else's. War behemoths, as powerful siege weapons, are beloved by Orcish god players. These simple creatures, while limited by their intelligence, don't have a particularly high ceiling, are more than enough for normal players to reach the transcendental high level. For most current players, helping their followers reach higher levels remains a significant challenge. The war behemoth's powerful bloodlines allow them to reach this level upon reaching adulthood, making them a prime target for everyone to cultivate. Paul Hammer is no different. Through various means, his Orcish empire has amassed a vast trove of war behemoths. Avoiding the fallen bodies of their companions, the war behemoths braved the attacks from above, charging forward relentlessly, ultimately crashing into the city wall. As for that energy shield, it's too thin, it shattered instantly. Every strength has its weaknesses. Dwarves excel at forging, but when it comes to magic, they are practically clueless. Although Ringo had subjugated many other races, his foundation was ultimately the dwarves, and he couldn't devote too many resources to their research. Therefore, he only established a symbolic defense system. The true guarantee of the city's safety lay in its magical cannons and other equipment, as well as the city's own sturdy structure. As the war beasts collided, loud noises echoed. Under the tense gaze of the crowd, the entire steel city trembled slightly, and the solid black wall sank into large craters. The powerful recoil was transmitted back to the war beasts' bodies. Even with their immense strength, they felt dizzy and dazed, nearly fainting. Ha ha ha! You bunch of idiots! It seems you've only grown taller than you've grown smarter. You fools! This is a city of steel, and you're actually trying to break it open with brute force. Come on, keep ramming it if you can. The dwarf warriors on the city wall saw this, and quickly fired a few more rounds, then laughed loudly. Damn it! The orc commander couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation and anger at the war beasts' ineffective attacks. If they didn't enter the city, they wouldn't be able to engage in close combat, and wouldn't be able to exploit their advantages. And if the enemy continued to defend the city, they would probably have to pay with their lives. Build a path up to the city. Pile it up. With the orc commander's command, huge rocks were thrown forward and laid beneath the steel city. The orc commander prepared to build a ramp leading directly from the ground to the city wall. Though the losses would be heavy, attacking from below would be better than staying below and taking the beating. The dwarf leader quickly saw his intention, a hint of disdain in his eyes. The orcs were so foolish, possessing nothing worthy of praise besides their physical prowess. If their physical strength wasn't fully utilized, they would be useless. Some of the magical cannons immediately turned their barrels and began to bombard the large orcs paving the road below, sometimes even directly hitting the boulders, shattering them into pieces. Even so, the Orcish road continued to rise, reaching a height of dozens of meters in a blink of an eye. At this rate, a direct upward charge would be launched in just a few days. However, the orc leader had the patience and the determination to bear the losses, but Paul Hammer, watching from the sky, did not. A bunch of idiots. Watching the orc army's actions, Paul Hammer couldn't help but curse, even though these were devout believers so loyal to him, ready to die for him. Why, after all these years of civilization, were his men still so foolish? Boom! Above the orc army, the sky cracked, and from the pitch-black rift, a 1,000-meter-tall beam of brilliant light emerged. My lord! Great orc god! The orc warriors below, fervently praying to the gods. The alien god has descended. Great dwarf god, your devout followers need your guidance. The dwarf warriors atop the iron walls were deeply shocked by this sight, and then they too prayed to their own faith, hoping that he would descend and protect his followers. And then, no response. The brilliant light, aided by the vast number of believers here, instantly solidified. Then, he raised both hands. A massive energy axe materialized, and suddenly slashed forward. The sky collapsed and the earth split. A terrifying energy shockwave, ignoring all obstacles, struck the steel wall directly. With a resounding explosion, the hundreds-meter-high, forged from metal wall, covered in defensive inscriptions, was split open, a massive gap nearly 100 meters wide. The residual force of the energy shockwave spread across thousands of meters, destroying countless buildings along the way, and ultimately leaving a long, deep crack in the ground. Chapter 278. As the smoke and dust cleared, the battlefield fell completely silent. All living beings were stunned by the powerful slash of divine light and shadow. The dwarves at the breach in the wall, whether ordinary dwarven warriors or exceptionally high-ranking dwarven generals, were reduced to blood foam and vanished on the spot by the slashing energy. The nearby dwarves' pupils constricted upon seeing this, their expressions of uncontrollable fear radiating from their eyes. This is the power of the gods. Such a terrifying power. My lord, your devout followers need you. We cannot win. With our strength, we simply cannot defeat them. The alien god has descended. Only when his majesty descends can we resist. Help! I don't want to die. The terrifying slashing energy directly destroyed some of the more fragile dwarven warriors, nearly causing them to collapse. Some even fell to their knees, completely refusing to fight again, praying to the dwarven god, hoping he would descend and protect his devout followers. However, the dwarven god Ringo within the divine realm, though aware of the situation, had no intention of sending down his divine avatar. Whether he admitted it or not, the difference between the two sides was one level, and a significant one at that. The gap between a demigod and a true god was far greater than that between the holy realm and a demigod. He was not one of those powerful figures who could confront a true god while still a demigod. With his strength, if he dared to descend, there was only one possibility: the avatar would be destroyed. Rather than suffer unnecessary losses, it would be better to concentrate forces to defend the city behind, then leverage the geographical advantage to see if they could prevail. As for the people of the border cities, they could only leave it to fate. Attack, destroy this city. The orc god's phantom gazed at the dwarves atop the city wall, as if through them, it could see the dwarven god far away in the divine realm. After waiting for a moment, Paul Hammer, feeling somewhat disappointed when the dwarf god didn't descend, gave the order to attack to the orc army below. The god's phantom, having completed its mission, instantly disintegrated into countless radiant fragments, raining down like rain, merging into the bodies of the orc warriors, helping them recover from their injuries. Roar! Kill! Destroy this city, spare no one. By the oracle of our Lord, destroy this city. The orc army, having just witnessed the majestic god's presence, was now filled with enthusiasm, becoming incredibly fervent. The frustration of being blocked by the Iron City was instantly dispelled. Led by their general, the valiant orc army launched their attack, following the gap and charging into the Iron City. Counterattack! Counterattack! Bomb them! Don't be afraid! For the dwarf god, for the empire, stop them! The dwarf general reacted immediately, giving the order to attack and shouting, "The other god has vanished," leaving only a horde of savage orcs. My lord's most pious and bravest warriors, the time has come to fulfill your promise. Slay these barbaric invaders, and defend my lord's majesty. The dwarf warriors, waking from their dreams, suppressed their fear, turned their magical cannons, and launched a fierce attack on the oncoming orc army. A thunderous roar continued. Terrible explosions echoed through the orc army, sending blood and flesh flying, limbs severed, and screams echoing. These ordinary orc warriors, even with physiques unmatched by their peers, were unable to withstand the artillery bombardment. Their resilience, far superior to that of ordinary creatures, was ineffective. Any orc caught in the bombardment was either crippled or dead. They were given no chance to recover. The orc army's offensive was momentarily suppressed by the dwarf counterattack, but it was futile. A breach had already opened. A mere bombardment could not halt the orc army's advance. Stepping over the blood and corpses of their comrades, the orc warriors pressed forward with unwavering courage. The war beasts were the first to charge into the breach. Roaring, they charged forward with all their might, sending the urgently deployed dwarf heavy armored warriors flying. For the glory of our Lord, stop them! Everything for your majesty, everything for the empire. The dwarf heavy armored troops guarding this area were also top-tier elite troops. Facing the war beasts' attack, they showed no signs of panic. They roared, brandishing their mighty hammers and axes, charging headlong into the charge of the war beasts. Weapons gleaming with blood and energy slashed against the war beasts, slicing through the gaps, writhing flesh and causing them to wail in agony. Even a war beast in a frenzy couldn't withstand such a blow. It collapsed to the ground moments later, bleeding profusely. However, this proved futile. War beasts continued to charge in, relying on their massive size, superior defense, and reckless assaults, shattering the formation of the dwarven heavy-armored legion. More and more orc warriors followed suit. Each of them, in a frenzy of fury, charged at the dwarven warriors, engaging them, widening the gap, and allowing more of their companions to enter. The Sky Legion, previously lingering in the distant sky, now launched its own attack. Wielding sharp blades, they pounced directly upon the dwarven warriors atop the city walls, engaging them in a fierce battle. Orc light infantry, mounted on giant eagles, reached the top of the city walls and swooped down, landing directly. Taking advantage of the enemy's distraction, the orc commander mobilized the blood and energy of his army. Crimson blood surged forward like a tidal wave, clinging to the city walls like vines, eventually forming a sloping ramp. Led by a 9th rank legionary, the orc cavalry roared and, braving the bombardment, charged forward. For a moment, the entire Iron City was engulfed in flames. In a sense, this border city of the Dwarven Empire had been completely conquered. After all, even the Dwarven gods had abandoned them. Support from the Empire was even less likely. Having lost their all-important city walls and unable to draw upon the power of their defensive equipment, the Dwarven troops they had urgently mobilized were no match for the long-prepared orc army. The two sides were utterly unequal in terms of both army size and warrior quality. Had a direct battle taken place on the plains, it's no exaggeration to say that the city's dwarven army would have been easily defeated. And this was indeed the case. As the orc hordes poured in, the gap widened. In just a few hours, the dwarven army was completely routed. Brave orc warriors, we have triumphed. We have once again defended the glory of the orc god. With a single blow, he severed the dwarf leader's head. Watching the fleeing dwarf warriors, the orc general, bathed in blood, raised his hideous head and shouted. The orc warriors immediately erupted in thunderous cheers, their war cries roaring like thunder, shaking the very earth. They brandished their weapons in celebration. Victory! 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 This victory is dedicated to the great orc god. Each one was bathed in blood, the ground strewn with corpses, both enemies and allies, yet they now shouted fervently, overcome with excitement. The Lord is watching you, orc warriors. Go and fulfill the Lord's oracle. The orc commander's voice reached the ears of all the orc warriors. Destroy the city. With a chilling icy roar, and so, the orc warriors cheered and charged forward, beginning a new round of slaughter. The orc warriors showed no mercy, not even because the dwarves before them were powerless to resist. City massacres were a common occurrence in the orc empire's conquests. Because of their racial characteristics, the orc warriors saw nothing wrong with it. This had been their custom since ancient times. They had only two options for dealing with their enemies: conquer or slaughter. And now that the Divine Majesty had issued the oracle of extermination, the only option was slaughter. And it just so happened that they were also displeased with these dwarves, who worshipped a foreign god. Besides the border city of Hemina, the other border cities of the Dwarf Empire were also engulfed in flames. The well-prepared orc army caught the Dwarf Empire by surprise. Even though the dwarf gods had urgently issued an oracle warning them to prepare, the forces they could mobilize in such a short period of time were still too few. Of course, there was another reason. The orc gods on the other side met their end, while the dwarven god they worshipped, despite their followers' prayers, failed to appear. For a time, the Dwarven Empire suffered heavy losses. Not only did several border cities fall, but large numbers of dwarven people were also massacred. With Paul Hammer's help, the main force of the orc army advanced directly into the heart of the Dwarven Empire, burning, killing, and looting along the way, a sheer bloodlust. In just a few months, over 2 million dwarves perished at the hands of the orc army, leaving the Dwarven Empire littered with corpses. Even for a behemoth like the Dwarven Empire, this was a colossal loss. And this was only the human toll. The losses in other areas were even more outrageous. This was especially true in terms of faith. With the orc god appearing repeatedly, while the dwarven god remained nowhere to be seen, the Dwarven Empire's faith had begun to waver. Some of the Empire's citizens, who were not particularly devout to begin with, have even begun to question the dwarven god. While these voices of doubt haven't yet reached a large scale, they are already gaining momentum. For a divine power dominated by dwarves, governed for centuries, and possessing a unified political system, the emergence of such voices questioning the gods is somewhat unusual. It's easy to imagine something fishy going on. And the truth is, this is indeed the case. The Orc Empire is behind this incident. How can one defeat a god so deeply embedded in the religious landscape, with millions of followers? Many players have pondered this question. Their conclusion is to first eliminate the god's devout followers, then cultivate a group of false believers, muddying the power of faith they have absorbed, and finally slay them, ensuring their utter demise and a hopeless recovery. The actions of the Orc army clearly showed that Paul Hammer was determined to put Ringo to death, massacre the believers and disrupt the faith. No matter what the situation, this would be a mortal enemy for those who believe in the gods. The ministers of the Dwarf Empire were furious at the Orc army's brutality. Dwarves are inherently strong-willed, and having mostly enjoyed smooth sailing before, they had never suffered such injustice. For a moment, the entire empire was filled with outrage, eager to mobilize all its elite troops and fight the Orcs directly on the front lines. But they couldn't do it. Ringo was naturally furious at Paul Hammer's actions, but there was nothing she could do. She had to hold back her anger for the time being, even having to restrain the Dwarf Empire's subjects, preventing them from acting rashly and causing unnecessary casualties. The gap between true gods and demigods was enormous. If he attacked rashly and was caught, not only would the Dwarf army be destroyed, but he himself might also be killed. He couldn't afford to lose. 2 months passed. An Orc army of nearly 200,000 men laid siege outside a dwarven city. Their momentum was immense, and the besieged Orc warriors would occasionally step forward to shout, mocking the dwarf's weakness. The city's location, even within the entire empire, was considered the heartland of the Dwarven Empire. A normal attack wouldn't have been possible so quickly, but this time, Paul Hammer was intent on destruction, so naturally, he had no such concerns. Simply put, it was all about killing, not burying. Add to that the sufficient number of mobilized Orc warriors, and the various large storage facilities, which greatly reduced the army's logistical burden. These combined factors allowed the Orc army to advance smoothly into the heartland with virtually no hindrance. Warriors, our home lies behind us. We must not retreat, no matter what. The city's defending general, Hobart, was a powerful warrior of the 9th level of transcendent rank, one of the few sanctuary-level warriors in the Dwarf Empire. He raised his warhammer and shouted to the warriors around him, "Fight to the death!" Inspired by his words, the other dwarf warriors followed suit, "Fight to the death! Fight to the death! Fight to the death!" Hobart continued to shout, "For the dwarf god! For the Dwarf Empire!" The warriors' morale instantly soared to a peak. Every dwarf's eyes were filled with unwavering resolve, a clear determination to fight to the bitter end. The Orc army's brutality had indeed terrified some of the dwarves, but it had also blocked all their escape routes. Surrender meant death, and fighting to the death also meant death. Since that was the case, why not fight an enemy before dying? At least that death would be more meaningful. As Hobart mobilized his dwarven army, the Orc army outside the city advanced again, preparing for a third siege. For the glory of the Orc god! Charge! All for your majesty! With these cries, the war beasts charged, followed closely by the Orc warriors. Chapter 279. Like the cities previously captured, this dwarven main city, despite its loud slogans, still chose to defend itself based on its advantages. Defense is far easier than attack, and with ample resources within the city, there's no need to leave to confront the Orc army head-on. Use your strengths to attack their weaknesses. Since you have a defensive advantage, why not exploit it? The Orc army, victorious all the way, having slaughtered countless dwarves, was now incredibly motivated. Even though their previous attacks hadn't made much progress, they remained undaunted. The roar of magical cannons, the explosion of elemental shells, the roar of war beasts, and the shouts of warriors, all these sounds blended together to form a symphony unique to the battlefield. The elements raged, and blood surged. The battlefield was a scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere, and severed limbs and arms littered the ground. The fighting was brutal. The massive Orcs charged in the vanguard, clad in thick armor, like towering steel towers, advancing up the muddy, sandy, and stone slopes toward the city walls. However, the dwarven artillery fire made their progress difficult. Every step forward came at a cost in blood. Even the Orc warriors' fearless bravery would be futile. This was a situation beyond the reach of willpower. The dwarven city's defenses were too strong. As a prosperous capital city nestled in the heart of the empire, with ample time to prepare, they could mobilize resources and warriors far greater than those previously captured by the Orc army. If nothing unexpected happened, this siege would likely end in defeat for the Orc army, just like the previous ones. Atop the city walls, well-equipped elite dwarven warriors, fully armored and wielding warhammers, gazed indifferently at the attacking Orcs below, their eyes utterly cold and impassive. Just when everyone on the battlefield thought this battle was over, A vast rift opened in the sky above the orc army. Endless light converged, ultimately forming a 1,000-meter-tall shadow. The divine aura emanated, shaking all beings. As soon as he appeared, before he even made a move, Paul Hammer became the focus of all eyes. "My lord! Great orc god!" The orc warriors shouted, their faces filled with fervor. "Other god! Damn other god, here they come again!" Above the Iron City, the dwarves gnashed their teeth, their gazes fixed on the orc god, filled with murderous intent and tinged with a hint of fear. Some of them had escaped from previously captured cities, and had witnessed the orc god's attacks. That kind of world-shaking power was simply beyond the reach of ordinary beings like them. Only the equally majestic dwarven gods could stop it. Paul Hammer's eyes were indifferent. He raised his hand slightly, and with the same technique, a massive axe materialized. Gripping the axe with both hands, he swung it simply, slashing towards the city ahead. Though seemingly slow, the massive energy slash reached the city wall in an instant. Just as the strike was about to land, the dwarves within the city closed their eyes, and began to pray to the dwarven gods. Swish! At this moment, something unexpected happened. A sturdy young figure suddenly appeared in front of the energy slash. He swung his warhammer, easily deflecting the blow. "My lord, you've finally arrived. Great dwarf god." The dwarves in the city looked up at the young figure, tears welling in their eyes, nearly bursting into tears. Finally here. The great dwarf god had not abandoned his devout followers. That young figure was none other than the dwarf god worshipped by the dwarf empire. "You've finally shown up. I thought you'd hide in the divine realm forever, never to emerge." Gazing at the muscular young man in front of the city, the orc god's light and shadow condensed slightly, shrinking to normal size, and then scoffed. After a moment's observation, a look of surprise crossed his face. "You've come in your true form. It seems you truly wish you were dead. You don't think you can defeat me on your own turf, with the blessing of faith, do you?" "Humph." Lin Qin snorted, his eyes gleaming with anger. "You can try." Without waiting for Paul Hammer's reply, he charged forward. Paul Hammer, expressionless, brought down the true divine weapon, striking the orc god's head. With a wave of his hand, a shield appeared before him. With a resounding bang, the shield shattered. Then, the hammer, undiminished in momentum, carried the force of thunder, striking the orc god's body, sending it plummeting to the earth and creating a massive crater. Ringo swung the hammer again, gathering strength and striking down. Countless violent bolts of lightning pelted the crater. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous force emanated from the crater, spreading azure lightning in all directions. The orc warriors closest to him were instantly reduced to charcoal. Those farther away convulsed, eventually collapsing to the ground, their bodies shrouded in black. "Impossible. How is this possible, my lord?" The smoke and dust thickened, and the orc warriors nearby froze in disbelief at what they were witnessing. In contrast, the dwarf warriors atop the city walls were stunned for a moment, then burst into cheers, their morale soaring. The dwarf god in the sky remained expressionless, showing no sign of joy. He simply swung his warhammer, hammering at the orc god in the pit, occasionally taking time to strike at the nearby orc army. At this moment, the dominance of the top warriors over ordinary warriors was evident. Before the god player, the followers of the same rank were as fragile as paper, shattering at the slightest touch, powerless to resist. "Hit me! Hit me! Don't bully them!" The orc god flew out of the pit, axe in hand, and struck at Lin Qin. However, with a simple blow, Ringo shattered the energy axe and sent him flying. However, the orcish spirit quickly caught up, continuing to harass Ringo, preventing him from attacking the orc army. Seeing this, Ringo didn't hesitate, turning around and unleashing all his might, ready to seize this opportunity to defeat one of Paul Hammer's spirit clones. And even though Paul Hammer's original form had ascended to the realm of a true god, it was utterly impossible for him to rely on a powerless spirit clone to suppress Ringo, who was considered a formidable figure even among powerful demigods. Under Ringo's attack, Paul Hammer's spirit clone was practically on the receiving end, barely able to fight back. Even so, Paul Hammer didn't retreat, instead harassing Ringo with all his might. Before long, the divine avatar was nearly shattered. The hammer descended, carrying lightning with it. This was the final blow. Paul Hammer showed no sign of panic, but a calm smile. "Here it comes." Bang. The divine avatar shattered completely, transforming into a sky filled with starlight. A cold glint flashed in Ringo's eyes, and with a clap of his hands, the starlight instantly dissipated. "No! Impossible. How could my lord? How could the great orc god fail? I don't believe it. It's fake. It's all fake." The orc warriors below, completely bewildered by the situation, immediately let out a mournful wail, their spirits on the verge of collapse. The dwarf shouted, "Victory to the gods!" Ringo frowned slightly, raised his hammer, and was about to seize this opportunity to slaughter the orc army. As for whether this was in accordance with the rules, if they were about to kill me, who cared about the rules, and if there were any rules to be broken, it was Paul Hammer who broke them first. As a divine player, he actually descended at the very beginning of the battle, and directly helped in the siege. He was truly shameless. The warhammer, brimming with terrifying thunder, slowly descended. The orc warriors below, sensing this terrifying power, their expressions turned to despair and numbness, having already given up resistance. At that moment, a crack suddenly ripped open in the compressed space beneath the warhammer, and Paul Hammer flew out. Facing the incoming warhammer, he actually chose to block it with his bare hands. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a scene that shocked all living beings occurred. The warhammer, brimming with the full force of the dwarf god, was unexpectedly stopped by the orc god's bare hands. The terrifying thunder rippled outward like a gust of air. Paul Hammer raised his hammer, and with a flick of his arm, Ringo's figure flew backward at high speed. He looked up at Ringo, sneered, and said with disdain, "Ringo, you have no idea of the difference between a demigod and a true god. Do you really think you can defeat me with the blessing of world consciousness? How naive. Today, this is the place where you will perish." "Who will perish today?" "Who knows yet?" Ringo's face gleamed with anger. "If you have the guts, come fight me in the heavens." With that, he transformed into a stream of light and soared upward. "Just what I want." Paul Hammer's eyes flickered, a touch more cautious, and he also soared upward. He knew that Ringo's boldness in revealing himself this time meant he must have some hidden trick up his sleeve, but he didn't care. He would prove to the other side, with his strength, that any schemes and tricks were nothing compared to sheer might. Players who hadn't achieved true godhood could never imagine the gap between a true god and a demigod. That was the difference between heaven and earth. The two of them, one in front of the other, arrived at the summit of the sky. The air was thin here, and they were very close to the dimensional barrier. Looking up, they could see the dark void outside. "I really didn't expect you to invade, and to use the boundary-breaking token to directly launch an all-out war. Paul Hammer, you really surprised me. We just had some minor conflicts, so why would you do this?" Ringo looked at Paul Hammer with an extremely cold gaze. He didn't attack directly, but asked with some confusion. "Minor conflicts? You actually said that we had a minor conflict. Damn it, you're still so arrogant. I will definitely make you pay for it." Upon hearing this, Paul Hammer was furious, his emotions becoming somewhat unstable. I treated this enemy so seriously, yet he thought there wasn't much of a conflict between them. This feeling of being looked down upon was truly infuriating. "Sorry, I misspoke." Seeing this, Ringo realized his mistake and quickly amended. "I just think the conflict between us isn't serious enough. We all come from the same place, so why fight to the death? If you withdraw now, I can pretend nothing happened. This loss will be punishment for my past mistakes. What do you think?" The anger on Paul Hammer's face faded. After casting several mental spells on himself, his mood calmed down again. "Are you afraid now? Too late. This time, between you and me, one will fall into eternal sleep." He looked at Ringo and said word by word, "And that person can only be you." After that, Paul Hammer said nothing more, fearing that Ringo's words would anger him. Armor emerged from his body, shield in his left hand, axe in his right. Paul Hammer charged directly at Ringo, axe slashing down. The strike, empowered by the laws of nature, instantly locked onto Ringo's space, forcing him to resist. Helplessly, Ringo raised her shield. The axe struck the shield. With a thud, a terrifying force struck, sending Ringo flying backwards. However, before he could get far, Paul Hammer's stature suddenly grew, transforming into a 10,000-meter giant. He clasped his hands together. Two immense, divinely powerful arms slammed down on Ringo, as if the sky and earth had merged, obscuring the sun. "Ha!" Ringo's expression changed slightly, and with a roar, he grew larger, transforming into a giant 100 meters tall. The hammer in his hand flashed with lightning. He swung it, slamming it upwards. With a resounding bang, a massive hole pierced through his divine arm, sending Ringo flying through it. But at that moment, a streak of light suddenly appeared above him, and his axe slashed down fiercely. Ringo barely raised his shield to block, but was still knocked down. Paul Hammer seized the opportunity, pursuing him, his axe slashing relentlessly. For a moment, Ringo was completely defeated. Divine blood splattered everywhere. "Ha ha ha." Paul Hammer's laughter echoed throughout the space. See? This is the gap between you and me. To think a demigod can fight a true god? Dream on. Having sealed off the surrounding space, Paul Hammer, already confident of victory, was in no rush to finish Ringo off. Instead, he slowly drained away his vitality. After all, he was a powerful being qualified to ignite the divine fire. Even if he was already a true god, he couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, if he failed, it would be a tragedy. Then what are you afraid of? Ringo's face showed no sign of panic. With the blessing of the world consciousness, his strength had reached the level of a pseudo-god. He couldn't defeat the Orcish deities at the level of true gods, but he didn't have to worry about being killed for the time being. Believers in gods are notoriously difficult to kill. Your mouth is truly annoying. Paul Hammer was instantly enraged and intensified his attack. Chapter 280. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The battle above the sky continued, intensifying. With their retreat blocked, the dwarven gods, relying on the advantages of their native faith and the blessing of the world consciousness, barely resisted the attacks of the orc gods. Although his condition indicated that he had been badly beaten, he was still holding on. For a demigod to hold on for so long, Ringo was undoubtedly quite impressive. Even among the many powerful demigods, he could be considered a formidable force. However, his blessings were not limitless. The source of power across the entire plane was naturally not easily depleted. It could even be said that the power bestowed upon him by the world consciousness was less than 1/10 of it. But just because the plane was safe did not mean the bearer was also safe. The blessing of the world consciousness was both an enhancement and a burden. The pressure on a powerful demigod seeking to gain the power to fight against a true god was immense. Even though Ringo was quite powerful, after enduring 3 days of attacks from a true god, his body and spirit were beginning to strain. You're almost done. I have to admit, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you could hold out this long. Paul Hammer, looking at the wounded Ringo across from him, appeared unharmed, though his own breath was a little erratic, and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Luckily, he rushed to invade the enemy the moment he ascended. If he had ascended to the true god realm, the roles would have been reversed. I have to say, this guy is truly formidable, far more formidable than before his ascension. No wonder he'd been suppressed so long ago. Ringo stared at him, his eyes still sharp, like two swords, but he said nothing. But that's all. No matter how powerful you are, you're still only a demigod. The orc god sneered, his expression becoming ferocious. Let me see you off. With that, he charged forward, axe in hand, and the battle clashed once more. The fight was still one-sided, and Ringo had no power to fight back, only to passively take the beating. After several more hours, the orc god roared, the power of law surrounding him, his divine domain unfolding. The axe charged down, striking directly at Ringo's body. Die. The space around Ringo was completely sealed off, like the center of a deep swamp. He could not move an inch, and could only stay where he was, watching the axe fall. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face. Playing tricks. Seeing the smile on his face, the orc god's heart trembled at first, wavering slightly, fearing it was a trap. But then, recalling the several missed opportunities, his conviction reaffirmed. Do you really think I'm a fool? You fooled me twice, and you're trying to fool me a third time. With both hands, he swung the axe down. The blow was immense, a full-throated blow from a true god. It was no exaggeration to say it possessed the power to sever a demigod. Even though the orc god had recently ascended and hadn't yet fully mastered his powers, a true god was still a true god. His basic stats alone were unmatched by those of a demigod. If the axe could strike, the dwarf demigod, in his current state, would be crippled if not killed. The dwarf god was about to be split in two by the axe. At this moment, the space behind the orc god suddenly ripped open, and a brilliant golden light shot out, heading straight for the orc god. The orc god sensed his presence the moment he appeared, but, fully absorbed in his attack, he was still a step too slow to dodge. Bang! The golden light, like a long arrow, instantly pierced the orc god's body, leaving a bloody hole in his chest. Even his physique, worthy of a true divine weapon, was rendered useless. For the attacker, like the orc god, was also a true god-level being. In fact, in terms of combat power, he was even more powerful than the orc god. Ah! The orc god roared, immediately abandoning his attack and fleeing into the distance. The golden light followed closely behind, continuously attacking him with incredible swiftness. At the same time, the dwarf god, who had been in danger, was freed. He took out a grey bead, watched the orc god fleeing into the distance, and sneered, "Forbidden god realm. The basketball-sized bead instantly erupted with brilliant light. Countless rays of light shot outward like a long rainbow, eventually forming a spherical domain that trapped all three players. It must be said that his timing was impeccable. The orc god had just been wounded and had no time to spare. Had he acted any sooner or later, the domain would have remained closed. After all, their physical strength was too far behind. Even with a true divine weapon in hand, attempting to contain a true god was unrealistic. Roar! The orc god sealed the wounds on his body and roared, forcing back the incoming golden light. The golden light dissipated, revealing its true form, a lion with golden mane and an aura of boundless power. The demon flame golden lion. And a powerful ancient god, his realm equivalent to that of a true god. Who are you, and why are you interfering in our personal feud? The orc god asked, suppressing his rage and looking at the golden lion standing with the dwarf god in confusion. Ha ha ha. The demon flame golden lion chewed the flesh of the true god in his mouth and laughed loudly, arrogantly. Who do you think you are? I'll intervene if I want to, no excuse needed. Don't waste your time with him. The area is now sealed off. Hurry and kill him! The dwarf god beside him, his face icy, said coldly, then his entire body and godhead will be yours. I want nothing of his. It must be said that Paul Hammer's luck was a bit unlucky. After confirming that a player had begun ascending to true godhood, Ringo became concerned about his own safety. He invited a friend at the ancient god level to come and guard the plane to prevent any accidents. Then came the full-scale invasion of Paul Hammer. The demon flame golden lion had originally planned to intercept Paul Hammer himself, and then have Ringo lead his followers in an attack on the Orc Empire. But Ringo felt that this approach was insufficient, and would not eradicate the problem. Moreover, if the Orc gods returned to their homeland, empowered by the world consciousness, it would be a serious question whether the demon flame golden lion could stop them. So, using the Dwarf Empire as bait, Ringo set a trap deep within the Empire. Now that the true divine artifact had sealed the area, reinforced by the world consciousness, a lower-level true god, who had just broken through, and hadn't yet fully mastered their power would be unable to break through the blockade in a short period of time, even with the true divine artifact in hand. Damn it. Paul Hammer's face was utterly grim. He hadn't expected to be tricked again. Ringo and the other man said nothing more, transforming into streams of light, and charging forward once more. Instantly, the two sides exchanged blows for hundreds of rounds again, roiling the entire space. This time, the situation was the same, except the attackers were reversed. The Orc god, already inferior to the demon flame golden lion in strength, had been attacked first and then attacked. Now trapped deep within the enemy's territory, it was impossible for him to defeat them. As the decisive battle erupted above the sky, the two empires on Earth also launched an all-out war. More accurately, it was the Dwarf Empire that launched its true counterattack. The dwarf warriors, previously hunkered down in the city, relying solely on its defenses, took advantage of the Orc army's retreat, opened the city gates, and launched an attack on the Orc army. This caught the Orc army completely off guard. Despite their formidable combat prowess, they still suffered heavy casualties in the face of the Dwarven army's sudden attack. After all, the Dwarven Empire's strength was no less than that of the Orc Empire. In fact, its overall strength was even greater. This was also the heartland of the Dwarven Empire, where the Dwarven army had a natural advantage in both faith and numbers. Previously, they had only dared to remain within the city walls because of the intimidation of the Orcish gods. Otherwise, they would have launched a counterattack long ago. After all, without the aid of the Orcish gods, the Orcish army alone would have been unable to reach the heart of the empire in such a short time. Instantly, a large number of dwarven legions emerged from within the Dwarven Empire. They seemed well prepared, and immediately joined the siege against the Orcish army. When the gods erupted in a decisive battle above the heavens, legions across the Dwarf Empire, as if receiving a counterattack signal, launched a full-scale counterattack. The Dwarven capital, Parma. The entire battlefield was in chaos, a river of blood. Artillery bombardment, limbs and arms flew everywhere, and all sorts of magical fighting spirits were a dazzling display. However, the most common fighting method was close combat. Both the dwarf warriors and the orc warriors had a significant advantage in physical strength over other races. Close combat was arguably their forte. At this moment, the combined number of warriors from both armies on this battlefield reached nearly 400,000. Kill! For our compatriots, for the Empire, for the gods, slay these invaders. Kill all these invaders, avenge our fallen compatriots. Blood debt must be repaid with blood, wash away the shame with the blood of the enemy. Kill! The dwarf warrior, pent up with rage, now seemed frantic. His already fiery nature was now like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. He ignored the enemy's attacks and charged forward, desperately fighting. The heavily armored dwarf's hammer struck the orc warrior, instantly denting his armor and sending him flying backwards. Roar! The tall minotaur swung his axe and struck the dwarf opposite him. Sparks flew, and 2 shallow dents sank into his feet, but the dwarf's tough armor still blocked most of the blow, leaving only a shallow scratch. The dwarf warrior roared, and his hammer smashed hard into the minotaur's knees, sending him falling to his knees in agony. Bang bang. 2 heavily armored warriors collided, the sound of armor clashing resonating endlessly. The scene was extremely shocking. In terms of individual physical strength, the orc warriors had a slight advantage, while the dwarf warriors also had a considerable advantage in equipment. Moreover, compared to the chaotic orc army, the dwarf army was more organized. Furthermore, the ratio of warriors from the dwarf empire to the orc empire on the scene was 2.5 to 1.5, giving the dwarf army a numerical advantage. Die! The dwarf general, riding a ferocious goat-like beast, charged forward, hammer raised high, rallying the entire legion's strength. A massive hammer, hundreds of meters long, materialized above, and then, with the dwarf general's arm, smashed down. Bang! The hammer landed, and the orc warriors below roared in anger before being crushed into meat patties. The large orc warrior's defensive line was instantly shattered. The dwarf general led his legion forward, cutting through the orc army, slicing it into clusters. A large number of dwarf warriors advanced, slowly eroding the orc army's warriors. Among the numerous besieging legions, besides the dwarf empire's multi-role legions, there were also some exceptionally powerful monster legions. These monster legions were not numerous, far outnumbered by the orcs and dwarves, but the strength they displayed was enough to draw the attention of both sides. After their transformation, the monster legions were no less powerful than the dwarf empire's elite legions in terms of combat effectiveness, and were even stronger. Compared to the dwarf legions, they were even more ruthless. As legions following the demon flame lion king, they had fought many battles across the land, accumulating a wealth of combat experience. Furthermore, they also experienced a high rate of internal replacement, eliminating any weaker legions. After all, as individual players, Demon Flame Golden Lion and his companions naturally didn't pursue a gradual development strategy. They didn't require the heartfelt faith of their warriors, only obedience. As a result, the systems of the forces they established were often rather cruel, and the internal competition within the army was even more bloody. The law of the jungle was perfectly exemplified. With the assistance of the monster legions, the simmering dwarf army defeated the orc army, inflicting heavy losses and reversing their previous decline. 5 days later, a large section of the sky shattered. The severely injured orc god, missing an arm, broke through the dual blockade of the true artifact and world consciousness and escaped from the battlefield. Without stopping, nor caring about the orc warriors below, he immediately broke through the space, transformed into a stream of light, and pierced into it, rapidly soaring towards the orc empire. The orc army below, before even beginning to cheer for the god's appearance, was stunned. Retreat! A moment later, a voice tinged with anger echoed through the minds of all the orc warriors. For a moment, the orc army, already suffering under the siege of the dwarfs, saw its morale plummet to rock bottom, its faith nearly crumbling. Retreat! The orc commander, without hesitation, immediately issued the order. At this moment, 2 more streaks of light burst forth from the shattered sky. Chapter 281. 2 streaks of light stopped in the sky, converging into 2 figures, both young men. The dwarf god Ringo, and the ancient demonic flame god Huang Yicheng. He actually let him get away. Damn it! This guy is incredibly resilient. He took so many hits, yet he still managed to escape. Seeing the orc god disappear, both men were filled with resentment, especially Ringo, who was riled with hatred. After all his efforts, not only had so many believers been killed or injured, but he himself had been severely beaten. In the end, he hadn't been able to defeat his opponent, only to sustain severe injuries. Even such injuries, for a true god, were extremely serious, and would likely take decades to heal. But Ringo still felt a little dissatisfied. Faith in a god is like an indestructible cockroach. Unless you completely destroy it, it will regenerate after a while. So what's the difference between that and not fighting at all? What should we do now? Should we continue the pursuit? At our speed, it won't take long to reach them. Huang Yicheng asked Ringo, with a ferocious grin on his face, chewing on the inexplicable flesh and blood. He held a battle axe in his hand, stained with divine blood and emitting a powerful aura. It was the true divine weapon wielded by the orc god. To save his life, Paul Hammer not only suffered severe damage to his body, but also lost his weapons. It was a devastating loss. Ringo was tempted by Huang Yicheng's proposal, but after some thought, he shook his head and rejected it. He has already ascended to the realm of a true god, and he has the blessing of world consciousness on his homeland. Even if he's been severely damaged now, he's still not easy to deal with. If we rush after him rashly, we might even be trapped. By the time the orc god broke through the blockade and escaped, Ringo and the others had lost their chance to kill him. Ringo, the more rational Ringo, though somewhat unwilling, had to accept this fact. So what do you think we should do? We can't just sit there and wait. How about you ascend to true godhood first? I'll help you defend it, and we won't have to worry about them causing trouble. Once you ascend to true godhood, we can attack. 2 against 1, there's no need to worry about not being able to kill him. Huang Yicheng stroked the back of his golden hair, feeling a little irritated, before offering another suggestion. Now isn't the best time for me to ascend. I want to wait a little longer. Ringo had no plans to ascend just yet. Firstly, his accumulation could still accumulate, and secondly, it was a matter of time. Once he began ascending, including the time it would take for his transformation, it would take at least 10 years. If something unexpected happened at this point, it would be difficult to handle. This didn't work, that didn't work. Huang Yicheng was speechless, and didn't want to bother. Just let it go. Ringo looked down at the orc army below and said coldly, help me wipe out these orcs first, then organize a counterattack, and let that guy have a taste of what I felt before. Okay. Huang Yicheng nodded in agreement. With the help of the two, the orc army, already in a difficult situation, immediately collapsed. Any orc army of a certain size was targeted by the two. Before Ringo and the other, one a powerful demigod player, the other an ancient god with the combat power of a true god, the so-called elite orc army seemed particularly vulnerable, even shattered at the slightest touch. The vast orc army scattered, breaking into smaller groups, and was then surrounded and attacked by the local dwarf warriors. For a time, the orc warriors suffered devastating losses. In just 2 weeks, they had vomited up everything they had eaten, with interest. The orc gods within the Empire's territory naturally sensed the situation, but were helpless and dared not reveal themselves. They could only offer covert assistance, preserving whatever they could. After repelling the orc army, Ringo had no intention of stopping. He rallied the forces of the Dwarf Empire and, in conjunction with the monster army, launched a counterattack against the Orc Empire. The same scenario unfolded again, only this time the roles were completely reversed. Previously, it was the Orc army that carried out various massacres within the Dwarf Empire, destroying faith in the gods and spreading terrifying rumors. This time, it was the Dwarf army that was doing all the heavy lifting. Ringo felt no burden at all about this, and even felt a sense of satisfaction, a sense of revenge. Like Ringo before him, facing the fierce onslaught of the Dwarven army, Paul Hammer had no choice but to strategically retreat, abandoning the outer cities and leaving them to the Dwarven army. He then concentrated all his forces, preparing to defend the main city in the Heartland. Although the Orc army had suffered heavy losses in previous operations, and even the gods themselves had been severely damaged, the Orc Empire still possessed the strength to fight the Dwarven army. In fact, if it weren't for the transcendent existence of players, the war between the two sides would never have progressed so quickly. For two vast empires in a unified plane to determine the outcome, it would take at least hundreds of years, perhaps even thousands of years. But with the help of players, super units capable of single-player city breaking, both sides made much faster progress. The entire Orc Empire was now engulfed in flames, transforming into a massive, bloody meat grinder. Countless lives perished, corpses littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. This was arguably the largest scale battle the two factions had ever encountered, and also the most brutal. In contrast to the Orc army's reckless advance, Ringo, confident of victory, remained unhurried. He ordered the Dwarf army to advance steadily, eliminating all orcs along the way, preparing to completely destroy the Orcish god's faith. 2 months later, a family plane belonging to a faction in the northern region. In a magnificent, massive city, atop the Star Tower, dozens of players, emitting a powerful aura, gathered. A meeting for the players was underway. Let's discuss what to do. The middle-aged man in armor sitting at the head of the table, though only at the demigod level, exuded an aura no less powerful than a true god. Looking at the crowd with a look of helplessness, he said, that fool Paul, after ascending to true god status, used the boundary-breaking token to invade an East District player. Then, He was tricked. Now, he's in dire straits, and has appealed to the organization for help. Didn't we clearly order everyone to behave themselves, and not cause trouble during this period? Why did Paul still invade? Invasion would be fine, but he hasn't even fought yet. Is he a pig? A blond young man near the front of the table cursed upon hearing this. He was equally powerful, one of the few players present who had ascended to the true god level. However, his aura was a little unstable, likely because he had just emerged from seclusion and hadn't had time to adjust. If he doesn't even listen to the family's orders, what's the point of having him? Let him fend for himself, the white-clad young man opposite him also said. I agree. We don't need a disobedient fellow. Teach him a lesson. He's lucky to be alive. The other players sitting in the back seats chimed in, all supporting the decision not to rescue him. Their voices were quite cold. The middle-aged man in the first seat frowned slightly, silent, his thoughts unclear. Ahem. The middle-aged man in the first seat on the left coughed twice, drawing everyone's attention. He then said, That's not right. I think we should try to save him. If we don't save him this time because of this, and then ignore him next time because of that, it won't be long before our family is broken up. The crowd fell silent as they listened to the man's words. The meeting room, once abuzz with arguments, fell silent. Your Majesty, I don't quite agree with what you're saying. After a moment, the blond youth across from him continued, Why should our entire family be responsible for Paul's own actions? Tensions are high. If we intervene, the forces in the East District will surely follow suit. Then, perhaps? No, a war will inevitably break out. Even though the other party was one of the most powerful in the family, the blond youth didn't back down, clinging to his original position. The other family members, though silent, mostly nodded in support of his opinion. Paul's disobedience and our decision to rescue him are two different matters, and they can't be confused. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, If Paul disobeys, we can punish him and make him pay. But as a member of our family, Paul is in danger right now, and we can't just sit back and watch. Everyone, you might end up being the Paul of today. Do you want your family to stand by and watch when you need help most? Hearing this, everyone hesitated, their resolve growing weaker. The blond youth frowned, about to say something when the patriarch, seated at the head of the group, knocked on the table. Bang, bang. All right, let's leave it at that. The middle-aged patriarch smiled and said softly, Let's do as Elder Primo ordered. Paul broke the rules, and we should punish him to teach him a lesson. But before that, we must rescue him first. Seeing the leader speak, everyone glanced at each other and finally nodded in agreement. Boss, you're right. Indeed, Paul doesn't deserve the death penalty. We can't let those guys in the East District underestimate us. We're not afraid of them. They all responded, a stark contrast to their previous behavior. Xiao, what do you think? The middle-aged clan leader looked at the blond youth again and asked softly. I will obey your will. The blond youth sighed inwardly, but his expression remained extremely respectful. Since that's the case, let's discuss the rescue issue. The clan leader nodded, chuckled, and said, We can't let the situation escalate further, nor can we let them underestimate us. Meanwhile, in a plain belonging to the Eastern District player faction, in a courtyard with a distinctly ancient style, dozens of players from the Eastern District gathered, discussing the recent player conflict. Another member has been implicated. So far, 13 members of our clan alone have been implicated. A calm player looked at the young man in the lead seat and said, The situation is getting a bit out of control. Boss, we need to make a decision quickly. We can't just sit there and take the fight. Old Bai is right. We can't go on like this. It's always the other side provoking wars and invading us. We're too passive. Another player, his eyes gleaming with rage, followed up. Since they want to play, let's play them to the bitter end. Let's see who gives up first. Yes, we'll fight them to the bitter end. It's just a war. What's there to be afraid of? The other player shouted indignantly, clearly irritated by the recent chaos. After finally obtaining a batch of resources from the divine ruins and preparing to ascend to true godhood, trouble keeps cropping up. It's bound to make anyone feel bad. Don't worry, don't worry. Seeing this, the young man had to offer reassurance. War is no joke. You can't just start it. One careless move could result in fatalities. If things get out of hand, even demigods would be cannon fodder. Are you prepared for this? I'm not afraid. Unless those people target me, one-on-one, few could possibly kill me. The young man was confident in his own strength. Even if war broke out, as long as his true form remained within the plane, unless those transcendents personally took action against him, he would be invincible. The other members were stunned upon hearing this, and immediately fell into deep thought. While the boss's words were harsh, they were also true. If a war truly broke out, with their strength, they weren't sure they would survive. After all, they're only slightly stronger than normal demigod players. We can't wait any longer. We're too passive. No one knows who will be chosen next, and right now, everyone in the organization is in a state of panic, afraid to even consider advancing. A prominent elder spoke up. Uncertain of invasion, players simply didn't dare to ascend to true god status. There's no other way. It's taking too long. If someone seizes the opportunity to invade and start a war, they'll be in for a real disaster. The loss of their followers is a minor matter. They're afraid they'll be wiped out too. I know. I'm working on a solution. The young man nodded, then said, wait a little longer. After a while, we should have a conclusion. As he spoke, someone suddenly sent him a message through the system. City of the Gods, Restaurant, Private Room 3021. Okay, I'm here right now. A smile crossed the young man's face. He looked down at the old man, who had never spoken. Mr. Chen, I have to go out for something. I don't know how long it will take. Please take care of the arrangements here, and try to maintain stability. The old man nodded and replied, okay. The young man stood up, opened the spatial portal leading to the City of the Gods, walked directly into it, and disappeared on the spot. Other members. Chapter 282. The intermediate realm is in turmoil, and the elementary realm is also far from peaceful. It's not that another major war has broken out. Quite the contrary, the elementary realm is currently completely free of war, a rare period of peace. After a large number of powerful individuals ascended to the intermediate realm, aside from a brief period of intense competition for ranking rewards, no other major battles have occurred. All parties are developing their own forces, increasing their strength, and living in peace. The main reason for the recent unrest is that time is approaching. It has been almost a year, main world time, since the first wave of top-tier experts ascended to the intermediate realm. After nearly 30 years of stable development, the second wave of players is finally ascending. This advancement is irresistible and mandatory. And the players in the elementary realm have no intention of remaining in the elementary realm forever. Their goal is to achieve eternal and immortal deities, not to become pseudogods, hiding in their own planes and amusing themselves. Yet, even with such unwavering faith, they inevitably felt a sense of confusion and hesitation about the future. After the information channels between the two sides were cut off, most players in the primary realm had no knowledge of the intermediate realm. Only a few organized players could occasionally glean rudimentary information from fragments of information on their clan channels. The terrifying news emanating from the intermediate realm made the top players, who reigned supreme in the primary realm, nervous and uneasy. They feared that, after ascending, they would be plundered by the Forerunners, becoming mere nutrients for their growth. After all, the time commitment for the intermediate realm is more than 3 times that of the elementary realm, not to mention that the first batch of players who advance there also have an opportunity to adjust their time commitment. The development environment is better, and the time frame is longer. Before them, even players from the elementary realm, with greater development potential, would not be able to defeat them in a short period of time. When fate is not in one's control, it's inevitable to feel nervous. City of the Gods. A luxurious restaurant, lavishly decorated both inside and out, stands 30 stories tall. This restaurant, run by a mysterious player faction, is rumored to have close ties to a top faction in the intermediate realm. It's arguably one of the most expensive places in the entire City of the Gods. The first 27 floors are freely accessible to anyone with money. The top 3 floors require a certain level of skill to qualify. This is also one of the main venues for communication between players from the intermediate and elementary realms. Room 3024, Supreme Deluxe VIP Room. From the outside, the private room looked like an ordinary room, but once inside, it revealed a different world. Space expansion magic had been used, making the actual space over 100 times larger than it appeared from the outside. Not only was it large enough for a meal or discussion, it was more than enough for a banquet. Hundreds of players, renowned in the elementary realm, gathered together for the first time to discuss the crucial matter of advancing to the next realm. Everyone, once you advance, you'll all be considered to be in the same boat, facing the attacks of the seniors. If you have any useful information, don't hide it. Share it now, the 32nd ranked orc player said anxiously, taking a sip of his drink and looking towards the players at the front tables. The players in the intermediate realm have been so busy lately, they don't have time to bother with us. It's said that ancient divine relics have been revived, with all sorts of semi-artifacts, true artifacts, even main artifacts, and even rule-based artifacts. The entire intermediate realm is in chaos, with fighting everywhere and many players killed. When the first batch of players were promoted, there didn't seem to be any protection time. I wonder if those of us who were promoted in the second batch have any. Can you talk to our bosses and ask them to look after us? We all come from the same place. We can't just stand by and watch us die. Some players who had no influence above, or whose backers weren't very strong, now spoke up. There was no other way. They had to be proactive. They possessed rule-based artifacts and various treasures, but they didn't have enough strength. If they promoted without someone to protect them, they would just be giving away benefits. Put yourself in their shoes. If they were players from the mid-level realm, they wouldn't miss out on the perks of their recent promotion. Even if they didn't outright kill them, they'd definitely grab a chunk. Boss, why don't we discuss this? At a round table near the front, where only 5 players sat, one of the younger players glanced at the calm young man next to him and asked softly. Li Mingjie, who was eating, felt a little frustrated. Just as he was about to explain, another short-haired young man across from him laughed first. Brother Li, why doesn't this kid you brought here seem to understand your situation? What's going on with us? The somewhat immature player looked at him with some confusion. Just eat your food. Why all this nonsense? Li Mingjie glared at him. If they weren't related, he wouldn't have brought this guy to the dinner. If I remember correctly, Bloody Dawn seems to be a major force up there. They should have no problem sheltering some peripheral members. The short-haired young man's companion, a slightly taller and thinner man, said uncertainly. Ah Xiao, your information is a bit outdated. It's more than just a major power. The short-haired young man shook his head and said, that's a truly top-tier power. Even in the entire intermediate realm, it's a top-tier superpower. With an emperor and a king at their helm, if they weren't so few members, they could even compete with our God of War alliance for the top spot in the eastern region. Emperor King? What new level of power is this? I've never heard of it. Wang Xiao was just an ordinary veteran of the God of War alliance in the primary realm. He was far less well-informed than their leader, Zhang Xian, so he didn't quite understand these new titles. Zhang Xian gave him an admiring look. Young man, you really know how to show your support. After a pause, he explained, this is what players call those transcendent beings after the battle for the divine ruins. Every district has them, but the names are slightly different. The West District has the 12 Divine Lords, the North District has the 10 Pharaohs, and the South District has the 7 Overlords. Our East District has the largest population and is more sophisticated, so we have a more detailed division. The 4 Emperors and 9 Kings. 13 Transcendents, War, Darkness, Magic, and Chaos are collectively known as the 4 Emperors. Glory, Thunder, Eternity, Necromancer, Life, Tide, Hunt, Rage, and Smelting are collectively known as the 9 Kings. Zhang Xian looked at the young man across from him and chuckled. And you, Bloody Dawn, have His Majesty the Dark and His Majesty the Glory at your command. It's a good thing you don't bully others. Who would dare to mess with you? The young man's eyes lit up at this. It was the first time he realized how powerful his organization was. Ahem. Li Mingjie coughed twice, then glared at Zhang Xian and said speechlessly, don't be so outrageous, making it seem like the entire East District belongs to us. The waters of the intermediate realm are much deeper. Besides, things are getting chaotic again. Rumor has it that even true gods have appeared. If they get angry, they won't care which organization we belong to. Then, he looked at the young man beside him and said, behave yourself. Don't say anything you shouldn't say, and don't do anything you shouldn't do. Otherwise, if you really get into trouble, I won't be able to save you. I know. Don't worry, boss. The young man patted his chest and assured him. Alas! Seeing this, Li Mingjie sighed deeply and muttered to himself, I wonder how many people will advance this time. There are too many players who meet the requirements. Even if they want to stay, the system won't allow them. There must be at least 1 million. Zhang Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said with a smile, it's better to have more people advance. Otherwise, we'll be the only ones going up, and we'll be too obvious a target. With them providing cover, we'll be less of a target. As he spoke, he sighed, it's not easy up there either. It's said that nearly 20% of the players perished during the last revival of the Divine Ruins. Those were all demigod-level powerhouses, and they perished just like that. Truly terrifying. Li Mingjie shared this sentiment. As among the highest-ranked and most powerful individuals in the eastern region, within the elementary realm, it's no exaggeration to say that Zhang Xian and Li Mingjie, in terms of overall strength, were no less capable than those transcendents before their promotion to the intermediate realm. Their true strength was only a hair's breadth away from demigodhood, and they could achieve a breakthrough at any moment. It's just that they've been suppressing it to advance further. For this very reason, the thought of the swarms of powerful demigods falling in the intermediate realm filled the two with a sense of worry. They exchanged a silent glance, sighing once more. Meanwhile, not far away, in private room 3021, a rather simple meeting was also underway. This private room was not crowded with players, only under 100. But if a player from a mid-level realm were present and recognized these people, they might faint from shock. The leader of the God of War Alliance, number 1 in the Eastern region, for Emperors, War. The Elder of the Bloody Dawn, number 2 in the Eastern region, for Emperors, Darkness. The President of the Elf Association, number 3 in the Eastern region, for Emperors, Magic. The Patriarch of the Chaos family, number 4 in the Eastern region, for Emperors, Chaos. The 4 most powerful players in the Eastern region were all present, and not just them. The other 9 supreme beings bearing the title of King were also present. Besides the 4 Emperors and 9 Kings, there are a host of top-tier experts, all of whom possess pseudo-godlike combat power. Of course, to participate in this meeting, strength alone isn't enough. One must also possess a corresponding status. What status? The status of a leader of a faction. To attend this meeting, unless you possess the power of a supreme being, the 4 Emperors and 9 Kings, you must be the leader of a major faction. Other beings, even those with pseudo-godlike strength, will not be invited. Everyone, I don't need to explain the current situation. A middle-aged man named War, standing at the top, declared loudly, I called you all here to emphasize that this war not only concerns the lives of a few low-ranking players, but is also closely linked to the fate of our entire East District. I know you are all very powerful, and I'm not worried about your own demise in this war, but remember, a large number of ants can eat an elephant. If the number of players in the East District dwindles during this war, then facing the vast numbers of players from other regions, no matter how powerful we are, we'll be doomed. The crowd below remained silent. To have reached this point, no player was foolish. What War could see, they could see as well. War, if you have anything to say, and what you want us to do, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Chaos, a rugged, burly middle-aged man, one of the 4 Emperors, listened for a moment before urging him impatiently. Then I'll be frank. War glanced at Chaos and nodded. Then, with a somewhat fanatical expression, he addressed the crowd. To prevent severe depletion of our Eastern region's forces, and to ensure smoother coordination and cooperation in the upcoming war, I sincerely invite you to form a new organization. This organization doesn't belong to any player. Its purpose is to defend against external enemies, mediate internal strife, and serve as an ally against forces from other regions. If conflict breaks out within the East region, we will remain neutral and refrain from aiding either side. We can also intervene if necessary. Upon hearing the proposal for war, the crowd below was stunned. They clearly hadn't expected the other side to go this far. Before arriving, they had assumed it would be at most a temporary war alliance, where they could help each other in the upcoming war and leverage their strengths. They hadn't expected it to be a permanent organization. And why does this organization sound so strange? Yongya, what do you think of his proposal? Lin Yi, Guanghui, asked, looking at the young man beside him. Not bad, though a bit laborious. It's rare, Su Xingyu replied casually, picking up a bright green grape. The red-haired young man beside him also laughed upon hearing this. I thought you'd think it was a waste of time, but I didn't. Old blood, that's a bit superficial. Although Yongye doesn't like to get involved, he sees the pros and cons better than anyone else. Lin Yi tilted his head to look at the blood god, smiled, and added, actually, I think this proposal is good. At least the mid-level realm will be less chaotic. Players in other zones, who want to take action should think carefully. But there are also drawbacks. As Yongye said, it's laborious and time-consuming. The 3 of them agreed with the war proposal, and voted in favor. The rest of the players followed suit, voting in favor outright. Chapter 283. The alliance went incredibly smoothly, even somewhat beyond John's expectations. He had expected some opposition, but in the end, after just a few questions, they agreed. Isn't that too casual? But it was all good that it went smoothly. It saved him a lot of trouble. Honestly, if it weren't for his inherent humanity, he wouldn't have bothered to form an Eastern alliance, and would have just gone with it. As one of the strongest players in the Eastern District, he feared no opponent. However, with his increased strength and status, his perspective changed, and he had to consider other things and stop being so reckless. After all, if a 4-district melee erupted, even if they ultimately won, all that would be left behind would be a ruined realm, which would benefit no one. The other top players shared similar sentiments. Since there's a strong backing and someone willing to take on the responsibility, why not join in and see how it goes? If it doesn't work out, then just sit back and wait. It won't cost me anything substantial anyway. Huh? Su Xingyu yawned, feeling somewhat bored. He glanced at the war being discussed with the others regarding alliance divisions, and grumbled to Lin Yi beside him. If I'd known it was so boring, I wouldn't have come. Letting the blood god come as a representative would have saved some trouble. After a quick mental count, Su Xingyu realized that he seemed to have joined a bit too many organizations. So many, that it was starting to overwhelm him. Old blood coming here is useless. He doesn't care at all. He's all talk and no action. We should have brought Wang Dong, or the teacher over here. They'd understand the intricacies of the situation better. Lin Yi glanced at the red-haired young man standing not far away, his eyes already somewhat distracted, and chuckled. Oddly enough, the three leaders of Bloody Dawn don't seem particularly interested in managing player organizations. And yet, this organization has thrived quite well, perhaps even as a result of their deliberate suppression. Otherwise, Bloody Dawn would have expanded many times over by now. It can be said that strength is truly the foundation of a player. Other aspects may be somewhat lacking. As long as your strength is strong enough, it can compensate for any shortcomings. By the way, Xingyu, when are you planning on achieving a true god breakthrough? Lin Yi asked curiously. This question was actually quite personal, but since they had a good relationship and the area was soundproofed, he wasn't worried about other players hearing, so he asked directly. It hasn't been decided yet. Su Xingyu shook his head slightly and said, if I want to, I can break through any time, but the current situation isn't conducive. If it were a normal true god advancement, Su Xingyu wouldn't worry about being disturbed. After all, he is different from ordinary players. Besides his divine essence, his followers are equally powerful. Simply put, even without him ruling the Eternal Night Plane, relying on the world consciousness, the Eternal Night Empire's numerous demigod powerhouses, and its double-digit high-ranking legions, he would be more than capable of handling an invasion from ordinary players. Normally, no one, unless they were mentally ill, would choose to invade him. But the problem now was that he wanted to follow the primordial path, a path that required creating a world within the void. The commotion would be too great, too obvious. He didn't dare to ascend directly without hesitation. It wasn't just him. Other players who had reached the supreme demigod realm and were interested in pursuing this path shared the same sentiment. This is also why, to this day, most of the top powerhouses remain at the demigod realm. They're worried too. If someone attacks them during their promotion, it wouldn't just be their followers who would suffer the loss, but their very bodies. Alas! Lin Yi sighed upon hearing this. It's indeed a bit troublesome. Unless we can find a void realm completely devoid of players, ascending in the void is simply too dangerous. After a pause, he smiled and said, if that doesn't work out, we can work together. What do you think? Su Xingyu's eyes were filled with confusion as he softly asked, how do you want to cooperate? We can take turns guarding. Either you advance first, or I will, Lin Yi said seriously. After a moment's silence, Su Xingyu slowly replied, we'll see how things go. If that doesn't work out, that's the only way. Such was his nature. He was somewhat wary of everyone. Even though he and Lin Yi had known each other since their time in the elementary realm, and their friendship had spanned hundreds of years, he still felt the same way. After all, life is only so short. Being killed due to lack of skill is fine, but dying at the hands of a teammate is truly devastating. Alright. Lin Yi nodded, but didn't press him. He just casually suggested it, just to leave a way out. Time flew by as the two of them chatted, bored, eating fruit. The leaders of the various player factions finally agreed on a fairly workable system. It was essentially a modified version of the alliance system proposed during the war. After all, it was Zhang who spearheaded the formation of the alliance. How could he not have prepared in advance? By the way, what's the name of our organization? Someone asked this question almost as the meeting was about to end. The others were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, all looking at Zhang. Since he had proposed the alliance, it was natural for him to nominate it. Zhang smiled and said, let's call it the Crimson Alliance. And so, the Crimson Alliance, the future pinnacle of the human federation, was born. The formal meeting concluded. The most important task of their visit had been accomplished. Su Xingyu and Lin Yi, currently the two top players in the East region, remained silent throughout the meeting, simply eating and chatting, seemingly there to witness the proceedings. While there were still some matters to discuss, the most important agenda was concluded, and those who wished could leave. The three leaders of the Bloody Dawn weren't in the mood, so they left first. After politely declining offers of friendship from some players, the three of them left the private room without a backward glance. Coincidentally, a group of people also emerged from a nearby private room. 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man, all men. The young man, looking ordinary and dressed casually, walked in front, followed by the other 2. "Boss, are we just going back like this? Aren't we going to listen to their proposal?" The young man following behind asked, puzzled. "What the hell? Just sitting there and listening for half of it is enough. We're already giving them face." Li Mingjie glanced at him, somewhat helpless, but still explained, "Besides, our Bloody Dawn is just a small organization, not participating in the struggle for supremacy. We're just a neutral trading venue. There's absolutely no need to get involved with them." The 2 men behind him couldn't help but twitch their lips at this. "If someone hadn't just explained it to me, I would have believed your nonsense. What small organization has so many bigwigs?" Li Mingjie ignored their gazes, expressionless. "To be frank, no matter how much they discuss, it won't be as effective as a word from the higher-ups. Players in the mid-level realms are developing too rapidly. No matter how many calculations and schemes they make, they are nothing but clouds in the face of absolute strength. Instead of wasting time discussing, it's better to focus on organizing your organization, or find some way to connect with the players above. That would be more effective." Ahem. Following a series of light coughs, the 6 people exchanged glances. The blood god's face was a little embarrassed, and the other 2's eyes twitched slightly. Guangwei glanced at the blood god and chuckled. "If the top beam is crooked, the bottom beams will be crooked." Su Xingyu couldn't help but chuckle. "How dare you criticize me? You're making me look like a fool. Damn, if I'd known this would happen, I should have let you be the boss." The blood god's face was also a little embarrassed. He glared at Guangwei, then looked at Su Xingyu, who was still laughing beside him. "Yongya, you too, still laughing. We're all in charge. I just have the title of alliance leader more than you, but you're acting like I've ruined the entire alliance. Whoever is the boss is responsible." Guangwei continued to laugh. Su Xingyu smiled and nodded slightly. "Boss!" Li Mingjie, who was standing opposite him, quickly recovered and ran over. The other 2 didn't recognize Su Xingyu and the others, but seeing their boss like this, they quietly followed. "Boss, His Majesty Eternal Knight, His Majesty Glory." Li Mingjie greeted them respectfully. "Boss, what brings you to the City of Gods? If I'd known you were coming, I would have made some preparations." The blood god's face darkened, and he remained silent. Glory smiled faintly. "I came here for a meeting. I didn't expect to see you. If I remember correctly, you should be getting promoted soon, right? How come you still have the time to come here?" Hee hee. Li Mingjie rubbed his head and said shyly. "I'm here for a meeting, too, to discuss promotions." "All right." The blood god gave him a sullen look, then said, "Find a place to sit down. I'll give you some instructions. Don't tell me we, the seniors, don't care about your lives." "Boss, you heard it all." Li Mingjie smiled awkwardly. "I was just saying it casually. Don't take it seriously. Compared to other organizations, you've taken very good care of us, boss." This wasn't nonsense. It was the truth. While other organizations may be powerful and command the primal realm, their parent organizations may not necessarily be able to provide them with the necessary care. After all, they're so large and diverse that even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to provide adequate care. At most, they could only provide support to members with potential. The Blood Dawn, on the other hand, is relatively small and has a more hands-on management style, so they occasionally provide assistance to their representatives in the primal realm. Otherwise, relying solely on Blood Dawn's scale within the primary realm, Li Mingjie might not have reached his current position. Speaking of favors, we must mention the limitations of the system. Cross-realm transactions, especially from top to bottom, carry a significant cost. How big was it? The price paid during the transaction was more than 10 times higher than the item itself. Seeing the boss above him was about to tip him off, Li Mingjie naturally had no choice but to refuse, and quickly booked a private room. Not many players could afford to spend money on the top floor, so there were many empty rooms. After a moment's thought, Li Mingjie said to the 2 people behind him, "You two, go back first." Disappointment crossed their faces. Before he finished speaking, the blood god's leisurely voice came over. "Since we're here, come in together. It's not like there's no room. Since the blood god has spoken, then you can come in." Since the boss had spoken, Li Mingjie could only agree. However, just in case, he warned the 2 people through voice transmission, "Don't speak nonsense. Answer whatever is asked. If you don't, you're dumb." His tone was more stern than ever, and the 2 nodded heavily. Don't make things so tense. We're not man-eating demons. Just treat it as a casual chat. The blood god sat at the main seat, while Su Xingyu and the other two sat on either side, seemingly lost in thought. Okay. Li Mingjie nodded. The two men beside him also sat upright, secretly glancing at the three bosses across from them with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Is this the backer of the Blood Dawn? Why does he seem a little unreliable? Looking at the bosses across from him, whose expressions were identical to his usual meetings, the young player had this thought in his mind. Never mind. Do as you please. The Blood God, not bothering to correct him, simply said, as you know, a battle just concluded in the intermediate realm a while ago, and quite a few players died. Originally, things should have been much more peaceful after that fight, but it coincided with the stage where demigods ascended to true gods, and some of the animosity erupted. Before, it was just individual players fighting each other, but now the entire plane has been dragged into this. Even many members of our Bloody Dawn have been caught up in the chaos. It's safe to say that the entire intermediate realm is in turmoil. It will probably get even more chaotic soon. Maybe even we'll be dragged into it, Guanghui added, and the three people on the other side paled upon hearing this. Li Mingjie couldn't help but say, even you're being dragged into this? How is that possible? You're the strongest player in our East District. Nothing is impossible. Guanghui paused, then continued with a smile, I'm going to share some confidential information with you, but don't tell anyone. Next, the East District player forces will unite for a major event. It should be quite exciting. If we go in now, wouldn't that be courting death? Li Mingjie and the other two's faces darkened. Not necessarily. Su Xingyu's eyes focused as he glanced at the three of them, chuckling softly. A chaotic situation would actually be better for you. Barring any unexpected events, perhaps staying outside would be the safest option. We'll see what happens then. The Blood God nodded. I'll add you all to the group later. If we're truly invaded, you can seek help from the members inside. I don't know how many people will be outside by then though. And Chapter 284. Blood Dawn Plain. Star City. Although other large trading cities have been established in this family plane, Star City is no longer the only choice for trading goods. In fact, in terms of scale alone, cities that utilize the latest technology are far superior to Star City. After all, even with constant renovations and expansions, Star City is already nearly a century old. However, as the first large city built by Blood Dawn, Star City remains the most popular. Both Blood Dawn members and outsiders prefer to conduct various transactions here, for no other reason than that Blood Dawn's headquarters is in Star City. When holding meetings, the elders also choose to hold meetings here. If the Blood Dawn Plain is compared to an empire, then Star City is its capital. While its development may have fallen behind the times, and some of its technology is outdated, it remains the most prominent symbol of the empire. In the center of the city, a tower hundreds of meters high hovers above the ground, enhanced by a magical circle. On the tower's top floor, in a spacious conference room, many members of the Blood Dawn gathered. Not only were all 10 elders present, but dozens of inner circle members were also present. It could be said that all members with some weight and influence within the Blood Dawn were present. Those who remained were either ascending to true godhood or caught up in the chaos of war. It's nothing serious that I've called you here for. Just a simple meeting to announce some matters. The Blood God sat at the head of the long table, a smile on his face, looking down at the members below. The members below, seeing this, also smiled. The atmosphere in the meeting room seemed relaxed and comfortable, without the slightest hint of tension from the impending battle. Boss, it's truly remarkable that you've summoned so many members to a meeting. If I remember correctly, the last time we had so many members was during the invasion of the Bloodly Plain. Back then, I wasn't even a demigod, and I was having a rough time. What's the big deal this time? Is it another fight? Let's fight, right? I'm not afraid. With Boss Eternal Night and Boss Glorious here, we can just kill them. Where's Boss Blood God? You've completely forgotten about me. I think you're trying to make things difficult for me. The Blood God's face darkened, but he felt helpless. This was the consequence of lax management. As the boss, he lacked any sense of authority. Glancing at his two guardians, seeing their gazes unfocused, with no intention of speaking, the Blood God's eyelids twitched again, further leaving him speechless. All right, everyone be quiet. I'm getting down to business. Bang, bang. With a pat on the table, everyone finally quieted down. They straightened their backs and looked at the Blood God, looking like students. The leader of the God of War Alliance, War, currently the most powerful person in the Eastern District, has called a meeting with the three of us. The blood god spoke briefly and clearly. I won't repeat the long discussion of the meeting. It's rather tedious. The bottom line is that, under War's leadership, a massive organization will emerge in the Eastern District. Currently, this organization has only a few dozen members, and Guanghui Yongye and I are all part of it. Boss, keep it simple. Just tell us what you need us to do. A direct member below scratched his head and shouted. The blood god glanced at him and explained. Simply put, the players in the Eastern District have united, facing the enemy with one voice and refraining from infighting. So, if you have grudges against other Eastern District players, please put them aside for now, and settle them slowly after this war is over. Also, if you have any grudges against players in other regions, bring them up now and invade them directly. Don't be afraid. The entire Eastern District is behind you. According to statistics from some intelligence members, 20% of the players in the middle realm of the entire Eastern District have already been trapped, and the scope of the attack is so vast that it encompasses all player factions. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that if this situation continues, a major war is inevitable. Since fighting will inevitably break out sooner or later, it's better to strike first. At least that way, we can prepare and avoid being caught off guard by the invaders. This is the thinking of the Crimson Alliance. This idea garnered the support of the 4 emperors, 9 kings, and all the leaders of the top factions, and this could be seen as the support of the entire Eastern District players. The trend was unstoppable, and no one could go against it. As for those player factions completely clueless about what was going on, either obey orders or find a more obedient leader and then obey orders. Boss, don't say that. I'm getting a little confused, a member of the group complained. What's so confusing? Weren't you the ones who were the loudest earlier, constantly clamoring for a fight? The blood god tilted his head to glance at him, chuckling softly, and said, Now's your chance. Are you afraid? But it's too late to be afraid now. The tide is turning, and there's no stopping it. Either you choose your opponent, or wait to be chosen by them. How many battlefields are you planning to open? The martial artist in the front seat suddenly asked. We haven't decided yet. They believe that a large-scale battlefield is best handled by a transcendent, so as to maintain order. Before the blood god could speak, Guanghui answered his question. From an individual perspective, transcendents no longer have much of an advantage over players who have ascended to true god status. But when considering the power of faith in a competition of overall strength, transcendents can crush those true god players to smithereens. Therefore, the deployment of every transcendent is crucial. Can we directly approach the opposing player faction and then all join in? The teacher asked after a moment of silent reflection. Right, that way, it'll be a clan war. We all know each other, so coordination will be much better. I think this is a good idea, very feasible. The other members nodded in agreement, looking expectantly at the red-haired young man. As much as I want to agree directly, I can't. The blood god shook his head and said, each powerful player cannot intervene in the battlefield at will. They must be deployed by the Crimson Alliance before they can act. Their idea was dashed, and the members were somewhat disappointed. Are we all on the list to be deployed? The Elephant Lord asked with a hint of foreboding. What do you think? The blood god rolled his eyes at him. If even the strongest demigods weren't considered powerful, then perhaps only the transcendents in the entire eastern region could be considered powerful. All right. The Elephant Lord and the others frowned slightly upon hearing this, but didn't say much, simply finding it a bit cumbersome. They didn't particularly enjoy the feeling of being bound by rules. So, if you have any actions, remember to report them. Don't act recklessly otherwise. At this, everyone felt a surge of discontent. Then, the blood god paused, chuckling softly. Otherwise, there won't be any punishment, just a few minor inconveniences. Everyone's frowns instantly relaxed. The blood god then gave a few more precautions, and everyone began to select their opponents. Under the control of the Crimson Alliance, the eastern region's strength was quickly consolidated. Although it was a simple consolidation, without any detailed divisions, it was indeed a significant improvement compared to before. After the integration was complete, the eastern region proactively launched an offensive against other regions, dragging a large number of players into the war zone. Under the manipulation of deliberate forces, over 20% of the players in the mid-level realms were forced into a state of war in just a few months. Combined with the previous number, this figure now reached nearly half. Those caught in the war were no longer limited to those who had ascended to true god status early. Even transcendents began to intervene. Some war zones even gathered hundreds of players, creating a world of unimaginable size. The evolution of the situation has already exceeded the expectations of those who initiated and fueled it. Neither individuals nor factions can maintain their aloof position in this turmoil, and are forced to be swept forward by this overwhelming trend. In some war zones, even the two sides that initiated the conflict have been annihilated, but the fighting has not ceased. It continues and intensifies. In the Blood Dawn, over half of its members have entered a state of war, and even 3 of its elders have been summoned. Excluding 2 less capable fighters, Blood Dawn currently has few powerful warriors to mobilize. Crimson Alliance Lin Xian, Battlefield 125 needs support. Pseudogod level players, preferably orcs. Qin Feng, Pseudogod level players, primarily werewolves, is that okay? Lin Xian, I don't know. He just sent me this request. Never mind. As long as it meets his requirements, send them in directly. Qin Feng, Qin Feng, so urgent? PM me your name. Chong Manru, Battlefield 96 needs a true god to intervene, preferably from the Sea clan. Luo Mingho, PM me your name. Chong Manru, okay, send it. Tianyue War, a Transcendent has intervened in Battlefield 23. It's the 5th Overlord of the South Zone. The 9th Pharaoh of the North Zone has also joined, as has the 7th Divine Lord of the West Zone. Urgent assistance needed. War, got it. War at everyone, who's going in? Chao Shi, it's all about the same. I'll go in. War, okay, at Tianyu, send Chao Shi your name. Tianyu, got it, send it. Under the Red Alliance's command, more and more players entered the war. The evolution of the intermediate realms accelerated, and the top players in other regions also responded, establishing player organizations similar to the Crimson Alliance. The reason for the war's start no longer mattered. Defeating the enemy and escaping the war zone alive was the player's primary concern. In the Dark Divine Realm, Su Xingyu sat on his throne, scrolling through the Crimson Alliance's group messages without saying a word, quietly awaiting the arrival of his own enemy. The 4 emperors and 9 kings, especially those at the 4 emperor level, were few in each region, yet their importance rivaled that of the empire's national treasures. They possessed the power to turn the tide of war, and no one would easily mobilize them unless absolutely necessary. Finally, a year later, the opportunity arrived. Crimson Alliance War at all members, Battlefield 3. A Transcendent has intervened. This is the 2nd-ranked Divine Lord in the Western region, extremely powerful, and requires the support of the 4 emperors. War, Elementalists are preferred, as they possess a strong ability to manipulate celestial phenomena. Chaos, is that so? Forget it, I won't go. With more and more players joining the battlefield, the number of active members in the Crimson Alliance is dwindling. Finally, Su Xingyu chuckled, his eyes gleaming, and he stood up excitedly. Darkness, I'll go in. Send me the names. War sent. After glancing at the names, Su Xingyu, already prepared, sent a message to the Blood Dawn clan group, addressing the remaining players. He then took out a boundary-breaking token, selected his target, and squeezed it tightly. System prompt. Do you want to use the boundary-breaking token on Lewis? Note: using the boundary-breaking token will initiate all-out war. Lewis is the name of an enemy player in Battleground 3. Using the boundary-breaking token directly to declare war on the enemy is no different from supporting one's own players. Currently, there are 2 ways for outside players to intervene in the battlefield. One is to accept a request for assistance from one's own players and intervene under the guise of support. The other is to use the boundary-breaking token to declare war on any enemy player in the battlefield. The former method is more limited, while the latter is more practical, allowing players to choose their own support. Therefore, most players currently use the latter method to intervene in the battlefield. Yes. With Su Xingyu nod, the Eternal Night plane was instantly enveloped in energy, gradually becoming illusory, and then vanished from its original location. At the same time, in a dark void, a phantom light suddenly appeared above a supercontinent fused with hundreds of planes, then plummeted down and merged directly into it, altering the continental situation, which had finally stabilized. 6 months after Su Xingyu intervened in the battlefield, all the top players in the entire intermediate realm joined the fray. 3 months passed. With the exodus of numerous player planes, the lifeless void suddenly emerged overnight, with many new player planes. The time had come. In the primary realm, the top-ranked players began their forced promotion. The scale of this promotion was far greater than the previous one. Not only were the top-ranked players promoted, but some players, who met the promotion requirements and had not remained in the primary realm also chose this opportunity to advance. Chapter 285. Time returns to the moment of Su Xingyu's promotion. With Su Xingyu's intervention, the arrival of the Eternal Night plane was felt by players across the battlefield. It wasn't because their perceptions were particularly acute, but rather because the Eternal Night plane was simply too vast. Combined with the several smaller planes surrounding it, it was nearly dozens of times the size of an average player's plane. This massive fusion of planes, even in a world now interconnected with multiple planes and already unimaginably vast, was a significant shock, enough to draw the attention of other players. Especially since, not long before, another world, slightly smaller than the Eternal Night plane, had merged with it. Some well-informed players knew that the true leaders at the top of the player base had begun intervening on the battlefield. This also meant that a truly brutal battle was about to begin. Su Xingyu had barely entered, and before he could even begin to comprehend the battlefield situation, two more massive planes appeared overhead, and the battlefield shifted once more. Although no one had shared any intelligence, Su Xingyu could already guess that transcendence from the other two regions, the south and north, had also intervened. Under the Crimson Alliance's manipulation, players from the eastern region primarily targeted western region players of similar overall strength. However, to prevent players from the other two groups from profiting after the battle, they would also drag players from the other two regions into the fray. This resulted in extremely chaotic situations on some battlefields later on. Sometimes it was the East region versus the West region, sometimes the South region versus the North region, sometimes the East region versus the North region plus the South region, sometimes the West region versus the North region plus the South region, and even more outrageous situations, such as the East region plus the South region versus the West region plus the North region. In short, the situation on each battlefield is incredibly complex. Sometimes, in one battlefield, the two factions are sworn enemies, only to become close allies in the next. However, if one could understand the underlying principles, they would discover that the top players in the four regions all pursue the same thing: balance. Regardless of the battlefield space, the strength of the various factions formed within it is balanced, preventing a one-sided situation. As for why the other regions are so cooperative, as someone with a respectable position within the Crimson Alliance, Su Xingyu naturally understands, as the top players from the four regions have already sat together and discussed this matter. After all, they simply want to expand the battlefield, dragging all players into the conflict, and conserve their own strength as much as possible. They don't truly want to escalate the situation out of control. If they truly act recklessly, there will only be one outcome: no winner, and everyone will suffer. That would benefit no one. How can the situation be prevented from escalating out of control? Simply, maintain a balance of power. As long as the cost of destroying players in other regions is high enough, there won't be a full-scale conflict, resulting in massive casualties, and the situation won't completely spiral out of control. Thus, after the West and East regions sent their transcendence into the battlefield, the other two regions, while not completely balanced, their strength is inherently weaker, must at least possess enough power to intimidate the other two regions. Otherwise, the players from these two regions already involved in the battle will be easily eliminated. Of course, this is a truth only top players understand. The players currently on this battlefield don't understand this much. They've already begun praying to fate, hoping the enemy boss's plane won't land right next to theirs, and that their own boss's plane will be closer. Eternal Night Empire. Eternal Night City. In a conference room, ministers, elders, and great lords from numerous core departments gathered there, some in person, others as illusory projections. All of them held high positions within the empire. At this time, the Archon of the Eternal Night Empire was still Artisan Ulysses. Having ascended to the demigod realm, he remained remarkably youthful, despite being several hundred years old. Originally, after the Ruins War, Ulysses had planned to abdicate, focusing on studying the path to demigodhood and handing over the Archon position to another member. After all, he wasn't one to lust after power. Well, there wasn't much to lust after. Even though, as the Imperial Archon, his position was only second to the gods, there were still plenty of people who could oversee him. Theoretically, second only to the Emperor, he could do anything without restraint. But in reality, if he did anything particularly outrageous, he'd be impeached. So, the position of Archon wasn't as good as one might imagine. The pressure was immense. Then, his plan failed to materialize, and the Dark God himself issued an oracle, ordering him to remain in office for a while longer, waiting until the war was completely over before resigning. Although Su Xingyu wasn't particularly concerned with the affairs of the Eternal Night Empire at the moment, and even the replacement of the Archon seemed a minor matter to him, Ulysses' exceptional abilities still made him take a second look. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't matter if they changed. The Imperial think tank was there anyway, so even if they were worse off, it wouldn't be that bad. But now, that wasn't the case. We were about to launch a player war, and we couldn't let such a valuable tool get away. With Ulysses around, Su Xingyu felt he could save himself a lot of trouble in the upcoming battle. The war has arrived. Everyone should be prepared. Ulysses sat at the head of the group, looking at the elders and lords below. Unlike previous wars, this one will be on a scale beyond imagination, even more drastic than the War of Unification. All lords, elders, and subjects of the empire must be prepared for war. Some lords don't think you can rest easy just because you're in the heart of the empire and won't be affected. We don't know what tactics the enemy will employ. Perhaps at any moment, several legions will suddenly appear in the heart of the empire. Although the Eternal Night Empire had been preparing for this war long ago, Ulysses convened a small meeting immediately upon entering the battlefield to ensure greater attention. Ulysses' words instilled a sense of crisis in some of the lords below, who hadn't experienced war in a long time. Lords on the borders of the empire, prepare for war. Ascertain the surrounding situation first. The situation on this battlefield is very chaotic. Not only are there enemies surrounding the empire, but there are also allies. Ulysses glanced around and finally locked onto a single figure. Elder Zackley, you will be fully responsible for this matter. Border lords, you will be responsible for the deployment and use any means. Ensure that you thoroughly investigate the alien god forces surrounding the empire as quickly as possible. Only then can the empire formulate a corresponding strategy. As you command. The middle-aged man in charge of Imperial Intelligence, who sat near the front, immediately stood up and took a token inscribed with the word Knight. He responded loudly. Commanders of all war zones. Ulysses then issued a series of orders, such as directing the commanders of all war zones across the empire to prepare for war, and the Imperial Guard to prepare to support them. Subordinate factions, such as the Ocean Empire, the Dark Dragon's Lair, and the Abyss of the Dead, were to be ready to join the battle at any time. As for other matters, such as logistics and supplies, the Eternal Night Empire had long ago made ample preparations. Strategic supplies in various cities were plentiful. Not to mention a short war, even one lasting several years would be no problem. Resource scarcity is a symptom of the weak. A behemoth like the Eternal Night Empire has countless avenues for acquiring resources, and its productivity far surpasses that of other player factions. Furthermore, influenced by the first archon of the empire, the Eternal Night Empire has developed a hamster-like tendency to stockpile vast quantities of supplies. A shortage of supplies would be a formidable challenge for them. In short, they were fully prepared to be surrounded and attacked by the other alien god forces. Ulysses' preparations were not to blame, based on his understanding of the strength of the other alien god forces. Unless they united, facing the Eternal Night Empire alone would be utterly suicidal. The only way they could pose a threat to the Eternal Night Empire was to form an alliance, similar to the Northern Kingdom. This battle concerns the survival of the empire and the dignity of our lord. No one must be negligent. Finally, he stood up, looked at the crowd, and said solemnly, For His Majesty the Divine. For the Eternal Night Empire. In the conference room, both real people and projections rose and responded loudly. Soon, the entire empire began to move, and all the people of the empire felt a sense of impending storm. In this regard, most of the people of the empire did not panic. Instead, they felt a sense of excitement. This familiar feeling, their war had finally arrived. He finally had a place to display his strength. In the dark divine realm. Actually, there's no need to be so cautious. Looking at the people in the meeting through the statue in the conference room, Su Xingyu touched his chin, speechless. He muttered to himself, Am I putting too much pressure on them? The situation was so favorable, but it felt like I was about to be destroyed. Compared to the ministers, lords, and elders of the Eternal Night Empire, Su Xingyu clearly had a better understanding of the other players' strengths. Thus, he knew full well that with the Eternal Night Empire's strength, even if it were besieged by players, there was no need to worry. With their strength, they could sweep away all nearby enemies. In fact, in Su Xingyu's opinion, the only true opponents and threats to him in this battlefield filled with hundreds of players were the other three transcendents. As for the other forces, it wasn't that he underestimated them, but the gap was obvious. Forget it, it's better to be more cautious. After some thought, Su Xingyu decided not to interfere with their decision. After all, this is an imperial war, and there's no telling if other players might have some special tactics. Being cautious can help minimize losses. A system notification suddenly sounded, and a player named Li Ping contacted Su Xingyu. Dark Majesty, I am the commander of the players in the East Zone of Battlefield 3. The player didn't waste any time, simply stating his identity. Su Xingyu had already viewed a copy of the intelligence report before entering. After briefly verifying some information, Su Xingyu confirmed the other party's identity. Li Ping's reason for contacting Su Xingyu was simple: to explain the situation on this battlefield to him, so that he wouldn't be completely clueless and completely lost. Soon, Su Xingyu had a rough understanding of the battlefield. It wasn't that Li Ping wouldn't share more information. Given Su Xingyu's status, the players in the East Zone couldn't keep it a secret. Rather, Li Ping herself only knew a rough outline. Indeed, as the most powerful player in the East Zone before Su Xingyu arrived, and the nominal commander of nearly 100 players there, Li Ping didn't have much information. It wasn't that she wasn't actively gathering intelligence, but she simply couldn't. It was too chaotic. This place was truly chaotic. Currently, the entire battlefield had nearly 300 players. Barring any unexpected events, this number would only decrease, not increase. Among these nearly 300 players, the East and West zones had the largest number and were the strongest. The battlefield hadn't yet been divided into specific factions. At most, under the constraints of the overlords, players from the major zones avoided infighting. There was no way around it. The battlefield was simply too vast. Players on all sides were now so intertwined that true unity was impossible. Most players were fighting on their own, and for the time being, they didn't have the energy to interfere with other players' battles. To put it simply, my ally's ally wasn't my ally. This battlefield could be considered a miniature version of the current situation in the realm. So, despite knowing Su Xingyu's strength, Li Ping didn't ask him to send troops to aid his allies. Instead, she asked him to stabilize his own plane first, and discuss other matters after the situation was completely stabilized. At the end of the discussion, he even offered to transfer the position of East District Commander to Su Xingyu, allowing him to command players from all over the region. However, Su Xingyu, feeling bothered by the hassle, naturally politely declined his offer. What a joke. He didn't even care about his own followers, so asking him to manage the lives of other players was simply putting him in a difficult position. Su Xingyu was very clear about his role. He was there to act as a front man, to neutralize the opposing transcendence. Everything else was irrelevant to him. As for the other East District players, they just had to avoid too many deaths. So, he joined the East District player group, briefly greeted everyone, and then disappeared. Chapter 286. A mysterious space. 3 illusory, brilliant figures sat quietly upon the throne. The plane's location has shifted. New players have bordered my territory. I wonder if they're newly arrived transcendents. One of the taller, sturdier, brown-yellow figures, exuding a sense of reliability, spoke. So what if they are? So what if they aren't? Now that you and I have ascended to true gods, the so-called transcendents are merely demigods. They claim to rival true gods, but that's just a claim. If they truly clash, who knows what will happen? Another shorter, but sturdier dwarf sneered at this and said, besides, we're more than one. We have 3 of us, 2 true gods and 1 pseudo-god. Even a transcendent would be at a disadvantage against us. Albert is right, Jim. We really don't need to fear them now. Before they ascended to true gods, they were truly invincible. Some might dare to provoke him, but not now. The only demigod present, the Deep Blue Sea clan player, nodded slightly, fully agreeing with his companion's idea. He chuckled and said, as long as any one of you can hold back his divine spirit, the other 2 of us can easily destroy his army of followers. Then, we can gradually reduce his followers' power, weakening him until he dies. We still can't be careless. I heard there are still many demigod followers among the transcendents. Seeing the 2's confidence, the Stoneman player Jim felt a little more at ease, but he still felt that he shouldn't be too overconfident, otherwise, if things go wrong, it would be a disaster. Now, it's not just one army on the battlefield, it's the entire plane. They can't lose, and they can't afford to lose. Jim, when did you become such a coward? Afraid of this and that, do you even want to fight? Albert, the dwarf player, looked at the Stoneman player with some dissatisfaction. If this guy wasn't so powerful, he wouldn't have partnered with such a coward. Don't worry. We have plenty of time. Just take it slow. Darren, a fellow North District player, saw this and quickly spoke up. It's almost certain now that the player bordering the 3 of us after the position change is the transcendent from the East District. Only his plane could have such a rich spiritual environment and a dark aura. Destroying ordinary players is difficult, let alone transcendents. So we have to take this one step at a time. Don't rush. Jim gave Darren a look that said, you understand me. He quickly nodded and said, that's exactly what I mean. We have to fight, but we can't just send in without knowing anything. Should we send the army? We have no intelligence on the enemy, and it would be reckless to just start a war like that. Discuss. What can we possibly come up with? Albert shouted irritably. If you want intelligence, just send a few vassal armies over there. A fight will reveal everything. Besides, if we don't know his intelligence, he knows nothing about us either. A few more battles will reveal everything. If you ask me, while he's still unsure of our identities, we should mobilize our entire army and catch him off guard. Ideally, we should inflict a significant damage. Then, all his treasures will be ours. As he spoke, Albert's eyes lit up with utter greed. Greed was actually one of the main reasons for this war. Players who had ascended to true god status desired the treasures held by those still in the demigod realm. For some players, the transcendents at their current stage posed both a formidable threat and a rare treasure trove. If they could defeat them. No, not even that. As long as they could penetrate the heart of the empire and seize the main cities, they would reap the rewards. So, 3 days later, something happened on the borders of the Eternal Night Empire. On the northern border, across the desolate land, a vast, seemingly endless horde of monsters swept in with overwhelming force. In the vanguard were the heavily armored cavalry, riding sturdy, ferocious beasts resembling wild bulls. Clad in armor, they resembled small tanks from afar. Behind the cavalry came the ordinary stone men. These stone warriors were generally 3 meters tall and resembled humans, but with a layer of brown stone armor covering their skin, greatly enhancing their defensive capabilities. In addition to these ordinary stone warriors, there were also some enormous creatures. As they advanced, the earth trembled, emitting bursts of noise. Bang, bang, bang. In the sky, there were also large numbers of tame flying beasts, and several sky legions. As players' strength increased, and the power of their followers grew, with the exception of some extremely special players, their factions often became multiracial. With one race as the core, and other races as supporting forces, they were integrated through a unified faith, thus compensating for the shortcomings of a single race and achieving omnipotence. The Stoneman Empire was no different. This vast army included not only the powerful Stoneman Legion, but also legions of other races, including orcs, humans, and dwarves. However, influenced by the divine influence, they had undergone subtle changes compared to their original races. Well, to put it simply, they had gained a new vein of stone within their veins. The main legion's regular soldiers had generally reached the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm, while the vassal legions had also reached the mid-level Transcendent Realm, possessing 2 special characteristics. With a full range of troops and a high level of transcendent status, this was a formidable army. The fact that so many legions could be deployed for a single exploratory attack demonstrated the depth of the Stoneman Empire's foundation. This vast army of stonemen advanced towards the nearest main city, ignoring the smaller towns and tribes along the way, completely unconcerned. This wasn't out of mercy. It was simply a desire to avoid wasting time. First, capture the important cities. Then, they can send in more legions. Cleaning up this mess will be a breeze. However, before the Stoneman Coalition army could reach the Eternal Night Empire's main border city, they were intercepted along the way. The nearly 100,000-man Eternal Night army, like a wall, stretched across the vast wasteland, blocking the Stoneman army's path. What an arrogant force! With such a small force, instead of defending the cities, they actually dared to attack and intercept us. They're truly courting death. The Stoneman commander, looking at the Eternal Night army across from them, couldn't help but feel a touch of irritation. Even if the army he commanded wasn't entirely comprised of the Stoneman Empire's elite, including its vassal legions, it still numbered several 100,000, with all the necessary equipment. And yet, a mere 100,000 men, unprepared, simply blocked his path. This was a bit too much of an underestimation. Warriors of the Stoneman Lord, the time has come to demonstrate your strength. Disperse the enemy before you. The two sides exchanged no words as the battle erupted. The Stoneman Sky Legion launched the first attack. At the command of the legionary commander, countless spears rained down from the sky like a curtain of rain. It's been so long since a force dared to attack us. The commander of the Eternal Night army, observing the charging Stoneman heavy cavalry, a smile crossed his face. Ever since the unification of the plains, the legionaries of the Eternal Night Empire have felt like they've lost their outlet, their lives unbearable. Even with the subsequent expansion of the plain, and the arrival of many new friends, those friends were too fragile, often being dealt with by civilian organizations without the need for regular military deployment. And now, their true opponent had finally appeared. Defend. Without the command of the Eternal Night Commander, the entire army seemed to pause for a moment. Then, a vast simmering battle spirit rose, forming a black shield above, directly blocking the incoming spears. The spears struck the shield with a thud. The Stoneman Heavy Cavalry Corps looks quite interesting. The Eternal Knight Commander, Virgil, smiled faintly and gave the order, Earth Dragon Knight Corps, attack. Charge with me. Show them what true heavy cavalry is. The mighty, burly metal giant commander clamped his legs together, and the Earth Dragon beneath him roared. He then charged forward, the Earth Dragon Knights following closely behind. Charge. Kill. Ah! The Earth Dragon Knights, appearing even taller and more powerful than the stone heavy cavalry, roared as they charged forward. At that moment, the earth literally trembled, a sound like thunder. Soon, the two heavy armored cavalry legions would collide. A sneer crossed the stone commander's lips, and he snatched up the inscribed crossbow beside him, and unleashed 3 bursts of fire at the attacking Earth Dragon Knights. You fools! Die! The stone knights behind him did the same, very skillfully. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, arrows rained down like rain. Specially crafted magic arrows instantly reached the front of the Earth Dragon Knights. The massive Earth Dragon Knights had no way to dodge, and could only withstand the blow head-on. Ding, ding, ding. The powerful magic arrows struck their armor, sparking a shower of sparks, and emitting a series of clashing sounds. But they failed to penetrate their defenses. The few arrows that pierced their heavy armor were blocked by their outer defenses. Theoretically, the Earth Dragon Knights' outer defenses were stronger than their outer heavy armor, far stronger. How is that possible? The Stoneman Legion leader's eyes nearly popped out at this sight. These were magically enhanced armor-piercing arrows. Even an epic realm being would be injured if they withstood them head-on, yet they failed to penetrate their defenses. Just a trifle. The Earth Dragon Legion commander sneered, not even slowing down, as if the arrow strike had been a mere mosquito bite. 1,000 meters was a fleeting moment for the two 6th-tier cavalry legions. Without time to maneuver, the two heavily armored cavalry legions collided. We are blessed by the earth. You think you can stand against us? Dream on! The Stone Knight roared, charging forward, using the impact to swing his warhammer, striking the black-armored knight opposite. The black-armored knight let out a muffled roar, and slashed with his axe. Bang! With a single loud bang, the super-heavy cavalryman, blessed by the earth and himself a 6th-tier royal guard, felt a tremendous force, his knuckles cracking and his warhammer nearly falling from his grasp. Followed by another axe blow, the Stone Knight, unable to react, hurriedly blocked it, narrowly avoiding it. The Earth Dragon Knight's expression was unclear, but he could only see his hands exerting force, bringing his axe down. Ouch! The Stone Knight's expression suddenly became ferocious. The earth beneath him continuously radiated power, but he couldn't stop the downward pressure of his axe. The beast beneath him also roared in pain, its sturdy forelimbs slowly bending. What? The Stone Knight was in disbelief. He couldn't believe that someone could suppress his power at the 6th level of the Transcendent Realm, and completely suppress it. Is this your strength? That's all. Too weak. Feeling his opponent's strength, the Earth Dragon Knight sneered. This strength was even inferior to that of the untrained militiamen from his hometown. The battle axe rose, then slashed down. Crack. The hammer handle broke, but the axe's momentum persisted, cleaving the Stone Knight and his mount in two. Scalding blood gushed out, splashing over the Earth Dragon Knight and his mount. Licking the blood from its lips, the Earth Dragon let out a disgruntled cry, as if dissatisfied with the lack of energy within it. The situation of the other combatants was similar. The heavily armored Stone Knights, considered elite within the Stoneman Empire, offered virtually no resistance against these Earth Dragon Knights. It was like a car colliding with a tank. They were simply crushed. After all, this was the Earth Dragon Knight Corps. In terms of physical defense alone, no other legion of the same rank in the Eternal Knight Empire could surpass them. They had harnessed the devouring bloodline bestowed by the Dark Gods to its full potential, not only achieving a racial transformation with the aid of meteorite iron, but also shrinking their physical size and energy, achieving physical fitness far superior to their peers. Add to this the baptism of various imperial artifacts, and they would not hesitate to confront even a true 7th-tier legion, let alone a mere 6th-tier legion. Whether they could defeat them was another matter, but at least they wouldn't die so quickly. Compared to them, the Stoneman Heavy Knights, still a regular 6th-tier legion, were truly too fragile. They shattered at the slightest touch. Following their legion leader, the Earth Dragon Knights charged forward, crushing row after row of Stoneman Knights like steamrollers, a brutal display of ferocity. At the same time, the two armies began to collide head-on. For His Majesty, the Eternal Knight. Kill! For the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, charge. Chapter 287. A total of nearly 400,000 warriors from both sides engaged in a large-scale battle. The legions on the battlefield were still primarily composed of various subhumans and monster warriors. Pure human warriors were practically non-existent. The Stoneman army, needless to say, was the primary race in their empire, the Stonemen. In classification, the Stonemen were considered subhuman. The Eternal Night Empire, on the other hand, was primarily human. But this didn't mean there were many humans in the north. There was no way around it. The environment and resources in the north weren't particularly good. At least not for humans. This northern territory was a continent brought here by the Dark God specifically for the metal giants. The original form of the northern continent was a demi-plane with abundant metal ore veins, completely unsuitable for normal life. It was only because the metal giants, who were specialized and fed on the ore, preferred this environment. Today, the Eternal Night Empire has made it easier to manage and implement its policies. The Empire's races, large and small, have been separated. There are the Bargus territory, the Dark Dragon's Lair, the Abyss of the Dead, the Dwarf Kingdom, the Jackal Kingdom, the Northern Wastes, and so on. No longer do people live in the same territory. Each has its own exclusive territory. There's no other way. Separation simply won't work. As bloodlines advance, their living habits diverge dramatically. Putting them together would ultimately make both sides uncomfortable. Even with the dark gods watching from above, their resentment would only continue to build. So, simply give each race a supercontinent, allowing them to thrive there. The expanded Eternal Night Plain lacked nothing, especially land, which was absurdly abundant. Of course, this was only a general separation. Those who wanted to move around could do so. Thus, while the races inhabiting the northern wastes were primarily dark metal giants, other races still existed. The conquered natives, along with the vassal races that followed them from the continent's interior, were quite numerous. Hill, a 5-meter-tall stone warrior, heavily armored, stomped his feet into the ground, his hammer gripped tightly in his hands, and slammed down on the enemy in front of him. A subhuman vassal warrior, barely waist-high, had his head instantly crushed, his body bent and nearly crushed into a ball. Without even a scream, he was instantly killed. But before the stone warrior could gloat, an even taller figure appeared before him. A flash of cold light flashed, and the axe blade slashed towards the stone warrior's neck, slicing through it effortlessly like tofu. A massive head, still covered in a helmet, flew backward, blood gushing out like a fountain, spraying the slayer all over. Glistening with a metallic sheen, standing a full 8 meters tall, shield in the left hand, axe in the right, this was a heavy infantryman of the Metal Giant clan. Compared to them, the towering Stoneman heavy infantryman seemed rather petite. For the Lord of Darkness. Kill! For His Majesty the Gods. Kill! Roaring furiously, 20,000 Metal Giant warriors, with numerous vassal soldiers following closely behind, launched a direct counterattack against the mixed Stoneman army. Monster armies merged, and for a moment, the battlefield was in utter chaos. Despite outnumbering their own warriors by nearly 3 to 1, the Stoneman army, far from gaining any advantage, felt immense pressure. Like waves encountering an indestructible boulder, no matter how hard they pounded, they could not break it, but were instead pushed back. If anyone could see the entire battlefield, they would see that the vast mixed Stoneman army was being slowly pierced. Damn it! How could this be possible? The Stoneman commander's face changed slightly, completely baffled. They clearly outnumbered their own forces, were all at a higher level of transcendent realm, and their equipment was similar, yet they were being pushed back. Die! Kill! One after another, dark metal giants charged forward, swinging their axes and swiftly slashing at the enemy. They didn't understand many tactics, but they understood orders. If ordered to charge, they charged. Eliminate any enemies who stood in their way, and that was it. Their bodies were stained with all sorts of blood, including that of elite Stoneman warriors and monster servants, but not a single drop was their own. Even though they were just ordinary metal giant warriors, judging by the legionary classification, they belonged to the same rank as the Stoneman heavy armored warriors on the other side. Both were at the level of the 6th-tier guard. But even though they were both 6th-tier guard legions, their combat effectiveness varied. The metal giant warriors were at the 6th-tier guard simply because the requirements were higher, while the Stoneman heavy armored warriors were at the 6th-tier guard because they had just reached that level of strength. Indeed, it was bad luck for this Stoneman army. They had no choice but to invade from the north. Stoneman warriors' advantages: strong physique, strong strength, high defense. Metal giant warriors' advantages: extremely strong physique, extremely strong strength, high defense. If you visualize the various attributes of the two, you'll find that the metal giant warrior is simply a higher-end version of the Stoneman warrior. They share not only the same strengths, but also the same weaknesses. A large-scale opponent against a small-scale opponent is a deadly counterattack. The Stoneman warriors' attacks have no way of penetrating the metal giant's defenses, while a single strike from the metal giants inflicts either death or injury. And this army, commanded by a Stoneman, relies primarily on the Stoneman Legion. With the main force pushed back, the supporting vassal legions, no matter how numerous, are doomed to fail. Damn it! Hut, lead the mountain giants to attack. Stop them. Don't let them get any closer. Seeing the enemy legion approaching, the Stoneman commander grew increasingly impatient. After a furious curse, he revealed a hidden card and dispatched his elite guard. Led by a 100-meter-tall, brown-yellow giant, thousands of mountain giant warriors charged toward the attacking metal-heavy cavalry. Ha! The giant leader, hurt, plunged his hands into the earth and roared. A massive clod of earth, hundreds of meters long and wide, was pulled out and thrown forward. Bang! Overestimating your abilities. The Dragon Knight's leader sneered and turned to the warriors behind him, shouting, "Since they want to compete, let's show them what a true giant is." Warriors who have reached the highest level of transcendence return to their giant form and blast these stone monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the Legion commander roared, his figure suddenly growing, transforming from 10 meters to a 100-meter-tall metallic giant in the blink of an eye. Enhanced by the Legion's warriors, his aura soared even higher, quickly breaking through a bottleneck, reaching the demigod realm from the peak of the Holy Realm. The stone commander at the center of the formation, sensing the emanating demigod aura, his expression changed slightly. The stone true god, silently observing the situation through mysterious means, couldn't help but twitch his lips, speechless. Even though he was already a powerful true god, the giant demigod below was nothing more than an ant to him, ready to be easily dispatched. But this is the boundary between humans and gods. To have broken through so easily is simply too absurd. Break it. The metal giant leader roared, gathering strength in his left hand and striking out with a powerful punch. The surging fighting spirit transformed into a massive fist, shattering the flying clod of earth. He then seized his semi-artifact battle axe and charged at the attacking Hurt, slashing with it. Hurt quickly raised his shield to block, only to feel a surge of force. He was instantly sent flying backwards, sliding for a long distance across the ground before coming to a stop. Fight! Fight! Mere earth and stone, you think you can challenge steel? The other high-level metal giants also returned to their giant forms, each tens of meters tall. They charged forward, engaging the mountain giants. The battle axe swung relentlessly. The mountain giant was battered, its rubble flying everywhere. The Earth Dragon Knight bypassed the giant battle zone, tilted slightly, and then rushed into the stone army, starting a killing spree. Strictly speaking, they weren't qualified as cavalry. Because they weren't fast, they lacked the impact. But that wasn't a big deal. Their combat power made up for it. Even without the impact of speed, they could break through the formation and slowly push through. Among the Stoneman army, the Earth Dragon Knights began a rampage, mowing down the Stoneman Empire's warriors like grass. Swarms of them fell. If the Stoneman elite warriors couldn't defeat the metal giants, they could still withstand a blow or two thanks to their own strengths. The rest of the Stoneman servants were truly fragile. A single horizontal slash from the battle axe toppled a whole bunch of them. Yes, on a battlefield like this, they were actually vulnerable to AoE damage. Absolutely. The metal giants felt that these servants' combat effectiveness was even inferior to that of the untrained adult imperial citizens within the city. In fact, their perception was not wrong. Most of these servants' transcendent ranks were only at level 4 or 5, and in terms of combat effectiveness, they were indeed inferior to adult imperial citizens. At least the citizens of the Eternal Night Empire, blessed with numerous imperial artifacts and nourished by a rich spiritual environment, possess fundamental strength far superior to these conscripted vassal soldiers. Mounted on a transcendent 6th-level Earth Dragon mount, the metal giant launched a frenzied slaughter among the Stoneman army. Painful screams mingled with the cries of brutal slaughter. They're so weak. If I'd known this would happen, I would have simply conscripted a few vassal soldiers. Upon seeing the performance of the vassal soldiers within the Stoneman army, the commander of the Eternal Night army couldn't help but express surprise. Although he had imagined beforehand that his side could stop or even suppress the enemy army, but after the actual engagement, he discovered that even these hundreds of thousands of soldiers were no match for the enemy. Whose vassal soldiers were so weak, the vassal soldiers in the Stoneman army were even less capable than the cavalry's mounts. Such weak warriors, even if fearless, would be useless on the battlefield. The commander of the Eternal Night army immediately switched tactics and began to attack the Stoneman army. Elite troops suppressed elite troops, vassal soldiers suppressed vassal soldiers. On the side of the Eternal Night Empire, a single legion could often pursue several legions. The battlefield began to expand and become more chaotic. From the overall perspective, the Eternal Night Empire naturally held the advantage. The suppression of the transcendent ranks within the legions was rigorous. After eliminating the 30,000 metal giants and 80,000 elite stone men, the remaining vassal soldiers on both sides were roughly 721, or 1:3. However, the metal giants' vassal armies were all tier 6, with a few even reaching the elite tier 6 level. Meanwhile, the stoneman army's vassal armies were a mixed bag, ranging from tier 4 to tier 6. So, despite the significant numerical disparity between the two sides, the stoneman army was firmly suppressed. Of course, this was the overall situation. The soldiers on the battlefield couldn't see it all. All they could see was the enemy all around them. The warriors on both sides were now furious, their only focus, to kill the enemy. However, given the current situation, they still had a long way to go, and it was unlikely that a decisive outcome would be achieved in the short term. The stoneman true god, residing in the mysterious space, also witnessed the defeat of his army, but he did not join the battle, even refusing to send his avatar of faith. After all, this was merely an exploratory attack, and this battlefield was only one of many opened up by the Stoneman Empire. Failure was failure. Gathering the desired intelligence was sufficient. The entire northern border of the Eternal Night Empire was immense. The continent where the metal giants resided occupied only about 1/3 of it. From the rest of the land bordering the Stoneman Empire, massive stoneman armies were also invading. These armies ranged from hundreds of thousands to tens of thousands, equivalent to a full legion. Major armies marched directly into the main cities, preparing to capture them as a preliminary to the Stoneman Empire's invasion. Small armies swept through the tribes and smaller cities. Serious clashes erupted between the numerous Stoneman armies and the vassal tribes scattered throughout the north. Wars raged across the border with the Stoneman Empire, and something awkward unfolded for both sides. The Stoneman Empire's legitimate vassal armies, those receiving pay during wartime, were locked in a fierce battle with the Eternal Night Empire's vassal tribes. The ragtag armies formed independently. This discovery stunned both sides. The Stoneman Empire hadn't expected the Eternal Night Empire's militia to be so capable and formidable. And the Eternal Night Empire hadn't expected the invaders to be so weak, giving even their vassal tribes such a hard time. After all, these vassal tribes were already at the bottom of the Eternal Night Plain, only capable of bullying the uncivilized monster tribes. In the Eternal Night Empire, they weren't even worthy of being cannon fodder. If they were having such a hard time, how could the enemy dare invade? Were they insane? Chapter 288. In the Western Territory, on a vast plain stretching 1,000 miles long. Kill! For the sake of His Majesty the God. Kill all these monsters, leaving no one behind. Ah! For the sake of the Lord of Darkness, slay these feeble invaders and present their heads to our Lord. A vast, seemingly endless, dwarven heavy-armored warriors engaged a horde of monster warriors in fierce combat. The blood stained the entire plain, and corpses piled like mountains. Unlike the mixed stoneman armies of the north, this dwarven army was of higher purity, with a high proportion of elite dwarves, resulting in immense combat effectiveness. Furthermore, as a race skilled in forging, the dwarves possessed superior equipment, far superior to those of the stoneman warriors. The dwarven heavy-armored warriors, clad in heavy armor and wielding massive warhammers, stood tall on the battlefield like concentrated iron giants. Each swing of their hammers sent the monster warriors flying, but soon those tenacious creatures would charge back. If the mineral-rich but harsh environment of the north was the home base of the metal giants, then the fertile lands of the west, abundant with water and grass, were the hunting grounds of the infernal hounds. The plains of the west were dotted with the lairs of various ferocious beasts, some of which were ancient and extremely dangerous. But the infernal hounds needed this very danger. They coexisted here with the many monster races of the empire, thriving according to their own laws of survival. Eventually, they formed a solid barrier to protect the empire. The dwarven army invading from the west was truly elite, with numerous tools at their disposal, and their combat effectiveness was formidable. However, the enemy they faced was a legion of fallen monsters renowned for their brutality throughout the Eternal Night Empire. Ouch! Roaring furiously, the towering bark warrior ripped the dwarf warrior's head from his body. With sheer brutality, blood gushed out, staining the bark warrior's face red and making it look even more hideous. His right hand extended, and a sharp claw swept across. A flash of cold light shone. The dwarf warrior before him fell backward like a straw. The claws, hard enough to rival epic weapons, combined with his incredible physical strength, made the dwarf warrior's improved gold-grade heavy armor seem as fragile as a piece of paper. He clenched his left fist, gathering power and striking a dwarf centurion's chest. The heavy armor immediately dented, the bones within instantly shattering, a large bump forming behind him. He then flew backward, knocking down several dwarf warriors before finally coming to a stop. Dark jackal warriors roared and rushed forward, engaging the dwarf warriors. Swish! Their long swords swung, a cold light flashing. The dwarf warriors across from them felt their bodies suddenly lighten, and then they saw a headless corpse, blood gushing out. The flying head, helmet still attached, slowly landed on the ground. The dwarf warriors were well equipped, but that was only relative to players of the same rank. As early as the beginning of their advancement, the Eternal Night Empire had already developed weapons with growth properties, weapons that could grow with the Eternal Night warriors. And after hundreds of years of accumulation, now, most of the Eternal Night warriors in the Eternal Night Empire's regular legions possessed at least one set of epic-level equipment. Compared to them, the improved gold-grade equipment wielded by the dwarven warriors seemed rather underwhelming. The scene unfolding on the battlefields of the Western Territory was a one-sided massacre. Compared to the more honest and simple-minded metal giants, the hellhounds and other monster races residing in the Western Territory were more violent. The inhabitants here were practically all soldiers. Upon reaching a certain age, even young children were sent to the hunting grounds to participate in a bloody selection process to become qualified warriors. This was true for their own people, not to mention their servants. As a result, they could mobilize far more warriors in a short period of time than the North. With their warriors far more powerful and numerous, aside from a slight difference in organization and order, the monster army was practically overwhelming the dwarven army from all sides. Damn it! Damn it! How could they be so powerful? The dwarven commander, observing the battlefield, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Armored puppet army, attack! Crush them! The dwarf commander, unable to bear the pain, immediately revealed a trump card. One after another, armored puppets, over 3 feet tall and radiating a dark golden glow, slowly advanced at the dwarf commander's command. This was the dwarf empire's most powerful weapon, forged by tens of thousands of researchers. These were large puppet warriors, a semi-biological form of puppet that could fight independently without requiring precise control from others, and their combat power was immense. The materials used to forge them were at least epic grade, and their energy cores were crystal cores from 7th-tier magical beasts. Judging solely by the stats on paper, without considering other factors, they were even more powerful than normal 7th-tier warriors. Swish! Destroy the enemies. For the sake of the divine majesty, slay all enemies. The puppet warrior's eyes flashed red, and with a dull sound, he swung his great sword, cleaving the orc servant warrior, blocking his path in two. The orc warrior, with its resilient vitality, had a hideous expression. Its fallen upper body gazed grimly at the puppet warrior, attempting to rise and fight again, but ultimately, it could only close its eyes helplessly. Scalding blood sprayed onto the puppet warrior, coating his metal body in a layer of bright red dye. Kill! Kill! For the sake of the divine majesty. The puppet warrior's emotions remained unchanged. He continued to utter dull sounds, advancing forward, his greatsword swinging relentlessly, slashing at the enemies that attacked him one after another. This was a veritable killing machine. As a legion nearing the 7th level, the puppet legion's overall combat power had already reached the peak of those below the higher levels. Thus, even though these orc servant warriors, while not formidable, were now somewhat overwhelmed. Up in the sky, Albert, the dwarven god observing the battle, relaxed his brow slightly upon seeing the puppet warrior's performance, a look of pride on his face. Previously, while the puppet legion was not formidable, it was only equivalent to a 6th level royal guard, making its value for money ratio not particularly good. After all, the cost of refining one puppet warrior could easily be used to forge 3 sets of epic equipment. 3 sets of epic equipment for one 6th level royal guard warrior. It was a bloody loss, wasn't it? However, after obtaining some technology from the divine ruins, this situation changed. Not only did the cost drop by 20%, but the combat effectiveness of the puppet warriors they refined also increased significantly, reaching the level of a 6th-tier epic legion. With the excellent defenses they'd earned through Krypton Gold, they could even go toe-to-toe with a true 7th-tier legion. Although the defenses of this border area exceeded my expectations, if that's all we have, then we should give up the city. Albert sneered, looking at the illusory figure across from him. The dark figure stood there, his eyes indifferent, silent, seemingly uninterested in anything. Interesting, truly interesting. I didn't expect other forces to have created puppet armies. However, A bunch of inanimate creatures thinking they'd fight our elite troops is a bit disrespectful. Looking at the puppet warriors charging across the battle line, slaughtering them wantonly, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of Monster Commander Bray. He immediately issued an order, mobilizing the legions. Unleash the 2nd Bargus Legion at full power. Activate Infernal Mode. Don't hold back. Burn these puppets to scrap metal. Instantly, the battle line shifted, and under the leadership of the Legion leader, the 2nd Bargus Legion charged towards the dwarven puppet army. Roar! Kill, kill, kill! Just a bunch of puppets. They all must die. As they advanced, each Bargus warrior roared, their bodies ablaze with black flames, quickly covering their entire bodies. At this moment, the Bargus warriors resembled hellhounds from the abyss, exuding an ominous aura. This strange flame exuded a terrifying aura from the abyss, filling the other servant warriors nearby with a sense of trepidation. Die! He raised his long sword, black flames clinging to it. As the barbarian warrior's arm fell, he struck back. Swish! Kill! The long sword and the great sword collided, and the flames pierced through the sword, forming a dark slash that sliced through the puppet warrior's body, cleaving its sturdy form in two. Bang! A barbarian centurion roared, the black flames on his long sword shrinking and converging onto the blade, forming a streak of intense black light. The long sword slashed, severing the puppet warrior's raised shield. The barbarian warrior slashed frantically, his blade flashing. In a moment, the puppet warrior before him was reduced to a pile of scattered parts. For the gods. The head, its eyes flashing red, continued to scream. The barbarian warrior stepped forward and stomped on it, instantly silencing it. How can a mere inanimate object stand against us? The barbarian warrior gathered his strength and punched the puppet warrior in the chest, completely piercing it. Horrifying black flame surged into it, causing the puppet's body to rapidly expand. Immediately afterwards, an explosion echoed, and the towering puppet warrior was reduced to shattered pieces. The barbarian army in purgatory mode had the same combat effectiveness as a true 7th-tier army. In all aspects of their physical attributes, they were no less capable than the puppet army, and in some respects, even possessed an advantage. In terms of overall strength, they easily outclassed the puppet army. After all, puppets were merely inanimate objects. Their combat experience and skills were far inferior to those of real beings of the same tier. This is also why the Eternal Night Empire, which developed semi-biological puppets earlier, only used them for work, not as combat legions. It's not cost-effective, utterly uneconomical. The puppet warrior's growth ceiling is too low. They're fine for dangerous tasks, but they're a waste of money for combat. The cost-effectiveness isn't high. The cost of raising a single puppet legion is more than enough for the Empire to train more legions of the same rank. Of course, the Dwarf Empire understands this principle, but they have no other options. Unlike the Eternal Night Empire, which can easily raise a 6th-tier legion, the Dwarf Empire, while capable of doing so, is far from casual. By comparison, it's more cost-effective to expend enormous sums on training puppet warriors and forming a puppet combat legion. After all, in a one-on-one fight, there aren't many elite warriors in the Dwarf Empire capable of defeating a puppet legion. But now, however, the drawbacks of using puppet legions have become apparent. When faced with an elite army of similar strength, the puppet warriors' inherent advantages are unable to fully exploit, easily leading to a one-sided situation. The Infernal Hounds Legion, with near-crushing force, directly slaughtered the dwarven puppet army. The entire battlefield situation shifted again, with the monster coalition led by the Hounds clan encircling and killing the dwarven army. One dwarf warrior after another fell, and blood flowed like a river, staining the entire grassland red. The situation was not only on this battlefield, but also on other battlefields in the western region. If the monster tribes in the northern lands were passively counterattacking, then those in the western lands were proactive. Following the Lord's orders, they formed their own monster armies, either accompanying regular troops in attacks or seeking out their own targets for hunting. Even if the Dwarf Empire's dwarf armies were more elite, it would be of no avail. Both the rulers and their vassal tribes were too formidable. As for the populace, it's hilarious. Within the Eternal Night Empire, there are no real populace. Su Xingyu's original vision of a world where everyone attains transcendence has now been fully realized. And it's even further than Su Xingyu's vision, reaching the mid-level transcendent stage. With a highly concentrated spiritual energy environment, ultra-low-cost cultivation potions, a transcendent path open to all citizens of the Empire, faith feedback from the Dark Gods, and mandatory training courses, even without dedicated training, the citizens of the Eternal Night Empire can easily reach the mid-level Transcendent stage upon reaching adulthood. The mid-level Transcendent stage is already sufficient for auxiliary troops within some believer factions. In the Western Territory, dominated by the Bargists, the people's fighting spirit was even more explosive. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Before the Eternal Night Empire could truly mobilize, the invading dwarf army was surrounded and slaughtered by the local legions, suffering devastating losses. This created a deeply awkward situation. The dwarf army had clearly sent the purest and strongest troops, yet their performance was the worst. Not only did they not inflict significant casualties, they themselves suffered significant losses. Even for the vast dwarf empire, these nearly 1 million troops weren't particularly important. They could just recruit more if they were gone. However, the dwarf gods had suffered a profound loss of face. Chapter 289. Based on belief in the gods, a mysterious space exists at the rift between reality and illusion. Ulysses, the Imperial Archon, sat at the head of the table. 2 rows below him sat prominent figures of the Eternal Night Empire, either war zone commanders or lords of super territories. Your Excellency, the Stonemen invading the north have been completely stopped. Only a few small armies have breached the first line of defense. The majority have been held back beyond that, and have not caused significant damage to the Empire's borders. Baron, the patriarch of the contemporary Metal Giant clan and lord of a super territory, rose to report. The Stoneman Empire was advancing with great force, their army immense, nearly 1 million strong. Although most of the warriors were mediocre, not particularly powerful, the vast northern border meant that some small units had managed to breach the first line of defense. Of course, the breakthrough was just that, and aside from the unpleasant sound, there were no significant losses. The northern lands themselves offer little to worry about. Even if the defenses were breached, the enemy wouldn't be able to inflict any immediate damage. Furthermore, it's unclear whether the small, sudden incursion forces could defeat the militias of the local vassal tribes. The invaders from the western border have been completely stopped. We've already begun organizing our army to counterattack. Seeing this, the Dog Demon Lord stood up to report the situation, his voice tinged with excitement. The Eternal Night Empire had been peaceful for far too long, and he hadn't experienced a major war in a long time. Setting aside the strength of this invading enemy, their numbers and organization appear to be formidable, and they should be enough to sustain a sustained battle. Across the ocean world, 17 territories have been attacked. The enemy is formidable. I've ordered the Naga lords from each region to lead their elite troops to support them. Seeing no one else rising, the Naga chieftain also rose to report the situation. Of the 3 invading forces, the ocean world had suffered the greatest impact. It wasn't that they weren't powerful enough, quite the contrary. If we were to convert their strength, the Ocean Empire possessed the strongest overall strength among the Eternal Night Empire's affiliated forces. After all, strictly speaking, their size was equal to all of the Eternal Night Empire's territorial affiliates combined, or even greater. Aside from the lack of divine players, they were virtually indistinguishable from some of the specialized sea-based believer factions, and in terms of combat effectiveness, they were even more formidable. However, because of this, the border between them and the followers of the enemy Sea Clan player was incredibly long. Even with early precautions, they couldn't completely intercept it. Some of the Empire's affiliated tribes were even completely destroyed in this attack. Of course, the actual losses were very limited. The alien god forces surrounding the Empire have been clearly identified. A man stood up and used his mental power to project a map of the Eternal Night Empire, giving everyone a more intuitive understanding. To the north of the Eternal Night Empire, there is a superpower empire composed mainly of stone people. They worship an alien god called the Lord of Mountains, Rivers, and Earth. The Stone Man Empire's overall strength is not strong, but it is said that the deity is extremely powerful, having recovered to a certain level and possessing the power of a true god. To the northwest of the Eternal Night Empire lies an empire dominated by dwarves. The sea tribes invading from the western seas are. The man slowly recounted the intelligence, quickly laying out the general outlines for everyone. Of course, this information was primarily intended for Archon Ulysses. Each lord had their own responsibilities. The other lords only needed to focus on their respective territorial fronts, while Ulysses, as the Empire's Archon, was responsible for the overall coordination and oversight of the entire Empire. Ulysses listened attentively, his expression unchanged, his thoughts unrecognizable. 6. There are a total of 6 alien god forces surrounding the Eternal Night Empire. 3 of them have already declared themselves enemies of the Eternal Night Empire. As for the other 3, they have remained silent. It's unclear whether they are planning a major move or simply prefer not to start a war. Your Excellency, the enemy invading from the north this time isn't particularly formidable. Of course, I don't think they're serious, but even if it's just an exploratory attack, the strength they've displayed is still too weak. The lord of a super territory in the inner reaches of the northern continent stood up and spoke. Feel free to share your thoughts. Ulysses tilted his head towards him, nodded slightly, and chuckled. I believe we don't need to continue defending. The human lord sneered, then added, although we face an invasion from 3 alien god forces, I believe the Empire, with its strength, can easily handle them. It's time for us to launch a counterattack, sweep out those scoundrels, and invade their homeland. I agree. Given the strength of those alien god armies, there's no need for us to defend. We can launch a counterattack. Leave the elite troops at the Empire's headquarters to defend the homeland. The other legions can be dispatched. The Empire hasn't been at war for a long time. It's time to mobilize the armies from all over the country for training, or they won't know how to fight. The other lords and commanders shared the same sentiment. The Eternal Night Empire had been at peace for too long. Even though the basic quality of its soldiers had been improving, without the experience of a major battle, something was still missing. Thus, many lords were not afraid of the invasion of the 3 alien god forces, but rather excited. We've lived all this time, haven't we? It's just death, nothing to fear. Just do it, Ulysses. After a long silence, he slowly spoke, let's focus on defense first. As for a counterattack, I'll discuss it with the elders later. After all, it's no small matter. Ulysses didn't reject the crowd's proposal. He actually supported it. It's always been the Eternal Night Empire that has to fight others. It's unwise to refuse to fight back when someone attacks you. But as a consul, he has responsibility for the entire Eternal Night Empire. We must fight, of course, but we can't just rush in and assemble our troops. The people of the Eternal Night Empire may not fear death, but they can't die so meaninglessly. We should formulate a plan before launching a true counterattack. That's what war is all about. Like the Stoneman Empire, they casually sent out their troops, hoping to capture a few cities first. What kind of war is that? It's so petty. Since we're going to fight, let's fight hard, aiming for the destruction of the nation. So 2 months later, the armies of the Eternal Night Empire launched themselves in all directions, deploying hundreds of thousands of troops on various borders, including those alien god forces that hadn't yet clashed with the Eternal Night Empire. As for the 3 alien god forces that were clearly enemies, the Eternal Night Empire took the initiative and dispatched a vanguard expeditionary force to conquer them. Aside from the ocean world, which remained undefeated due to its vast territory and lack of surveillance, the dwarf and stoneman armies from the other 2 directions were completely eliminated. For the Eternal Night Empire, which had taken its time, this was a simple matter of command. After all, compared to the Eternal Night Empire's own armies, the invading hordes were far too weak. As long as they could be located, they could be easily eliminated. In the northern lands, a black armored army numbering 300,000 men advanced towards the Stoneman Empire. This Eternal Night army was well organized, and possessed an imposing aura of unparalleled power, far surpassing those of ordinary armies. Each of its legions possessed the basic strength of at least a rank 6th rank Imperial Guard. Even the Metal Giant Legion, which had previously performed exceptionally well in the northern campaign, would be nothing more than an ordinary legion within this army. It's no exaggeration to say that every legion in this newly formed Northern Expedition army possessed top-tier strength below rank 7. This was the Eternal Night Empire's regular army, a truly elite division. Similar to the Stoneman Empire's previous strategy, the Eternal Night Empire planned to first plant a stake in enemy territory, gain a foothold, and establish a logistical supply base before mobilizing its vassal armies and slowly launching a war of annihilation. Thanks to spatial props and the lack of heavy logistical pressure, coupled with the high transcendental status of both the warriors and mounts, this army advanced at an exceptionally fast pace. In just a few days, the Eternal Night army crossed the border and entered the territory of the Stoneman Empire. Like the northern border of the empire, this land was also a barren wasteland. Everywhere was barren lush and hills, with very little greenery to be seen. As soon as they entered, the Eternal Night generals couldn't help but frown. Why is the spiritual energy here so poor? It feels even worse than our affiliated planes. A saint-level Eternal Night general expressed surprise after sensing the surrounding meager spiritual energy. This spiritual energy concentration, let alone compared to the Eternal Night plane, even compared to the smaller planes surrounding it, was quite low. Awful, utterly awful. With such a poor spiritual environment, even breaking through to the higher levels would be difficult. How could a powerful empire truly be born? Another general chuckled. Don't underestimate them. Imperial forces favored by the gods are not simple. The army commander extended his hand, clasping it lightly and mobilizing the army's strength before chuckling softly. The commander of this army was named Changli, a powerful figure at the Ninth Saint Realm, arguably one of the earliest imperial commanders. In single combat, his strength might not be top tier, but in terms of commanding a large army, there were only a handful of commanders in the entire Eternal Night Empire who could rival him, and none who could surpass him. This also demonstrated the Eternal Night Empire's resolute stance regarding this counterattack. Changli led the black-armored army, advancing swiftly. The harsh environment had no effect on them. Finally, they stopped before a massive fortress. The fortress towered over the land like a giant mountain beast, with barren mountains stretching for hundreds of miles on either side, seemingly endless. The walls were hundreds of meters high, the steel gates firmly sealed, and the walls were filled with heavily armed defenders, archers, mages, and various siege engines, all demonstrating the fortress's strength and its rigorous defenses. Interesting. Looking at the war fortress in the distance, Changli smiled. What a terrifying warrior! Just from afar, I can sense their might. The defenders atop the walls had long since received news of the enemy invasion and made full preparations. However, even as they gazed at the vast, dark mass of the Eternal Night Army in the distance, a sense of panic and unease rose within them. It was like a sheep encountering a wolf. The mere sight of it filled one with a chilling feeling. Countless sky-splitting demonic eagles circled the sky, immense in size, their wingspans tens of meters, like fighter planes. They needed no soldiers. They themselves were the foremost of the Sky Legion. And above the earth, giant metal warriors, generally over 30 meters tall, stood at the forefront, forming an impenetrable steel wall. Behind them came the Earth Dragon Knights and the Dark Human Warriors, over 3 meters tall. At the core were the Dark Mage Corps and Archer Corps, who were less adept at close combat. A siege was not easy, but it had to be fought. Only after this fortress was breached could they launch the subsequent operations. The warriors unearthed siege equipment from the large space props they had brought with them, and began assembling them on the spot. Holy-grade magic cannons, neatly arranged, glaringly displayed before the enemy. The stone figure commander on the city wall couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight. Isn't this a bit too many props? Are you here to attack, or to settle down? Why bring so many things with you? Changli wasn't in a rush to launch an attack. He gathered the troops he had dispatched and began to slowly deploy them. Boom! With a resounding explosion, a spatial rift suddenly appeared 1,000 meters above. A war fortress burst forth from it, followed by a series of magic warships. In a matter of moments, hundreds of magic warships appeared, and finally, another war fortress emerged from the rift. 2 war fortresses, hundreds of magic warships, just to maintain basic operations, let alone anything else, would require tens of thousands of magicians. Gods, what is this? Oh my god, am I dreaming? How did the fortress take flight? Looking at the strategic unit in the sky, all the Stoneman warriors were stunned. Attack! Changli, fully prepared, launched his attack without hesitation. Chapter 290. Boom! Amid the gunners' wild laughter, nearly 1,000 magical cannons, their thick barrels ablaze with brilliance. Then, with a deafening roar, nearly 1,000 dazzling magical energy shells rained down like a meteor shower, streaking across the sky and striking the fortress directly. Each bombardment was like the collapse of heaven and earth, shaking the very ground. Smoke and dust billowed, flames shot up into the sky. Defend, defend. From the towering energy magic tower, brilliant beams of light rose, and then, like curtains of light, enveloped the entire fortress. The Stoneman commander atop the fortress had already activated the city's defenses. A constant stream of energy, drawn from the mountains and earth, transformed into a thick energy shield that blocked the fortress's path, intercepting all incoming energy cannons. The ferocious bombardment pounded against the shield, creating a deafening explosion. Each impact caused the shield to shake violently, sending shivers down the spines of the Stoneman warriors below. Thankfully, despite its constant tremors, the shield remained remarkably resilient and unshattered. The Stoneman commander's gaze was firm and calm, his precise command ensuring the fortress's defenses were operating at their maximum effectiveness. This kind of terrain-dependent defense system is truly troublesome. Changli frowned slightly, sensing a slight challenge as he gazed at the immovable fortress ahead. It's no exaggeration to say that without other means, relying on this fortress, an army of hundreds of thousands could hold off an army of millions. The terrain advantage is too obvious. However, this is also related to the power wielded by the Stoneman True God. He can easily change the topography of the Earth. As his followers, the Stoneman followers, though far inferior, also possess this ability. Therefore, most of the Stoneman Empire's territory isn't natural, but rather artificially reconstructed. This type of terrain is perfectly suited for Stoneman warfare. For example, the Santander fortress before them requires no effort. Simply connecting the surrounding mountains creates an impenetrable defense system. Then, garrisoning hundreds of thousands of soldiers would overwhelm a normal army, even with millions. However, Chonli considered this merely a nuisance and wasn't discouraged. After all, this fortress was already known to his intelligence. The bombardment continued. The crystal energy required for the magic cannons was a common resource for the Eternal Night Empire, with virtually unlimited reserves, allowing them to consume at will without worrying about running out. The Stoneman fortress was similar. Their defenses, strictly speaking, didn't rely solely on crystal energy. The surrounding mountains and the earth provided support. If it simply served to block the artillery bombardment, it would hold out for several months without any problem. Counterattack. Destroy those magic cannons. Seeing the magic cannons unable to penetrate the defensive shield, the Stoneman generals calmed down. As the situation stabilized, they launched a series of counterattacks under their command. Magic towers shone brightly. Under the control of the sanctuary-level Stoneman mages, enormous orbs of magical energy condensed from the sky and, like meteorites, plummeted towards the black armored army's position. Explode the earth. Under the expectant gazes of the Stonemen, the magic orbs plummeted down, smashing into the location of the magic cannons. A dull trick. Chonli took a look and commented. Above the hundreds of thousands of black armored troops, one of the war fortresses lit up with an intensely dark glow. Then, like a shield, a massive, rotating black hole appeared, blocking the path of the numerous magic balls. Swish, swish, swish. Puff, puff. The magic balls slammed into the black hole, like mud and sand entering the sea, instantly silencing, without a sound. Then, before the stone men atop the fortress could react, another massive, rotating black hole appeared above the war fortress, aimed directly at it. Give it back to you. The magic demigod chuckled. Not good. The stone men's leader, Mario, had a sudden change of expression. He immediately shouted, increase the energy output of the defensive shield to maximum, and prepare for the impact. As soon as he finished speaking, countless magic balls shot out from the black hole, blasting towards the war fortress. There was no time to react. The magic balls were right in front of them in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions echoed before the fortress, like a barrage of cannonballs, shocking every stoneman present. Each explosion was accompanied by a blinding flash of light and billowing clouds of dust. Under the intense impact, the energy shield emitted a dull thud and began to shake violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. Luckily, the stoneman leader, Mario, reacted quickly, ignoring the energy loss and increasing the energy shield's output to maximum. Otherwise, facing this combined onslaught of magic balls and mana cannons, it might not have been able to withstand it. It must be said that this fortress of the Stoneman Empire was exceptionally well designed, from its topographical location to its defensive system. But there was one downside. The fortress's garrison wasn't strong enough. Whether it was weapons and equipment, item scrolls, or battleships and fortresses, they were ultimately just external objects, auxiliary tools. The ultimate determinant of victory or defeat lay with the user. This was made clear by the most obvious change. In previous battles, the army's warriors were still primarily low-level warriors. Back then, a city wall a dozen meters high was like an impassable chasm for ordinary warriors, and every siege would inflict immense damage. Now, a city wall hundreds of meters high would be breached in an instant without the support of energy shields and magic circles. Over time, the effective contribution of a warrior's own strength in combat has become increasingly greater. Compared to the Eternal Night Army, the stone men in Santander Fortress were several levels behind, so even with their advantageous terrain, they were of little use. For the rest of the time, neither side committed troops to engage in battle. While they bombarded with magical cannons and counterattacked with magic towers, the fighting went back and forth, fierce and intense, but casualties were few in the triple digits. The Eternal Night Army was not in a hurry. They had ample logistical support, and even if they spent months here, there would be no problem at all. In addition, they had already begun constructing a teleportation gate in the rear. Once the teleportation gate was completed, a steady stream of vassal legions would pour in. While the attackers were in no hurry, the stonemen defenders of the fortress were even less anxious. Their follow-up reinforcements were on their way, and the fortress's logistical reserves were more than sufficient for them to expend for a long time. And so, the two sides engaged in a back-and-forth exchange of blows. This lasted for 3 full days. Now that we've figured out the details, there's no need to waste time. Chonli gazed at the distant fortress with a cold smile, then launched an all-out attack. In the two war fortresses, hundreds of magic warships activated simultaneously. The dark mages within began to unleash their power, and the entire sky suddenly dimmed, enveloping the land in darkness. Dark elements from hundreds of miles around converged directly upon them. The soldiers of the Eternal Night Army roared to the heavens, a deafening roar, their eyes gleaming with madness. Within this veil of darkness, they seemed to sense the gaze of the god of darkness. One after another, the magic warships began to gather energy, their main guns blazing with brilliant light, twinkling like stars in the night sky. These magic warships, like beacons in the darkness, illuminated the battlefield and the hearts of every Eternal Night warrior. As the light shone, the warship's main gun began charging, energy gathering at the muzzle, forming dazzling streaks of light. This was a condensation of magical energy, a fusion of technology and magic, and a masterpiece of the Eternal Night Empire. Defend. Defend. Activate your strongest defenses, stop them. Try your best to knock those iron lumps down. The stone men within the fortress did not sit idly by. While raising the city's defenses, they launched a fierce attack on the magical warships above the sky. Thick magic spears and explosive magic balls blazed at the magical warships, raining down like dense raindrops, forming a sea of magic. Each shot was like thunder, shaking the battlefield and gripping the hearts of every stoneman warrior. However, reality was extremely cruel. Protected by the two war fortresses, these magical attacks were neutralized before they even reached them. Fire! With a command, hundreds of brilliant beams of magical energy poured out like a meteor shower, streaking across the sky and striking the fortress directly. Boom! The sky shattered, the earth collapsed. The stoneman fortress raised an even thicker energy shield. At the same time, massive stone barriers rose from the ground in front of the city walls, like warriors raised shields, protecting the city fortress behind them. From the mountains on either side, as massive rocks fell, vast elemental power transformed into countless golden beams, shooting forward. Bang! 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 The attacking golden energy web was instantly pierced by the dark energy cannon, vanishing into nothingness. Immediately afterwards, the massive stone barrier shattered. Under the horrified gazes of the stone men, countless dark beams descended. Dong, dong, dong. The energy shield surrounding the fortress rippled continuously. The terrifying impact of the dark beams caused it to cave inward, forming giant black spots. The two immense forces, constantly clashing, began to dissolve each other. However, it was clear that the dark beams were losing some of their strength as time went on. After all, the stone fortress was built on the earth. As long as it wasn't instantly breached, it possessed virtually endless energy, requiring absolutely nothing to consume. However, the Eternal Night Army's offensive was far more than that. The war fortress, originally positioned in front of the magic warships as a protective shield, had now risen thousands of meters into the air. Two magical demigods rose high, standing atop a platform. The magicians within the war fortresses also began to unleash their might. In an instant, the two war fortresses were at full blast, and a terrifying aura began to spread. Before our Lord's divine power, turn them to ash. The two Eternal Night demigods revealed their true forms, transforming into elemental giants hundreds of meters tall. Their magic wands clashed together, condensing into a magical sphere filled with ultimate darkness. With a roar from both, the magic sphere shot forth, instantly crossing tens of thousands of meters and landing directly in front of the energy shield. Bang! A deafening explosion echoed. There was no time to intervene. Even the stone man true god, watching the battle from the sky, was too slow to intervene. The energy shield shattered, and the black sphere instantly devoured and corroded everything in front of it, vanishing without a trace, from props and artifacts to the stone man soldiers. A semicircular breach, over 10 meters in radius, had been shattered in the majestic city wall. Within the fortress, a path had been plowed through, stretching for thousands of meters and reaching a bottomless depth. Damn it! Stop them! Stop them! Repair the magic circle. Don't let them charge. The stoneman leader, having escaped the disaster, still looked terrified. The black ball had been less than 10 meters away. Any closer, and he would have perished. But as a capable general, he quickly suppressed his fear and began commanding the panicked stoneman soldiers. But the Eternal Night Army clearly didn't want to give him this opportunity. Attack! Chonli remained expressionless as he revealed another trump card. The power of the entire legion began to converge, ultimately converging upon a demigod warrior in front of him. The demigod warrior's aura began to soar, and in the blink of an eye, he had reached the threshold of powerful demigodhood. Roaring furiously, his form rapidly expanded, transforming into a dark giant hundreds of meters tall. The dark greatsword in his hand gleamed with dazzling black light, and the surrounding dark forces began to converge in response. Open! The greatsword swung down, sending hundreds of meters of dark sword energy slashing straight towards the fortress wall ahead. The sky cracked. No! Looking at the incoming dark sword energy, the stone warriors all expressed despair. Damn it! Do you really think I don't exist? The dwarf true god above the sky, witnessing this scene, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flashed, ready to leverage the faith of the believers below and descend upon them. However, as he moved, a layer of darkness spread around him. Bang! The impenetrable fortress wall was split open, a gap nearly 100 meters wide. We'll take the city today. The demigod commander roared again, then slowly landed, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. The other Eternal Night warriors, naturally oblivious to his weakness, were completely ignited by his actions. The Earth Dragon Knights charged out first, riding their majestic Earth Dragon mounts like heavily armored tanks, leaping past the giant metal warriors and charging towards the breach in the wall. However, despite their speed, another legion was even faster. A cavalry regiment, armed with scimitars, rushed forward like a gust of wind, arriving first and leaving only a shadow. They instantly surpassed the Earth Dragon Knights and charged into the breach first. Chapter 291. On the ground, the Eternal Night cavalry advanced swiftly, like a sharp arrow, piercing the enemy's heart. Above, the Demon Eagle commander's shrill cry resounded through the clouds, and he led the sky-splitting Demon Eagle Legion in a swooping attack on the Stoneman warriors atop the city wall. Stop them! Stop them! For the glory of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers. Follow me. Even if it means death, we must stop them. If you want to get in, you must step over our corpses first. Gazing at the rapidly approaching Eternal Night cavalry, the Stoneman general's eyes blazed with bloodshot eyes, in utter disbelief. Their fortress, so impregnable just a moment ago, had been breached in the blink of an eye. The elite Stoneman legions below were urgently deployed, hastily raising their shields and spears, aiming at the rapidly advancing Eternal Night cavalry. Die! In the Eternal Night Empire, the commander isn't necessarily the most skilled fighter in the army, but the Legion commander is undoubtedly the most capable. And according to tradition, the Legion commander is also the warrior who charges in the front. The commander of this cavalry unit, named Su Dang, is at the peak of the 9th level Saint Realm, a mere step away from becoming a top-tier demigod. In fact, the commanders of most regular legions in the Eternal Night Empire are at the 9th level Saint Realm. The requirements for commanders of higher level legions are even higher, requiring demigod status. There's no other reason for this, primarily due to the Empire's wealth. A ferocious grin crossed Su Dang's face as he spurred his horse forward, scimitar raised high. With a concentrated force, the bottleneck that had been blocking the transcendental realm instantly dissipated. The scimitar, gleaming with an intense black light, swept forward with his arm. Swish! A flash of black light. The expressions of the Stoneman warriors charging forward froze instantly, yet they maintained their fanatical and fearless demeanor. Crack bang, spears snapped, shields cracked. Half of their bodies fell, their wounds perfectly level. Blood gushed out like fountains, the scene awe-inspiring. Dozens of elite stonemen, at least 6th rank royal guards, were slain by a single blow. Such a terrifying sight filled the surrounding stonemen elite with fear. Facing the incoming Eternal Night cavalry, they instinctively took a few steps back, their hands gripping their weapons trembling. For the Lord of Darkness! Follow me and slaughter them! Roaring furiously, Su Dang led his personal guards, engaging the Stoneman heavy infantry first. Slashing with his scimitar, he sliced through the Stoneman elites with ease, like slicing tofu. Ah! For the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, we cannot lose. The Empire is behind us, we cannot retreat, stop them. Foreigners, you deserve to die. I will fight you. Suppressing his fear, the Stoneman warrior's fighting spirit surged, his skin hardening to an incomparable hardness. Holding his weapon, he launched a counterattack against the Eternal Night cavalry. Spear thrust, shield raised. It's but the roar of the weak, meaningless. Creatures who believe in alien gods, in return for your loyalty, let me grant you death. Laughing wildly, the Eternal Night cavalry's eyes blazed with a fervent glint. He swung his scimitar, slicing through the air and slashing forward. The scimitar, gleaming with an intense black light, was like a razor-sharp divine weapon, capable of slicing through anything. The powerful Stoneman elites on the opposing side, despite wearing super heavy armor and possessing formidable defenses, still felt a wave of panic as the scimitars descended. An inexplicable pressure descended upon them, as if slashing their defenses. This was no illusion, but a reality. Attributes. 1. Sharp blade, increases attack power by 30 to 70%, weapon sharpness by 50%. Attributes. 2. Suppression, temporarily suppresses enemy defense by 20 to 50%. The two attributes possessed by the scimitar cavalry were designed for slaughter. In their face, no defensive units existed. Not even the stonemen elites, let alone the more powerful metal giants, would have been able to withstand them. Like mowing grass, the stonemen elites, who came to block their advance, fell in droves. Every swing of the Eternal Knight cavalry's blades inevitably resulted in damage, resulting in either death or disability. Of course, the scimitar cavalry also suffered casualties in the process. Every gain has its price. Compared to their terrifying lethality, their physical defenses proved somewhat fragile. At least against the desperate counterattacks of the stonemen warriors, they were unable to protect themselves. However, the losses were worth it. Their goal had been achieved. With the fierce fighting of the scimitar cavalry, the elite stonemen surrounding the breach in the city wall were completely slain. Corpses littered the ground, limbs and arms severed, and blood flowed like a river. The vast empty space attracted more and more Eternal Knight warriors to pour in from outside the city. Meanwhile, within the city, the massive sky-splitting demonic eagles were also constantly swooping down on the elite stonemen. A fierce wind swept in all directions, and countless blue-black wind blades fell, disrupting the order of the Stoneman Legion. Their sharp claws could easily shatter steel and rip apart the bodies of the Stoneman warriors. The entire Stoneman fortress was in chaos, practically on the verge of collapse. When they had the advantage of the city, the Stoneman army could still rely on their defensive equipment to hold their own against the Eternal Knight army. But once the fighting entered close combat, the Stoneman army, significantly weaker than the others, was practically powerless against the Eternal Knight's attack. In the name of the Lord of Darkness, those who died here, I command you to rise and fight for my Lord. With the command of the Dark Mage Legion, beams of dark light shot up into the sky, then transformed into tiny stars, scattering across the earth and landing on the still warm corpses. Soon, their bodies began to transform. Flesh and blood began to wriggle, transforming into a constant flow of blood and energy, flowing toward their chests, eventually forming a blood-colored energy core. Bang! 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 With each heartbeat, dead warriors, under the Dark Lord's grace, transformed into undead warriors, returning to the world of the living to begin a new journey. These resurrected warriors included enemy stone warriors, and their own Eternal Knight warriors. As the Dark Lord's most devout followers, death could not stop them. Even with their bodies dead, they would crawl out of the realm of death, pick up their fallen weapons, and continue their battles for the Dark Lord. Roar! For the Dark Lord! Kill! Fight! For our Lord! Tearing open their shrunken skins, the soul fire in their eyes blazed brightly. Grabbing the blood-stained weapons at their feet, the undead warriors formed their own undead squads and charged towards the stone warriors ahead. Heaven and earth were filled with the armies of the Eternal Knight Empire. The Stoneman army began to retreat. An atmosphere of despair began to spread within them. They began to pray to the gods, hoping for the protection of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, hoping that the great God would bring down divine punishment and wipe out these invaders. Alas, their prayers were futile, like a stone falling into the sea. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers did not bring down divine punishment, not even a response. In a mysterious space, two gods were engaged in battle. One was Jim, the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, a true god, a figure of the Stoneman Empire. The other was Eternal Knight, the most powerful being in the East District. The battle between the two seemed rather dull, with Jim mostly attacking and Su Xingyu defending. Ha ha ha, is this the strength of the East District's most powerful being? Why don't I feel that strong, just average? Jim, arriving in his true form, laughed wildly, swinging his great sword repeatedly, empowered by the laws of authority, his power boundless. Facing Jim's taunts, Su Xingyu's face remained emotionless. He simply swung his divine sword, blocking the incoming golden giant's sword. Even though Jim had already ascended to the true god realm, he still handled it with ease, even giving the impression that he hadn't yet exerted his full strength, as if he could suppress Jim at any moment if he so desired. This is the power of a true god, and it doesn't seem that impressive. Are you too weak, or are all true gods like this? In a flash, the true divine weapons in their hands collided again for 1,000 times, shaking the entire space. Su Xingyu's eyes flashed coldly, and with one sword he forced Jim back. Then, he clenched his left hand and reached forward. Behind Jim, a massive monster's mouth suddenly appeared, biting fiercely at him. A chill ran down Jim's spine, and he instinctively tried to shift his dimension. However, Su Xingyu sneered, and the entire space trembled slightly disrupting it. That very moment blocked Jim's escape. Helpless, Jim could only resist. With a roar, he thrust his golden greatsword downwards. A beam of light pierced through the heavens and earth, piercing the monster's maw. The monster's maw dissipated, and a faint roar echoed through the air. A streak of black light surged forward, and the dark divine sword slashed down. Jim struggled to block, but was blasted downward. Death reincarnation. Behind the dark divine, a black hole arose, and countless chains woven with laws emerged from it, shooting towards the Lord of Mountains and Rivers. Open! Sensing the aura of death emanating from the chains, Jim dared not be careless. With a furious roar, he swung his golden greatsword, and countless powerful sword energies slashed out, colliding with the incoming chains of laws. The two forces of law began to clash, then dissolve. Come! Seeing this, Su Xingyu smiled faintly and immediately increased his output. The black hole behind him spun faster and faster, and countless chains of law shot out, heading straight for Jim. Dang dang dang, bang bang bang. The entire space was enveloped by the power of law, with the aura of death permeating above and the aura of earth swirling below. The fierce clash of swords disappeared, replaced by a contest of legal authority. With the advancement of realm, the battles of the powerful gradually became more abstract. Simply put, they were no longer as bloody and intense. Whether or not one could win was basically known from the first exchange of blows, or even without even fighting, just by feeling it. The strength of a deity hinges on a few key factors: transcendental rank, the laws of authority, and the source of faith. These can generally be sensed without even engaging in combat. Because their life forms are so advanced, their battles cannot be decided by mortal means. After all, their bodies, and even their spirits, are no longer a critical weakness. At least, that's how Su Xingyu saw it. Having gauged Jim's strength, Su Xingyu was no longer willing to continue the fight, and gradually increased his strength. Divine Art, Shadow of Terror. Divine Art, Devouring Heaven and Earth. Divine Art, Endless Darkness. One divine art after another flowed effortlessly, empowered by the laws of authority, unleashing terrifying power. For a moment, the stoneman true god was left reeling. Though he wasn't fatally wounded, his life force was undoubtedly being depleted. Damn it! You forced me to do this! As a powerful true god, Jim was furious at being so oppressed. He no longer held back, carrying the world's consciousness, his strength increasing slightly again. Ha! The mighty sword slashed down, severing the attacking chains of law. Instantly, half the space was covered in his law power, forming a standoff with the forces of darkness. That's a bit more like it. Looking at the enraged stoneman true god, Su Xingyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile still on his face. What an arrogant fellow. I hope you can still smile later. Jim looked at Su Xingyu with a cold gaze. Seeing his continued nonchalant demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Even for a transcendent being, this was a bit too contemptuous. Boom boom boom. To the west of the Eternal Night Plain. In the Dwarf Empire's border city, a city of steel hundreds of meters high, a fierce siege was also underway. Another equally top-tier Eternal Night commander, leading an even larger Eternal Night army, crossed the Empire's border and launched a fierce assault on the Dwarf Empire's steel capital. 4 days had passed since their first assault on this city. Compared to the Stoneman Empire's fortresses, this steel city's location wasn't particularly advantageous, but it possessed an absurd amount of defensive equipment. So much so that even with the Eternal Night Army's strength, they couldn't breach this steel city in a short period of time. Today, we will capture this city. The Eternal Night commander gazed at the towering city walls in the distance with a cold look. Fight! 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 This Evernight army contained a high proportion of various monster warriors, with bark demons and jackal warriors being the primary contenders. Despite their disorganized formation, their combat effectiveness was undiminished. The roars and howls of these towering, mighty beasts sent a shudder through the hearts of the dwarf warriors atop the distant city walls. In the past few days of battle, they had witnessed the madness of this black-armored army. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most formidable foe they had ever faced. Madness. Brutality. Under the command of the Evernight commander, the Evernight army launched another offensive. Chapter 292. Stop them. For the Lord of Burning, kill them. Think you can conquer Salam? Dream on. Faced with the fierce attack of the Evernight army, the dwarven soldiers within the Iron City did not sit idly by and launched a series of counterattacks. Mage towers launched countless exploding fireballs, like a meteor shower, towards the oncoming Evernight army. They exploded in the air, creating a sea of blazing flames that transformed the Evernight army's charge into a deadly field. Above the earth, a massive magic circle illuminated. Centered around the city, streams of fiery red energy flowed like a river of flame, expanding outward. Terrifying flames rose, consuming everything in a fiery sea of inferno. At the same time, numerous magical cannons lit up, their muzzles condensing immense energy, like suns about to burst, illuminating the entire battlefield. Fire! With the dwarf commander's command, the magical cannons began firing. Brilliant beams of magical energy poured out like a meteor shower, blasting towards the Evernight army. In an instant, the entire battlefield was transformed into a sea of inferno. Smoke and dust billowed, and flames shot skyward. The flames and explosions intertwined, creating a hellish scene. Compared to the defensive strength of the dwarven main city, the Stoneman fortress on the other side seemed somewhat less formidable. However, the Evernight army here was no pushover. They also possessed immense combat power. Dark World. 2 war fortresses suspended in the air lit up with dark beams of light. Under the control of the demigod magician, the dark light spread out in all directions like waves, forming a dark sky covering hundreds of miles. Swallow. Small black holes emerged above the earth, spinning continuously, emanating a powerful pulling force. The raging flames that engulfed the land were devoured by them like a dragon sucking water. The cracked earth became clean once again. Magic cannons roared, countless energy beams pounding the Iron City's energy shield. Immensely massive beasts charged in the forefront, repeatedly ramming into the Iron City's energy shield, causing the entire city to shake. One after another, powerful blows, embodying the combined might of the Legion, struck the hard tortoise shell, causing it to tremble constantly. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, the dwarves within the city had little power to resist. Their attacks often failed to land effectively, only to be neutralized and devoured. They were effectively on the receiving end. Fortunately, they had sufficient items to hold their own. The city, forged of steel, gave them a strategic advantage, allowing them to face the incoming army with greater ease, but it also limited them. Once the enemy's firepower intensifies, the defenders inside the city will essentially be forced to passively take the brunt of the blow. As the saying goes, too much defense leads to failure. If you only defend without attacking, mistakes will happen sooner or later. The attacker can make mistakes repeatedly, while the defender only needs one mistake, and the battle is essentially over. Furthermore, in such a battle, there's no room for sheer brilliance. To be honest, this siege and grab strategy is somewhat outdated. But there's no other way. They've always fought this way before, and without any problems, so they've continued to use it. Finally, after days of fierce assault by the Eternal Night army, the Iron City was finally breached. The Eternal Night commander marshaled the might of his legions, forcibly boosting the combat power of his demigod generals. Finally, he shattered the city's nearly limitless energy shield in one fell swoop, allowing him to breach the Iron City. Charge in. Kill all these weak dwarves. For the Lord of Darkness, kill all these alien god worshippers. Damn you, you like hiding in the city, huh? Breaking through your own shell, I wonder if you'll ever be able to hide again. The Eternal Night army, suppressed for so long, now raged like starving sharks, suddenly scenting blood and going mad. Under the sparse artillery fire, they charged forward at a rapid pace. The flying beasts in the sky snatched up monster warriors one by one, flew directly onto the city wall, and tossed them down, successfully completing their landing. The even more ferocious Bargus warrior, weapon between his teeth, gathered strength and leaped, using both hands and feet to scale the towering city wall in a matter of seconds. Kill! For the dwarf god. Invaders die. The dwarf warriors, fearless, charged forward, slashing their weapons at the enemies scaling the wall. Ouch! The Bargus warrior roared as his long sword fell into his hand. The surrounding dwarves were startled, their eyes filled with fear. This was the domination of an apex predator over its prey. Black flames erupted from his body, and the Bargus warrior swept his long sword across. The 4 dwarf warriors charging forward faltered and fell forward, cut in half. No blood gushed out as the black flame swept over their bodies, charring their wounds black and temporarily stopping the bleeding. Without the energy shields and the various chaotic magic arrays that disrupted them, the barbarian warriors scaled the city walls one after another and began the battle for the wall. The remaining monster warriors, having scaled the walls by various means, formed into small groups and, following the powerful infernal barbarian warriors, slaughtered the dwarf warriors on the walls. Then the same scenario unfolded again, as at the Stoneman Fortress. When they were near the city walls, the dwarf warriors could barely hold their own against the Evernight army. But once they engaged in close combat, the situation suddenly shifted dramatically, and they were completely crushed. With unparalleled brutality, each Evernight warrior effortlessly dispatched the enemy dwarf warriors. It was so simple, as if the enemy before them were not elite troops, but mere scumbags. Impossible, impossible. How could the gap be so huge? The dwarf true god in the sky gazed at the devastating scene below, his expression darkening. It wasn't that he felt sorry for the dwarven warriors. A mere 200,000 dwarves, not truly elite troops, meant nothing to the vast dwarven empire. However, when he saw his own faithful warriors being crushed and easily slain by the Eternal Night army, he couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. The gap was too great. The two sides weren't even on the same level. Without the aid of the Iron City, this dwarven army wouldn't have been able to withstand even a single charge, and would have been annihilated by the Eternal Night army. But no matter how powerful the faithful army is, it's nothing more than a larger ant against a true god. Albert sneered at the Eternal Night army below, facing three of us simultaneously, yet you dare to invade? I want to see just how capable you are, and whether you can handle it. Honestly, the current situation deviated slightly from what Albert and the other two had envisioned. In their original plan, they would rely on their vanguard army to capture a major city, and then establish a foothold on the borders of the Eternal Night Empire. Then, the three who had gathered intelligence would lead their truly elite armies to invade the Eternal Night Empire. One group would hold back the Dark God's main body, while the other two groups of player gods would begin to work, destroying the Dark God's army of believers and weakening his power. In the end, problems arose from the very first step. Their considerable vanguard army failed to capture the main city, not even touching it. In just a few months, they were driven out. And before the three could even decide what to do, the Eternal Night Empire's counterattack arrived. The Dark God unexpectedly dispatched three armies across the Empire's borders to simultaneously invade their followers' forces. It must be said that the Dark God's counterattack far exceeded the three's expectations. You know, the three of them, two true gods and one powerful demigod, are quite formidable. Facing their siege, it would be fine if they didn't utilize their own terrain for defense, but they actually dared to launch a counterattack. I really don't know whether to call it self-confidence or arrogance. The gods themselves are with Jim, and can't get here anytime soon. So let me personally destroy this elite army. In Albert's opinion, this incredibly brave army below was a top-tier force, no matter where it was placed. Especially since they actually contained several powerful demigods. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a hole appeared in the dark sky, and the divine light shone down, like a warm hand, caressing the bodies of every believer. Great Dwarf Lord! My Lord has arrived. The evil followers of the alien god will perish here. Followers of the alien god, you shall perish. With the appearance of the dwarven god, the entire battlefield suddenly came to a standstill. The Eternal Night soldiers showed fear, but not excessive panic. The warriors of the dwarven army, tears welling in their eyes, almost bursting into tears. They immediately prayed to the dwarf god, hoping that he would bring down divine punishment and completely destroy these evil invaders. Ha 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 ha, alien god, what a terrifying aura. What a powerful being. The demigod lord, a dog demon, looked up at the sky, his eyes free of fear, only fighting spirit. True god, powerful, we are in trouble. The more rational magic demigod, sensing the boundless divine aura, frowned slightly. Commander Yulia of Eternal Night gazed at the dwarven figure above, his expression grave. Although he had anticipated this, he still felt immense pressure the moment the dwarven god finally appeared. Come and fight! The barbarian demigod roared, his eyes turning blood-red before transforming into a stream of black and red light, surging into the sky and attacking the dwarven god. A mere demigod dares to challenge my divine might? You're truly presumptuous. Looking at the barbarian demigod, who was as arrogant as the dark god, Albert sneered and thrust out a palm, pressing down on the black and red light. The laws in his hand shone brightly like stars, imbued with endless divine power. As if being held down by the entire world, the barbarian demigod felt a surge of pressure, and then, pressed down upon the earth by the divine hand, he was crushed to the ground. Bang! The earth cracked, dust billowing. In the vast pit, the Bargus demigod spewed blood, his body covered in scars of the principle. Lying on the ground, his crimson eyes glared at the towering dwarf god. So strong. A single casual blow had inflicted a severe wound. Die! Albert's face darkened. He hadn't expected an ordinary demigod to be so resilient. It was one thing for him not to die instantly after his blow, but it looked as if he still had some strength left. So, Albert raised his right hand, and a brilliant crimson spear emerged from his palm. Then, with a powerful downward thrust, the spear transformed into a beam of light, soaring at breakneck speed, piercing the Bargus demigod. Sally, danger! Stop him! The Eternal Knight General's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed to intercept him, but they were still a step too slow. The crimson spear pierced the dark shield that the magic demigod had hastily cast, piercing the Bargus demigod's momentum. The severely injured Barbad demigod could still move, but it was impossible to dodge the crimson spear, forcing it to wait for its doom. Just as the Barbad demigod was about to die, a black hole appeared in the sky. The crimson spear pierced it, and then fell silent. The power of faith converged, and a pitch-black figure, transformed from illusion to reality, emerged from the void and became a living being. The true faith of the gods, the ultimate faith of the billions of subjects of the Eternal Knight Empire, the Eternal Knight King. Since they had to deal with player forces, they had to consider the influence of the divine players themselves. In this chaotic battlefield, there were no rules, and the divine players would strike whenever they could. One careless mistake, and an elite army was wiped out. To be honest, the current war model is truly difficult to manage. A divine player with transcendent combat power could single-handedly reverse the fate of an imperial war. So, although he hadn't participated in the relevant discussions, Su Xingyu still dispatched his avatar of faith. He had made thorough preparations for the three armies attacking the divine player forces. The Dark God's main body headed for the Stoneman Empire, while the avatar of faith went to the Dwarf Empire. As for the demigod player in the ocean world, Su Xingyu had also made other arrangements. He couldn't guarantee anything else, but the divine player itself would definitely not act arbitrarily and interfere with the course of the battlefield. Avatar, or something else? Looking at the avatar of faith emerging from the void, and sensing its divine aura, which was no less powerful than his own, Albert's eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't understand how such a powerful being could suddenly appear. Ah! Praise the mighty and holy King of Eternal Night! Heal! 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 Fight for our Lord! Death is not the end! The soldiers of the Eternal Night army roared with passion. Then, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes bloodshot, they charged at the dwarf warriors, beginning a new round of slaughter. They offered the most loyal sacrifice to the great dark gods, the lives of their enemies, and a resounding victory. The aloof King of Eternal Night ignored the dwarf god's questions. With a wave of his hand, dark power surged, and the two instantly vanished from their original location, entering another dimension. Chapter 293. Deep Sea World. Compared to the two main battlefields on land, the Deep Sea main battlefield is not only larger in scale, but also far more brutal. Unlike the Eternal Night Empire, which controls nearly the entire Eternal Night plane on land, the Ocean Empire's control over the Deep Sea world is far less robust. It's not that the Dark Naga-dominated Ocean Empire isn't powerful enough, but rather that the expanded Eternal Night plane's ocean world is simply too vast, and the Ocean Empire's management capabilities are relatively poor. Simply put, they're not good at management. If they were to manage a single, or even several, ocean area like those affiliated forces on land, their sheer strength wouldn't be a problem. But managing the entire Eternal Night plane's oceans would be far too daunting. The vast Eternal Night Sea simply wasn't manageable for the Ocean Empire. So, they adopted the Eternal Night Empire's earlier method of dividing territory. The Ocean Empire occupies the richest seas, then dispatches Dark Sea Lords to establish kingdoms in other waters. These kingdoms then establish new, vast territories. Relying on power and faith, it rules the numerous sea clans within the Eternal Night Sea. These ruled sea clans are required to pay tribute to the Ocean Empire every 3 years to demonstrate their loyalty. On the surface, the Ocean Empire appears to be doing quite well. In reality, even they themselves don't know how many subordinate factions they have, and the entire ocean world is in turmoil. It's only because of the Dark God's pressure that they're in control. Otherwise, they'd be in a state of internal war without even an invasion from outsiders. This is also why, until now, they haven't completely driven out the invading sea tribes. They lack the ability to effectively control their territory. Of course, this doesn't prevent the Ocean Empire from launching a counterattack. So what? It doesn't matter. It's just a remote area, far from the core territory of the Ocean Empire, and there's nothing important there. Just treat it as a brutal military exercise. Realizing that it simply couldn't drive out all the invading sea tribes in a short period of time, the Ocean Empire randomly dispatched a few Naga lords for support and allowed the local sea tribe forces to form their own legions to cooperate in the encirclement and suppression of the invading sea tribes. Then, they independently launched their counterattack plan, assembling 1 million elite sea tribe troops and dozens of Naga lords, and launched a direct counterattack against the empire of the sea tribe alien god. This scene almost broke the defense of the opposing sea tribe player, Darren. What the hell? Could anyone explain how a force of believers primarily based on land power could so easily mobilize millions of elite sea tribe troops? This is a bit too much. According to the original plan, the dwarf true god Albert and the stoneman true god Jim were to lead the land attack, while Darren would lead the sea tribe army to destroy the Eternal Night Empire's affiliated sea tribe regimes, capture the coastal cities, and completely block the sea routes. They would then transport their land forces to wreak havoc in the Eternal Night Empire's rear. In the end, they failed to reach the Eternal Night Empire's coastal cities, let alone the central part of the Eternal Night Sea, and were intercepted at the border. The strength of the Eternal Night Empire's affiliated sea clan forces in the deep sea world far exceeded Darren's imagination. He truly couldn't understand it. How could a divine player who started out as a land power have such a powerful sea clan affiliated force? It didn't make sense. The two sea clan armies, numbering over 2 million, engaged in a fierce battle at the sea's junction. The scale and ferocity of the battle were unprecedented. The corpses of sea clan warriors floated in the deep sea, their alluring blood staining the entire waters red, causing third-party players observing the battle to shudder. What the hell, are all sea clan players so wealthy? Millions of troops clash at every turn. On one side was the Dark Sea Clan army, led by 150,000 Dark Nagas and primarily composed of Dark Merfolk. On the other side was the conventional Sea Clan army, led by 200,000 Unicorn Sharks and primarily composed of numerous Sea Clan warriors. For other normal players, this would be an extremely terrifying scale, but for the highly fertile and lacking civilized order of the Sea Tribe, it was actually nothing. After all, within the two armies, the true elite of the Empire were extremely rare, comprising only 1 or 2 tenths. As for the other regular armies, the brutal competitive environment of the Sea Tribes allowed them to continuously recruit combat-ready soldiers. This shocking naval battle lasted for a full fortnight, staining the deep sea with blood. Ultimately, the Dark Sea Clan prevailed. There was no other reason, simply superior hard power. The Naga Empire possessed far more high-level transcendental beings than the Shark Empire under Darren's control. Furthermore, the Dark Sea Clan warriors, having undergone the baptism of the Empire's heavy weapons and the trials of the Dark Temple, were also extremely powerful. With these two forces combined, even with the support of the Sea Clan gods, Darren's Shark army stood no chance of victory. Perhaps the Naga Empire was far inferior to the Shark Empire in other areas of imperial development, but in terms of military strength, they were still far behind. Even Darren's personal appearance would have been futile. Su Xingyu's death incarnation easily intercepted him. After leaving behind the corpses of nearly 400,000 Sea Clan warriors, the Shark army was completely routed. Abandoning the idea of a direct confrontation, they retreated back to the Shark Empire's waters, preparing to counterattack using their geographical advantage. It was only then that Darren realized that the three of them might have provoked the wrong enemy. Perhaps the Transcendents could no longer crush them in terms of divine power, but that didn't mean they were powerless. The gap in the power of their followers was enormous. The gap was several levels. If his divine players were held back, the Empire, without the divine support, would have no chance of victory. Stoneman Empire. The Eternal Night Army had completely occupied the border fortress of Santander. Without the interference of the Stoneman True God, even with the full support of the world consciousness, the gap in hard power between the two sides remained absurdly large. Therefore, capturing this fortress was a no-brainer. Capturing the fortress meant directly opening the gateway from the Eternal Night Empire to the Stoneman Empire, a stellar start to the war between the empires. The city was stained with blood, as if washed clean by a sea of blood. The entire city was permeated with a strong, bloody odor that disgusted even ordinary beings. This also illustrates the ferocity of the previous battle. The Stoneman defenders, having lost their Stoneman True God, did not retreat after the Eternal Night Army's attack. Instead, they chose to fight to the death, attempting to recapture the fortress. Even though they knew the disparity in strength between the two sides was vast, and that remaining would have little chance of survival, they still made this decision. The Lord of Mountains and Rivers was watching them. Even if they died, they would die within the Santander fortress. The Eternal Night Warriors greatly admired such devout believers. Even as enemies, they recognized the Stoneman Warriors' resolve. So, to show their respect, they unleashed their full might, annihilating all the stoneman warriors who resisted. The greatest respect for the enemy is to give it your all. Hundreds of thousands of stoneman warriors perished in the battle, and the Eternal Night army suffered tens of thousands of casualties. It must be said that this army of stonemen did have some strength, especially later on, when, knowing they would inevitably die, they specifically sought out those fragile troops to sacrifice their lives, causing considerable casualties to the Eternal Night army. But honestly, it wasn't very significant. At this moment, there weren't a single corpse in the fortress, but instead, a large number of undead warriors had appeared. Before the army set out, the Eternal Night Empire had already defined the nature of this war. Unlike previous wars, this one wasn't a war of conquest or unification, but a war of faith in the gods, a war of destruction. Since it was a war of destruction, it was natural to use every possible means to destroy the enemy. In the past, out of respect for their opponents, the Eternal Night Empire would generally give them a dignified death. They wouldn't immediately unleash their necromancy to transform their enemies into undead warriors. Instead, they would return their corpses to the abyss of the dead and place them in the river of the dead, allowing them to evolve naturally. But now, it was natural to concentrate all available resources. Thanks to the Dark Mage Legion's superior technology and various necromancy artifacts, these undead warriors managed to maintain between 60% and 90% of their former strength. In other words, after this battle, the overall strength of the Eternal Night army had not diminished, but had actually increased significantly. After capturing the fortress, the Eternal Night army didn't rush forward, but instead began constructing a teleportation gate and repairing the fortress, clearly prepared for a protracted battle. After completing a series of more important tasks, Changli and his generals arrived at the large square in the city center. The stone statue of the true god, which had originally stood in the center of the square, had been taken down and placed aside. For some reason, it hadn't yet been destroyed. The spacious square seemed a bit crowded at the moment. After all, it held hundreds of thousands of stone captives. As Changli and the others approached, the gazes of the surrounding stone men became extremely complex: anger, resentment, hatred, but more than that, unease and fear. Having experienced the War of the Gods, they knew exactly what other gods' followers would do to those of other gods. Kill. They will slaughter all the followers of other gods. Did you see what happened to them? The War of the Gods is brutal. We absolutely cannot lose, or else our brothers and sisters, our parents, our wives, and our children might be imprisoned here. Changli looked at the terrified, curled-up stone captives, a complex glint in his eyes, but soon regained his composure and spoke to the general beside him. We will not lose. With the protection of our divine majesty, no alien god can stand against us. We will defeat all enemies, and my lord will become the king of the gods. Until I fall, the empire will not lose. I'd rather die than lose. The generals around him glanced at the surrounding stone figures, seeing the fear in their eyes. A hint of pride flashed across their faces. We will not lose. At least not before we die. Failure will not befall us. Changli's eyes flickered, but he didn't dwell on the topic. He had only sighed a little before. He leaped onto the platform, where the statue had once stood. The stone captives below instantly grew furious, gnashing their teeth, eager to charge and fight this blasphemer. Don't look at me like that. This is a privilege reserved exclusively for the victor. Glancing at the stone men's angry glares, Changli smiled, unfazed. He said, originally my plan was to slaughter you all and transform you into undead warriors. This would not only save us a lot of trouble, but also increase our army's strength. He spoke in a gentle, chilling tone. But the cult of the gods didn't agree. Thank the great dark gods. If it weren't for our Lord's mercy, you pagans would all have died here today. Ignoring the stone men's doubts, Changli's expression grew cold. He addressed the stone men below, shouting, "Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Everyone, step forward, step on the statue of the pagan god, and read aloud the words on the paper. Obey." Before he finished, several figures suddenly leaped up from below. Damn invaders, don't even think. Don't listen to him, we're not afraid of death. The great lord of the mountains and rivers will forever protect us. They shouted, rushing towards Changli. But before they could get close, the Eternal Night warriors standing nearby, watching over them, moved. A long sword was unsheathed. A flash of cold light. Swish, swish, swish. Heads flew up, blood gushed out, and the red carpet, which had dimmed somewhat, was once again painted with a vibrant crimson hue. The headless corpse took a few steps forward and slowly collapsed. Several dark mages stepped forward, chanting spells. The flesh and blood moved, and soon, several headless undead warriors slowly rose and walked towards the distant undead army. Gurgle. Fear flashed in the stone captive's eyes, and he swallowed subconsciously. Obey, live. Disobey, die. Chong Li's voice echoed, not loud, but it registered in the minds of all the stone captives. Now, those who wish to survive, step forward and start lining up. With that, Chong Li stopped talking, his eyes indifferently fixed before him, without urging anyone to hurry. For a long moment, the scene was completely silent. Just as the gazes of the Eternal Night Warriors grew colder, a stone captive finally stepped forward. She was an elderly woman, holding a young child in her arms. Under the piercing gazes of the stone captives, she slowly stood up and walked towards the statue of the stone true god. You dare! Halfway through, another figure suddenly leaped up from the side and pounced on the old woman. The stone woman's face shone with fear, but the attacking figure stopped short when it was 5 meters away. Do you really think I don't exist? The high-level magician nearby sneered and flicked his finger. The sturdy stone man's body hardened, and his eyes dimmed instantly. Continue. Chapter 294. The old stoneman woman, holding a young child, trembled as she approached the fallen statue of the god. Then, under the gazes of tens of thousands, she recited the blasphemous words prepared by the Pope of Eternal Night. These were simply a few curse words, inoffensive and even less effective than the normal language used in Zon. The target, however, was the stoneman true god. These words were not particularly hurtful, but they were extremely insulting. Especially, uttered by a citizen of the Stoneman Empire, they were a profound humiliation for the surrounding believers. If they could tolerate even this, they were unworthy of being called devout believers. As the old woman recited her blasphemous words, the surrounding stoneman captives either closed their eyes and covered their ears, refusing to face reality, or stared fiercely at the scoundrel who had blasphemed the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, eager to rush forward and kill her. It was nothing more than death, yet they actually betrayed the great stoneman ancestor god. What disloyalty! During this time, many stonemen, unable to bear it any longer, leaped forth, ready to fight to the death, their lives exchanged. As for the outcome, they were easily slain by the nearby Eternal Night Warriors, their heads chopped off, and then transformed by dark mages into undead warriors, joining the ranks of the undead army. The stoneman elite, previously equipped with a full complement of weapons, and even more formidable, were unable to withstand the attack of the Eternal Night army, let alone these cowardly stoneman captives. The process of desecrating the gods proceeded in an orderly manner. Although there were some setbacks, with the help of the Eternal Night Warriors, it was finally accomplished. After reading the blasphemous words, the stone woman closed her eyes, and gently stepped on the stone statue before her. That single touch seemed to drain all her strength and life from her. She suddenly aged, her whole body exuding a dead air. Very well, you have earned the right to live. Thank the great Lord of Darkness. It is his mercy that has granted you this opportunity. Since she was the first person to speak, Chong Li deliberately added a few more words. Thank you, Lord of Darkness. Seeing this, the stone woman could only obey, whispering softly, It doesn't matter. It has come to this. No matter what happens, it doesn't matter. Great Lord of the Mountains and Rivers, please forgive your humble servant. I simply want to survive. Soon, someone led the stone woman to an open space on the other side, where food was already being distributed. The old stoneman woman, starving for days, silently accepted the food that had been theirs, and ate it slowly, chewing it carefully, while feeding the stoneman child in her arms. Someone has already made the right choice. Now it's your turn. Life or death. It's entirely up to you. Chong Li looked at the hesitant stoneman captives below with a cold, indifferent gaze. Not long after, another stoneman captive stood up, lowered his head, and walked towards the statue of the deity. Thus, within the group of stoneman captives, who had opened a gap, more and more blasphemers stood up. Between faith and life, they chose life. If it had been the initial surge of the city, their passion might have ignited their desire to die, but after several days of the agony of death, their passion had subsided, and they became hesitant. With someone leading the charge, it was like an ant-hole in a dam. As the hole grew larger, the dam collapsed faster and faster, until it was completely destroyed. More and more stone captives stood up, heads lowered, and hurried forward, not daring to meet their companions' gazes. It's over, it's all over. Chong Li watched it all, whispering to himself, his eyes filled with mockery. After watching for a while longer, and seeing that no accidents had occurred, Chong Li handed the matter over to an Eternal Night General, asking him to oversee it. Several days passed. In the mysterious space, the duel between the gods also ended. With a loud bang from the sky, the stone true god Jim, his breath weakening and his body severely damaged, broke through the space blockade and escaped directly. Without caring about the fortress or his followers below, he immediately tore through the space and disappeared without a glance. After a while, Su Xingyu slowly emerged, his eyes indifferent, his appearance still relaxed. His armor was stained with divine blood, the blood of the stoneman true god, and exuded a terrifying divine aura. Even after a fierce battle, his aura remained unchanged. This also revealed who had gained the upper hand in the recent divine battle. After ascending to true godhood, his strength doesn't seem quite so impressive. Looking at the rapidly shrinking spatial rift, Su Xingyu didn't pursue, but simply chuckled and sighed. In reality, the stoneman true god's strength wasn't weak. On his native continent, with the support of the world consciousness, he could probably fight against 2 or 3 pseudogods. This strength was a significant improvement compared to before his ascension. But for Su Xingyu, it was far from enough. Such strength alone was insufficient to confront him. So, in the previous battle, when the stoneman true god was badly beaten, Jim hadn't intended to defeat Su Xingyu, but simply wanted to hold him back while his other 2 companions took over. After all, this was a transcendent being, possessing the power of a demigod to defeat a true god. Even if he had ascended to true god status, and possessed the blessings of his native land, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. However, he thought, while he couldn't defeat him, with the power of a true god, holding back a demigod shouldn't be too difficult. But he was slapped in the face. After Su Xingyu's seriousness, Jim was completely suppressed, practically powerless to fight back. If it weren't for giving his 2 companions more time to exert their strength and destroy the Dark God's army of followers, Jim would have even considered fleeing. With this thought in mind, Jim persevered for nearly 10 days. Not only was his divine body severely damaged, but even his spirit was tainted by the dark divine power. He likely would have to recuperate in the divine realm for the next 10 years. Unfortunately, there are still too many of us. If we could concentrate our strength, we could probably defeat him. Su Xingyu muttered to himself, with a hint of regret after taking a look at the battlefields of the other 2 gods. If possible, Su Xingyu would definitely have completely captured the Stoneman true god. However, it was a pity that even after being severely weakened, he was unable to completely destroy a true god with the infinite support of faith. The situation on the other 2 battlefields was similar, with no clear gains. At most, the enemy gods had been severely damaged, preventing them from interfering with the battlefield for a period of time. Never mind, this is already quite good. Shaking his head, Su Xingyu didn't dwell on it any further. Killing the divine players directly was naturally the best option. Without the interference of the divine players, the believers were practically vulnerable. But if they failed, that didn't matter. With the strength of the Eternal Night Empire, it would at most cost them some effort and time. Once they destroyed the faith cult, and then killed the divine players, the outcome would be the same. Just consider it a training exercise. After observing the situation at the fortress below for a moment, Su Xingyu sent down a trace of divine light, acknowledging the victory sacrifice of the Eternal Night Army. Then, he disappeared again, returning to the dark divine realm. Santander Fortress. Central Plaza. A grand sacrifice to the gods was underway, participating not only in the Eternal Night Army, but also in the captured Stone Men. The Stone Men, having weathered so many setbacks, and tainted their own faith with their own hands, had now completely given up. Forget about faith. Just survival. After the sacrificial celebrations, which had lasted for several days, the teleportation gate was still under construction, but large forces from the rear had already begun arriving. Over 1 million Eternal Night troops had gathered throughout the Stone Man Empire, and the number of legions arriving continued to grow. While most of these were self-organized vassal legions, their combat effectiveness was not as strong as that of regular armies. They were more than enough to deal with the Stone Man Empire's regular troops. Under Chong Li's command, the Eternal Night Army also began its next move. In other words, the real battle had just begun. The Stoneman Empire's territory was much smaller than that of the Eternal Night Empire, but it was still a complete plain of continents, truly vast and boundless. Totally defeating such a superpower would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. Fortunately, this time, the goal wasn't conquest, but destruction. Thus, the Eternal Night Empire didn't need to follow too many rules, and could slaughter with abandon. The Eternal Night Army split into several groups. The main force, led by Chong Li, penetrated the heart of the Stoneman Empire, capturing the fortified main cities. The remaining legions were free to form large armies to capture other cities, or, under the leadership of their legion commanders, to sweep through the surrounding Stoneman and vassal tribes. For a time, nearly the entire southern region of the Stoneman Empire was engulfed in war. Here, the armies of the Eternal Night Empire and the Stoneman army engaged in fierce battles. The outcome, needless to say, was that without the city's defensive system, the Stoneman army offered no resistance. Unlike those worlds without supernatural powers, where a knife, or even a stick, could be simply sharpened and someone could rise up and fight. This was a supernatural world, where power and rank were severely suppressed. If you couldn't defeat them, you truly couldn't. No matter how strong your will, or how fearless you were, it was useless. The prerequisite for fighting a desperate battle was that you could trade your life for injury. The problem was that most Stoneman warriors were incapable of harming the Eternal Night warriors. If you can't even kill or injure the enemy, what's the point of fighting like that? Corpses littered the ground, blood flowed like rivers. The subjects of the Stoneman Empire could never have imagined that just a few months ago, they were the attacking force, and the Empire's slogan was defeat the alien god forces and bring back their treasures. Yet, not long after, not only were the vanguard troops driven back, but the alien god's army descended upon the Stoneman Empire. It can only be said that things change, and this time, it happened especially quickly. The shadow of death hung over every citizen of the southern region, and an atmosphere of panic spread rapidly. The Eternal Night cultists, who had infiltrated the Stoneman Empire, also began a series of actions. They began to gradually spread the word about the Stoneman deity's evil deeds, claiming that if he hadn't insisted on starting the war, they wouldn't have been driven back to their homeland today. They also advocated that surrendering to the Eternal Night Empire would save them from death, and so on. In short, it was a chaotic mess, promoting everything, regardless of whether it was useful or not. It was just a matter of talking. At the same time, the Eternal Night Empire began to recruit the local Stonemen and convert them to their faith. These Stonemen's faith in the Lord of Mountains and Rivers was never devout to begin with, barely a shallow adherent. Under the Eternal Night Empire's tactics of both a powerful and a sweet treat, they quickly switched sides and began secretly serving the Eternal Night Empire. The entire southern region of the Stoneman Empire was in turmoil. With neither side's gods engaged, facing the Eternal Night's massive offensive, even with its city defenses and the support of world consciousness, the Stoneman Empire was clearly unable to withstand the onslaught of the Eternal Night army. The gap in hard power between the two sides was enormous. In terms of magical technology and military personnel, they were far inferior to the Eternal Night Empire. No matter how many strategies were devised, they were futile in the face of sheer might. Cities began to fall one after another. The temples of the Lord of Mountains and Rivers were destroyed, their followers slaughtered. Countless citizens of the Stoneman Empire, oppressed by the evil god's followers, abandoned their faith. In just a few months, nearly a quarter of the Stoneman Empire's southern border region had been transformed into a land of darkness. Although the empire was still far from collapse, the constant news of defeat had shaken the faith of the gods throughout the empire, forcing the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, who had retreated to the divine realm to recuperate, to step forward and appease the empire's subjects, lest the situation worsen. Then, decisively, they abandoned their outer defenses, preventing the Eternal Night's army from gradually encroaching. They withdrew their primary forces from the periphery and concentrated them in the fortified main cities, intending to leverage these cities' defenses to effectively wear down the Eternal Night's forces. While this method was a bit crude, it was undoubtedly the only way the Stoneman Empire could currently delay the Eternal Night's advance. As long as the Dark Gods remained engaged, relying on the main city's defenses, the Stoneman army could still hold out for a while. While they would inevitably be overwhelmed, it would be far superior to a head-on battle and annihilation. At the same time, Jim appealed to the surrounding players for assistance, hoping they could send some elite troops to help defend the Stoneman Empire. As for why he didn't ask for help from his other two allies, sorry, they were already struggling. Even in a 1-on-3 situation, the Eternal Night Empire steadily suppressed the three divine players' forces, and did so with remarkable ease, seemingly at ease. Chapter 295. Damn it, a bunch of damn bastards. They talk so nice all the time, but when it comes to the real thing, none of them are reliable. Within the earthy yellow divine realm, countless phantom mountains loomed. Amidst these peaks stood a temple. Inside, even the usually good-tempered Jim, reading the replies from his friends, couldn't help but feel a little irritated. After determining that he couldn't hold off the Eternal Night Empire's attack on his own, Jim sent a request for assistance from players in the same region within the North Zone battle group, hoping they would help him resist the oncoming Eternal Night army. The result, as expected, was failure. After receiving Jim's initial request for assistance, some players, who considered themselves strong and currently had relatively little time, readily agreed to send troops to support him. Upon hearing that the opponent was the Dark Emperor, one of the 4 emperors of the eastern region, they regretfully stated that their followers were under attack and could not send troops to help, leaving Jim to find another solution. Of course, they weren't heartless. After all, they were comrades in a region, even members of a family. They couldn't just stand by and watch someone perish. So, to show their support, they were willing to deliver supplies free of charge to help the Stoneman Empire resist the invasion of the Eternal Night Empire. According to them, this was the best they could do. Jim naturally didn't believe their nonsense. To put it bluntly, they were just afraid of provoking the enemy boss and causing casualties to their elite reinforcements. A bunch of cowards, bullies who only feared the strong. I can hold my own without you. I'm an eternal and immortal true god. You think a mere demigod can destroy me? Don't even think about it. Looking at the players still asking him for information about the enemy, Jim slammed his chair in anger and then closed the chat group. Jim actually understood the reason behind everyone's current behavior. After all, the opponent was an incredibly powerful supreme being, transcending the level of ordinary players. Provoking such a terrifying foe for the sake of a casual friend was clearly unwise. Especially after seeing the miserable state of Jim and the other two, everyone was even more hesitant. There was no need, truly no need. Such a terrifying enemy should be left to the idiot to handle on his own. If the person currently being assaulted wasn't him, Jim would likely have chosen to wait and see, like the players being cursed by him, and most sending some supplies. Let the assaulted player forces hold out for a while, and see if he could gather more intelligence. But understanding this didn't mean Jim understood them. After all, the one being assaulted was himself. The faction of believers he had cultivated over hundreds of years was being destroyed, and the believers, the foundation of his divine spirit, were being slaughtered. Simply put, he was slowly dying. No one could tolerate this. It's all those idiots, Albert and Darren. If it weren't for them, things wouldn't be like this today. Feeling the ever-shrinking empire and the slightly murky power of faith, Jim was furious, and a hint of regret welled up in his heart. He shouldn't have planned a joint invasion in the first place. He thought he could run rampant with just two true gods. Now it seemed that if a war broke out on their territory, even if their numbers doubled, let alone two true gods and a demigod, it would be a formidable challenge. Scratching his long golden hair, Jim cast a calming spell on himself, forcing himself to calm down. I can't just sit there and wait for death. I have to find a way. I have finally gained eternal life, and dying like this would be such a shame. Stroking his chin, Jim began to think of a solution. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of miles away, Jim's two allies, Albert and Darren, were in the same predicament. The three were of similar strength, with Darren of the Sea Clan having a stronger following. However, facing the attack of the Eternal Night Empire, this small difference was of little significance. If they couldn't stop it, they couldn't. Furthermore, the Sea Clan's difficulty in developing civilization made them inherently weaker than land-based forces in defending their cities. This meant that even if Darren's Shark Empire wanted to rely on its cities to defend against the invasion of the Dark Sea Clan, it wouldn't be able to do so. It could be said that the three players who had launched the invasion were now in a similar predicament. The only difference might be Darren's connection to the Southern Region Overlord, who intervened in this battle, giving him a chance to gain substantial assistance. However, Albert and Jim, lacking deep connections and prone to stirring up trouble, are truly on their own. At least for now, no truly powerful individuals are likely to offer any useful assistance. As the Eternal Night Army launches its counterattack, continuously sending legions to invade the three alien god factions, the three previously quiet player factions surrounding the Eternal Night Empire are now making some unusual movements. Without leading an army, two illusory figures silently arrived at a major city on the southeastern border. Relying on the power of a true god, even if it was just an incarnation of divine power, Ji Xingwei and Feng Yun easily infiltrated the city's interior, undetected. What an incredibly powerful force of believers. It's hard to believe that the guards of any major city are all warriors of the rank of 6th level Royal Guard. Ji Xingwei was shocked by the scene he had witnessed upon entering the city. It wasn't like he hadn't been to the Great Boss's dimension before, but this was the first time he had seen such a terrifying force of believers. Every aspect of it exuded strength and prosperity. Don't forget that general, he's actually reached the 9th level Saint Realm. Even just a beginner, it's a bit intimidating. Feng Yun's mouth twitched slightly as he warned. Ji Xingwei nodded in agreement, then glanced around, astonished. This is truly bizarre. How on earth has he developed? 6th level transcendental followers are everywhere. Even if the spiritual energy is rich and ideal for cultivation, isn't this a bit too outrageous? For emperors, darkness, divine emperors, I used to think those titles were a bit exaggerated. Now it seems we've underestimated these supreme beings. Compared to the might they displayed in the battle for the divine ruins, the power of their followers is even more terrifying. Feng Yun shared the sentiment, his eyes filled with shock. He sighed and said, if we simply compare the power of the gods themselves, after ascending to true godhood, we might be no less powerful than them. But when you add in the power of our followers, we're on a completely different level. I suggest you don't entertain such thoughts, or you'll definitely suffer greatly in the future. Ji Xingwei glanced at the female deity and sneered. Those three gym idiots likely thought the same thing as you, believing that ascending to true god status would allow them to fight those transcendents. So they joined forces to invade, and you've probably seen the result. I believe we should maintain due respect for the supreme beings. We shouldn't be disrespectful of them just because of their current state. Hearing this, Feng Yun was silent for a moment, took a deep breath, nodded, and a faint smile crossed his face. You're right. After ascending to true god status, I seem to have become a little inflated, to the point of losing my reverence for the supreme beings. The two of them walked, stopping and chatting, taking in the city's prosperity. Even a city located on the border, ruled by a subordinate race, was as prosperous as the inland cities of their plains, and in some ways, even surpassed them. In every aspect, both felt the vast gap between themselves and the Dark Emperor. Currently, aside from their own divine power, they were completely outmatched in every other area, from technological advancement to the development of their followers. It was hard to imagine that they were from the same era. They had all started from similar points, yet, after years of development, their followers had been completely eclipsed. The two couldn't help but question their lives. After wandering around the city for a while, they arrived at a magnificent palace in its center. The Temple of Eternal Night. Outside the temple, a long line of people came and went. Every day, scores of believers came here to pray to the great dark gods, contributing their faith. Ignoring the long queue, the two figures flashed and arrived at the deepest part of the temple. Looking at the statue of the god in the center of the pool, they bowed respectfully, Your Majesty. The two true gods called out, their aura undisguised. Almost instantly, Su Xingyu, far away in the dark divine realm, sensed it and cast his gaze downward. At the same time, the god's eyes lit up with a divine light, a hint of brilliance. After glancing at the two below, divine light emanated from its eyes, and the radiance of faith converged from all directions, ultimately forming an illusory shadow. The divine light and the shadow merged, instantly transforming from illusion into reality, transforming into a pitch-black figure. Greetings, Your Majesty of Darkness. Gaze upon the sudden appearance of the dark figure, their pupils narrowed slightly, a touch of shock. This method was quite powerful. A demigod-level avatar had suddenly appeared. Players from the East District? What brings you here? Su Xingyu glanced at the two and quickly identified their identities. They were players from the East District, located near the Eternal Night Empire, and their power level was true god level. Yes, she and I are both players from the East District. My name is... Despite their own higher rank, a sense of unease still rose in their hearts as they faced the dark deity. Like employees facing their boss, Ji Xingwei and the others first introduced themselves and their names, then got straight to the point. We've come here to join your team, Your Majesty, and eliminate those three gym guys. Before Su Xingyu arrived, Jim and his three rivals were Ji Xingwei, Feng Yun, and another player from the West Zone. Originally, when Su Xingyu arrived, the two of them were ready to come and curry favor. Well, it wasn't too late to come now. After all, from the arrival of the Eternal Night Plane, the invasion of Jim and his three-man's army, to today's counterattack, less than a year had passed. To be honest, a year is a very short time for a continental superpower. The two had originally planned to wait until the Eternal Night continent stabilized before coming together to meet the boss. However, the situation changed so rapidly that they hadn't found a suitable opportunity. After hesitating for several days, they finally decided not to wait and came today. After hearing their plan, Su Xingyu frowned slightly, sensing a sense of trouble. After a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. Those three guys aren't very strong. I can handle them myself. He disliked having others involved unless necessary, as it meant adding variables. Upon hearing this, both of them expressed disappointment. After a moment, Ji Xingwei said somewhat unwillingly, Really? We can help out. Jim and Albert are both true god-level beings. Your Majesty, even if you're powerful, you're alone, so it's probably difficult to deal with them. With Feng Yun and me helping you, your next move should be much easier. Consider it. The two had never imagined that one day, after lowering their status to become subordinates, they would actually be despised. It was truly absurd. You do have some truth to it. Fighting on enemy territory, thousands of miles away, even for Su Xingyu, keeping a close eye on them would be quite challenging, mostly due to exhaustion. Ji Xingwei's words immediately tempted him. Is that so? Ji Xingwei nodded quickly, saying seriously, we can't really offer much in terms of the followers, but the gods themselves still possess some strength. Stopping Jim and the others shouldn't be a problem. After a moment's thought, Su Xingyu said, you could join us, but my powers are somewhat limited and not well suited for coordinated warfare. How about this? You attack from other directions and open up a separate battlefield. When the actual battle begins, the Eternal Night Army will inevitably manipulate the celestial phenomena. There's no such thing as friendly immunity, so having the two armies march together is obviously not feasible. However, there's no requirement to march together. Splitting up into several battlefields can still achieve the goal of forming an alliance. Okay. The two exchanged glances, then quickly nodded, their faces beaming with smiles. Then please, Your Majesty, take good care of us. Their goal was to curry favor with someone. How they did it didn't matter. As long as they did, it was all that mattered. Yes. Su Xingyu nodded slightly, appearing somewhat indifferent, as if he wasn't particularly concerned. Chapter 296. After seeing the two off, Su Xingyu withdrew his gaze, and returned to the dark divine realm. He sat upon the divine throne, one hand resting on his cheek, his eyes fixed indifferently before him. Looking at the chatter in the battle zone group, his brows relaxed slightly, a faint smile on his face. It's getting chaotic. With the intervention of the transcendence from the four regions, no other players would intervene, and the variables no longer increased. Now, this massive battlefield has finally stabilized. The stabilized players began their own journeys. Before, they had been somewhat cautious, fearing that new enemies would invade during the battle. Therefore, even when engaging in battle with other players, they dared not exert their full strength, retaining a significant portion of their forces to defend their homeland. They feared that their homeland would be taken away by other opponents. However, such a conservative approach against an opponent of similar strength would never yield results. The ultimate outcome was a stalemate at the border between the two empires. Unable to break in either, the battle continued, back and forth, each player wasting time. Now that the situation had stabilized, they could finally concentrate their main forces and shift their offensive, engaging the enemy players in an all-out war. Already, many players in the East District message group had begun sending out requests for assistance. Let's wait a few years, until the situation becomes clearer. Seeing that the East District commander hadn't sent any messages, Su Xingyu closed the message group, ignoring the chaotic stream of player messages, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. As time passed, the three war zones currently under the Eternal Night Empire's main attack had all achieved considerable success, gradually getting back on track. Due to the intimidation posed by the Dark Gods, the three divine players dared not act rashly. They feared the already dire situation would worsen. Without the intervention of the divine players, the Imperial battlefield returned to normal combat. In conventional combat, the Eternal Night Empire feared no opponent. Its profound foundation and terrifying war potential made it seem at ease even against three superpowers simultaneously. In other words, the Eternal Night Empire hadn't even gotten serious yet. Some of its true trump cards hadn't even been deployed yet. The followers of Jim and the other two weren't strong enough to allow them to exert their full strength. Meanwhile, after Ji Xingwei and the other two returned to their respective followers' groups, they also began to form expeditionary forces, heading to fight against the Stoneman Empire and the Dwarf Empire, respectively. This further escalated the already chaotic situation in the surrounding areas. Their strength wasn't particularly strong, and since they were on an expedition, under normal circumstances, Jim and the other two could easily defeat these expeditionary forces, or even annihilate them directly on their home turf. However, facing the overwhelming attack of the Eternal Night Army, they were forced to concentrate their main elite corps and deploy them to the frontline main city to delay the Eternal Night Army's advance. Under these circumstances, they faced some difficulty in dealing with the expeditionary forces led by Ji Xingwei and the others in the rear. The territory of the three followers began to shrink rapidly. The entire border of the empire was engulfed in war, and faith in the gods began to waver. Various evil organizations began to emerge, attempting to taint the faith of the local gods. The scales of victory gradually tilted towards the Eternal Night Empire. If no other powerful external forces intervened, victory would have been virtually assured. In fact, it wasn't just the Eternal Night Empire's opponents who suffered this fate. The players surrounding the other three Transcendents were in much the same boat, suffering rather grievous defeats. Some, like Jim and the other two, joined forces and launched a direct attack against the Transcendents' followers. Others simply stood by and watched, only to be inexplicably defeated. As for the reason for the war, there wasn't any need for such a thing. As long as they were strong enough, even if they didn't belong to the same region, I could attack whomever I pleased. Of course, this presupposes that you could afford the consequences of starting a war. Located to the north of the massive battlefield, untold thousands of miles from the Eternal Night continent, lies a player continent 2/3 the size of the Eternal Night plain. Its borders are dominated by desert and sand, desolate and uninhabited, devoid of any sign of life. On a player continent bordering this desert continent, a horrific natural disaster is unfolding. Kill! 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 For the God of the dead. Destroy the alien gods. Sacrifice our Lord. An endless horde of undead surged from the distant horizon, as terrifying as a tsunami, overwhelming everything in its path. There was no order, nor was there any need for it. Terrifying numbers made up for any shortcomings. Hundreds of years of continuous warfare, the lives slain, if spread out, could even cover the entire continent. This had amassed an extremely terrifying force of undead warriors among the followers of this transcendent being in the North District. These undead warriors possess numerous shortcomings. For example, their individual combat effectiveness is weak, their organizational capacity is near zero, and their growth is extremely difficult. However, their seemingly limitless numbers and low cost more than offset these flaws. A divine messenger, clad in white robes, wielding a bone staff, his face bandaged in white, sat atop a strange flying beast. He gazed upon the advancing undead horde below, erupting in wild laughter, his clouded eyes filled with disdain. Foolish believers of a foreign god, return to the arms of our Lord. Without any skill, the necromancer's control instantly flooded the city ahead, its energy shield enveloped by the undead, like a light bulb covered by a pitch-black curtain. Under the fierce assault of the defenders, countless undead warriors were reduced to ash, but new undead warriors soon surged to fill the gap. After days of relentless bombardment, resulting in nearly 1 million undead warrior casualties, a crack finally appeared in the city's energy shield. Snap! Under the horrified gaze of the orcs, the crack spread like a spider web, rapidly expanding, and then the entire energy shield shattered completely. Countless undead warriors plummeted. Hundreds of meters above, some fragile warriors suffered broken limbs. But that didn't matter. Even with broken limbs, they still had other joints and could continue fighting. Kill! Transform! For the god of the undead. With strange cries, the undead warriors rose from the ground and pounced on the surrounding orcs like mad beasts. Indeed, these crudely crafted, low-level undead warriors lacked much intelligence, merely obeying the simple commands of their controllers. They would do whatever they were told, even if it meant suicide. Bang! The powerful werewolf warrior, his eyes crimson, cleaved the attacking undead warrior in half with a single blow. Then, with a single thrust, he destroyed the undead warrior's core, effectively killing him. But it was pointless. No sooner had he dispatched one undead warrior than 3 more were upon him. Without coordination, the 3 undead warriors, driven by instinct, engaged the werewolf warrior in a fierce battle. Just as the werewolf warrior, with great skill, finally dispatched the 3 undead warriors, more rushed forward. It seemed as if they were endless, and no matter how hard he tried, they would never be able to finish them off. In the end, the werewolf warrior collapsed to the ground in despair. Before he collapsed and closed his eyes, the last thing he saw was a growing number of undead warriors, climbing the ramparts of bones and charging up the city walls. As the undead continued to pour in, the defenders inside the city dwindled, and they were quickly defeated by the undead tide. Unnecessarily controlled by the undead archons, the undead warriors quickly launched a massive sweep through the city. For the next few days, the wails of orcs echoed throughout the city as the undead army unleashed a brutal slaughter. The blood stained the entire city red, and the rich, bloody smell was more terrifying than any slaughterhouse. Then, over the next few days, with the help of the undead archons, the undead army, previously depleted by the siege, was replenished, and its strength was even greater than before. Compared to the monsters and creatures of the Void Plane, the gods' followers were clearly of superior quality, making them more suitable for resurrecting the dead. High above the sky, in a space invisible to the followers of both sides, 2 figures engaged in a ceaseless battle, the sounds of battle terrifying. Rogier, are you truly determined to annihilate them all? Feeling the source of faith vanish in vain below, the orc true god's face darkened as he gazed across at the man in a white robe and various ornaments, demanding to annihilate them all. You could say that. Rogier Hein, the transcendent of the north, gazed at the enraged orc true god across from him, his smile still on his face, as he replied calmly, "Damn it! He cursed inwardly, the orc player having to suppress his rage. I know I didn't provoke you, and there's no grudge between us. Why are you doing this? As the strongest in the North District, don't you feel ashamed to bully a mere player like this? There's no need for a reason. You simply block my path, and I'm capable, so I took advantage of the situation. Roger Hine spoke slowly, explaining casually, as for shame. What's shameful about it? It's just the law of the jungle. If you were stronger than me, you could have fought me. You? Hearing this, the orc player was so smug that he nearly cursed. Just wait. I don't believe you're truly invincible. If you want to kill me, you'll pay the price. After finally uttering these harsh words, the orc god turned and vanished in a stream of light. Roger Hine didn't attempt to intercept him, letting him go. On the enemy's homeland, and with a true god powerhouse, even he would find it difficult to intercept them. And now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need to intercept them. At this current pace, pushing forward bit by bit, sooner or later, the enemy would be weakened enough for him to completely defeat them. In a vast ocean. With the arrival of the fourth overlord of the southern region, the border seas of the surrounding players have been completely controlled by him. Before a transcendent, who rose from the sea race, the affiliated sea race forces of most divine players seemed so vulnerable. It could be said that almost all the surrounding players had their sea routes blocked, and any attempt to fight across the plains and continents would have to travel by land. Very domineering. But due to the southern region overlord's overpowering power, the divine players of other regions could only choose to swallow their anger and endure it for the time being. Sometimes, they even had to lower their stance, hoping the enemy wouldn't target them. But their tolerance was of little use. After stabilizing the situation, the South Zone Overlord launched an offensive against the surrounding players. Unlike the other three Transcendents, the South Zone Overlord, who primarily focused on developing sea power, lacked any powerful land-based affiliates. Therefore, he decisively allied himself with the players in his own zone. Relying on his unrivaled naval power, he completely divided the battlefield and launched a surprise attack along the enemy player's vast coastline. The damage he inflicted, while not as immediate as that inflicted by other Transcendents, was nonetheless extremely devastating. The players in the other zones were filled with resentment, yet they could do nothing about it. The presence of this Southern Zone Overlord completely placed the initiative in the hands of the Southern Zone players. Even if they wanted to retaliate, they were somewhat unable to do so. They could hold off the Southern Zone Overlord's minions, but none dared to launch a counterattack. With the Southern Zone Overlord's naval might, they could easily cut off their own support and freely deploy hundreds of thousands of troops to any water source. If they launched a counterattack, they would most likely be surrounded and utterly annihilated. Under such circumstances, the surrounding players could only endure the harassment from the Southern Zone players while appealing to the leaders of their respective regional groups for assistance, hoping for help to resist the Southern Zone Overlord's deep-sea might. If this continued, they would be gradually eroded until they were completely defeated. However, the leaders of each major region were also very troubled by their requests for assistance. It wasn't that they were evading them, but they simply couldn't do it. There are already relatively few Sea Clan Divine players, most of whom are still in the southern region. Now, asking them to intercept a top-tier leader skilled in deep-sea warfare is somewhat daunting. Tens of thousands of super sea beasts, a well-organized army of high-level Sea Clan Ace, a magic core capable of unleashing a tsunami, and countless ordinary Sea Clan armies. Except for equally top-tier Sea Clan players, the rest of the players simply cannot stop them. Once a war of attrition descends, no matter how many players they throw in, it's unlikely to be enough. So, aside from providing material support, the other players appear helpless in their response to their requests for assistance. It's not that I won't help you, but that I truly can't. My abilities are limited, so please understand. Chapter 297. A World of Snow. Everything within sight was covered in a blanket of white. Normally, it should be a scorching summer here. Even if it weren't, snow wouldn't be a problem. But reality was strange. A blizzard descended upon this place. The freezing storm strangely appeared where it shouldn't have. This wasn't an act of fate, but an extreme man-made phenomenon. Attack! Smash the city! At the command of the army commander, the human warriors, clad in ice crystal armor and armed with a variety of weapons, advanced rapidly. The frigid wind and blizzard had no effect on them. In this extreme weather, they thrived like fish in water. Their strength not only didn't decline, but even slightly increased. In contrast, the elven warriors within the city were already trembling. In such conditions, even ordinary creatures would struggle to survive, let alone fight with swords. As believers in the gods, these elven warriors were naturally not so vulnerable, but their combat effectiveness was significantly limited. For the Elven Lord, stop them! The Elven leader roared, bolstering the morale of his warriors. For the Elven Lord! For the glory of our Lord! For the splendor of the Empire! Fight! The soldiers behind him followed suit, shouting loudly, as if hoping to draw on their courage to dispel the bitter cold. The advancing Frost army ignored the roars of the elves on the city wall. They simply advanced silently. Magic beams, energy shells, and magic arrows fired from above were frozen in midair before they even touched them, either exploding or falling to the ground. The towering city walls didn't stop them even for a moment. The ice and snow beneath their feet surged forward like a tidal wave, and then, with the help of the magic army, formed an incredibly wide ramp that connected to the city wall. Tall frost giants rushed in front, holding large shields, resisting all attacks. They arrived directly in front of the energy shield, swinging their axes and striking fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Each frost giant swung their axes, slashing at the energy shield with a series of loud cracks. The entire energy shield dented countless pieces, almost tearing apart. Thankfully, the elves were skilled in magic, and the defenses they had deployed in this city were far more formidable than those of other races. This was how they managed to hold off the attack. But this wasn't the end. Behind the Frost army, as the Magic Legion's chant ended, countless giant glacial spikes suddenly emerged from the sky, shooting towards the Elven city's energy shield. An even more fierce attack descended. Under the multiple blows, the energy shield was instantly vulnerable. But by increasing its energy output to its maximum, burning through vast quantities of energy crystals, it managed to hold on. Interesting. The commander of the human army finally piqued a little interest. And without hesitation, he revealed his trump card. He concentrated the power of nearly 200,000 troops, ultimately forming a deep blue beam of energy. Freeze! An inconspicuous beam of light shot out instantly, striking the energy shield. Everything in its path, visible and invisible, was frozen. Not good. The Elven leader's expression paled, but there was nothing he could do but watch the beam descend. Swish! The beam struck the energy shield, causing no explosion. In an instant, icy blue crystals, starting from the point of contact, began to spread throughout the entire shield. The entire city's defense system had been breached, unable to function. Snap! The frost giant swung his axe, shattering the blue crystals and creating a hole in the energy shield. Open! With a muffled sound, the frost giant's face lit up with joy, and he rushed in. Countless frost warriors followed closely behind, pouring through the breach in the city wall and engaging the elven warriors within. Without the protection of the energy shield, a terrifying blizzard descended. With both sides giving and taking, the frost warriors were inherently more powerful, making victory virtually certain. The battle above the sky ended even more swiftly. Looking at the fallen trophy, a frozen arm of a true god, a faint smile crossed the silver-haired deity's beautiful face. Stoneman Empire. In the eastern region, with the assistance of the Eternal Night Allied Navy, the vanguard of Ji Xinghui's followers successfully landed. Well, now that the southern region is under heavy attack, the entire Stoneman Empire's elite troops have been dispatched there. Since the eastern region's defenses aren't particularly strong, landing there shouldn't be any difficulty. As for where the Stoneman Empire's navy went, well, the Stoneman Empire did possess a navy. Relying on its formidable physical strength, they conquered the sea creatures of the ocean world and converted them to the lord of mountains and rivers. But the Stoneman Empire's navy, to be honest, wasn't very strong. After all, it was a slight mismatch with the divine authority, and the Stoneman Empire didn't attach much importance to it. This navy's strength, not to mention that of the sea creatures, was far inferior even to the navies of comparable land-based players. So, at the outset of the war, the Eternal Night Empire dispatched a large Naga army and the Imperial Navy fleet to annihilate the Stoneman Empire's waters. Of course, the seas were vast, and even with their limited strength, the number of sea creatures was in the billions. It was simply unrealistic to wipe them all out in such a short period of time. So, they simply destroyed their main forces, preventing them from interfering with the battle. Thus, the Orc army, prepared for a tough battle, and the loss of a wave of warriors, easily landed behind enemy lines. After waving goodbye to the Nada army that had escorted them, the Orc commander took out his drawn map and, according to his original plan, began a rapid march toward the chosen Stoneman city. My lord's brave warriors, the time has come to demonstrate your strength and loyalty to the Lord. The Orc commander, standing high in the air, shouted to the Orc army. For the divine majesty. Fight until death. For the glory of the divine majesty, victory is inevitable. The Orc army roared loudly, their voices resounding through the sky. They cared nothing about exposing their whereabouts. They didn't think they could hide from the Stoneman Empire. After all, no matter what they claimed, they had mastered world consciousness, and there were still many remnants of the sea creatures in the sea. As long as they were not blind, it would be impossible to conceal their presence. Within this nearly 150,000 strong orc army, two distinct legions stood out. Although their warriors were also orcs, their demeanor and daily habits were distinctly different from those of other orc warriors. These two legions hailed from affiliated forces of the Eternal Night Empire. They were truly elite legions. A few days later, as the orc army continued to land, war erupted in the eastern regions of the Stoneman Empire. The Stoneman Empire's situation grew increasingly difficult. Even with the support of its allies, it could not reverse the tide of war. The Empire's territory was shrinking at a noticeable rate. The loss of territory was of secondary concern. As long as the people remained, they could eventually reclaim the land. The truly devastating situation was the demise of each elite Stoneman legion, the deaths of numerous devout believers, and the betrayal of countless citizens of the Empire. Believers were the foundation of the divine power, and now, this foundation was being gradually undermined. The Stoneman true God watched, anxious yet helpless. Not to mention, he was injured and his strength hadn't yet recovered. Even at his peak, he couldn't defeat the supreme being who wielded darkness. Jim now saw it clearly. Taking action now would not only fail to reverse the tide of battle, but would only make the already difficult situation even more difficult. Without the Dark God's participation, the Stoneman Empire was already in such dire straits under the attack of its followers alone. Jim couldn't even imagine what would happen to the Stoneman Empire if the other party were to fall. From this, Jim came to a sad conclusion. The Dark Emperor of the East District didn't take the three of them seriously at all. Perhaps to him, the three of them were insignificant weaklings, unworthy of his serious attention. Otherwise, he should have personally intervened, taking advantage of his own devastation to storm the imperial capital and completely destroy the divine cult. After reaching this conclusion, Jim felt a complex mix of emotions. He didn't know whether to be angry or relieved. As time passed, the four Transcendents began to exert their influence on the surrounding players. When they displayed their true strength, the players finally understood that the gap between them and the Transcendents went far beyond simply the power of the gods themselves. Or rather, the gap in power within the gods themselves was the smallest gap between them in any aspect. Their true gap lay in the foundation of the gods, their followers. The combined strength of the followers on both sides was abysmally vast. Before the Transcendents revealed their true power, even those who had the highest expectations of them only believed that the Transcendents, now at the demigod level, could only defeat 3 or 4 players at best. And this is assuming they're in their homeland, where they can leverage their geographical advantages. It's no wonder the players think this way. After all, the power of a true god crushes ordinary followers. Even if the Transcendents' followers include demigods, they can't withstand the attacks of true god players. If the Transcendents' main body is held back, their followers will inevitably suffer a heavy blow. This is the consensus among the players. After all, it's always been this way before. Gods versus gods, followers versus followers. And then, they were slapped in the face. The Transcendents' actions showed everyone that even if they sent out an avatar, they could still fight against the true god. If their followers were to go all out, they could easily crush the followers of other players. Only the Transcendent could stand against the Transcendent. For years passed in the blink of an eye. A continent ravaged by years of fierce fighting, the flames of war engulfed a third of the Lava Empire's territory, and tens of millions of its citizens perished. Corpses littered the ground, the stench of blood spreading for miles. If it weren't for purification magic, some unknown creature would have already been born here. This was the plane of a player from the East District. A mysterious space. The fiery figure, fresh from the divine war, rushed over without a moment's breath. When he arrived, someone was already waiting. It was a female deity, an elf, of exceptional beauty. "Sorry, I'm late," Fong Xingchen, still in his youthful form, said apologetically, stroking the back of his head upon seeing the woman. "It's okay, I just got here a short time." Zhang Kursen shook her head. Seeing the young man's injuries, her brow furrowed slightly. "You're fighting them again? Those two are really persistent. They're relying on their advancement to true god status first, and they keep chasing you." As she spoke, a green divine light shone from her hands, and she cast a healing spell, beginning to heal the young man's wounds. "How about an all-out war? Waiting on like this isn't the solution. You and the few reinforcements I sent over are no match for them. If you keep this up, you'll be finished sooner or later. I'll intervene directly on the battlefield. We'll join forces. I'll hold off the 2 true gods while you fight the demigod. Maybe there's still a chance of survival, the woman suggested as she treated the young man. I think we should just forget it. Glancing at Zhang Kersen, Fang Xingchen smiled helplessly. Just keep an eye on that guy across from me, and make sure he doesn't get killed. If you get caught up in this, it's all over. It's all the same. We're all going to die anyway. It's better to wait. As he spoke, Zhang Kersen froze, his eyes turning serious. You don't think I can stop those two true gods across from us, do you? Fang Xingchen didn't reply, but gave him a look that seemed to say, isn't that right? We've been together since the elementary realm, and it's been hundreds of years now. Don't I know your strengths and weaknesses? Zhang Kersen clearly understood his friend's gaze, and his face darkened. I shouldn't have bothered with you. I'll just watch you die. He patted the young man's chest a few times. Hiss. Fang Xingchen gasped. Sister, stop it. I'm still injured. And don't forget, you're a true god now, incredibly powerful. You. The woman nearly struck him with a punch, but luckily held back at the critical moment. After a moment of playfulness, Zhang Kersen sighed softly. If you ask me, if it really doesn't work out, just call for help. Given your relationship with that person, how can they watch you die? If we keep holding on like this, we'll both die here. Fang Xingchen fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. Our position is awkward. We're only a few players away from the Ice Lord. Who would dare send a true elite? Brother Yu is quite strong, but... Well, forget it. I'll give it a try. Chapter 298. The Stoneman Empire. Under the powerful attack of the Eternal Night Empire, all areas outside its heartland have fallen, significantly reducing the Stoneman Empire's territory. Not only has a situation of coexisting lords emerged, but the faith within its deities has also become utterly chaotic. Besides the Dark Gods and the Stoneman True God, a host of other miscellaneous entities have emerged, including those promoted by other players and organizations of evil gods deliberately orchestrated by Eternal Night believers to oppose the Stoneman True God. In short, under the influence of these beliefs, the Stoneman True God's control over his followers has been significantly weakened. Even though Jim, through special means, recovered from his injuries in just a few years, his strength has decreased by at least 10% compared to before. The fall of the Empire's territory allowed the world consciousness of the Eternal Night plane to briefly enter this continent, causing Jim's local advantage to become less pronounced than before. The deaths of numerous devout believers, and the betrayal of countless Stoneman subjects have posed significant challenges to the foundation of his divine power. Fortunately, the current player base of believers is extremely saturated. Even with significant reductions, it's still sufficient to sustain him, allowing him to maintain his status as a true god. Otherwise, according to the ancient standards of barely ascending to the highest rank, the Stoneman True God would likely have already begun to be eroded by faith. Although attacks were launched from all directions, the southern region of the Stoneman Empire remained the primary focus of the Eternal Night Army. After years of evolution, the Stoneman Army, realizing that hiding within the city meant death, refused to continue defending it. They emerged from the city, formed their own army, and, embracing their more extreme traits, engaged the Eternal Night Army head-on. Lagodi Plains. Two distinct armies clashed, their numbers disparity vastly outnumbered, nearly 4-1. However, the battle scene revealed the smaller black armored army holding a clear advantage. For the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, for the survival of the Stoneman Empire, brave warriors of the Empire, fight these invaders. The Stoneman Army's commander shouted, his voice transmitted through special spiritual magic to the ears of all the Stoneman warriors, boosting their morale. For the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, for the glory of the gods. Kill! Even if it means death, I will take a bite of flesh. Come on, you despicable invaders! The brave Stoneman warriors, already prepared for death before arriving, now radiated with fervor, charging at the Eternal Night Army like moths to a flame. This was an ambush, with the outnumbered facing the enemy. Even now, the Stoneman Empire held a commanding advantage in intelligence. They often exploited the surrounding terrain to encircle and suppress the scattered Eternal Night Legion, and this time was no exception. As the Eternal Night Army advanced deeper into the Stoneman Empire, the battle line lengthened, and the targets they needed to confront grew in number. Even with the deployment of numerous legions from within the Empire, the Eternal Night Army remained scattered. Facing the Stoneman Empire, which could readily recruit soldiers, they often suffered a manpower disadvantage. Ambushes were also common. But, since they dared to fight this way, the Eternal Night Empire naturally had its own strength. A mere ragtag legion thinks you can stop us? Truly wishful thinking. This Eternal Night Legion, comprised of only one legion, a purely human race, faced the frenzied Stoneman offensive. Instead of retreating, Under the leadership of their legion leader, they launched a counterattack. Die! The centurion, clutching a dark long sword, swiftly struck the stone warrior before him. With a swish, a thin streak of blood appeared between the brows of the elite stone warrior, then spread downward, piercing his entire body. Without even feeling pain, the stone warrior was torn in two. Kill! The fanatical stone warrior, undeterred, charged forward, sword in hand. Energy surged from the ground beneath their feet, the blade gleaming with light, as they fearlessly slashed at the Eternal Knight Centurion. Defense was unnecessary. Faced with such extraordinary damage, defense was no more effective than no defense. At most, it would only prolong their life for 2 seconds before being annihilated. Rather than die in vain, it was better to fight for one's life. Having understood this principle, the stone warriors abandoned defense altogether. Attack only, not defense. Take your life. Features. 1. Sacrifice. Sacrifice everything, significantly increasing strength for a short period of time, unstoppable. Features. 1. Armor break. Abandon defense, increasing penetrating damage by 20% to 50%. Features. 1. Attack/defense conversion. Convert some defense into damage. Though merely ordinary Tier 4 warriors, they displayed immense lethality, no less powerful than a Tier 6 warrior. However, it wasn't enough. Far from enough. Courage is commendable, but strength is lacking. The Eternal Knight Thousand Captain, his eyes gleaming crimson, his body stained with blood, looked like a demonic warrior from hell. A long sword swept across, a flash of arcing light. The 4 stone warriors were cut in half. The stoneman warriors were formidable, but their fighting prowess wasn't enough to defeat the Eternal Knight Legion. Each Eternal Knight warrior, longsword in hand, charged forward. With each swing of their longswords, several stoneman warriors fell. Though they suffered casualties, the stoneman warriors suffered greater casualties, and the death rate on both sides was far higher than that of the soldiers present. In other words, if both sides fought to the death, the larger stoneman army would be wiped out first. And judging by the frenzy at the scene, a fight to the death was highly likely. The legion of fanatical believers was truly terrifying, possessing a death rate unbearable for any normal legion. Even with heavy casualties, they managed to maintain their organization and continue to fight bravely. But it was of little use. Even if they chose an extreme path, destroying their own retreat, and temporarily gained strength beyond their current capabilities, the gap in hard power between the two sides was simply too great. The Eternal Knight Empire's legions possessed a formidable foundation, and their conventional armies were all highly versatile, possessing no obvious weaknesses. They were not at all afraid of the stoneman warriors' desperate efforts. The battle raged for over 10 hours, without a single break. With their numbers approaching double the Eternal Knight legions, the stoneman army finally gave up, and, leaving a trail of corpses, retreated. Stop! Don't chase. After pursuing for a distance, the legion commander gave up. This was enemy territory, after all. Continuing the pursuit would likely yield no results. Besides, even the most skilled warriors under his command were tired, and not in top form after such a long battle. If they were trapped in another encirclement during the pursuit, the losses would likely be even greater. Return and rest. Go back and summon a group of undead warriors. These guys have been getting more and more arrogant lately. If we don't teach them a lesson, they really think we can't do anything to them. After gathering up the scattered corpses, the remaining 7,000 or so Eternal Knight warriors quickly retreated, marching rapidly in the direction they came from. Ahead of the stoneman remnants' escape route, the stoneman warriors, who had benefited from the god's blessing and hidden in the mountains, were disappointed when they saw that the Eternal Knight army hadn't pursued them. These guys are so fierce when they fight, but surprisingly cautious afterward. They're so formidable. Damn it! The stoneman leader was a little annoyed. He had prepared for so long, and paid such a heavy price, but the enemy didn't fall for his trick. He felt like he had no place to use his strength. If the Eternal Knight army didn't fall into a trap, he wouldn't dare to attack directly. Otherwise, if the enemy saw the situation was bad and ran away, he would be in tears. A powerful enemy is difficult to deal with, but a powerful and cunning enemy is even more difficult. The Eternal Knight Empire's legions fought with unwavering bravery, fighting to the death when necessary. However, if faced with a truly undefeated situation, and without any specific requirement, they would retreat without hesitation. We replaced over 2,000 Eternal Knight warriors, so we're doing fine, the adjutant nearby reassured calmly. What's the point? The enemy's undead warriors are only getting more numerous. If this continues, the entire empire will be overrun by the undead. We should simply change our name to the Undead Empire. The stoneman commander rolled his eyes, and said angrily, "We can't help it. This is simply too shameless." Another Stoneman general said somewhat helplessly, "Unless we can win the frontal battle and dispose of the bodies, the enemy's strength will continue to grow with our current tactics, but if they could win the frontal battle, they wouldn't resort to such petty tactics. Now, they can't win the frontal battle, so they're forced to hunt down these individual legions to slow the Eternal Knight's frontal advance." Alas, the Stoneman leader sighed. "Retreat. Tell Darko to go into hiding and not recruit soldiers yet. We'll provide him with weapons and equipment after the storm has died down." Yes. In the eastern region, deep within the heart of the Empire, on a low plain, two armies clashed. One was the Orc army, the other the Stoneman army. Together, they numbered nearly 200,000, and the fighting was fierce. In terms of numbers, the Stoneman army held a slight advantage, but the overall situation on the battlefield was a stalemate. The two sides were evenly matched. Jim's Stoneman Empire and Ji Xingwei's Orc Empire were not much different in overall strength, and neither side had much of a counterweight to the other in terms of power. Theoretically, with their home turf advantage, the Stoneman army should have a significant advantage. However, with the elite regiments deployed to the southern theater, the remaining regiments in the eastern region were mostly new recruits, with very few elite troops. Therefore, there was no effective way to deal with the Orc army. For the sake of His Majesty the Orc, disperse them. The Orc leader roared, leading his guards forward, forming an arrowhead formation, attempting to break through the Stoneman defenses. Yet, it had little effect. The taciturn Stoneman heavy infantry slowly raised their shields and stamped their feet on the ground. A constant surge of power surged forth, like low mountains blocking the Orc army's path, impenetrable no matter how hard they attacked. The defenses that had seemed so fragile against the Legion of Eternal Night finally proved effective against these Orc legions. Some veterans who had fought in the wars of the Southern Theater even felt a little amused when faced with the Orc army's fierce assault. With such strength, they still wanted to learn how to break through the formation. Perhaps their minds were still half asleep, weak too weak. Admittedly, they couldn't effectively inflict damage on the Orc army themselves. But that didn't matter. After all, their goal wasn't to annihilate the Orc army, only to hold it back. Furthermore, in such a low-intensity war, the Stoneman Empire could effectively hone its new recruits, avoiding the situation in the Southern Theater where, in a moment of carelessness, not only the new recruits, but also the elite legions were overwhelmed. It could be said that the Stoneman Empire had now entered a frenzy, mustering all its might to resist the attacks of the Eternal Night Empire. As for the future, it was gone now, so what was there to worry about? After briefly training the Stoneman people, they were sent directly to the eastern battlefield, actively seeking opportunities to fight. After surviving a few battles, they were transferred to the southern war zone to encircle and annihilate isolated Eternal Night legions and their vassal legions. Since the Stoneman Empire's reckless abandon, the southern war zone has been relatively stable, as it is still strong enough, but the Orc armies in the eastern war zone have been in dire straits, constantly facing Stoneman armies several times their size. Even though they continuously mobilized Orc armies from their homeland, it was of no avail. The enemy completely disregarded casualties, treating the Stoneman warriors as mere numbers. Under these circumstances, if it weren't for the Eternal Night Empire's support, the Orc army would likely have been driven back to the border. At this moment, the situation on this battlefield was a microcosm of the entire Eastern War Zone. The Orc commander commanded his troops with all his might, hoping to annihilate the enemy, but he was truly struggling. Too tough. Damn it! After a night of fierce fighting, just as the Orc commander cursed and the Stoneman commander gloated, a sound of movement was heard in the distance. Roar! In the fear of the ancestors. Kill these stone men and sacrifice them to the great god. A Naga army, led by 3 dark Murloc armies, emerged from behind the Stoneman army. The Orc commander was overjoyed upon seeing this. Stop these stone men. Don't let them escape. Again! Retreat! The Stoneman commander's reaction was the opposite, but he wasn't overly alarmed. Clearly, he had encountered similar situations before. While sending the Stoneman heavy infantry forward to intercept, he withdrew the Stoneman army engaged and prepared to retreat. At the same time, the Stoneman magicians began to modify the surrounding environment, increasing the amount of dust. Chapter 299. The Naga leader charging in the front made no effort to minimize his size, standing over 20 meters tall. Moving at full speed, he resembled a swiftly approaching mountain, a terrifying sight. The Naga warriors behind, though not as impressive, were each over 10 meters tall. They surged forward in a swarm, emitting terrifying roars. It was clear that the pressure was instantly overwhelming. However, the Stoneman warriors, having endured countless hardships, had become somewhat immune to such intimidation. After all, even if they were afraid, it wouldn't change the outcome. They would still be beaten. They crouched down, their shield thrust forward, layer upon layer, forming an iron barrier. Metal spears thrust forth from the gaps, their tips flashing with cold light, aimed forward. The entire defensive line resembled a hedgehog. An ordinary legion would have no effective means of dealing with them. But the Dark Naga Legion was clearly no ordinary army. Roar! Clad in heavy black armor, and wielding a massive metal spear, he charged without skill, charging directly into the defensive line of stone-armored warriors. Bang! 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 The metal spear, shrouded in dark fighting spirit, swept past with a sonic boom, shaking the entire space. Spears stabbed forward, either breaking or careening out of their grasp. Shields dented, carrying the stone warriors behind them with them, sending them flying. The sheer force, coupled with the tons of metal spear, displayed an unparalleled and terrifying power, even within the vast army. The blessed stone warriors standing on the ground, watching the Naga warriors charging headfirst and effortlessly shredding their own defenses, felt a wave of daze. What the hell? A stone centurion cursed, seized his great sword, and leaped into the air, slashing at the charging monster, its armor practically fused to its towering form. Clang! Sensing a hint of danger, the Naga warrior roared furiously, blocking the incoming blow with his spear. Then, before the stone warrior could react, he swung his thick tail, and swept it directly across the stone warrior's waist. Ah! The stone centurion's expression instantly contorted. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the stone centurion's heavy armor dented, his tough skin shattered, his bones snapped, and his waist caved in completely, forming a bow shape. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying dozens of meters away. A nearby Naga warrior, his ears twitching, thinking he was being attacked by a cannonball, swung his spear without even turning, and a crescent-shaped black and red beam of light cleaved out, splitting the flying stone warrior in two. Blood gushed out, splattering the warriors on both sides, as the torn halves tumbled to the ground. An elite stoneman warrior, having reached the epic realm, was utterly defeated, unable to fight back, unable to even injure a single Naga warrior. Following the sanctuary-level Naga leader, the entire Naga army formed an arrowhead formation and charged forward, disrupting the stoneman army's defenses. Behind them, a vast number of dark Murloc warriors followed the path cleared by the leader and filed in. Die! The petite stoneman warrior swung his broadsword, slashing at the Naga warrior before him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, sparks flew, and a white streak appeared on the pitch-black armor. The scene of the orc warriors facing the stone warriors replayed itself. Facing a heavy marine tank with defenses comparable to those of a metal giant, these stone warriors, in their normal form, proved somewhat lacking in lethality. And there was a difference. While the stone warriors were unable to injure the orc warriors, the Naga warriors could easily kill them. The attacked Naga warrior lowered his head slightly, his huge crimson eyes fixed on the trembling stone warriors before him. The metal spear thrust forward. Bang! The ultimate force caused the spear to explode at terrifying speed, piercing the stone warrior's chest before him with a terrifying thud. Swish! The spear swung sideways, carrying the stone warrior's body. The muscles in the Naga warrior's thick arms tensed, clearly straining. Several stone warriors were instantly swept away, and the stone warriors hanging from the spears were instantly killed. In a matter of moments, the Naga legion tore through the defenses that the orc army had been battling all night. Attacked from both sides, the battlefield was in chaos. Even if the stoneman commander's command was superior to the orc commander's, he couldn't withdraw the stoneman warriors caught up in the battle. Every time I see the Naga legion, I feel a sense of despair. Such a powerful legion. The orc empire's only ace legions can possibly stand against it, the orc commander said with some emotion, watching the Naga warriors slaughtering their enemies. Too powerful, and this is a sea tribe legion. Their home turf is the deep sea. Only in the deep sea can they unleash their true strength. I can't imagine what kind of sea tribe legion would be able to fight them in the deep sea. The adjutant beside him was also somewhat shocked, nodded in agreement, and then said, "Warriors, our reinforcements have arrived. Join us and defeat these stone monsters." The orc commander immediately mobilized his troops and shouted to his warriors, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The exhausted orc warriors, upon witnessing the bravery of their reinforcements, instantly surged with immense strength. With their long swords in hand, they charged at the opposing stone warriors, engaging them once again in a fierce battle, preventing their retreat. Damn it! The defenders on the Majin River are blind. They haven't even detected a single glimpse of such a large group of Naga heavy warriors landing. The stone commander cursed furiously upon seeing this. Before, those Murloc warriors were fine. Once on land, they were no better than the orc warriors on the other side, barely acceptable. After all, they were sea creatures. Even with extraordinary powers, they couldn't stay out of water for long. Furthermore, they could manipulate the surrounding environment, directly reducing the sea creatures' combat effectiveness. So, as long as they could hold out for a while, those sea creatures would naturally retreat without a fight. What, you say you won't retreat? Not retreating would be even better, just the right time for revenge. In the past, the Stoneman Empire's Eastern Theater had relied on this method to annihilate several reckless sea tribe armies. However, it was clear that the Naga Legion was not one of them. Because, judging by the current situation, the Stoneman army would likely collapse before the Naga's weakening period. Hold on, no matter the cost, even if it means death. The Stoneman commander's eyes flashed fiercely, abandoning the idea of retreat. A forced retreat now would mean leaving behind at least half of his soldiers. Better to fight to the bitter end, taking a gamble, and see who would give up first. The surrounding environment grew increasingly hostile, as if a sandstorm had descended. This was a dual-action method for altering the celestial phenomena, altering both the elemental and physical environments, requiring immense energy. Even for the Stoneman followers favored by the Lord of Mountains and Rivers, this was true, so they would not easily use it. And now there was no other way. If they didn't use it, they would die. But despite the high cost, the effects were also very noticeable. Both the Dark Murlocs and the Dark Naga experienced a significant weakening of their combat effectiveness, and their stamina depletion rate increased several times. On the other hand, the Orc army, while also affected, was not as severely affected as the other two sides. The battle raged for several hours. Both sides were reaching their limits. The Orc commander had begun to persuade the Naga commander to withdraw while they were ahead. As time went on, the Dark Murloc casualties began to mount dramatically. If the battle continued at this rate, the Naga warriors might not be able to hold out for much longer. Increasing Naga casualties, for the sake of a few ordinary Stoneman warriors, was clearly not worth it. Damn it! The Naga leader cursed, still unwilling to give up, wanting to fight one more time. Just then, a new twist appeared in the distance. A force of over 10,000 Stoneman heavy cavalrymen approached. Abner, we're here to help you. The drastic shift in the celestial phenomena caught the attention of the other Stoneman generals. The Orc commander's expression suddenly changed, and he again tried to dissuade them. The Naga leader gave up, let them out. He then lifted the blockade, allowing the Stoneman warriors to charge out and reunite with the incoming Stoneman heavy cavalry. On the chaotic battlefield, the warriors of both sides quickly separated. Soon, the two armies faced off again. Retreat! Go! Neither side had any intention of continuing the fight. Although the Stoneman army had received reinforcements, their numbers were insufficient, and their own Stoneman warriors were in poor condition. Even if they united, the outcome was uncertain. The Orc army was helpless. While their condition was better than the opposing Stoneman warriors, their allied Sea Tribe army was clearly nearing its limit. So, with little confidence, both sides simply chose to retreat. In the dark divine realm, the magnificent temple was deserted, a dead silence reigned. In the deepest part of the temple, through a long corridor, they arrived at the empty palace. Climbing the towering steps, atop the dais stood a massive divine throne. Su Xingyu sat upon the throne, surrounded by the laws of darkness, radiant as the sun in the abyss, emanating endless divine power. His eyes were like deep black holes, seemingly capable of swallowing all light. Compared to before, he was even more powerful. I can't drag it on any longer. I'm almost unable to suppress it. The laws contracted and merged into his divine body. Feeling the growing power within him, Su Xingyu couldn't help but feel a slight headache, muttering to himself. He has remained in the demigod realm for too long. His foundation is extremely deep. If he doesn't ascend, he might be forced to become a god. Then, how and by what method he ascends will no longer be up to him. We must come up with a solution quickly, otherwise it will be a real joke. After applying several more layers of seals, the aura on his body eased slightly, but Su Xingyu could sense that this method was not a long-term solution. As the saying goes, it's better to unblock than to block. Rather than suppressing and letting it settle, it's better to ascend to a true god and transform this accumulated energy into the driving force for upward ascent. However, the current problem is that he can't ascend. The problem isn't Su Xingyu himself, but the other players. Achieving true godhood is a long process, and for those who ascend, it's their weakest period. Su Xingyu couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be interrupted during his ascension. With so many players on this battlefield right now, the situation is extremely chaotic. If he were to be ambushed during his ascension, it would be no joke, it could be fatal. This is also the dilemma facing many players, who can be considered powerful on this battlefield today. The stronger they are, the greater their worries. Su Xingyu wasn't completely clueless about how and when to ascend. He had an idea, and he believed that other players in similar situations probably shared the same sentiment. Yes, although they hadn't discussed this matter among themselves, Su Xingyu felt that way. He couldn't quite articulate why. If he had to pinpoint a reason, it was probably the tacit understanding between the powerful. Just like back then, though they hadn't communicated, they nonetheless adhered to some strange set of rules. 30 years at most. I must ascend to true godhood, Su Xingyu declared with unwavering determination. Refocusing his thoughts and focusing his gaze, Su Xingyu began to absorb the Eternal Night Empire's offensive during his slumber. Overall, things were progressing very smoothly. Due to the shock of his previous attack, the three divine players were now afraid to act rashly, at least not in their true form. Their divine avatars, however, would only attack stealthily, not directly killing the soldiers of the Eternal Night Empire. Without the interference of the divine players, the Eternal Night Empire, with its strength, could have delivered a crushing blow even if it attacked all three forces simultaneously. After the massive influx of the Eternal Night Legion, the territories of the three superpowers shrank at a visible rate, and the number of their followers declined at an even more alarming rate. Among them, the two land empires, the Stoneman Empire and the Dwarf Empire, suffered the most. In just a few years, they had been pushed to the heart of the Empire's heartland. Furthermore, due to the Eternal Night Empire's tactics, the conquered areas had been largely contaminated, leaving few traces of the old gods. Even if the Eternal Night Empire ever abandoned these territories, and they survived, they would have to fight all over again to reclaim them. As for the Shark Empire in the deep sea world, something unexpected happened. The Naga Empire's attack was intercepted, and never reached the Shark Empire's heartland. More accurately, it entered, then was driven back out. After receiving information about the deep sea world, Su Xingyu's brow furrowed slightly. After receiving and summarizing all the information, he slowly closed his eyes, and fell into deep thought. A long moment passed. A sudden chuckle echoed from the empty palace. Interesting. Let's do this. Chapter 300. Our Lord, Oracle. Accelerate the offensive and annihilate the alien forces as quickly as possible. As soon as daybreak broke, the Imperial Archon summoned the elders and announced the decree from the Dark Gods. This decree didn't elicit much reaction. It did, however, leave some lords somewhat puzzled. Why was the battle so smooth when suddenly the process was being accelerated? What was going on? Our Lord, Oracle. As believers, we naturally must do our utmost to carry it out. One of the middle-aged elders, who stood at the forefront, was the first to speak out. There was nothing to argue with. The entire Eternal Night Empire was founded on faith in the gods. Disobeying anyone's orders was unacceptable, not even the gods. It was a pity that such a prime training ground was lost. Yes, the truth was that cruel. For the Stoneman Empire and the Dwarf Empire, the offensive, worthy of annihilation, was, in the eyes of the Eternal Night Empire elders, who possessed ample intelligence, merely a perfectly timed training opportunity. The battle was going smoothly. Why is it suddenly necessary to speed up? Has our Lord given us another oracle? Explain the reason? Another more rational young elder frowned upon hearing this, and stood up to ask Ulysses. The elders nearby immediately frowned upon hearing this question. Buner, watch your tone. An older elder, looking at the young elder, who had spoken, shouted, Our Lord is the supreme God. Whatever he does is right, and cannot be questioned. As His Majesty's most devout followers, upon receiving this oracle, our first priority should be to fulfill it, not to inquire about the reasons. I'm sorry, great elder. I slipped my tongue. Upon hearing this, and seeing the look in the eyes of the elders beside him, Bunel suddenly woke up and apologized. He said, I will go to the temple later and pray to the Lord for atonement and forgiveness. Seeing this, everyone's expression softened slightly, and they shifted their gazes. All right, don't be so nervous. It's just a simple question. It's nothing. Our Lord is very forgiving of the devout. I remember drinking with His Majesty at that memorable banquet after the War of Unification. Ulysses spoke at the right moment, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere. Ahem. I've strayed from the topic. Along with the decree just now, there was also a message. The gist of it was that we need to quickly eliminate the surrounding enemies, and then send an expeditionary force to other alien god continents to support our alien god allies. So, let's discuss how we can quickly annihilate the surrounding alien god forces. In a head-on battle, the Eternal Night Empire is no match for the three major empires. However, if they avoid fighting and continue to engage in subtle maneuvers in the dark, that will be very difficult to deal with. I propose sending high-ranking legions and powerful demigods, launching large-scale attacks simultaneously from multiple locations to tie down their forces. Then, a major force will march directly into their capital. I agree. The enemy's strength is already inferior to ours. As long as that alien god doesn't take action, I can't imagine how they can resist such an attack. He doesn't dare to take action, otherwise my lord will also take action, and their situation will only become more difficult. Everyone spoke freely, ultimately coming to the conclusion that the solution was simply to intensify the effort, sending in the Empire's true elite. First, they would capture the enemy's capital, crush all enemy forces on the front lines, and then proceed to eliminate the remaining followers of the esoteric god. It was a very simple, crude plan. But it was also the one that best suited the Eternal Night Empire's strength. If one could overpower the enemy through sheer force, there was no need for elaborate schemes. The more calculations, the greater the chance of error. Ulysses listened to the crowd's suggestions, his lips twitching slightly. There's no need to be so extreme. Our Lord simply asked for an accelerated process, not an immediate destruction. Otherwise, if our Lord descended personally and led all the Empire's demigods directly in, who could withstand such an onslaught? Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, then realized it was indeed the case. Once the enemy's esoteric god was pinned down, they wouldn't even need to send all of their demigods. Only a third would be needed to sweep across the entire esoteric god empire. No matter how formidable the defensive system, facing the combined attack of dozens of true demigods, it would be nothing but a joke. So, everyone shifted their focus and continued to discuss how to maximize the Eternal Night Empire's gains from this battle, while still fulfilling the divine decree. Speaking of which, what should we do about the deep-sea battlefield? Didn't they say they were driven out? According to them, they were intercepted by a sudden attack from the Sea Clan army, and after several rounds of fierce fighting, they were driven out. It must be support from other Essence God forces. Otherwise, with the strength of the previous Sea Clan Essence God, it would have been impossible to accomplish this. Since that's the case, let the Naga Empire fight with all their might. Don't hold back. They're right on our doorstep. Are you afraid we can't outcompete them? This is a perfect opportunity to reorganize the Naga Empire's military. Amidst the crowd's deliberations, major events that would determine the Empire's future and impact the entire battlefield were immediately finalized. The Empire's military forces were once again mobilized, revealing some of the Eternal Night Empire's true strength. Meanwhile, in the deep-sea world, the Shark Empire, the heartland capital of Ilris. Gazing at the vast, almost overwhelming Dark Sea army in the distance, the Shark commander in the dilapidated city couldn't help but feel a sense of fatigue. Again. Don't they need a break? In just 2 weeks, the Naga army outside had attacked over 20 times, at least once a day. Naturally, the Shark Empire wouldn't back down. So, a fierce battle erupted between the two sides for the control of this capital city. In the past 2 weeks alone, the total number of sea warriors killed in this main city has exceeded 100,000. It was truly tragic. While most of them were vassal warriors, and 100,000 isn't a significant number, remember that the Shark Empire boasts more than one main city in its heartland, and more than just one Naga army. In other areas of the Shark Empire, fierce battles were raging constantly. General Asa, I'll trouble you again later. Without the Shark commander's orders, the sea warriors in the city were already preparing for battle. The Shark commander politely addressed a nearby deep blue whaleman general. The 9th level sanctuary whale general heard this, and glanced at the rapidly approaching Dark Sea army in the distance. His eyelids twitched slightly. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable seaman foe. Holy crap, this Sea Tribe army is insane. Though he internally complained, he patted his broad chest and vowed, as before, I'll help you hold off those Naga warriors, but the rest of the Sea Tribe legions are on your own. Before arriving, knowing their opponents were merely affiliated forces of the Yes God players, the other Sea Tribe generals, including Asa, had been unconcerned, believing a casual fight would suffice. But upon arriving at their allies' territory, they realized things weren't as simple as they'd imagined. Although they had initially relied on surprise, superior strength, and familiarity with the terrain, they had indeed won several significant victories, wiping out hundreds of thousands of Dark Sea Tribe, even several Naga legions, and driving the invading Dark Sea Tribe army out of their hinterland. That was undoubtedly a truly resounding victory. After being driven out of their hinterland, the Naga army remained silent for several months, leading to the current situation. A steady stream of Dark Sea Clan launched a relentless offensive against the Shark Empire day and night. Even the powerful Sea Clan reinforcements from the Cell Empire were now somewhat troubled by the Dark Sea Clan's tactics. Fight. Kill, to terrify the ancestral god. Recapture the city, sacrifice your lives. Roaring furiously, the Dark Sea Clan army, led by the Naga leader, charged directly towards the Shark Alliance. Both sides were dead no time and engaged in battle. These were old rivals, and they had already explored each other's tactics. There was no point in discussing other matters. The competition now boiled down to one simple question: who could hold out longer? King versus king, general versus general, soldier versus soldier. The Naga leader confronted a fellow 9th-level Sanctuary Whale general. The Naga Legion sought out the powerful Sea Clan Legion, which had arrived for support. As for the Dark Murloc Legion, it faced the Shark Legion. These two peak-level warriors, each a step removed from demigod, engaged in a ferocious battle. The metal spear and the massive battle axe clashed repeatedly, their terrifying force nearly shattering the surrounding space. Even so, various strange phenomena emanated from the surrounding waters. At the center of the battle, a void of life appeared for hundreds of meters. To avoid accidental injury, the other soldiers, in perfect harmony, avoided them. From the outside, the two appeared evenly matched in strength, and it was unlikely that a clear winner would be determined anytime soon. Die! Forged from meteorite iron, the metal spear, weighing several tons, displayed immense power in the Naga warrior's wield, sweeping directly towards the whale warrior in front. The whale warrior, also clad in heavy armor, remained expressionless. He raised his shield and casually moved it aside, blocking the spear. The metal spear collided with the heavy shield, creating a resounding crash. The powerful recoil numbed the Naga warrior's palm, causing the wound to open and ooze bright red blood. Humph! The whale warrior's expression changed slightly, and he stepped back several steps. The force that would have crippled an ordinary shark warrior only caused him to retreat a few steps, demonstrating his immense strength. Ah! Roar! Both sides roared in anger and charged forward again. Spears and axes clashed, creating a continuous roar that shook the surrounding waters, and even slightly affected the ordinary warriors fighting in the distance. The two engaged in ferocious combat, the roar of battle terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Their heavy weapons clashed repeatedly, making a dull sound. For a moment, the fight was evenly matched, with neither gaining an advantage. This was actually quite normal. In terms of their military attributes, both were heavy tanks, boasting high attack, high defense, and a high health pool among warriors of the same tier. So, even if there were slight differences in overall strength, they wouldn't be noticeable at this point. Ultimately, neither could defeat the other. After a long battle, the casualty figures showed no sign of breaking the triple digits. In contrast, the Dark Murloc warriors and Shark Empire warriors, the weakest individuals on the battlefield but the most numerous, engaged in the most intense battle. Die! The powerful Dark Murloc warrior struck the opposing minion warrior in the neck with a single blow, decapitating him. A large amount of blood spilled, staining the surrounding sea red. The strong smell of blood captivated the Dark Murloc warrior. Gripping his sharp blade tightly, he charged towards his next opponent. Roar! But seconds later, with a roar, the serrated blade slashed across, clenching him in two. The large shark warrior reached out and snatched up the Murloc's remains, catching a sliver of it and chomping down on it. He tore off a portion, chewing on the delicious flesh. Ha ha ha! The large shark warrior laughed wildly, his eyes bloodshot, as he charged fiercely into the enemy ranks. Soon, the surrounding Dark Murloc warriors swarmed over him, devouring him. The strong smell of blood permeated the entire deep-sea battlefield, driving the sea warriors there into a frenzy. The two sides engaged in the most primitive and brutal life-and-death struggle. Without the command of a land-based army, the battle was a test of strength and will. This time, the battle for the city lasted longer than ever, a full day. Ultimately, the Shark Empire coalition, leveraging its advantageous terrain and receiving reinforcements from the rear, emerged victorious. With nearly 10,000 casualties, and seeing the enemy reinforcements arriving and the siege hopeless, the Naga commander decisively withdrew with the Dark Sea Clan army. The Shark Empire coalition, receiving reinforcements, remained unmoved, refusing to pursue them regardless of the situation. They strictly followed orders, defending the inner city with all their might, refusing to move. We can't go on like this, or we'll be worn down by them sooner or later. The wounded whale commander, Asa, counted the losses suffered by his own army and realized he couldn't hold out any longer. He had to call for help from the rear, asking the Sire Empire to send more reinforcements. Otherwise, if this continued, all the reinforcements he had brought from home would be lost. The strength of the opposing sea tribes was clearly off. Even with the Shark Empire as a base, a million-strong Sire Sea Tribe army could not defeat the opposing Naga Empire, and even holding on to the Shark Empire would be difficult. The Empire had to make a decision, continue supporting them or give up. If they supported them, they would send more legions. If they gave up, they would quickly withdraw the Sire legions.